Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Gathering the Power of a Sect to Help One Person Achieve the Elixir. In the sky, a flying boat pushed through the clouds and flew slowly. In the flying boat, Luo Chen simply counted Miao Wen's inheritance. The other party had been running Daofeng for many years and was quite wealthy. Even though it was much less than Luo Chen, who was carrying nearly 10 million yuan with him now, he was much richer than ordinary foundation-building cultivators. In terms of spirit stones alone, there were as much as 200,000. It didn't sound like much, but Miao Wen was just a sect deacon in the early stage of foundation building. In addition to spirit stones, the most common were various rare materials. Second level, third level, and even a few fourth level minerals. Luo Chen had already accumulated a lot of Twinkson Shinjing, and Miao Wen had 3 pieces in his storage bag. If the value of this amount of materials was calculated comprehensively, it would be about hundreds of thousands. However, in addition to spirit stones and materials, other resources were relatively scarce. There were only a few talismans, most of which were commonly used in life, such as sound transmission talismans, cleaning talismans, and invisibility talismans. The quality of the elixir was good, and it looked like it was at the level of the second level middle grade. There are not many skills and formations. The reason for this serious bias is easy to guess. Sword cultivators. Except for the things they need for cultivation, they often don't have too many other resources. But even so, Miao Wen's wealth is extremely rich. Some true disciples of major sects are far inferior to him. No wonder Miao Wen is willing to spend a lot of money to get in touch with the upper echelons of the sword sect and stay in Daofeng. This is indeed a good place to collect various rare resources and grab wealth, and it will not be subject to too much supervision from the sect. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Nothing is better than this. Luo Chen held a box in his hand, opened it and took a look, and then carefully put it away. 7-star sky lantern fruit. The third-level spiritual medicine is more valuable than most of the fourth-level materials. The reason is that this spiritual fruit can prolong life. 7 stars have already lit 6 stars, enough to increase life by 18 years. This thing is also a treasure that he needs very much. In order to refine the withering and flourishing fire, 100 years of life were indeed extracted. Although Luo Chen's cultivation progress was very fast and he seemed to be in no hurry at all, he still felt a sense of urgency like a sword hanging over his head when he thought about it occasionally. This 7-star sky lantern fruit came at the right time, giving Luo Chen more confidence. After putting away the treasure that increased his lifespan, Luo Chen took out another item from the Maya out storage bag. A magic weapon. A strange magic weapon. A palm-sized disc with a purple and golden crescent moon engraved on it. A little spiritual power was injected. Swish. Sharp and ferocious blades suddenly stretched out from the edge of the disc. With a flick of his finger, the disc began to rotate in front of him, and there was a faint appearance that more rotating moon-flying discs were about to emerge. Luo Chen's mind moved and he withdrew his spiritual power. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, the sky moon purple gold wheel would finally return to my hands. That's right, this magic weapon was the first magic weapon that Luo Chen had seen since he started practicing. It was released at the Daofeng Sword Pavilion auction that year and was bought by Mi Shuhua at a high price of 80,000 spiritual stones. Later, the treasure was seized by the Jinden priest secretly hired by the Lianian Merchant Alliance, and was seized by Pang Rengsheng in the Langkang River War. The powerful sword cultivator did not want such foreign objects, so he gave it to Miao Wen, and the other Lankei chess piece was given to Luo Xianhong. Unexpectedly, things have changed. 40 years later, both the incomplete Lankei black chess piece and the Xianyu purple gold wheel fell into Luo Chen's hands. Miao Wen didn't spend much time to sacrifice this item, and the mark on it is easy to remove. But if I want to completely sacrifice this treasure and make it operate as I want, I'm afraid it will take a lot of my energy. Luo Chen hesitated and looked at the disc flywheel in his hand. Finally, his eyes turned to the direction of the Yuanxi Valley of Juayan Mountain. A difference of one thought. I buried you with your clansmen, but I also got the magic weapon you spent a lot of effort to buy when you were alive. Is this a gift? Let's make plans after we go back. Luo Chen is not short of magic weapons. The number of magic weapons he possessed was unimaginable in the world of immortal cultivation. He once owned more than 30 flying swords. However, most of them were given to Min Longgao, who buried them in Dangsha Peak as the core of the mountain defense formation. It can be said that after building the foundation, Luo Chen never worried about ordinary magic weapons. Naturally, such treasures would not cause him too much mental fluctuation. The reason why he looked at the Xianyu purple gold wheel differently was, firstly, because of Nishuhua's origin, and secondly, because this treasure was valuable and might have other miraculous effects. After an inventory, Luo Chen basically digested Miao Wen's legacy. Finally, there was the jade slip written by the other party before his death, the simplified version of the sword sect's wisdom sword art fixing Fengbo. As a reward for letting the other party die decently, Miao Wen took the initiative to unlock the mark of the storage bag before his death, and wrote a secret technique that would help him practice. The sword sect only cultivates swords, does not rely on external objects, and does not hinder other methods. But in this way, it is easy to produce various disadvantages in practice. After all, you can't use the stones of other mountains to polish jade. In view of this, the predecessors of the sword sect created a set of methods and secrets that are helpful for practice. One of the secrets, wisdom sword technique, can entrust the spirit and energy to a sword, so that the mind can reach the realm of sword heart enlightenment. Once you reach this realm, not only can you practice quickly, but you can also use the sword of wisdom to kill the external demons. Especially when breaking through the great realm, it has a miraculous effect. In the eyes of outsiders, this technique is not a secret technique for breaking through the realm, but it is even better than a secret technique for breaking through the realm. Unfortunately, Miao Wen has long stopped specializing in swordsmanship, so he naturally cannot practice wisdom sword technique. But he is reluctant to give up the unique effect of this sword sect secret technique. Therefore, combined with his own situation, he improved a fixing Fengbo. When this technique is practiced to perfection, the effect is less than half of wisdom sword technique, but it is also simpler to practice, and it is not limited to the sword instrument, and can also be replaced by other physical objects. The reason why Miao Wen was able to meet and fight with a remnant of the Ghost King in Yuanxi Valley for 40 years. It was also because he practiced this fire and waves. It can even be said that after 40 years of struggle, his understanding of this technique has become more profound. After writing the full version for Luo Chen, he said frankly that once the fire and waves he improved was practiced to perfection, the effect could catch up with about 70% of the wisdom sword technique. I see that you have the ambition to form a pill. This technique may help you, and it can also be regarded as a way to end our past hatred. Luo Chen, I will use this technique to exchange for a decent death. Miao Wen's words before his death were vaguely in his ears. Luo Chen carefully put the jade slip into the Jilei treasure ring. Whether this technique is true or not, whether there are hidden tricks or not, he is not sure. After all, his relationship with Miao Wen is not that good. The so-called dying man's words are good, but that does not apply to all. After returning, the research on this technique must also be considered in the long run. Suddenly, the flying boat paused slightly. Luo Chen stood at the bow of the boat, with a pair of sharp eyes, looking thousands of miles away. The ghostly ghost cave came into view instantly. The scope has expanded several times compared to that year. From the inner city to the shanty towns in the outer city, all the way west to the Langkang River. The once familiar Xiao Valley, Xiaohun Mountain, and Qingjiang Street have all disappeared and been swallowed up. But is it over just here? As a third-level Ghost King, the territory should not be limited to this extent. Just when Luo Chen was puzzled, he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? That is." In the sight, a line of escape light flew out from the other direction of the ancient original mountains. They carried a huge monster, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive, and then flew straight into the ghost cave. After a long time, they slowly flew out. With Luo Chen's eyesight, he could vaguely see the relieved expressions on the faces of those people, as well as the badges on their bodies. Disciples of the Sword Sect. Luo Chen was shocked. I don't know why the disciples of the Sword Sect are doing. Logically speaking, it was natural for the Sword Sect's disciples to appear in Dahofang. It was even too late. They should have come decades ago. When they didn't come before, everyone thought they were dragged down by the Luo sect. But now it seems wrong. These people sent a living second-level monster into the ghost den. Could it be that they are helping Pang Rengshan practice? The sudden thought shocked Luo Chen's heart. Then he didn't delay any longer, hid his spiritual light, and hurriedly left the Daofang area in the flying boat. Luo Chen ran along the road he had taken in the past. It took him several months before, but this time he only took 3 days to reach Xianlan Fairy City. Along the way, he passed by old places such as Taishanfang, Liuguangfang, and Yuan's Haoguo. However, Luo Chen did not bother the old people here, but just spread his spiritual consciousness and took a quick glance. There was no disturbance during this process. He stepped into Dangshi Peak quietly and silently. In the Luoxian's Hang Hall, Zongmiao received the imperial edict and rushed back to report the information. This trip was not long, only half a year. But if the time for preparing for the trip is added, it is almost 10 years. Therefore, the information Zongmiao collected was particularly complicated. The goal of the opening war has been completely set, which is Xiaoyu mountain range. The initiator is Luo sect. In addition to the original 5 Yuanying upper sects and 13 major sects, there are 4 Yuanying upper sects and 5 giant major sects who have decided to join the opening war. The following is the list of sects that have newly joined the opening war: Shenfu sect, Wuxing Shenzong, Fenghu Palace, Motion Cliff, Menquin Cave, Huanzhu Tower. There are a total of 9 Yuanying upper sects and 18 giant and major sects. This battle is also called the 27 sects attacking Xiaoyu together. 27 sects attacking Xiaoyu together? This is no different from the 16 sects attacking Liangsha together more than 400 years ago. Above, Luo Chen silently recited the names of the newly joined sects. The joining of Shenfu sect and Wuxing Shenzong was expected. When the Jading Sword sect opened up the Liangsha mountains, it got help from the 2 sects. This time, in addition to the 6 sects in the Far East, there are 2 more Yuanying upper sects, Fenghu Palace and Moxianaya. A wild mountain range that has never been opened up is indeed of great benefit. But there is no need to provoke the 9 Yuanying upper sects to take action together, right? Moreover, the 18 giant and major sects are by no means soft persimmons. As far as he knows, Jiuhu Mountain Menquin Cave is a well-known giant and major sect in Fenghu domain, rich in various spiritual springs. Relying on the spiritual spring business, the monks of Menquin Cave are quite rich. Huanzhu Tower is not a weakling either. It is a well-known assassin organization. It is said that there is a Yuanying Zhenren as a backer behind it. As for Liu Senzhe, it is rumored. With so many forces, Xiaoyu mountain range may not be enough to share. Luo Chen frowned, and didn't understand why so many people would join in a war. For war, having more people is naturally a great benefit. But for the division of benefits after the war, it is a great bad thing. The cake is so small. As the leader, Luo sect, is it willing to give it 27 times? Yuding Sword sect has endured for so many years, and it can't bear it anymore. He doesn't believe that Hanzon, the real person of Luo sect, is such a short-sighted person. If it were him, he would rather suffer a greater loss in the war, and be willing to share as much as possible after the war. The first is just a short-term loss, while the latter is a long-term benefit. Suddenly, Luo Chen remembered the scene of the white-boned Taoist palace in the Great Snow Mountain. One Xiaoyu mountain range is not enough, but if there is one more Great Snow Mountain, it seems to be more than enough. If Master Kanglong succeeds in advancing to the nascent soul stage, and takes advantage of this trend, and holds the Ice Castle opening war at the same time, then these extra forces can't be put to good use? If this guess is true, then it makes sense that Hanzon is willing to personally take action to protect Master Kanglong. Of course, whether the two have a past relationship is not a secret known by Luo Chen. But if Master Kanglong fails to advance to the nascent soul stage, Luo Chen pursed his lips and asked, Gu Kie is in charge of the business at the Ice Castle, right? Zongmiao nodded, yes, it has always been Master Gu who is in charge of this aspect. Send some of Luo Ang's people to the caravan to collect intelligence about the Ice Castle regularly, and then report to me. Zongmiao was puzzled. What kind of information? Luo Chen wanted to say about the nascent soul master. But when the words came to his lips, he changed to all the information. In his opinion, if Master Kanglong really succeeded in breaking through the realm, then the news would naturally be released, and there was no need to deliberately collect it at all. If it failed. In addition, the trade route at Taishanfang can also be opened up. I will explain this to Sima Wei Niang. You should send people to collect information from Lirguang, Taishan, and Daofang first, and be prepared. Yes. Xing Zonghan took the order and left. Luo Chen's thoughtful eyes did not stop. He still remembered the scene at Daofeng as fresh as ever. These past few days, I have been thinking about it from time to time, and I vaguely figured out the truth of why the Jading Sword sect has abandoned Pang Rengsheng in these years. The other party did not ignore it, but let it go, deliberately giving him time to switch to ghost cultivation. Ghost cultivation is also a kind of true cultivation of the Great Dao. As long as you don't harm the world and kill people wantonly, you won't be marked as a demon cultivator. But what Pang Rengsheng has done in these years is not at all an orthodox ghost cultivation method. It is precisely because of this that the other party has made extremely fast progress and has reached the level of the Third Order Ghost King in a short period of time, comparable to the Golden Elixir cultivation before. It was difficult for the Jading Sword sect to ignore it before. If it did, the other party would not be able to take the quick success method so recklessly. After all, the Jading Sword sect still has the concept of eliminating demons and defending the way. No matter what, when the time comes, you can see the results directly. Now the Sword sect has sent a foundation-building cultivator to assist Pang Rengsheng in his cultivation. I think there is also the idea of ending this matter completely before the 40-year war of development begins. After all, when there are too many people, the outer sect cultivators will not care about the Sword sect's ideas, they will only shout and kill. When Luo Chen sorted out this matter, there were gradually more people in the hall. Sima Wei Niang and Duan Feng walked in. "President, you are back? There were no twists and turns on this trip, right?" Sima Wei Niang asked with concern. With their perception, they could not detect Luo Chen's current condition. Luo Chen naturally reported good news but not bad news. After a chat, he mentioned the matter of opening up the trade route from Luo Xianhu to Taishanfang. Once the war of opening up begins, the four markets of Liguang, Taishan, Day and Zulian, which are adjacent to Xiaoyu mountain range, will inevitably become the most important bridgeheads. The interests involved are also inestimable. We, the Luotian Society, are a small sect and certainly cannot take the lion's share of the benefits, but it is always good to take the lead and seize some of the advantages. By then, even if we only have a little soup, everyone will benefit greatly. So, this matter that has been mentioned for a long time should be done. After listening to him, Sima Wei Niang nodded heavily. I think so too, but because of the law enforcement team of Lord Yuding and Erzong, I have been suppressing this impulse. Luo Chen smiled. Don't worry about those rules, they only restrict the major forces above Jiandan. Moreover, this time we are not taking action in the name of opening up the trade route. Sima Wei Niang was stunned. Then what name? Luo Chen looked at Duan Feng on the side. In the name of revenge. Duan Feng seemed to have realized this and nodded slightly. I have a grudge against the Bai family of Liu Guangfang. Now that I have achieved success in cultivation, it is time to avenge my father. No matter who comes, it is hard to say whether it is good or bad. Sima Wei Niang suddenly realized and smiled brightly. Then, I will arrange it now. No, we have to be more cautious. Luo Chen shook his head and mentioned his observations on the way back. There are quite a few smart people who have this idea. From what I have seen, there are already many foundation-building cultivators in Liu Guangfang, which are clearly the vanguards of other forces. So, it's fine if we don't do this, but if we do it, we have to make a final decision. In front of the two, Luo Chen took out a scroll from his storage bag. Duan Feng's eyes widened at the first sight of the scroll. This is. Your family heirloom should now be returned to its original owner. Luo Chen smiled and generously gave this Egogitu, a defensive magic weapon, to Duan Feng. A spiritual force came to Duan Feng, carrying the scroll. For a moment, the other party was a little excited. After all, this is a defensive magic weapon. It was forged by chance with the efforts of several generations of his Duan family, plus some of the foundation of the family when it was first established. In the world of immortal cultivation, it can also be sold at a very high price. Go back and refine this treasure well, and make sure that it can be used simply within 10 years. When it comes to attacking the Bai family in Liu Guangfang, you will be the main person in charge, Wei Niang and Xing Zonghan will be the assistants, and the monks of the Daoxian Hall will be under your command. If you have any other needs, you can also raise them after thinking of them in these years. I only have one request, to take down Liu Guangfang, occupy the land of the Bull family, and build a branch hall for my Luo Xianhu Dangsha Hall. Duanfeng nodded excitedly, and then took the order and left. After he left, Sima Wei Niang looked at his back, thinking. Behind him, Luo Chen's playful voice came. Why, are you jealous of me for giving him a water defense magic weapon? Sima Wei Niang came back to her senses and shook her head. I don't go out often, and fighting has nothing to do with me, so how can I envy such treasures? I was wondering why you value Liu Guangfeng so much? Thinking about it, she slowly came to her senses. Are you attracted by the poor spiritual environment of Liu Guangfeng? Luo Chen nodded in appreciation. Once the war of development begins, the firm will certainly have huge benefits, but if you want to convert some resources into white spiritual stones, you have to rely on the 36 large domains in the rear. Then, as the first few markets to come into contact with those resources, they naturally become the hubs of commercial operations. But whether it is Taishanfang or Daohofang, they are both places with extremely excellent geographical environments. Such a good place is not something that Luo Xianhu can get involved in. It is estimated that the original landlords will be driven away. On the contrary, Liu Guangfang is quite special. As a former mining market, this place is not valued by people because the mines were overexploited by the Jading Sword sect, resulting in damage to the spiritual veins. The environment is not suitable for cultivation, so it is not valued by people. In addition, it is not adjacent to the border, so the big sects will not pay much attention to it. If Luo Xianhu can occupy this place in advance, relying on Luo Chen's good relationship with Luoyan sect in Ice Castle, as well as its own strength, it may be able to stand firm. If the Kang family is also involved, it will naturally have the signboard of the Jading Sword sect. At that time, relying on the second-tier market, Luo Xianhu can take some advantages that will not be envied by others. Of course. These things are just what Luo Chen thought of on the way back. His next focus is definitely not on these petty gains. Wei Niang, I'm going to prepare for the formation of the elixir. A simple sentence caused the woman to breathe rapidly in an instant. She subconsciously asked, is there anything I can help with? Luo Chen smiled slightly. That's a bit much? The matter of forming a pill involves a lot of seriousness. Especially Luo Chen's qualifications are too dull. Although Master Kanglong gave a different opinion, and it is reasonable. But in the final analysis, Luo Chen is still a 5 spiritual root qualification that the cultivators in the world of cultivation discarded like a worn-out shoe. Therefore, if you want to form a pill, you must do your best in every aspect. And this means that a huge amount of resources are needed. It just so happens that Sima Wei Niang, who is in charge of Luo Xianhu, can help Luo Chen a lot when he is in retreat. In front of the other party, Luo Chen proposed the various resources he needed. Decoctions needed for healing, medicinal materials needed for refining cultivation pills, auxiliary spiritual medicines related to breaking through the realm, drawings for refining life magic weapons, and even life-saving spiritual pills needed after the failure of breaking through the realm, etc. It just so happens that the cultivators of many large domains in the East Wilderness are now gathering towards the Yuding domain in the name of opening up a war. With more people, resources will flow. The things that Luo Chen wants can be collected relatively easily by Luo Xianhu. Finally, I need a large number of demon beasts, both first level and second level, and they must be alive. After hearing the last request, Sima Wei Niang nodded. That's no problem. We are also in the spirit beast business and have legitimate reasons to purchase them. Although it's a bit troublesome to have live ones, I can also find a few channels to get them for you. Seeing that she had guaranteed every one of his needs, Luo Chen couldn't help but sighed. With such a wife, what else can a husband ask for? I'm sorry to bother you this time. That's what I want, but I dare not ask you. Helping you to form a pill is my job. The woman looked at Luo Chen with tender eyes, and suddenly hesitated. President, you will succeed. Forming a pill is a big deal, and it is also a challenge full of risks. Once failed, it will be difficult to recover for decades at best, and it will be serious. It is no wonder that Sima Wei Niang, who has always been calm and composed, would show her concern. In this regard, Luo Chen smiled confidently. Sure. Chapter 452, Laying a Solid Foundation, Building the 9th Level of Foundation, the Ice Castle is damaged, Chu Kui invites. Luo Chen showed full confidence in his Dianji in front of Sima Wei Niang. However, is this really the case? The answer is no. Although Luo Chen had done a good enough preparation before Dianji, Whether it was the traditional three treasures of spirit, energy and spirit, or secret techniques and elixirs, he had prepared everything. But how could the Jinden stage, the real watershed realm that divides low-level and high-level cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, be so easy to guess? Those Yuanying upper sects that have been passed down for thousands of years have given their disciples a complete set of systematic exercises from the beginning, and key refining can reach Yuanying. In this process, there are also supporting secret techniques, elixirs, spiritual lands, and guidance from teachers. But even so, there are no Jinden cultivators walking around in the upper sects. On the contrary, there are many failures. Even some of the daozi of the big sects have occasionally heard news of the unfortunate failure of Danji for thousands of years. Could it be that the Jinden big sects do not provide the best Danji configuration resources for the daozi they value most? Obviously, it is impossible. Therefore, no one dared to say that they were sure of success at the dam-forming stage. Luo Chen acted so confidently, just to appease Sima Wei and Yang. If he had no confidence, how could others maintain their confidence in him? After returning to the Xianlin Peak cave, Luo Chen's first thing was not to practice, but to heal his wounds. The injuries of the group in the Great Snow Mountain seemed nothing on the surface, but they were actually quite serious. They were not injuries caused by being beaten by others, but he had excessively used various means, resulting in a loss of vitality. This vitality can be reflected in various aspects such as the exhaustion of spiritual energy, exhaustion of the soul, and weakness of the body. These things are not easy to recover in the wilderness. So Luo Chen hurried home. After returning home, the first thing Luo Chen did was to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. After waking up, he was refreshed and began to recover from his injuries. After Sun Sifan passed away, the Fangho Sutra left behind played a big role in this process. It records several prescriptions for restoring vitality, and the effect is far better than the enhanced version of the nourishing spirit liquid prepared by Luo Chen himself. Luo Chen chose the 1,000 gold prescription, which has the highest cost but the best effect, to restore his body, which is more valuable than 1,000 gold. In addition, Sima Wei Niang also began to send various monsters to Luo Chen regularly. Most of them are first level, and occasionally there are second level ones. The only only 2 requirements are that they must be big and alive. The bigger the monster, the stronger the vitality. Luo Chen used the withering fire to refine these fresh monsters alive, which was a little cruel, and thus seized the vitality from them. Even if the big head was absorbed by the withering fire, he could get 2 or 3/10. After the more and more rich vitality was injected, Luo Chen's physical recovery ability became stronger and stronger. If Luo Chen's previous body had the level of the 3rd level of the ancient, it could be regarded as an indestructible steel plate. That represented his absolute toughness. But sometimes, being strong, hard, and tough does not mean it is the best. Once injured, it is quite troublesome to recover. The reason why Luo Chen slowly practiced medicine in addition to alchemy is because his body recovered very slowly after being injured. But with the absorption of a large amount of vitality, his body became more soft in addition to being strong. In the cave, Luo Chen looked at a huge second-level demon bear that was 2 feet long, which turned into ashes in a painful scream, and slowly withdrew his hand. His face showed a thoughtful look. It is said that there are a large number of wild beasts and ancient beasts in the ancient mountain and sea world. Although these beings do not take the path of demonic transformation, they have other powerful powers. Chasing the stars and the moon, destroying mountains and seas is just one of them, and there is also the mystery of reorganizing broken limbs and rebirth with a drop of blood. If I absorb enough vitality and let my body's recovery ability reach the level of ancient wild beasts, can I also be reborn with a drop of blood? This idea seems a bit whimsical. But it is not without basis. Take the example of a cultivator. The higher the realm, the stronger the ability to save life. If the cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul will not be destroyed, and the cultivator will not die. In a sense, it is similar to the rebirth of the monster's blood. However, if I want to reach the point of rebirth by dripping blood, relying on the little vitality I have plundered now is probably a drop in the bucket. What about the finger of life cutting? Luo Chen's attribute panel has always had a 3rd level spell, Finger of Life Cutting. This spell originated from Li Jinhuang. It is magical and can intercept a ray of life from the cultivator, allowing it to exist in the world for a period of time. From decline to prosperity, and then at the peak of prosperity, it will be short-lived and fall. This intercepted vitality cannot be absorbed. But if it is performed with the original true fire, the withering and flourishing fire, can it be absorbed to a greater extent into oneself, rather than being absorbed by the withering and flourishing fire? Fantasy is beautiful, but it is difficult to put it into practice. Luo Chen failed after several experiments. He gradually gave up this idea and focused on using the withering fire to absorb the vitality of the monster. In this daily life, Luo Chen's vitality became more and more vigorous, and his injuries recovered faster and faster. It was originally estimated that it would take 2 or 3 years to recover to the peak state, but it only took half a year for Luo Chen to regain his peak. Even once Gu Kai came to see him and was surprised to find that there were a few more black hairs on his gray hair. The good news is not only this. After many years, he finally reached the proficiency of the great perfection of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra derived from the perfection of the Mu Medicine King Sutra. After the perfection of this technique, it can no longer be deduced. In the final analysis, the Mu Medicine King Sutra is just the latter's foundation building practice. Luo Chen was very lucky to be able to use the system to complete it. In addition to the early spiritual power nourishing the body, the spiritual consciousness capturing the external spiritual energy, and the meridians and marrow, the great perfection of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra has another effect. In other words, it is not more, but stronger. When he was in the key refining stage, the automatic key recovery effect of the Grandmaster level of Eternal Spring Guang was suddenly enhanced. Now the effect of automatic key recovery is 10 times the original. Now Luo Chen releases a powerful spell. As long as he's in a place full of spiritual energy, Luo Chen does not need to do anything, and this consumption can be instantly restored. Even in a place with poor spiritual energy, it can be automatically restored. In this way, the problem of Luo Chen's combat endurance is solved. It is a bit strange. The withered fire refines vitality, making Luo Chen's physical recovery ability stronger. The perfection of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra strengthens Luo Chen's spiritual recovery ability. Although these two changes did not help much in the progress of cultivation, they made him have a breakthrough in his fighting ability. If there is another trip to the Great Snow Mountain, he believes that he can do better. It's better not to come. Luo Chen sighed and laughed at himself. He doesn't want to participate in too many battles now. At the moment, the most important thing for him is to practice. First, cultivate your realm step by step to the 9th level of foundation building. Luo Chen made a plan. In the next few years, he would not care about anything and would not participate in any external affairs. He would do 2 things. Practice and make pills. Daily practice cannot be neglected. The benefits of it are not visible in the short term, and in the long run, it is still more than swallowing pills. As for alchemy, Luo Chen planned to make all the Jade pills needed by the Ice Castle in the future, as well as the top-grade blood-increasing pills, top-grade dust-reducing pills, and Zongmiao pills for his future practice, all in one go. At that time, he would not have to think about alchemy. He only needed to concentrate on things related to practice and breakthrough. The days passed slowly in this time flow like water. In the first year, Luo Chen made all the Jade pills needed by the Ice Castle in the next 20 years. In the second year, the third year, and 2 consecutive years, he made all the top-grade blood-increasing pills and dust-reducing pills needed for his practice. And his improved second-level Zongmiao pills also improved his proficiency to the level of great perfection in daily refining. Then, he refined a large batch of them in one breath. Such a large-scale alchemy project naturally consumes a huge amount of resources. He has spent most of the spiritual stones that Luo Chen has earned in the past few years. Not only that, but even the blood essence of the batch of foundation-building cultivators left by the blood demon Zuanai was consumed by him. This is why he stopped refining the best blood-enhancing pills. The raw materials are gone. But even so, the best blood-enhancing pills he has on hand are enough for him to practice to the great perfection of foundation building in one breath. After everything was ready, Luo Chen really entered the arduous practice of pure cultivation. He did not see outsiders and ignored worldly affairs. Years are hard to keep, and time is easy to lose. Pure cultivation always forgets the years. Time flies, and 10 years have passed since Luo Chen returned to Xianlan from the Great Snow Mountain. One day, in the cave house number 17 on Xianlan Peak, suddenly, a long whistle sounded. Hearing this sound, Bai Miling, who had already awakened from the soul-nourishing flag, flew back to the cave house as soon as possible. "Master, Have you broken through? In the living room, Luo Chen, who had just finished washing and looked brand new, wore a loose gown and nodded to her with a smile. Bai Miling was delighted to see this. Congratulations to the master for his progress in Taoism. The golden core stage is just around the corner. Luo Chen smiled and accepted the compliment. Indeed, the golden core stage is just around the corner. The 8th to 9th levels of the foundation building is the longest stage in all his realms. It took him more than 20 years. Such a long time has also brought him huge benefits. He finally consolidated his previous superficial foundation. Not only that, on the original basis, he sorted out his own state and made breakthroughs in the 3 treasures of spirit, energy and spirit. Now, he not only has a physique comparable to that of a 3rd-level ancient monster, but also has a more powerful aura than those who have completed the foundation building. As for the foundation of the soul, after experiencing 2 inner demons, 1 heart torture, 1 heart questioning, many small realm breakthroughs, and taking Zongmiao pills every day, it has reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, he was at the 9th level of foundation building. But his soul and spirit not only surpassed those who had reached the perfection of foundation building, but also gave people the illusion that he was not much different from the Jinden stage cultivators. You know, this is the 9th level of foundation building. Luo Chen still had a small realm in the foundation building stage. If you waited until he reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage, he would have made a breakthrough. My current state really gave me the confidence to face the barrier of forming a pill calmly. Luo Chen was full of emotion and hesitated for a while. He even felt that even if he didn't wait for the great perfection of the foundation building stage, he only relied on his current accumulation to reverse the spiritual vortex formed by the Kingaiden Mayadan method in the Sea of Qi, and he had a chance of successfully forming a pill. But that would be too risky. I have made so many preparations for forming a pill, how could I act so hastily? Haste makes waste, let's stabilize it for the time being. Luo Chen looked at Bai Miling, his sharp eyes seemed to see through her body. After examining her for a long while, he nodded slightly. It looks like you are in good condition. Bai Miling smiled. I have completely absorbed the original yin qi of the Ghost King. With the help of the soul-nourishing banner, I can now practice the ghost mystery record with half the effort. If nothing goes wrong, I may be able to normally advance to the 3rd-level Ghost King realm in 100 years. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you so sure? Bai Miling scratched her head. I can't say, but I do have this feeling. There are fragments of consciousness that were crushed by you in the original yin qi of the Ghost King. After I absorbed it, I made a judgment based on the experience. Luo Chen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the experience of the existence of the Ghost King is still of certain reference value. Apart from other things, just the fact that Pang Rengshen's residual soul only took 3 to 5 years to advance to the 3rd-level Ghost King realm after his death actually shows the clues. He relies not only on his own spiritual foundation as a Jinden cultivator, but also on the so-called realm of Sword Heart Enlightenment. More importantly, his residual soul absorbed all the remaining yin qi of the 3 Ghost Kings in Dahofang. It was also relying on this opportunity that he could recover his 3rd-level strength in a short time. Even from Luo Chen's current knowledge, if Pang Rengshen refined the Ghost Cave, and the disciples of the Sword Sect fed him the souls of living monsters from time to time, he could not only reproduce his peak ability, but also go further. The battle in Dahofang was a great disaster for Pang Rengshen, but it was also an opportunity. Tell me what happened recently. Bai Miling nodded her head and quickly told Luo Chen all the information sent by Luo Xianhu over the years. The first was the news from the ice castle that Luo Chen was most concerned about. 4 Jinden monks died strangely. For this reason, the ice castle held a funeral, but strangely did not invite any outsiders to attend. Even Luo Xianhu, a close vassal, was not invited. Luo Chen frowned. 4 Jinden masters died? Did he die under the siege of the monsters in the Great Snow Mountain? He remembered clearly that it was not only Han Zan who helped Kanglong to overcome the tribulation. The high-end combat power of the ice castle also came out in full force. In addition to Kanglong who needed to face the tribulation, and the new Jinden sect leader Bingpo Fairy who stayed in the ice castle, the other 8 Jinden masters were willing to give up everything. In the Yuho ice castle, one person was in charge of the 1st floor. With the help of the top-grade magic weapon and the power of the 4th-level spiritual land, they fought against the countless monsters summoned by the white-bone mystic snake in the Great Snow Mountain. The number of 3rd-level monsters is unimaginable. I'm afraid there are hundreds of them. In this case, the death of 3 or 5 giant monks is nothing special. But is there no news that Master Kanglong has successfully advanced to the nascent soul? Bai Miling shook her head. I have searched through countless intelligence and found no relevant news. I'm afraid that the senior failed to overcome the tribulation. Failed? Luo Chen murmured, with a look of disappointment on his face. He hoped that Kanglong would succeed. After all, I called her senior sister. After the disappointment, there was worry. If Kanglong failed to advance to the nascent soul stage, and the Ice Castle lost 4 giant masters at once, I am afraid that there will be changes in the future. This change is not only limited to the power struggle within the Ice Castle, but also to the external situation and the opening up war in a few years. Will the Ice Castle, which has been greatly damaged, still participate in the opening up war normally? Will the Luo Chen society, as a vassal, be affected? Thinking of the opening up war, Bai Miling also told the relevant information in a timely manner. In her description, the current Yuding domain is really like a big cauldron that is about to boil. Countless foreign cultivators rush to the Yuding domain, ready for the opening up war 30 years later. And this is just a casual cultivator. I am afraid that after some time, the sects and forces on the list of participants will also arrive in the Yuding domain one after another. We have taken down Liu Guangfang. This is a rare positive good news among many intelligence. Brother Duan led the monks of Luo Chen society and invited the Kang family of Taishanfang and the neighboring Luo family of Luoshanfang to attack the Bai family of Liu Guangfang together. Although there were some twists and turns in that battle, there were no major casualties. It was only in the battle for the 3rd level Yubei that Sister Fengxia was seriously injured in order to preserve the spiritual plant. However, with the full treatment of the monks of Luo Chen society, she has now recovered and can practice normally. Fengxia had already completed the foundation building many years ago, and she also succeeded Bai Zhen to take charge of the Luo Chen Society Spiritual Medicine Hall. A 3rd level Yubei in good condition is of great value. As the master of the Spiritual Medicine Hall, she must save it at all costs. Luo Chen took over the file and looked at the situation of that battle carefully. In addition to the casualties and gains, it also mentioned the rise of some younger monks of Luo Chen society. Zheng Yilin, who had achieved success in body refining, Bai Lian, a rising star from the Foundry Hall, and Chu Lingjun, who had achieved success in foundation building. Wait, why did Lingjun go to the battlefield? Luo Chen frowned. Chu Lingjun's success in foundation building was within his expectations. After all, he had been enjoying special treatment in the supply of various elixirs over the years, which was more abundant than when Luo Chen was in the key refining stage. In terms of skills and daily practice, he also received guidance from the Luo Xian whose foundation building true cultivation. In addition, Li Yingzhang tailored the 3 Yuan's return to one secret technique for him. Therefore, when he was 62 years old, he took 2 foundation building pills in succession and successfully built his foundation. However, Luo Xian who had no precedent of sending alchemists to the battlefield. Except for the Dangsha defense war and Luo Chen himself, there were 2 exceptions. Bai Miling shrugged. It is said that he took the initiative to apply. He said that he had been practicing all the way and had a smooth journey, and rarely participated in direct battles. That's why he took the initiative to apply and participated in this battle to hone himself. He is the master of the Dan Palace and your disciple. It is not easy for others to refuse. After considering it, the president's sister allowed him to participate in that battle. After hearing this explanation, Luo Chen was still a little dissatisfied. But after hearing about Sima Wei Niang's final decision, he suppressed his dissatisfaction. Perhaps, blindly protecting his 2 greenhouse cultivation. It is the right way for an alchemist to have the strength to match the huge wealth. Luo Chen found a reason for himself to stop being so obsessed with this matter. Speaking of it, there is a sharp contrast in the fighting ability of alchemists. There are extremely strong ones, such as Luo Chen and Dan Yangzi of Kingdom Valley. There are also extremely weak ones, such as Dan Yuanzi in the Battle of Qinhu River. The other party clearly has the realm of the middle stage of foundation building, but was killed by Li Jinhong with a method left after his death. It can be seen that Dan Yuanzi's fighting ability is weak. His training of Chu Lingjun was too gentle, which almost made him go the same way as Dan Yuanzi. It is right to participate in battles appropriately and hone oneself. Sima Wei Niang's considerations seem to be very thorough. Luo Xian who had been planning for the Battle of Liu Guangfang for a long time, and with the addition of the two major reinforcements from the Kang family and the Luo family, it was a battle that was almost certain to win. In this case, Sima Wei Niang decided to let the younger generation of Luo Xian go to the battlefield to hone their skills, which was actually a very wise decision. It's me who is not very good at training apprentices. Luo Chen laughed at himself and asked about other information. Bai Miling has a very good memory. She not only read all the information over the years, but also sorted it out and remembered it all in her mind. At this moment, she told the whole story, which also allowed Luo Chen, who had been in seclusion for many years, to have a sufficient understanding of the situation in the outside world. Finally, Bai Miling mentioned something. Palace Master Chu Kui, he has been asking to see you since last month. Luo Chen was startled, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Wait for me at home, I'll go to his cave. After leaving this sentence, Luo Chen, regardless of the deep night outside, rushed out of the cave gate with a gust of wind. Chapter 453. I wish you a prosperous path to immortality and success in making the golden elixir. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, congratulations, fellow Taoist. Chu Kui's cave is very close to Luo Chen's cave. The two can be regarded as neighbors. Therefore, Luo Chen rushed over very quickly. It is obvious that Chu Kui has been waiting for Luo Chen, so the two met without any obstacles. And the first time they met, Luo Chen made such a congratulatory voice. Because Chu Kui's state deserves such congratulations. The spiritual power is not anxious or impatient, and it is harmonious and satisfactory. In peace, there is a sense of unity. This is the external manifestation of the great perfection of the foundation building period. Facing Luo Chen's congratulations, Chu Kui showed a warm smile on his face. After many years of seclusion, he rarely went out except for participating in the Battle of the Yan League. How can I not be proud of my current realm? I originally thought that the last realm of the foundation building period would be stuck for hundreds of years, but I didn't expect that it would be achieved in just 30 years. He said with a sigh. Luo Chen smiled and praised him at the right time. Chu Kui's rapid progress in cultivation was actually predictable. His foundation was extremely terrifying among casual cultivators. Even compared with those true disciples of the sects, he was not much behind. The ranking on the Taoist stage was not based on fame, but on one battle after another. In the past, it was resources that constrained Chu Kui's cultivation speed. But in the Battle of Jili Mountain, Luo Chen gained a lot, and Chu Kui also gained a lot. And after joining the Luotian society, he had many resources on hand, and he also had a channel to quickly cash in, and he didn't need to sell the stolen goods himself. This is the benefit of having a force. Just like Luo Chen, when he came back from Jili Mountain, he only had 1 or 2 million spirit stones on him. It stands to reason that he would have consumed a lot of his wealth in recent years of crazy alchemy. The answer is no. Luo Chen's spirit stone deposits are increasing, and now it has reached a huge amount of 3 million. The reason is that his previous spoils of war were quickly processed and cashed in with the help of the monks of the Luotian society. The same is true for Chu Kui. It is precisely because of this batch of resources, plus Luo Chen gave a portion of the high-grade Shenglong pills that he could not use to Chu Kui. The other party was able to cross the longest stage of the foundation building period in just 30 years. Now that the foundation building period has been completed, then next, the atmosphere gradually became solemn as the two chatted. Until Chu Kui took the initiative to bring up that topic. I have been practicing the secret art of locking pearl curtain for more than 20 years. Luo Chen's heart moved when he heard this, and he couldn't wait to ask, what are the results? It has reached the number of smalls Haoshan. The number of smalls Haoshan? Luo Chen frowned involuntarily. Doesn't it mean that only 36 spirit beads have been condensed? Chu Kui smiled bitterly. Sorry, with my foundation, I can only achieve a small success in the secret art of locking pearl curtain. If I want to go one step further, I'm afraid it will take more than 20 or 30 years. Luo Chen opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that the secret art of locking pearl curtain given by Luo's sect would be so difficult to practice. According to the agreement between him and Chu Kui, who was at the highest level at that time, would practice the locking pearl curtain in advance. Luo Chen provided him with Tuangaodan, which could increase his soul. What Chu Kui had to do was to tell Luo Chen all the confusions, difficulties, lessons, and experiences he encountered along the way of practicing the secret technique. and Chu Kui had to try to use this technique to impact the golden core stage. In general, this was a job of being a forerunner for the king and being a guinea pig for Luo Chen. Chu Kui did not refuse and readily agreed. After all, it was a mutually beneficial thing. However, if it was only a small success stage. Luo Chen pursed his dry lips and asked, I have deduced Tuangai Dan to the second level, and you have also taken it. Can't we go further? Chu Kui shook his head. It's too late, and there is no time to wait. Besides, you also know that it is common sense not to take too many pills when the Dan is about to form. In the world of immortal cultivation, there is such a common sense. The closer you are to a major breakthrough, try not to take too many pills. Because that would easily cause the poison of the elixir to remain, thus affecting the breakthrough of the great realm. Luo Chen knew this common sense very well, and had suffered from it before. Later, he got the Kingaiden Mayadan method to solve this problem. Moreover, his physique was different from that of ordinary foundation building true cultivation. The 5 spiritual roots physique plus the ancient third level physique allowed him to take more elixirs in large quantities and frequently than others. How could the carrying capacity of the dangerous peaks be compared with a broad and solid continent? Luo Chen was still unwilling. Didn't I send you a copy of the cultivation experience of a Luo sect cultivator who used the locking pearl curtain secret technique to break through the golden core stage? Have you read it? Is it useless? Chu Kui smiled. It was precisely because of that cultivation experience that I was able to achieve the realm of the 36 spiritual beads of the small Haoshan. Luo Chen was slightly stunned, a little caught off guard. The locking pearl curtain secret technique was difficult to practice, and he knew a little bit, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. With Chu Kui's ability, with his full support and the help of the experience of his predecessors, he has barely reached the realm of minor success. I came to you today mainly to tell you 3 things. Well, you say. The first thing is to tell you all the experience and insights I have gained from practicing the secret art of locking pearl curtain over the years. Luo Chen nodded, which was what he meant. There was no delay for the two, and Chu Kui started talking immediately. Not only did he say it verbally, he also took out a stack of bamboo slips and showed them to Luo Chen from time to time. Those bamboo slips were all his thoughts that he wrote down when he was practicing the secret art. The so-called locking pearl curtain is that the soul is transformed into silk thread, connecting the spiritual liquid in series, and forming a spiritual power bead similar to the characteristics of the golden elixir. The most difficult level, and also the earliest level, is pain. The pain of splitting and cutting the soul is something I will never forget in my life. People with a slightly fragile mind can't stick to it at all. Chu Kui was still in shock when he spoke, and his face was less rough and more delicate. It can be seen that such severe pain really tortured him. I have a guess through notes left by Senior Linghu. Perhaps there is a matching method in Luo sect that can relieve this pain. Unfortunately, we don't have it. So, if you want to practice this technique at that time, you can only endure it. Luo Chen nodded, without a trace of fear. On the road of practice, there is only a little pain. When he achieved the 3rd level physique of the ancient times, he suffered a lot. You and I both know another difficulty of the secret technique of locking pearl curtain. That is, it requires an extremely powerful soul foundation that even exceeds the realm of the original. The reason why I said that your 2nd level Zongmiao Pill came late is not that I can't wait. It means that with my current realm and my physical body, I can actually no longer carry more and larger souls. Humans have limits. This statement is biased. Humans have no limits. Otherwise, how can we achieve immortals, gods, demons, and Buddhas? But it is also right. Because every realm has its limits. Otherwise, why would the predecessors divide the realms? If you want to practice locking pearl curtain, you must strengthen your soul as much as possible within the tolerance range. Exceeding the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage is just the foundation. Because only the larger the soul is, the more soul threads can be cut and divided without damaging the origin. Looking at Chu Kui's earnest teachings, Luo Chen nodded slowly. He kept it in mind and planned to take the top-grade 2nd level Zongmiao Pill after returning to make himself more prepared. The last difficulty. At this point, Chu Kui subconsciously reached out and touched his lower abdomen. That's where the key is. He said with some fear, once the spirit pearl is formed, it has the characteristics of a golden pill. It will instinctively devour the nearby gasified spiritual power, liquefy the spiritual power, and thus strengthen itself. Luo Chen was puzzled. It's normal. This is a method of forming a pill. Chu Kui shook his head and said solemnly, no, one is okay, but once the number increases, every one of them does this, the consequences, think about it. Luo Chen's heart trembled. A cultivator can only form one golden elixir. If each spirit bead is trying to devour the spiritual power of the Sea of Qi and form a golden elixir alone. This imbalance. Chu Kui slammed the table heavily. Yes, it will be unbalanced. Even if you try your best to control it with your main spirit, the number is limited. For example, after I condensed 36 spirit beads and achieved the number of smalls Haoshan, I have reached the limit. My lifespan is actually still very long, at least 100 years. But I can't wait any longer. These 36 spirit beads are suspended above the Sea of Qi, urging me to form a golden elixir all the time. Otherwise, the only outcome waiting for me is the imbalance of spiritual energy and the explosion of the Sea of Qi. Luo Chen was thoughtful. When Ling Huji practiced locking Pearl Curtain, he only reached the realm of small success. I think this factor is also involved. Suddenly, you want to form a golden elixir. Luo Chen reacted. Chu Kui exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the many expressions in his eyes disappeared, and gradually only the determination remained. This is the second thing I came to you for. Controlling the balance of the spirit beads is already my current limit. It will be useless to continue practicing. At present, the only thing is to form a pill. Luo Chen stared at him, and after a thorough examination, he slowly spoke. Then I think the third thing is also related to forming a pill. But what about the third level spiritual land? Chu Kui hummed, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Breaking through the Jinden stage requires the help of a spiritual land of the corresponding grade. Otherwise, once you succeed, you can't absorb enough spiritual energy from the outside world, and your realm will easily collapse. If you really fail because of this kind of thing, it will be more painful than killing the cultivator on the spot. Do you have any plans? I had made preparations before. I got the promise from Heyuan King of Kingdom Valley that after helping him win the position of Daozi, I could borrow the third-level spiritual land of Kingdom Valley. But, at this point, Chu Kui smiled helplessly. Luo Chen was also quite helpless. The Daozi of Kingdom Valley is now Taiwan. So Heyuan King's promise back then is naturally not counted. Originally, I also reserved a third-order cave in another fairy city, but it was also occupied by a giant cultivator from another domain. Alice. Luo Chen, I plan to go deep into the wild mountains to find a third-order spiritual land to break through the Jinden stage. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you for this. For casual cultivators, key refining and foundation building, the demand for spiritual land is not that great. Even if there is no corresponding second-order spiritual vein when building the foundation, you can rely on the spirit gathering array and a large number of spirit stones to build a second-order spiritual land. Luo Chen did this back then. But the spiritual energy required for the Jinden stage is not something that can be gathered by a mere spirit gathering array and spirit stones. Of course, if there are enough high-quality spirit stones, that's another matter. Obviously, with Chu Kui's wealth, even with Luo Chen's savings, he can't gather so many high-quality spirit stones. Generally, casual cultivators who want to form a pill have only 3 ways to go. Rely on a large sect and borrow a third-order spiritual land. Spend a huge amount of spiritual stones to reserve the third-level cave house in the great immortal city. Also, go deep into the wild mountains, choose a third-level spiritual vein, and try to form a pill. Now Chu Kui is desperate and has to take the risk to go to the wild mountains where few people go. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Luo Chen. Why not borrow the third-level cave house in Xianlin Immortal City? Chu Kui subconsciously said, but hasn't Senior Horanzi returned? Can the third-level cave house still be borrowed? Senior Horanzi's is naturally not possible, but Xianlin is not the only third-level cave house. Luo Chen replied. Chu Kui was stunned. Luo Chen shook his head. It seems that after you retreated and cultivated, you are even more out of touch with the news than me. After the truce with the Jading Sword sect, they have opened their unique third-level cave house. As long as you have spiritual stones, you can rent it. But, won't the Jinden master from the outside world covet it? Chu Kui was still a little nervous. Luo Chen smiled confidently. You are worrying too much? I have already told people in advance that in the next 20 years, the 3 caves of Xianlin Peak will belong to me. Chu Kui's eyes widened, somewhat unbelievable. He trembled his lips and couldn't help but quietly asked, "How many spiritual stones a year?" This question made Luo Chen's mouth twitch. A third-level cave, 1.2 million spiritual stones a year. Damn. Why don't you go and rob it? Bang. Chu Kui slammed the table, making a loud noise. A second-level upper-grade cave is only 48,000 a year. A third-level cave, which is still of low quality, and is a man-made third-level spiritual vein environment, actually charges 20 times a year, or even more. This is no longer robbing spiritual stones. It is no exaggeration to say that it is knocking bones and swallowing marrow. That's it. How many people want it but don't have this opportunity? Luo Chen muttered. Chu Kui rolled his eyes, but he had to admit that this is indeed a way that many casual cultivators who have reached the great perfection of foundation building can't find even if they beg for help. Only Luo Chen. Only the first person to build the foundation of Yuding, as well as a master of alchemy, and with excellent relations with many local sects such as Bingbao, Kingdom Valley, and Lauren sect, can have this opportunity. Of course, considering that I have been in charge of it for 20 years, the Lauren sect senior who is on duty at Xianlin gave me a 20% discount and only charged me 1 million a year. 1 million is not a small amount. How many foundation building true cultivators can't earn so many spirit stones in their entire lives? Chu Kui couldn't help asking, "Can Luo Xian who earns so many spirit stones for you every year?" Luo Chen shook his head, "No. So, I have to pay my old capital." The spirit stones that Luo Xian who can earn for Luo Chen every year, after deducting various personnel costs, are currently only about 300,000. It could have been more. After all, Luo Xian who has swallowed so many forces, and its business is getting better and better. However, the war of opening up is imminent, and there are more and more foreign cultivators. In order to avoid conflicts with others because of business, Sima Wei Niang and Luo Chen discussed and decided to shrink their tentacles and only stabilize the current business. Moreover, the number of foundation building cultivators in Luo Xian is increasing, and their monthly salary is also a huge expense. 300,000 is the limit that Luo Xian can currently take out to support Luo Chen. Any more will affect the operation of this force. However, Luo Chen has another source of income, that is, his business with Bingbao's Jade Pill, which can make a profit of 500,000 every year. Adding the two together, he can barely rent a third-level cave house. Luo Chen can also take out some of his savings to make ends meet. In fact, this is the real reason why Luo Chen can rent a third-level cave house. The so-called reputation and the so-called invincible combat power of the same level of foundation building are just stepping stones. Wealth. It is the fundamental bargaining chip for him to compete with the foreign Jinden masters. After all, ordinary Jinden masters only have a net worth of millions of spirit stones. It can even be said that because Luo Chen spent a lot of money to rent the Jiazhen cave house for the next 20 years, he has already aroused the jealousy of many Jinden masters. He basically stayed in Xianlin Immortal City now, never leaving the house, and was afraid of being surrounded and robbed. Who knows if there are poor people among the Jinden cultivators, who are jealous and robbed him, a junior, regardless of their status. A strange sound rustled. Luo Chen caught a glimpse of Chu Kui rubbing his hands. "Well, respected president, I am also a member of Luo Xianhu, and I have made great contributions to Luo Xianhu, right?" Luo Chen's mouth twitched. "You wish." Chu Kui looked at Luo Chen eagerly, and took out the storage bag tremblingly. "I only have about 400,000 spirit stones on me, and the other things are converted, adding up to at most 800,000 or 900,000. Luo Chen waved his hand. "Keep the account. Don't say that Luo Xianhu has no benefits, providing you with a third-level cave is a benefit. With your accumulated merits, you can exchange for a maximum of 1 year of use. If it exceeds, I will not take your spirit stones for the time being, but if you succeed in forming a pill, you must contribute to Luo Xianhu." In other words, that means not taking his money for the time being. Chu Kui's eyes lit up, and he immediately patted his chest and said in a very loud voice, Chu, will repay the kindness. When the time comes, I will work hard for Luo Xianhu until my death." Luo Chen smiled and didn't take it seriously. Luo Xianhu doesn't even have a mountain gate to the second-level spiritual land. Once the other party succeeds in forming a pill, what can they use to keep Chu Kui? However, it shouldn't be a big problem to make a good relationship and hire him as a guest elder. Moreover, Luo Chen's main purpose is to learn from the other party's experience in forming a pill using the secret technique of locking pearl curtain. No matter how much you pay for the great cause of forming a pill, it is worth it. When are you going to start? It's better to do it now than to choose the day. If possible, I want to move into the Jiazhen Cave Mansion today to familiarize myself with the third-level spiritual land in advance and prepare for forming a pill. Then wait for another half a month. It will be our turn to use the third-level cave mansion in half a month. Chu Kui suddenly realized that after all this time, someone is still using that cave mansion. Half a month later. Without any gap, Luo Chen and Chu Kui came to the Jiazhen Cave Mansion. The Luo sect disciple who was in charge of cleaning the cave mansion carefully informed them of the taboos of using the cave mansion. After accepting a bottle of elixir handed over by Luo Chen, he left with a smile on his face. For a moment, Luo Chen and Chu Kui were the only ones left in the spacious and bright cave mansion. This was also the first time Luo Chen came to the Jiazhen Cave Mansion. Although it ranked last, the concentration of spiritual energy was not inferior to that of the Jiai and Jiar cave mansions. Even if you don't enter the practice room, the living room and other rooms alone have a concentration of spiritual energy comparable to the second-grade upper grade. It can be imagined how abundant the concentration of spiritual energy in the practice room dedicated to practice would be. Looking at the spacious cave, Chu Kui couldn't help but sigh. Chu has been practicing Taoism for more than 150 years, running around, exhausting all his energy, and all of this is worrying about the resources for cultivation. I thought it would get more difficult as time went on. But I didn't expect that after meeting you, Luo Chen, it would be smooth sailing. Now that I have all the money, friends, and places, it's a great time to form a pill. In the world of cultivating immortals, what is money, friends, and places? Spirit stones are for money. Taoist friends, and teachers are for friends. The secret techniques are for the law. The land of spiritual veins is the place for cultivation. Although Chu Kui can't say that he has everything now, he is not short of the corresponding resources for the time being. He patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. I knew that inviting you to drink was the most correct thing I did back then. You are indeed my noble man. Luo Chen had a faint smile on his face and didn't say anything. He knew that Chu Kui was saying this just to comfort himself. Forming a pill is extremely dangerous. No matter how much preparation is made, there is a possibility of failure. Borrowing the name of noble Luo Chen, isn't it borrowing his nobleness to have more confidence in forming the golden elixir? He accompanied Chu Kui around for a while and listened to him chattering for a long time. Finally, Luo Chen came to the gate of the cave. Looking at Chu Kui who sent him out, Luo Chen turned his head and clasped his fists to salute. I wish you a prosperous immortal path and success in forming the golden elixir. Chu Kui had a complicated expression and calmly accepted this hopeful congratulation. Then, he returned the greeting in the same way. Dao I'll Luo, Chu will go first. As the two looked at each other, the door slowly closed, and the surrounding clouds and mist rose, and it was pitch dark. After a long time, a figure stepped out of the clouds and mist and left the top of Xianlin Peak. Chapter 454, Fenghu Palace provokes, Lan Ke settles the storm. Chu Kui was preparing to form the elixir, and Luo Chen was not idle either. After he was promoted to the 9th level of foundation building, he took a short rest for a few days. He had a drink with Wang Yuan, talked about the common sense of formation with Min Longgao, instructed Chu Lingjun on his practice after foundation building, and set a date for his wedding with Mi Li. He also summoned the new foundation building cultivators of Luo Xian who in recent years in the cave one after another. He either encouraged them kindly, or gave them treasures as congratulations for building the foundation, and sometimes exchanged cultivation experiences. Finally, he lived with Wei Niang and Kai Yi for 3 days to test their cultivation results. After the 3 days of communication, Luo Chen ended his short rest and entered the previous state of pure cultivation. 12 years ago, Tao Wan retreated to strive for the golden core stage. 3 years later, she succeeded. The bell of Kingdom Valley rang 3 times to celebrate. After that, this woman continued to retreat to consolidate her realm. The day of her coming out of retreat is not far away. Kingdom Valley has begun to send out invitations in advance, inviting fellow practitioners from all parties to participate in Tao Wan's Danji ceremony. Dan Yangzi succeeded in Danji before her, and he officially came out of retreat to hold the Danji ceremony. Bigu Dantayu reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage 5 years ago, and announced that he would retreat to the death to sprint for the golden core stage. Luo sect held a Jiazi grand competition, inviting a total of 15 sects to watch the ceremony. 13 true disciples stood out and were known as the Luo 13 Sons. Among these 13 people, except for Han Zheng, who has the lowest realm and the youngest age, the rest are all great 9th level cultivators with profound cultivation and are expected to form a golden elixir within 50 years. The Jade Tripod Sword sect is not far behind. It will hold a Jade Emperor Mountain Sword fight in 10 years. The candidates for the sword fight are not limited to the cultivators of the sect, nor are they limited to the level of their realm. Anyone who wins a place in the competition will receive a generous reward from the sword sect. The Taoist of Aleo Mountain has returned from the Xiaoyu Mountains. It is said that he has drawn an extremely detailed Xiaoyu map. The representative of the Hehuan sect, Yun's Hunren, entered the Jade Tripod domain and visited the Bigu Palace first. The 3 golden elixir masters of the Bigu Palace, the Fairy of Flowers, the old Patriarch of Peach Blossom, and the Lord of Food and Fragrance, traveled 100 miles to greet him. One after another, external intelligence flowed through Luo Chen's mind. Some familiar people have either succeeded in forming a golden elixir or are in a state of seclusion in order to break through. There is the Luo Jiazi competition and the Jade Emperor sword fight inviting cultivators from all sides, all of which are moves to show off their muscles. The arrival of high-level cultivators from the Yuanying upper sect in the foreign domain has added another fire to the boiling cauldron. Everything showed the intensity before the war. In this situation, the foundation building realm was no longer acceptable. Danyang, Taowan, Tantai, Chu Kui, they have all gone ahead of me, and I should speed up my pace. Luo Chen muttered to himself. A sense of urgency began to linger over his head, even though he had been practicing in seclusion for many years. If it was before, he might not have felt it so deeply. However, Master Kanglong failed to advance to the nascent soul stage, the Ice Castle lost 4 great giant and cultivators, and the younger generations under his command, such as Tan Taiyu, were in seclusion one after another. This shows the tension of the Ice Castle. And the Ice Castle is Luo Chen's biggest backer at the moment. How can he rest easy when his backer is shaky? However, no matter how anxious he is, Luo Chen's practice plan is orderly in chaos. He has basically stopped the alchemy for the time being. His main energy is focused on daily practice and studying several secret techniques of forming a pill. He had never stopped studying those secret techniques since he got them in the middle stage of foundation building. Now, he was already familiar with them, and all he needed to do was practice them. Among them, the ones that Luo Chen cared about the most were undoubtedly locking Pearl Curtain and fixing Fengbo, which Miao Wen wrote for him before his death. The former was the upper method of Dan formation secret technique of Luo sect, the upper sect of Yuanying. The latter was also a simplified version of the secret technique of Yuding sword sect. Even though the effect was not as magical as wisdom sword technique, the effect of this secret technique of the same origin could be seen from Miao Wen's regret after waking up and the smooth transformation of Pang Rengshen's resentful soul into a ghost cultivator. After Luo Chen came back, he often studied the secret technique of fixing Fengbo and finally confirmed that Miao Wen did not leave any tricks to harm him. Don't be impatient. You can wait for the locking bead curtain to be practiced. You can wait for Chu Kui's dam forming situation to decide how to practice it. But this fixing Fengbo can be practiced directly. The main reason why Luo Chen made up his mind was that this secret technique was a bit similar to Mingshen Poshak. Both have the effect of tempering the will of the cultivator. It is the will, not the soul. There is an essential difference between the two. A strong soul and a weak will is just a weapon that dares not be used. If the soul is weak and the spiritual power is weak, if the will is strong enough, it can often go further than the same existence. Here, it is probably similar to the 3 elements of immortal cultivation often mentioned by immortal cultivators. Is it aptitude first, opportunity first, or character first? This will is almost the same as character. Of course, there are definitely differences in specific discussions, but Luo Chen will not delve into it. After research, he found that the fixing Fengbo technique does have the effect of tempering will. If Mingshen Poshang is to temper the will through pain, external stimulation, and evil spirit tempering, then fixing Fengbo is obviously going to be a step up. Put your mind on an object, and keep focusing on nurturing it, so that your illusory will can be as strong as a physical treasure. It is said that high-level sword cultivators will generate sword intent after reaching a certain level. It is said that high-level sword cultivators have a saying that if the sword dies, the person dies. It is said that after the Jading sword cultivators are promoted to the golden core stage, they can often nurture their own sword pills to the level of magic weapons. All these prove that sword cultivators will practice some method to strengthen their own will. This fixing fenbo also has a similar effect. The stronger the object selected for nurturing, the closer the connection with oneself, the better the final effect. Jading sword cultivators naturally mostly choose the sword pills that accompany life and death. Luo Chen was in a dilemma. If he wanted to take external objects, he had many treasures in his hands. But they were many but not refined. Shangshu Fu could have been the best thing, a low-grade magic weapon, and an alchemy tool, which was closely related to his alchemy. If he used this to practice Ding Fengbo, Luo Chen didn't dare to think how good the effect would be. But this thing is a damaged version. And it was once the life magic weapon of the alchemy master Shanghu. Yes, Luo Chen had already found out that the incomplete Shangshu Fu given to him by Master Zhu Qing was the life magic weapon of her Taoist partner Shanghu. Therefore, Shangshu Fu cannot be chosen. What about Zuanhe's sword? This treasure has a good increase in Luo Chen's combat power, especially the use of weapon control technique on this magic weapon, which is fully utilized. Moreover, Ding Fenbo originated from Wei Jianshu, and has a natural fit for sword treasures. But this thing is of too poor quality. It is a low-quality magic weapon produced by Yanming in the past, which is even less reliable than the one in Xianfan City. Luo Chen has fought many battles in recent years, and this treasure has been damaged many times. From time to time, he has to ask Duan Fen to repair it for him with a weapon casting technique. Luo Chen is really afraid that the Zuanhe sword will suddenly collapse in the next battle. He didn't want to learn from those sword cultivators, who played the trick of the sword is alive and the person is dead, the sword is dead and the person is dead. In addition to these two items, Luo Chen did have some fine magic weapons in his hand. Even among the lower grade magic weapons, they were all excellent. Xiao Sanren's soul-stealing jade flute, Song Taozi's flying sword, Zheng Xian's fire fan, Mi Shuhu's relic Xianayu purple gold wheel, and even the 18,000-year-old thunder flowers in his hand, can all be used as fixing objects. But after a study, Luo Chen finally gave up. These things are either incompatible with me, or they have not been seriously sacrificed and refined, and there is no close connection. They are not the most suitable. The most suitable. Luo Chen muttered, and pointed a finger at the center of his eyebrows. A black halo slowly emerged. When the halo dissipated, it was a simple black chess piece. In fact, I already have the answer. Looking at this black chess piece, Luo Chen's hesitation gradually dissipated. Lankei Black Chess, one of the three great magic weapons of Gishan Valley, incomplete version. Although it was incomplete, it was not completely incomplete. It only lacked the white chess pieces that could be used as a physical defense. Without the white chess pieces, the black chess pieces would become a low-grade magic weapon. But this item had indeed been of the middle grade, and had never been fully recognized and refined by the predecessors of the Ghost Valley. As far as he knew, the Lankei black and white chess pieces and the Ghost Valley Heart Mirror were both in the hands of the Supreme Elder and the Elder of the transmission of power in the Ghost Valley. They were used for the inheritance of the sect and the purpose of building the foundation and advancing to the golden elixir. Not only does this item have infinite potential, but since I built my foundation, I have been nurturing and refining it day and night, and it has become an extremely close relationship with me. And this kind of magic weapon, rarely showing it outside to fight with others, also greatly reduces the risk of being damaged. It would be best to use this as a fixed object and practice Ding Fengbo. After making the decision, Luo Chen completely cut off the slightest hesitation. With a thud, the black chess piece flew away and hovered in the air above his head. Luo Chen stared at it intently, and then slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, he kept pinching his fingers, and spiritual power and consciousness flowed out of his body and flew towards the black chess piece of Lankei. Entangling, sweeping, wrapping, outlining spiritual patterns. In this kind of practice, Luo Chen suddenly had a little enlightenment. This simplified secret art of fixing Fenbo by Miaowen may not be simplified. With his ability and knowledge, how could he simplify the secret art created by the predecessors of the sword sect? What he did was addition. In fixing Fengbo, The art of offering sacrifices and refining magic weapons was mixed, and some Buddhist theories of entering into meditation were integrated, but the core was actually the art of forming pills. Spiritual power and spiritual consciousness are fused and entangled with the help of the fixed objects. Isn't this another form of locking bead curtain? It's just that the spiritual beads formed by locking bead curtain are too dangerous and too easy to lose balance, so Miao Wen took a shortcut and chose a middleman to buffer the spiritual power and spiritual consciousness and provide a place for negotiation and compromise. What if it is the original wisdom sword art? The sword pills that the sword cultivators have been refining day and night are used as the fixing objects, so that the cultivator's spiritual consciousness and spiritual power are intertwined in them, and the sword threads that make up the sword pills are stained with every bit. Doesn't that also mean that another golden pill has been formed? Therefore, when the sword cultivator succeeds in forming the pill, he can often also upgrade the sword pill. Similarly, if the sword pill is destroyed, the sword cultivator himself will also suffer a serious injury, or even perish. In this way, the logic makes sense. The sword pill is the second golden pill of the sword cultivator. After years of reading a lot of books and having an outstanding talent in magic practice, Luo Chen has accumulated profound insights without realizing it. When he first practiced fixing Fengbo, he saw through the surface and saw its essence. He even traced back to the original Jade Ding's secret art and glimpsed that corner of the truth. He vaguely felt that fixing Fengbo still had many places to improve. Even if it is not to trace back to the original wisdom sword art, it can also find another way and go to another path. However, at this juncture, Luo Chen will not go off the track. With a foundation of practicing Ming Shen Posha, he easily mastered Ding Fengbo. In a trance, he seemed to have become a black chess piece, which was washed away by the long river of time and gradually decayed. But in that wash, his will was like a black reef, standing in the long river of time, as still as a mountain. Be cautious, as if you're on the edge of a valley. Be trembling, as if walking on thin ice. The long immortal road is more than just the ice in the valley. 1,000 years of broken chess, only the mind remains unchanged. 3 years later. Xianlin Immortal City. On the central street, there are crowds of people, and the bustle is 10 times and 100 times more than before. The so-called saying that key refining is like clouds, foundation building is like rain, and the golden elixir appears is now truly worthy of the name. From all over the world, from the 36 domains, countless cultivators rush to the Yuding domain. Even if only a small number of them were diverted to Xianlin Immortal City, the number is still astonishing. The shuttle bus in the Immortal City runs day and night. All the shops were open, and the monks were doing business with a smile on their faces. Especially the Dao discussion platform of the Jade Tripod Sword sect. With the upcoming Jade Emperor Sword discussion, the Dao discussion platform has become more and more popular. Because the rules of the Jade Emperor Sword discussion say that no one is restricted, and anyone from any sect or realm can participate. But in fact, there are also settings. That is, you must get the top 10 rankings of the Dao discussion platform of the corresponding realm in the 10 major immortal cities in the Jade Tripod domain. Only this generation can be invited to participate in the Jade Emperor Sword discussion. Therefore, the martial arts are flourishing in the 10 major immortal cities in the Jade Tripod domain. Dao discussion? Swing the Dao. Even the casual cultivators who don't want to participate in the Jade Emperor Sword discussion are willing to go to the Dao discussion platform to see the gap between their strength and others. The audience is full every day. Under such circumstances, the shops in Xianlin Immortal City can be said to have made a lot of money. Luo Chen who also made a lot of profit in this process. Not to mention other businesses, just the shop on Central Street that was acquired can be said to be making a fortune every day. In fact, with the strength of Luo Chen, it was not qualified to own a shop on Central Street. However, the strength of Lianian Merchant Alliance declined, and the great elder of Lianian disappeared for many years. Luo Chen knew that Helian Yun had died at his hands. Therefore, after returning, he asked Sima Wei Niang to contact Alio Mountain, the rotating sect of Xian Cheng at that time. When Lianian Merchant Alliance was unable to pay the rent, Luo Chen was the first to take over Lianian Tower. Now, Lianian Tower has been renamed Dangsha Hall. The business it operates is similar to that of Lianian Merchant Alliance before, except that there are two more main businesses. That is the elixir and snack business. After Chu Lingjun advanced to the foundation building stage, the elixir business has become more stable and calm, and Chu Lingjun has even made a second-level elixir. Because he is Luo Chen's direct disciple, many low-level cultivators in Xianlan specially gave him the Taoist name Lingjunzi to compliment him. This Taoist name seems perfunctory, just adding a respectful title Z after the name. But it also implies the intention of flattering Luo Chen. After all, Luo Chen has two Taoist names, one of which is Ho Lingjun, and he has a nominal connection with Chu Lingjun, Lingjunzi. In this way, Danxia Hall, where two second-level alchemists Danshenzi and Lingjunzi are in charge, naturally became a place that countless low-level cultivators flocked to. After all, Luo Xianhu's elixirs are sold cheaply. And the snack business is a tradition of Luo Xianhu. There is a saying that cultivators can fast, but it is only limited to those who have established their foundation. And cultivators after establishing their foundation do not eat nothing. If the snacks taste good and contain spiritual energy, no one would mind spending a few spiritual stones to buy them and try them. That's exactly the case. Among the high-end shops on Central Street, Danxia Hall, which mainly targets low-level cultivators, has become the shop with the largest flow of people and the most lively atmosphere. Even Gu Kai, the master of the Luo Xianhu Golden Hall, stays in Danxia Hall most of the time. This day, she and Yuan Xianwu, who had already established her foundation, were welcoming a giant master. The other party was said to be a senior from Fenghu Palace. After she entered Danxia Palace, she kept wandering around. Especially the floor where elixirs were sold, she would not stop there. After a long time, the senior suddenly asked, "Don't you have Jade pills for sale?" Gu Kai's expression was stern, and she said carefully, "Senior Fengyu, I don't know where you heard the news from, we in Danxia Palace don't sell Jade pills." Fairy Fengyu raised her lips slightly. "Master Dan Chenzi is good at refining Jade pills, isn't this a well-known fact?" Jade pills. Specialties of Fenghu domain. There are several masters in Fenghu Palace who are good at refining this pill. And Fairy Fengyu is also a leader among them. Although she is not a major in alchemy, she can also steadily refine high-quality Jade pills. Gu Kai's forehead was sweating, and she said softly, "Our president can indeed refine the Jade pill, but it is currently only supplied to the Ice Castle, so it will not be sold to the outside world." Fairy Fengyu raised her eyebrows. She actually knew this news. However, sniffing lightly with her nose, she showed a half-smile on her face. "Young man, you said that you only supply it to the Ice Castle, but why do I smell the fragrance of long-term use of Jade pill on you?" Gu Kai was startled. She and Sima Wei Niang did take Jade pill for a long time, and most of them were top grade and top grade. But the fragrance of the pill? The Jade pill is icy and tasteless, but under the cover of their rouge and body fragrance, there is actually a smell? Luo Chen has never mentioned this. But it was this startle that made Fairy Fengyu confirm her thoughts. "It seems that you have indeed used the Jade pill. Do you have any on you? Give me two." Gu Kai's face changed. She was tricked. Luo Chen has always been thoughtful and rarely leaves behind. If the Jade pill had a scent, it would definitely be mentioned. Now that I was not careful and was tricked out, I am afraid I will get into trouble. As her expression changed, Fairy Fengyu smiled in her heart. Although it was a verbal deception, it was something that had been confirmed long ago. As the two women who were rumored to have a close relationship with Luo Chen, Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai had long been in the eyes of countless people. Especially Gu Kai, who has been traveling all year round. Although her aptitude is ordinary, her cultivation progress is very fast. At such a young age, she has already reached the middle stage of foundation building, which is comparable to the cultivation speed of the true disciples of the big sects. If it weren't for the help of Dan Chenzi's Jade pill, there would be no such progress. Gu Kai's expression changed, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Senior, this is Xianlan Fairy City, forced buying and selling is not allowed." "It's not forced buying and selling, I don't even want to buy your Jade pill." Fairy Fengyu waved her sleeves and pointed at the dazzling array of elixirs on the shelf. "I just spent 50,000 spirit stones to buy a batch of first-level elixirs needed by key refining disciples from you. And you felt my generosity and specially gave me 2 Jade pills as a bonus. So, do you think it's okay? Whose elders buy elixirs for key refining disciples for 50,000 yuan? Especially Fenghu Palace has also trained some sect alchemists, and there is no shortage of low-level elixirs that ordinary casual cultivators like Luo Xianhu need." At this time, It was Gu Kai who was in trouble. The other party's realm was profound, but he did not completely overwhelm her with power, but gave her a step down. In this way, Luo Chen would not be considered to have violated the cooperation contract with Ice Castle. But Gu Kai tensed her face and insisted, "Senior, I cannot make the decision on this matter. I must ask my president for permission." You. Hearing her words, the smile on the face of Fairy Fengai gradually faded. "You are very generous and persistent. It's a pity that you don't accept my toast and drink the penalty wine. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you in the fairy city?" As she spoke, a spiritual pressure emerged faintly. Gu Kai's face turned pale. At this moment, an elegant middle-aged man walked in from outside the building. "Xiao Gu, have you restocked the fried silkworm pupae that go with the wine?" As the voice came, the spiritual pressure emitted by Fairy Fengaiyu suddenly disappeared and turned into a warm and magnificent atmosphere. Fairy Fengaiu's face changed slightly, staring at the elegant middle-aged man who walked up step by step from the first floor. "Horan righteousness? Isn't Horan sect gone?" The elegant man smiled slightly. "I am Horanzi, a descendant of Horan's sect. I was also a part of Fenghu domain back then. Fairy Fengaiyu, when the 16 sects attacked Liangsha together, I remember you won the first place in the Fenghu Palace key refining competition." Fairy Fengaiyu was surprised and doubtful. She didn't expect that the other party knew her so well. But she didn't know anything about Horanzi. Just when she was about to find out the details of the other party, she suddenly saw the other party look up, and his bright eyes seemed to penetrate the attic wood and the formation restrictions and looked up. Fairy Fengaiyu was startled, but then she reacted. "Someone is trying to form a pill." Horanzi looked in the direction of Xianlin Peak and nodded immediately. "Dragons and tigers gather, spiritual energy powers back, this is a sign of the elixir being formed." Fairy Fengaiyu frowned. "The war of opening up is imminent. The Yuding domain has accumulated for many years and has experienced a civil war that lasted for decades. The young and powerful people who survived began to erupt one after another." She had seen this scene once not long ago. Suddenly, Horanzi turned his head and smiled at her. "As far as I know, the Taoist friend who is preparing to form the elixir in that cave is a monk from the Luo Chen society. Taoist friend Fengaiyu, why don't we go and visit him later?" Chapter 455, The Final Step. The success is on the verge of failure. The upper sect is domineering. The only way is to form the elixir. Clouds follow dragons. Winds follow tigers. The so-called dragon and tiger converge means that the wind rolls and clouds gather, creating a special phenomenon of heaven and earth. This kind of phenomenon often occurs when a foundation-building cultivator is promoted to the golden core stage. The specific principle is unknown, but it is probably related to the backflow of spiritual energy. After all, it is normal for such a huge amount of spiritual energy to move the wind and clouds. At this moment, on Xianlin Peak, white clouds surged, the wind blew slowly, and the huge battle instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators in Xianlin Fairy City. The key refining cultivators looked up in fear. The foundation-building cultivators were envious. And the scattered golden core cultivators were curious and cast their spiritual consciousness over. Which cultivator is this who has formed a pill? The appearance is good. I think the foundation of the foundation-building period is quite solid. However, why didn't he choose the third-level spiritual land of Lingshan Dachuan to break through, but to break through in the artificial spiritual veins of this fairy city? Doesn't he know that the spiritual energy of the artificial spiritual veins is restricted and mobilized by the formation, and is not suitable for breaking through to higher realm? Perhaps, he is a casual cultivator with limited funds. Not necessarily limited funds. Those who can rent a third-level cave in the fairy city must be wealthy. In my opinion, I am afraid that he lacks knowledge. Even if he lacks knowledge, judging from his appearance, forming a pill is a foregone conclusion. Do you want to visit him? Wait a little longer. It will take several years to consolidate the realm after forming a pill. It will take 3 to 5 days to stabilize the current state. Don't worry, don't worry. In the sound transmission of divine consciousness. Suddenly, 2 figures broke through the air and went straight to the top of Xianlin. When Horanzi and Fengaiyu Fairy arrived, there was already a person standing outside the gate of the cave for a long time. With his hands behind his back was as tall as a mountain. His long hair, gray and black, was tied behind him, as if he had experienced many vicissitudes of life. When he turned around, his pair of bright eyes immediately attracted the attention of the visitors. Deep as a pond, it illuminates everything. Junior Luo Chen, meet the two seniors. When he spoke, Fairy Fengyu seemed to notice his other features. He had a serious look and was calm and peaceful. He wore a green collar and white clothes, with some black bamboos painted on them. It was originally an elegant style, but for some reason, just standing there gave people a feeling of being like a black tortoise in the river or a giant reef in the sea, standing still. Even when facing two golden elixir masters at the same time, he was still neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression did not fluctuate at all. Heranzi smiled slightly. It's been a long time since we last met. Dan Chenzi, you have reached a higher level of cultivation. I think you're just around the corner from forming a pill. Luo Chen raised his lips and said with a smile, Senior, you are still as elegant as ever, and your noble spirit is even stronger than before. I think the nascent soul stage is already beckoning to you. Heranzi smiled helplessly and shook his head. This Luo Chen. He always speaks so beautifully. Nascent soul? It's too early for him. While the two were talking, Fairy Fengyu kept staring at Luo Chen. She was even more surprised. It turned out that it was not Luo Chen who was sprinting towards the golden core stage in the cave, but someone else. But even so, she still admired the external demeanor shown by Luo Chen. With such a demeanor, anyone who saw him outside would only think that he was a first-class figure, like the true disciple of a large sect. Heranzi's words, the nascent soul stage is just around the corner, were really not just polite words. Even though the spiritual power fluctuations displayed by the other party were slightly restrained, with her eyesight, she knew that they were no less than those of ordinary people who had completed the foundation building. Such a person will surely be able to reach the golden core stage within 50 years. Fengyu couldn't help but sigh secretly. Every time a war of opening up was fought, there would always be many dazzling people like stars. The last time Liangsha was opened up, Yun's Hunren, Fu Xiangzi and other geniuses appeared. At that time, they were just golden core cultivators, but after the war, they went back and relied on the war harvest to directly advance to the nascent soul stage. If Luo Chen can successfully form a pill and participate in the war of opening up as a golden core, I am afraid that in the future, this senior has a high realm and outstanding temperament, as if he came down from the sky, but I have never seen him. I think he is not a master from my Yuding domain. Can Senior Horan introduce one or two? Luo Chen suddenly said. Heranzi looked at Luo Chen with admiration and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Fairy Fengyu took the initiative to introduce herself. The head of Danding Pavilion in Fenghu Palace is Fengyu. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, savoring the information revealed by the other party's short sentence. Fenghu Palace is the Yuanying upper sect that controls an area. Even if it is not as completely dominated as Yao Wang's sect, after years of operation, it is far superior to the rising stars such as Yuding and Shenfu. The most important thing is, Yuludan is the most famous specialty elixir in Fenghu Palace. And the other party is the head of Danding Pavilion. The woman's fragrance exuding from her body has the elixir fragrance that Luo Chen is most familiar with. It is not a single elixir fragrance, but a special smell mixed after years of refining various elixirs. It is mellow and intoxicating. If Luo Chen had not insisted on using the cleaning technique, the elixir fragrance on his body would have been even stronger. It can be seen that this woman is also an existence who has been immersed in the way of elixir for a long time. I heard that you are very good at making Jade pills. After I got the news, I came here specially to exchange some ideas with you. Because of Luo Chen's previous praise, Fairy Fengyu also changed her previous aggressive attitude. Luo Chen was certain in his heart that the other party was going for the Jade pill. Just as he was organizing his words and thinking about how to negotiate, he suddenly saw Heranzi on the opposite side suddenly looking up at the cave behind him. Luo Chen was startled. Then, his face changed drastically. How is it possible? The wind roared suddenly, like a dragon's roar. The clouds suddenly dispersed, like smoke. It was originally a state of spiritual energy pouring back, but the next moment it suddenly rolled back and rushed towards the Xianlin Peak in all directions. Seeing this, Fairy Fengyu was surprised and doubtful. Strange, it was clearly almost done before, just a last step. Why is it like this? Heranzi sighed and said regretfully, what a pity, it's a pity. Just that one step, but in the end it failed. Luo Chen, who had been extremely calm and composed before, couldn't help but look gloomy in the face of this situation. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I'm sorry, two seniors. Today, my disciple's dam formation went wrong. I'm afraid I can't entertain you. One day, I will definitely visit you in person. The last sentence, he said to Fairy Fangayu. Fairy Fangayu thought about it, and nodded slightly. Haranzi encouraged Luo Chen twice, and then left. After they left, Luo Chen waved his sleeves, and the formation clouds and mist covering the Jiazhen cave mansion parted, turning into a small path for him to move forward. Why did it fail? Puff. Luo Chen suppressed his anxiety and stopped asking. Looking at Chu Kui, whose face was as pale as gold paper and whose spiritual energy was running wild, he pointed with both hands repeatedly. One after another, pure green spiritual energy was injected into Chu Kui. But after using the medical skills for a while, he saw that the other party's condition was getting worse and worse, and he was almost dying. No. It can't be blocked or smoothed, it must be poured out. Luo Chen frowned, and took a quick decision and took out a gray pill from the storage bag. Take it. Chu Kui looked at the pill with drowsy eyes, with a hint of hesitation. Luo Chen said anxiously, take this sandling pill. If you lose your cultivation, you can still build it back. If you lose your life, all your efforts in this life will be in vain. Chu Kui smiled bitterly. If you lose your cultivation, everything will be in vain. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Luo Chen couldn't help but growl. As long as Dongshin is here, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. With me here and Luo Yuan here, with your lifespan of 100 years, you still have a chance to form a pill. Chu Kui looked at Luo Chen deeply and opened his mouth. The third-level sandling pill entered his body. The medicinal power surged instantly. Chu Kui suddenly made a popping sound. It was like a balloon filled with water, with small holes poked in it. The extremely violent spiritual energy on his body also continued to pour out of his body along these small holes. At the same time, the pure spiritual power he had cultivated for many years was also flowing away at the same time. Not only that, his realm even showed signs of collapse. The huge amount of spiritual energy leaked out, causing a strong wind to blow in the training room. The strong wind blew Luo Chen's sleeves and his gray hair fluttered and trembled. Luo Chen watched this scene, but he didn't just watch. One thing after another was taken out of the storage bag. Barrier fixing talisman. The sea of Qi can be broken, but it cannot be destroyed. No matter how fast the river flows, the river channel must always be preserved. Heart cleansing incense. Get rid of distracting thoughts and stick to your original intention. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is being defeated by failure and having your mind and spirit collapse. The cultivators who failed to break through the realm must maintain a firm mind at this moment. When the incense burns, Luo Chen points out with both hands again. The Great Perfection Healing Technique heals the skin and body. The 5 elements returning to the organs technique protects the 5 internal organs. The Spring Breeze and Rain Technique repairs the damaged meridians. Under Luo Chen's continuous application, after 3 days and 3 nights, Chu Kui's condition has completely stabilized. Although he still looks like he's dying, his foundation is still preserved. 9th level of foundation building. Chu Kui, I tried my best. Chu Kui felt the situation on his body. The previous round and perfect state of foundation building was now only the state of entering the 9th level of foundation building. And the situation inside his body is even more serious. Especially the 36 spirit beads that were condensed before, now none of them exists. Although it is so tragic. But I always keep a hope for myself. He moved his lips and uttered 2 words with difficulty. Thank you. Luo Chen couldn't help looking at Chu Kui, who was sitting cross-legged and looking downcast. Why is it so? Can't you take the final step? Chu Kui said faintly, although it is difficult to form a golden elixir, I have actually survived it. The final failure was caused by a serious illness. Serious illness? Luo Chen was puzzled. Chu Kui sighed and spit out a golden elixir in front of Luo Chen. It was not the golden elixir he formed, but the golden elixir of someone else that he regarded as a sharp weapon during his foundation building period. This. Luo Chen couldn't believe it. Could it be that Chu Kui's failure to form a golden elixir was because of this thing? Chu Kui was in a low mood and talked about the origin of this golden elixir. He was a man with great opportunities. When he was in the key refining period, he teamed up with others to explore a cave of predecessors and obtained a considerable amount of resources. Among those resources, the most precious one was this golden elixir that was preserved by someone using a secret method. With the help of the secret method, he can activate this golden elixir to fight against the enemy. Chu Kui's journey was not smooth sailing. Before he met Luo Chen, he had experienced several life and death crises. Every time, he relied on this golden elixir trump card to turn danger into safety and reverse life and death. But the more he used it, the pure mana left in this golden elixir was unconsciously integrated into his spiritual power. At that time, I only thought that my spiritual power was powerful and purer than my peers, and my combat power was naturally strong. But I didn't expect that the disaster had already been brewing. The mana left by the predecessors, no matter how well it is integrated with my spiritual power, it is not my own thing after all. Chu Kui sighed. The great killing weapon he once relied on almost killed him. What a ridiculous thing. Seeing that Luo Chen was still a little worried, he shook his head. I have already experimented with the secret technique of the locking pearl curtain. It is indeed quite effective when forming a pill. The 36 spirit beads are combined into one, and under the control of the main spirit, they can form a golden pill seed. It can even be said that this golden pill seed itself has the characteristics of mana. If you can succeed and enter the first stage of forming a pill, you can directly cross the initial threshold and become a golden pill first level cultivator. At this moment, it was the first time he failed to form a pill. Therefore, he remembered all the experiences and feelings during the process of forming a pill clearly. As he talked about it, Luo Chen also understood more and more about the various steps of the locking pearl curtain when forming a pill. It felt like he had personally experienced a pill formation. After a long time, looking at Chu Kui, who was emitting a strong sense of fatigue between his eyebrows, Luo Chen took the initiative to stop the communication. You should rest first. We'll talk about the future later. Looking at Luo Chen's departing back, Chu Kui opened his mouth, and finally just sighed sadly. The result of this time was disappointing. Not only was he disappointed, but he also disappointed Luo Chen, and even more so the Luo Tian society. Now was a prosperous time. The Luo Tian society especially needed a giant and cultivator to take charge. If he succeeded in forming a golden elixir, the situation would be completely different. Unfortunately. Do I still have a chance? The sturdy man murmured as he curled up and fell asleep. The encounter with Fairy Fengyu was on the 7th day. It was in the Dangsha Hall of the Luo Tian Society. There were no outsiders, just Luo Chen and Fairy Fengyu. Luo Chen had agreed to visit in person. But he didn't expect that the other party couldn't wait and took the initiative to come to him, so Luo Chen made an appointment at the Dangsha Hall on Central Street. In the quiet room, Fairy Fengyu played with a jade pill in her hand, and her expression kept changing. After a long time, she gently put it down, her eyes full of amazement. I thought I had mastered the art of alchemy in refining the second-grade jade pill. But I didn't expect that compared to you, it was just like the difference between a candle and the bright moon. Luo Chen put down the teacup in his hand. Master, you are too kind. The woman shook her head and said without disguising, it's definitely not a compliment. Although your jade pill is of the highest grade, the purity of its medicinal power is infinitely close to the level of the best. It even gives me the feeling that you still have the strength to refine the best jade pill. Luo Chen's mouth froze. This woman's alchemy skills may not be as good as his, but her vision and insight are really extraordinary. Indeed, he has already reached the pinnacle of refining the jade pill. Even at the highest grade, it is infinitely close to the best. The strength of the medicine is astonishing. After the Ice Castle suffered heavy losses in the Great Snow Mountain, the younger generations in the sect closed their doors one after another to sprint to the Golden Core stage. It seemed tragic. But it was really amazing that there were so many younger generations who met the conditions for forming a pill. In this, the large amount of high-grade jade pills provided by Luo Chen over the years played a decisive role. If it were other sects, they would not be able to gather at least 5 people to close the door and attack the Golden Core stage in a short time. From this, we can see how strong the medicinal power of the high-grade jade pill is. As for the top-grade jade pill, he can currently achieve a 20% success rate. The reason why it is not refined on a large scale is not that the top-grade jade pill is not good, but that the high-grade one is more cost-effective. And relatively, it is not so coveted. However, it is only relatively. After Fengyu confirmed Luo Chen's attainments in alchemy, the topic returned to the essence. I give you a suggestion, jade pill should not be sold to others. Luo Chen hummed, except for Ice Castle, it is not sold to others. No, you don't understand what I mean. Fairy Fengyu shook her head. Under Luo Chen's gaze, she slowly said, "What I mean is that even after the end of your cooperation period with Ice Castle, it is not allowed to be sold to others." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and stared at the other party seriously. "Master, is this too overbearing? Isn't it natural for Fenghe Palace to be a little overbearing?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became cold. Fairy Fenghe did not speak, still stroking the Jade pill that Luo Chen had just given her, as if she was studying something. After a long time, Luo Chen slowly nodded. "Junior knows." Fairy Fenghe looked at him with appreciation. "Very good, you really know when to advance and when to retreat." Luo Chen smiled reluctantly and took the initiative to put aside this topic that made him uncomfortable. Instead, he changed the topic. The secret technique of eliminating alien magic power. "Yes, a few days ago, my subordinate failed to advance to the Golden Core stage. The main reason was that he activated a Golden Core left by a Golden Core cultivator in his early years, which was contaminated with other people's magic power, and finally led to failure. I wonder if Master can give you some advice in this regard." Perhaps because Luo Chen was knowledgeable and interesting before, Fairy Fenghe's attitude was good at the moment. She thought for a while and said, "This kind of secret technique is not available in Fenghe Palace. Or rather, most sects will not delve into this stuff. After all, no fool would allow others' magic power to be too deeply bound to himself." Chu Kui is a fool? Okay. Judging from the result, he is indeed a fool. But if we look at the process, without that trump card, how could he be where he is today? Right and wrong are no longer easy to distinguish. How to solve this problem now is the key. Perhaps, you can try to contact the cultivators of the 5 Elements Divine Sect in the future. 5 Elements Divine Sect. Yes. Fairy Fenghe curled her lips and said, "That sect likes to study all kinds of strange spells the most, and the spiritual power and magic power cultivated by the cultivators in their sect are also extremely complicated, and they must have encountered similar situations. It is absolutely right for you to find them. Of course, if they don't have it either, then I can't help you." At this point, Fairy Fenghe suddenly became interested. "I see that it is not easy for you to fight alone in this world of immortal cultivation. Are you interested in joining my Fenghe Palace and being a guest official?" Luo Chen was stunned. Facing her invitation, Luo Chen finally declined on the grounds that he was already a guest elder of the Ice Castle. There were more than just Fenghe Palace who were interested in his alchemy. Over the years, no less than 5 sects have offered him olive branches. Among them, there was also a Yuanying sect like Fenghe Palace. But Luo Chen declined them all. The larger the sect, the more complicated it was. He was walking on thin ice when dealing with the Ice Castle before. If it weren't for Master Kanglong's good attitude, who knows how many troubles he would have encountered. If he rashly joined a new sect, Luo Chen really didn't have the mood to play along with others. Fairy Fenghe didn't care much about Luo Chen's refusal. She just had high hopes for Luo Chen's alchemy. But Fenghe Palace owns an area. Although it is not a major alchemy sect, it is not short of 1 or 2 alchemists after years of training. It may not be possible to make profits from the outside, but it can still be self-sufficient for internal consumption. Okay, now that the matter is over, I'll leave first. Remember my advice. Luo Chen personally sent him to the gate. His expression was still calm, but his lips were pursed a little tightly. Advice? Warning. Fenghe domain is so far away from Yuding domain, and there are several large domains in between. Even at such a long distance, they dare to come and make decisions. This is the tyranny of the Yuanying upper sect. In other words, it is a contempt for the local master, Yuding sword sect. Thinking of that, Yun's Henrin came to Yuding domain. The first place he visited was not the sword sect, but the Beihou Palace. It can be seen that the upper sects in the outer domains don't think much of the Yuding sword sect. And the sword sect will hold the Jade Emperor sword contest in a few years, and I think it is also preparing to show off its muscles and let people pay attention to them. There was a sound of footsteps behind him. Luo Chen knew who was coming without looking back. President, this master is not easy to deal with. Well, I made things difficult for you a few days ago. Gu Kai stroked her hair and looked at Luo Chen's back. He stood there with his back straight, but for some reason, it seemed as if a mountain was pressing on him. Her man had been subjected to too many gazes and pressures. As a result, she hesitated about what she was about to say. What's the matter? She didn't say it, but Luo Chen could sense that she was hesitant. Gu Kai smiled bitterly and took out a stack of invitations. Master Tawan of Kingdom Valley has come out of retreat to hold a dam-forming ceremony and invites you to go. Big Baodante was discovered half a month ago. She failed to break through to the Jinden stage and died silently in the cave. The Juking lineage held a funeral for her, and Sima Wei Niang asked if she should send someone to mourn. In addition, there are several foundation building forces that are friendly with us and want to invite you to a small gathering. This is a recent visiting card. After listening to these things, Luo Chen pursed his lips. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Some people set foot on the Golden Elixir Road, some people died halfway, but the scoundrels were afraid that Luo Xian would produce a Golden Elixir cultivator. The stronger one cut off Luo Chen's future way of expanding his financial resources with a Jade pill with just one word. All these things really made people feel mixed. You are more familiar with the Ice Castle, so go there in person to express my condolences. Kingdom Valley will let Wei Niang go there and send a heavy gift as the president of Luo Xian to congratulate Tawan Dao. Master Tawan has achieved success in the Golden Elixir. As for other invitations and visits, they are all rejected. If anyone asks, just say that my friend Chu Kui is dying and I can't leave to save him. Gu Kai followed suit and kept Luo Chen's instructions in mind. When she wanted to say something else, Luo Chen had already stepped out of the door and walked towards Xianlin Peak step by step. The voice transmission left by Luo Chen came to her ears. For the next 20 years, you and Wei Niang will take care of the affairs of the Luotian society. You don't need to look to me for decision. Is this letting go? Gu Kai's expression suddenly changed slightly. Looking at Luo Chen's misty back, she bit her red lips. Her man is planning to close himself up. A moment later, Luo Chen returned to the third cave house on Xianlin Peak. Chu Kui had moved back to the original second-level cave house, so this third-level cave house naturally belonged to Luo Chen. In other words, this cave house was originally prepared by Luo Chen for his cultivation after building the 9th level of the foundation. As soon as he came back, Luo Chen took out the secret technique of locking pearl curtain. Condensation of the elixir, only the formation of the elixir. While muttering to himself, a raging fire seemed to be burning in his frosty eyes. If it doesn't become a golden elixir, it will be vain in the end. Chapter 456, Dan Formation. Locking pearl curtain is a secret technique for forming a pill. It comes from Luo sect. It is extremely difficult to practice and is accompanied by unimaginable pain. Luo Chen has had it for nearly 30 years. He studies it day and night and never puts it down. Every word on it has been engraved deep in his mind. Every sentence is constantly scrutinized and verified by him. He also has the secret technique practice experience obtained from the Luo sect as an aid. In addition, he even spent a huge amount of resources to help Chu Kui practice this technique, allowing him to practice this technique as a pioneer in advance. It can be said that Luo Chen attaches much more importance to this secret technique than the other 3 lower-level secret techniques. Even fixing wind waves is only used as an auxiliary method. Even the few Minging pills in the storage bag are only spare resources for forming a pill. Only the upper method has the highest chance of forming a pill. Chu Kui almost succeeded in forming a pill, which is evident. You know, Chu Kui only practiced locking pearl curtain to the small success level. The perfect lock bead curtain does not condense 36 spirit beads, but 365, achieving the number of Jotuan stars. Now Chu Kui has verified the feasibility of this secret technique. Luo Chen's preparations are already sufficient to the extreme, and it is time to start practicing. The first step is to cut and split the soul. Luo Chen closed his eyes, and his consciousness went deep into the depths of his mind. In the dark, it seemed as if there was a golden ocean, rippling slightly. This is the sea of consciousness. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, a cyan light ball stood still, and a halo slowly emanated from it. Falling into the sea of consciousness, it is waves. Leaving the body, it is spiritual consciousness. As Luo Chen's spiritual consciousness returned to the sea of consciousness, large waves rolled towards the light ball. When it reached the side of the light ball, it slowly stopped. Luo Chen was staring at his soul, as if facing a piece of meat, looking for the texture to cut. After a long time, Luo Chen's mind moved, and he used the method of locking pearl curtain to turn his spiritual consciousness into a knife, and gently cut towards the corner of the light ball. Luo Chen couldn't help but groan. It hurts. But it's not unbearable. However, Luo Chen found that his knife was not sharp enough. The speed of cutting the main soul was particularly slow. That feeling was like cutting meat with a blunt knife. Luo Chen kept groaning, and cold sweat kept oozing from his forehead. Later, the sound from his mouth was almost a roar. But even so, Luo Chen still didn't stop this action. If he didn't complete this step, let alone forming a pill, he couldn't even condense a spirit bead. In the pain of cutting his own flesh with a blunt knife, Luo Chen's will was like steel, his spiritual consciousness was like a knife, and he unswervingly cut a corner of the light ball. 1 day, 2 days. In a trance, it seemed that many years had passed. But when Luo Chen opened his eyes, he knew clearly that only 9 days had passed. Huff, huff, huff. In the training room, Luo Chen was breathing heavily. His whole body was soaked, as if he had just been fished out of the water. This was an unimaginable situation for a cultivator. After the Yijing marrow cutting, the body of a true foundation cultivator was no less than that of a physical cultivator who had achieved minor success in physical training. Moreover, Luo Chen's physique was not just as simple as the minor success or the major success of the first stage of physical training, but comparable to the third-level physique of an ancient monster. At this level, the control of the body has reached the extreme, so how could it be so easy to sweat? In this case, you can imagine how painful it is. However, the result was gratifying. Feeling a strand of black hair wandering alone in the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen felt comfortable all over. The first time Chu Kui completed the cutting of the main soul, he failed 7 times, and only succeeded on the 8th time. And the first time, although it took a little longer, I succeeded directly. Really, congratulations. There was such a gap, according to Luo Chen's speculation, probably because his overall quality was better than Chu Kui. The current soul foundation has surpassed Chu Kui, not to mention Chu Kui, who was only at the 9th level of foundation building and had just practiced locking pearl curtain. Another difficulty is the tolerance of pain. He has been practicing Ming Shen Po Sha since the key refining stage, from the initial spiritual power to stimulate the acupoints, to the later evil spirit body training, and even thunder body training. It can be said that below the nascent soul, Luo Chen is confident that he is the one who can tolerate pain the most. The most important thing is, Luo Chen practiced fixing Fengbo. Luo Chen has practiced this technique for 3 years and has reached a small success. Luo Chen doesn't know what other effects are, but his willpower has indeed improved a lot. From the external performance, he has become more calm when facing giant masters such as Horanzi and Fengyu. Internally, he is even calmer. Even if a blunt knife is added to his body, he can endure it and not change his original intention. To describe it in one sentence, it is to remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him, and to remain unshakable even when a storm suddenly arises. And there is one more thing, I overlooked it before. When the proficiency of Ming Shen Po Sha reaches the great perfection, there is no derived soul attack and defense effect, but an additional skill of 1 mind and 3 uses. That 1 mind and 3 uses is quite similar to this soul splitting. All these things made Luo Chen easily complete the first step. If Chu Kui were to judge it himself, he would probably describe it in 2 words. Foundation. Luo Chen's foundation is really too deep. Now, it is just the simplest accumulation of experience in practicing a secret technique. After completing the first step, Luo Chen did not rush to the second step. Instead, he took a good rest for 2 days. Although he could endure the pain, cutting the main soul did cause damage to his soul. The necessary recovery time still needs to be given. Of course. During these 2 days of rest, the basic practice did not stop. What Luo Chen has in front of him is not just practicing secret techniques. There is also the state of pushing the realm to the state of great perfection. 3 years have passed since he entered the 9th level of foundation building. In the past 3 years, with the assistance of the 2nd grade cave house, the best blood increasing pills and the dust reducing pills, he maintained a stable cultivation speed. Such a cultivation speed seems extremely terrifying to outsiders. But for Luo Chen's huge foundation, the progress is quite slow. In 3 years, Luo Chen's realm progress has only improved by 4 or 5 points. 9th level of foundation building. 5/100, this is Luo Chen's current state. At this rate, it will take at least 50 or 60 years for him to complete his realm. Fairy Fengyu's eyesight is very sharp and accurate. She has indeed judged that it will take Luo Chen about 50 years to form a pill. But this judgment ignores Luo Chen's use of resources. Second-grade cave house? No. Luo Chen had already rented the third-grade lower-grade cave house of Xianlin Peak Jiazhen for himself in advance. And this time, Luo Chen did not use the formation to restrict the weakened third-grade cave house as before. Instead, relying on his strong physique and the soul foundation comparable to the early stage of the golden elixir, he directly used the normal third-grade lower-grade spiritual land to practice. In this way, his cultivation speed has increased again. It is no longer 8 or 9 times as fast as before, but 10 times as fast as before. In this way, the time it takes for Luo Chen to reach the perfect stage of foundation building can be shortened by 10 times. Perhaps in just 5 or 6 years, he can cross the last stage of foundation building. After 2 days of cultivation, Luo Chen was completely sure of his judgment. In the practice room, Luo Chen woke up from a night of practice. Feeling the huge spiritual energy growing in his body, the pure spiritual liquid that kept falling from the huge sea of Qi in the ninth heaven. It was like rain. He nodded with satisfaction. As long as the body can bear it, using resources to exchange for time is always the fastest shortcut. In fact, only he can say this. If it were a casual cultivator who was building a foundation, even a wealthy person like Chu Kui would not dare to boast. Because they don't have so many resources at all. The cultivation environment of 1 million spiritual stones a year, let alone building a foundation, even a Jinden cultivator can't afford it. Even the Daozi of the Jinden sect dare not say so. Even if the sect provides them with a suitable weak third-level spiritual land, their bodies can't bear it. Taowan had already built a 9th level of foundation, and it has been a long time since he became a Taoist. But it was only 12 years ago that he barely achieved the golden Cordeo. Too many trivial matters? Poor qualifications? No, it's just that he didn't dare to use the third-level spiritual land for long-term cultivation. This time, to sum it up, it's still that word. Foundation. The huge foundation accumulated by Luo Chen internally and externally allowed him to be so reckless and explode his potential when he was at the 9th level of foundation building. After determining the current cultivation speed, Luo Chen also had more confidence in the future. Then what needs to be done next is the second step of locking Pearl Curtain. 1 month later, Luo Chen's attention was carefully focused on the drop of green spiritual bead in the Sea of Qi. It looked like one of his most common pills. But on the surface, liquid was flowing endlessly. Such a strange scene was dazzling. Suddenly, a drop of spiritual liquid was about to fall off the green spiritual bead. Luo Chen was not in a hurry to deal with this. A strand of green hair jumped out of the spirit bead like a swimming fish, and directly strung the spirit liquid that was about to fall off. The first spirit bead was made. It is recorded in the classics that after a cultivator advances to the golden elixir, spiritual power is converted into mana. The essential difference between the two is that mana is a mixed energy after spiritual power is contaminated by the soul. It is more powerful, and at the same time, it is more controllable. And a golden elixir is the condensation of countless mana. This is why there is the saying that once a golden elixir is swallowed into the stomach, my life is determined by me, not by God. Now it seems that my spirit bead does have some mana characteristics. If I use this to absorb all the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi and let it continue to expand and compress, I should be able to completely achieve the golden elixir. Countless thoughts popped up in his mind. But in the end, Luo Chen still suppressed the impulse. This is just the first one. A spirit bead does not have such a strong attraction to swallow all the spiritual power in the Sea of Qi. There is still a long way to go. Luo Chen sighed. After a short break, he started to do another thing. Practicing fixing Fengbo. The more he practiced this secret technique, the more comfortable he felt. Even though Luo Chen's thoughts kept popping up like mushrooms after rain, and all kinds of distracting thoughts stirred up waves from time to time during the practice, he was always able to calm down in the end. Although he could not reach the level of cutting off the emotional ties with a sort of wisdom and erasing other distracting thoughts, but he did have the magical power of having no thoughts at all and focusing on calming the wind and waves. The road to cultivation is long and arduous. There are demons in the heart and great disasters outside. There are countless temptations on the long immortal road. Even though I think my heart is firm and my foundation is solid, I often fall into obsession. Even under the temptation of beauty like Wei Niang Kai, I can't control myself, let alone other thoughts of revenge, compassion, and anger. Practicing fixing Fenbo more often, even if it is useless for forming a pill, it will be of great benefit to my overall practice. A few words of self-talk strengthened Luo Chen's determination to continue practicing the secret technique. In this way, his daily life became completely stable. He mainly studied locking bead curtain and minored in fixing wind waves. He insisted on daily practice to increase the spiritual power in his body. Time passed slowly in this hard practice. Almost. Indeed, it's almost there. In the practice room, Luo Chen was excited. He found that his speed of cutting the main soul and connecting the spirit beads was getting faster and faster. Before, it took a month to complete the first and second steps to condense a spirit bead. But as he became more and more skilled in cutting himself, the soul thread connected the spirit liquid more and more steadily and accurately, and this time was constantly shortened. Now, it only takes 20 days to condense a spirit bead. Moreover, Luo Chen felt that there was still a huge room for improvement. As for the pain of cutting the soul, I got used to it after cutting it. Luo Chen laughed at himself, looking indifferent. But in fact, how could it be so easy to get used to it? It's just that his willpower is getting stronger and stronger, and he actively ignores the pain. Perhaps, when I complete my foundation building, I can practice the locking bead curtain to the state of great success. Luo Chen began to imagine the future. He had beautiful hopes. However, Luo Chen's hope encountered difficulties 2 years later. Luo Chen closed his eyes tightly, his whole body trembling constantly. Large pieces of spiritual power fluctuated from him endlessly. He was dressed in a black bamboo white robe, fluttering without wind. Chu Kui is not lying to me. 36, that's the limit. In his sea of qi, 36 spiritual beads were spinning. The powerful momentum seemed to form the spiritual pressure unique to the golden elixir cultivator, which lowered the spiritual liquid in the entire sea of qi to the limit. Each one was spinning madly, trying to absorb and devour more spiritual power to strengthen itself. But the consequence of doing so is, the balance will be broken. How could this be? According to the secret technique, there are 36 minor successes, 108 medium successes, and 365 major successes, and they have all been achieved by someone. Why can Chu Kui and I only cultivate to the minor success realm? This won't work. Either I actively disperse the spirit beads, or I must try to form a pill. But in that case, the former will be in vain, and the latter is far from reaching the best opportunity to form a pill. Questions came to mind one by one. It made Luo Chen very irritated. At this time, the Lankai black chest hidden in his body emitted layers of halos, which calmed Luo Chen down. This is the magic of using the secret technique of fixing Fenbo for 5 years to sacrifice the Lankai black chest and cultivate it to the master level. There is no need to actively stimulate it. When Luo Chen's thoughts are complicated, it will be passively stimulated. The storm gradually subsided. Even though there are still some thoughts, Luo Chen has been relatively calm. A guess came to his mind. In sect, there is a trick. This guess is not groundless. The cultivation experience obtained through the transaction with Xiang Xingzi was written by Ling Huji, the Golden Core Master. He once briefly mentioned the origin of the secret art of locking pearl curtain. The locking pearl curtain art was obtained by our ancestor from a secret realm, and it is equipped with 3 skills and 2 skills. With this, the ancestor laid the foundation for the inheritance of Luo sect. Practicing this art is extremely painful and difficult. If you practice another secret art of soul inheritance in our sect, it will be the best. That's right. 3 skills and 2 skills. Although I don't know the specific reason, locking pearl curtain does need to be combined with another secret art of soul inheritance. If that's the case, perhaps the small success realm is the limit that we can reach if we practice forcibly without the supporting secret art. Luo Chen opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. This also makes sense, why Luo sect would be so generous to take out the upper method of forming a pill secret art and exchange it with the casual cultivators on the battlefield at that time. In the absence of a supporting secret art, the effect of the locking pearl curtain in the small success state is at most equal to the middle method of forming a pill secret art. At least, in his current experience. If these 36 spirit beads are used to form a pill, the effect is almost the same as reversing the spirit vortex after the Kingaun Mayan method is completed. If it's just like this, I won't accept it. Luo Chen's face darkened and he looked for a remedy. Now that he is forming a pill, he doesn't even need to think about it, he just rejects it. Disperse 1 spirit bead, maintain the state of 35, and then cultivate to the great perfection of foundation building, and then make up the number of 36 small Zhaoshan, so as to impact the giant stage? It can be considered. In fact, there is another way. I will disperse all 36 spirit beads, and then cut the main soul every day as usual, and gather 365 silk threads. Then when the foundation is perfected and the impact is on forming a pill, I will directly condense 365 spirit beads in one breath and impact the giant stage. This idea, it must be said, is extremely bold. But it is indeed feasible. However, the risk is too great. Just when forming a pill, it is extremely difficult to gather the spirit beads of the number of Zhaoshan stars in one breath. Luo Chen shook his head suddenly and suppressed this dangerous thought. Is there any other way? Luo Chen used his little brain, relying on the knowledge accumulated from reading many books for many years, and kept thinking of solutions. Perhaps, I can also try to disperse the 36 spirit beads, and then condense and connect them every day to brush up the proficiency of the secret technique. When the proficiency of locking pearl curtain reaches the great perfection, the system may be able to derive a complete method of cultivation. This is to get stuck in the system loophole. After a lot of thinking, Luo Chen felt that this method was feasible. The only problem is that this set of secret techniques is complete. It has not been deleted, it just lacks another supporting soul secret technique. The system is unlikely to complete it. Silence. If that is really the case, then after brushing up the proficiency, Luo Chen will most likely be greeted with a false joy. Instead, it will delay his time to form a pill. In the long silence, Luo Chen looked inward at the sea of qi again. The 36 spirit beads that were extremely pure and seemed to be solidified were still spinning. The devouring power generated by each other made the sea of qi churn, and countless spiritual liquids were about to flow back and rush towards each spiritual bead. But the current state is already the limit. If more spiritual liquid is swallowed, the balance will inevitably be broken, and even the 36 spiritual beads will collide with each other, causing unimaginable damage to Luo Chen. Watching. Suddenly, Luo Chen had a sudden idea. Being in the same sea of qi, checking and balancing each other, there is the number of small Zhaoshan. But because each devours spiritual power, it causes imbalance. What if I divide and isolate these spiritual beads? In that case, wouldn't it form a situation where they exist independently? With my powerful main soul, I can easily suppress it, and wait for the future to be fully developed, and then directly merge together. This abrupt idea is not a fantasy. Because Luo Chen really has an environment to isolate the spiritual beads. Other cultivators may not be able to do it, but Luo Chen really can. Because he has opened his mind. The human body has acupoints, large and small, which form the number of double Zhaoshan. When Luo Chen was in the middle stage of foundation building, after his meridians were opened successfully, he began to open his mind through body refining methods. First, he opened the orifices with spiritual energy, then with evil energy, and finally, in the ruins of the transformation of the spirit, he used the power of thunder to open all the orifices around his body. These orifices are not useless, and they can store a lot of spiritual energy at ordinary times. Luo Chen even regarded them as the second sea of qi. Otherwise, his spiritual power would not be far beyond that of his peers. My orifices have been impacted by spiritual energy, polished by evil energy, and forged by thunder. A mere spiritual bead should be able to store it. If I move each newly condensed spiritual bead to the orifice for storage, and then isolate them separately, won't there be any imbalance? When this idea came up, Luo Chen couldn't help it anymore. After continuous deduction and experimentation, he was sure that this was indeed feasible. Without hesitation, he began to move the spiritual beads that day. When he moved a complete spiritual bead to the largest orifice and successfully sealed it with spiritual power restrictions, Luo Chen couldn't help but be ecstatic. Success. His idea was right. He didn't know how the Luo sect's supporting secret technique was handled, but his method directly solved the current problem. In this way, I can continue to condense and connect new spirit beads. The great success of locking pearl curtain, 365 Zhaoshan, is just around the corner. Time passed slowly. The 50-year preparation period for the opening war was getting closer and closer. The Yuding domain, as the front line, was also getting more and more lively. Every day, there were countless anecdotes. Some people in small places were promoted to foundation building, and there were foundation building true cultivators in the big immortal city who became famous on the Dao discussion platform. The Jade Emperor Mountain Sword discussion also ended a few years ago. It was thought that the Jading Sword sect, which had been in decline after decades of civil war with the Luo sect, showed its powerful strength in this sword discussion. The Jading Sword cultivator, the battle power is the best. Many cultivators who relied on the ranking of the 10 immortal cities Dao discussion platform to obtain a place to participate in the Jade Emperor Sword discussion, the final result was shocking. Only 7 cultivators achieved good results in the sword discussion. And among those 7, there were 5 true disciples from other Yuanying upper sects. Through this sword fight, the cultivators from outside the region had to pay attention to the local overlord, Yuding Sword sect, and some rash provocations were slightly restrained. Yuding Sword sect showed off its muscles, and Luo sect was no less. They directly disregarded their face and completely revealed their cooperative relationship with Xianfan City. Powerful puppets were sent to Luo sect under the refining of the master of Xianfan City. And some of the 13 sons of Luo, who had previously become famous, began to form elixirs one after another. In this way, the number of golden elixir cultivators in Luo sect began to increase. On the contrary, Ice Castle, which had once been famous because of Luo Chen, seemed to be unknown in this vigorous atmosphere of preparation for war. People knew that only one of the 5 female cultivators in Ice Castle who were in seclusion to impact the golden elixir stage successfully formed elixir. Of the other 4, 1 died, 2 were seriously injured, and the other's foundation was destroyed, completely cutting off the possibility of forming elixir. The outside world was turbulent. In the 3 caves of Xianlan Peak, it was still as quiet as ever. 10 years passed in a flash. For the first time, Luo Chen left the practice room and came to the living room. There was only one reason for him to do this. The foundation building stage was perfected. It took twice as long as the originally calculated 5 or 6 years. The reason was that Luo Chen spent a lot of energy on the secret technique of locking pearl curtain. But the results were also gratifying. 10 years, 365 spirit beads. As Luo Chen took a step, his whole body seemed extremely heavy. Even a 3rd-level physique seemed unable to withstand that kind of pressure. The pressure brought by the spirit beads of the number of Zhaoshan stars is really extraordinary. Luo Chen sighed. Standing at the gate, his sight passed through the heavy clouds and mist, as if overlooking the magnificent fairy city at the foot of the mountain. One by one, the cultivators passed by the corner of his eyes like ants. Standing at the door, Luo Chen, who was calm and composed, opened the attribute panel after many years. A transparent light curtain like the Xianlan Peak waterfall slowly unfolded before him. Lifespan: 90/200, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, great perfection of foundation establishment, ancient 3rd stage 10/100, skills, great perfection of immortal evergreen sutra, perfection of 10,000 Daos convergence 301/500, 10,000 beast sutra 15/100, spells, 3rd stage, mastery of mirror flower and water moon 201/300, introduction to life cutting finger 15/100, introduction to Inaki seal 87 out of 100, grandmaster of locking pearl curtain 999/1000, grandmaster of calming wind wave 950/1000, 2nd stage, perfection of flower fairy 327/500, grandmaster of bewitching god technique 527/1000, mastery of Kusanaji Zhengjin sword technique 260/300, perfection of 5 elements returning viscera technique 375/500. 1st stage, great perfection of god shocking technique, mastery of bone restoration technique 239/300, introduction to limb extension technique 15 out of 100, great perfection spells, click to check details, alchemy, scale hand perfect 400/500. Star picking hand great perfection. Great perfection alchemy, click to check details, martial arts, cloud exploration claw grandmaster 590/1000, fiery miasma grandmaster 521/1000, heavenly maiden scattering flowers great perfection, mountain breaking and monument breaking palm great perfection, profession, 3rd level alchemist, 2nd level physician 3rd level pill, Mingidun pill entry 6 out of 100 2nd level pill, Zongmiao Pill great perfection, Emperor Liu Jiang entry 12 out of 100 great perfection pill, click to check details, achievement points. 52. This panel seems to have not been fully opened for a long time. Luo Chen muttered. He found that as his realm became higher and higher, the number of times he opened the panel became less and less. In the past, every time he broke through his realm, he would take a look, summarize the past, check the present, and plan for the future. But the last time he opened it was when he was at the 8th level of foundation building. Now looking at it again, he has reached the great perfection of the foundation building period. Even though he always thought he was still young, he had already turned 90 without realizing it. "I'm old," Luo Chen said self-deprecatingly. If someone else heard him, they would probably want to stab him to death with a sword. At the age of 90, he had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage. What a crazy cultivation speed. It was estimated that only those cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots who claim to have built their foundation in 10 years and formed their elixir in 100 years could compare to him. Luo Chen was a little complacent. He knew how much he had paid for such a progress in cultivation. After a self-deprecating joke, Luo Chen took a look at the upper limit of his lifespan. 200 years. It was a bit unexpected. When he was at the 8th level of the foundation building stage, he was only 170 years old. After he was promoted to 2 small realms, he should have only added 20 years. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I absorbed the vitality of a large number of low-level monsters during the period of recuperation. Luo Chen made a reasonable guess, but did not delve into it. As long as the upper limit of lifespan was not dangerous, he was no longer that concerned. At least, as far as he knows, the cultivators in the mountain and sea realm, even the great ones in the spiritualization stage, cannot achieve immortality. Just keep working hard on your cultivation. His eyes slid down and paused at the 2 entries of the 3rd level of the ancient body refining realm and the confluence of 10,000 paths. Since returning from Jili Mountain, his body refining realm and this body refining technique have made little progress. The reason is very simple. There is a lack of external force required for body refining. The power of thunder is hard to find, and the occasional thunder is not long-lasting. Therefore, this embarrassing situation has been created. However, Luo Chen has already found a solution to this situation. That is to use the original true fire to refine the body. When the confluence of 10,000 paths was first created, the core concept was to use real fire and fake thunder to refine the body. Now that thunder is hard to find, it is completely possible to return to the essence, cultivate the true body of fire paying, and refine the body with fire. Moreover, the withered and flourishing fire does have another mystery, which can burn the vitality of living beings and devour them. However, there is no need to rush at the moment. The most urgent task is to form a pill. As for the matter of body training, we will talk about it after the failure or success of the dam formation. After all, he spent a lot of achievement points to absorb the excellent skills that Luo Chen had accumulated and deduced. Luo Chen would not let the confluence of 10,000 paths be buried. In fact, he already had many good ideas that came up occasionally to improve the specific practice steps of this set of skills. Although the previous effect was good, it was a bit rough. Speaking of Dan formation, we have to talk about the 2 secret arts. 10 years of major training. Locking Pearl Curtain and fixing Wind Wave have both reached the Grandmaster level, and are only 1 step away from the great perfection. But it is just this 1 step away that he can't cross. Especially Locking Pearl Curtain has been stuck at 999/1000 for a while. Even if Luo Chen took the initiative to disperse the spirit beads and then kept recultivating, he still couldn't improve. In this regard, Luo Chen's guess is probably related to dam formation. Only when the 365 spirit beads are completely fused into gold and elixir can the secret art be considered perfect. After all, this technique consists of 3 steps, and Luo Chen has only pushed the first 2 steps to their limit. The 3rd step is fusion. Luo Chen has not tried it yet. He does not dare to try it rashly, because it means taking the last step completely. It is not only the last step of the secret technique, but also the last step of the foundation building period. After paying attention to these, there is nothing else to say. They are all accumulated and improved over the past few decades. The proficiency of spells has improved, the alchemy technique has been perfected, and a new 3rd level spell has been learned. Oh! His alchemist level has been upgraded to 3rd level alchemist after he successfully practiced a 3rd level Bigu pill. This is good news. It is also expected good news. Finally, there are achievement points. In order to get started with a Bigu pill, 40 achievement points were consumed in one go. But after years of replenishment, It has returned to the safety of 52. With a lot of achievement points, Luo Chen is full of confidence. After thoroughly browsing the attribute panel, Luo Chen has a clearer understanding of his current status. Whether it's my physique, my soul, or my spiritual power reserve, I have surpassed the foundation building true cultivation and am infinitely close to the early stage of the golden elixir cultivator. In terms of the secret art of forming the elixir, I have also reached the point where there is no more progress. All preparations are ready. Next, Luo Chen took a deep breath of the air outside the cave with a little greed, and then closed the door of the cave without any lingering. Failed again. How could this be? I have done my best. I asked myself about my preparation for forming the elixir. Even the Taoist disciples of the Yuanying upper sect can compete with me. How can I fail? In the practice room, Luo Chen's face was as dark as ink and as gloomy as water. Holding a cracked bronze mirror in his hand, he uttered an unbelievable sound. The elixir failed, and twice. Of course, it was not that the elixir failed in reality, but that he failed to simulate the elixir using the Ghost God Heart Mirror. As one of the three major inherited magic weapons of the Ghost God Valley, this mirror was originally used to simulate the elixir for the great perfection of the foundation building cultivator. Luo Chen had a treasure, so he naturally couldn't waste it. Therefore, when he decided to close the door and break through the golden core stage, he took the initiative to use this thing. With the protection of Lan Ke Heiki, and the years of practicing the third-level illusion mirror flower water moon, he had a certain resistance to illusions. Therefore, even without the protection of the elders of the sect, Luo Chen dared to simulate it alone. But the results were not satisfactory twice. The first time, he used the great secret technique of locking pearl curtain to form a pill, but failed. The specific reason is unknown. Luo Chen only remembered that at the last step, after the 365 spirit beads were fused together, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. After a loud bang, he woke up drowsily. After resting for a month, he activated the Ghost God Heart Mirror again. This second time, he used the Nether Yuan Pill to form a pill, but it still failed. The reason for this failure was even more vague. After swallowing the pill, there seemed to be a huge expansion in the body, and then, there was nothing else. It was like a gust of wind blowing, leaving nothing behind. He woke up naturally, without even feeling any fatigue in his soul. With a gloomy look, Luo Chen forced himself to calm down and summarize the reasons for the two failures as much as possible. For a cultivator to form a pill is a natural transformation. Even without the help of secret techniques, elixirs and other auxiliary resources, there is a certain chance of successfully forming a pill. But this success rate is too small. The ancient sages summarized and created some methods to increase the chance of forming a pill. Such as the secret technique of forming a pill, such as the elixir of breaking through the realm, and some rare objects in the world. The pearl curtain is a secret technique of forming a pill. I cultivated it to the great success realm. On the basis of my original success in forming a pill, it increased the possibility of forming a pill by 30% out of thin air. The Nether Origin Pill is a third-level Nether Sea Pill derived from the Bigu sect of the Holy Land of the Transformation God. It comes with a 20% increase in the chance of forming a pill. Although it was two separate simulations, it shouldn't have failed. Why is this the case? Luo Chen asked himself. In his mind, he kept searching for possible answers. After a long time, he got a seemingly plausible answer. Back to the essence, it's still the same old topic. Qualification. The qualification of the 5 spiritual roots dragged him down. However, unlike the previous poor qualifications, this time he changed his thinking direction. Use Master Kanglong's evaluation to correctly view his qualifications. Bad? It's definitely not bad. In fact, under my practice, this qualification is actually excellent. It can allow me to have a wider sea of ki, accommodate several times the spiritual power of the same level, and the ability to fight is far beyond the same level. In comparison, the disadvantage of slow cultivation speed can actually be compensated by using massive resources. I, Luo Chen, am also a person with excellent talents in another sense. But it is precisely because of this excellent, even terrifying qualification that the more help is needed when breaking through the realm. If cultivation is compared to building a house, then qualification is the foundation. The fewer the spiritual roots, the smaller the foundation, and naturally the house is built quickly and beautifully. With a little help, they can build it in a decent manner. But the more spiritual roots one has, the larger the foundation will be. To build a house, more materials are needed. Naturally, when building the big house of Dan, more help is needed. The above method is not enough. The Zongmiao Pill is not enough. I still have the reversal of the spiritual vortex of the Zongmiao method. No, next time, I will use all the methods together to see the effect. Since a method can only increase the chance of Dan formation by a few points alone, what if they are used together? Unconsciously, a slightly crazy idea filled Luo Chen's mind. Although it is a bit crazy, it is not impossible. Because Luo Chen has a weapon in his hand, he can give it a try. Looking at the cracked ghost god questioning mirror, Luo Chen rested for a few days, and then put his soul into it without hesitation. In the yellow mirror, a Taoist sat cross-legged. The third failure came as expected. Along with the failure, the ghost god questioning mirror was completely scrapped. This was expected. It was originally a broken magic weapon. Over the years, Luo Chen has used the heart-searching mirror many times, not only for himself, but also for Gu Kai and the disciples of Luo Xianhu to build their foundation. With such frequent activation, and Luo Chen not having the corresponding maintenance and repair methods, the condition will naturally get worse and worse. The last time in Yuanxi Valley, when he used the Ghost in God heart-searching mirror to help Miao Wen regain his self, this treasure had already shown signs of being damaged. Now, it can only barely support Luo Chen to simulate Dan 3 times, which has reached the limit of the limit. Luo Chen looked at the bronze mirror fragments in his hand with a little regret. This is a rare magic weapon of the soul. After a slight regret, Luo Chen showed excitement on his face, and even a little smile. Why can he still laugh when misfortunes never come alone? The reason is naturally that although he failed in the last simulation, he was infinitely close to the success of Dan. My idea is right. Although they belong to different paths of Dan formation, they each have their own mysteries. As long as I resolve the conflicts and take the essence, I will be able to soar to the sky. However, relying on these 2 secret techniques alone is still lacking something. Luo Chen's thoughts turned, and a green light flashed on his hand. 3 jade slips appeared in his hand. They were the 3 lower-level Dan formation secret techniques of Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation, Escape from the Cage, and Mixed Origin Method. If I combine these 3 secret techniques with Locking Pearl Curtain, can I tailor a Dan formation secret technique for myself? Luo Chen has the confidence. He has obtained these secret techniques for many years and has studied them very carefully. It is not difficult to get started. In fact, he has more or less met some conditions for each of these secret techniques. He has the Shenglong Pill and Bingfang Pill needed for Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation. Escape from the Cage requires a strong physique and a powerful 3rd-level realm-breaking pill, which he also has. The Hunyuan method is even simpler. His Zongmiao method is of the same origin as it, and even has a higher grade. If the 4 methods are integrated and a unique technique is created, the chance of forming a pill can be increased to the maximum. Even if 1 plus 1 cannot equal 2, as long as it is greater than 1, it will be fine. 4 secret techniques, 3 kinds of elixirs, and solid essence, energy, and spirit. If this is the case, it is impossible to break through the Jinden stage. Luo Chen will doubt whether the 5 spiritual roots are abandoned by the heavens, and he will even doubt whether the existence of the 5 elements divine sect is reasonable. As for whether the method that is integrated later is suitable for cultivation, although he no longer has the Ghost in God heart mirror, he still has the system plugin. When the time comes, try to use the achievement points to get started and identify 1 or 2. Just do it when you think of it. Luo Chen has no way out now. Relying on a solid foundation, broad knowledge, and super talent for practicing magic, Luo Chen began to practice 3 secret techniques for forming a pill. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. After all, it was just a secret art of forming a pill. The practice was not complicated, and most of the time, it relied on external forces to form a pill. However, in 3 years, Luo Chen practiced the 3 secret arts to the master level. After the step, he did not continue to practice. Instead, he began to try to merge with Locking Pearl Curtain. However, the fusion process was not very smooth. After all, they were completely different methods from the 4 sects, and there were conflicts between them. It took a year, and Luo Chen made slow progress. But in the 5th year, Luo Chen tried to integrate Fixing Wind Wave into it. The 4 originally incompatible secret arts, after Fixing Wind Wave was added, showed a strange balance. One day, In the practice room, Luo Chen pulled out the system attribute panel and held a bamboo slip written by him in his hands. This is the secret art of forming a pill that he has created over the past 5 years, incorporating the strengths of various schools and using his own insights. He named it Microdust Yuanshu. If a person is like a speck of dust, his heart is towards the universe, and the word Yuan means the root of heaven and earth, and all things in the universe. With this art, even the lowest aptitude has the opportunity to reach the avenue. The name of this secret art implies Luo Chen's ambition to pursue the avenue of immortality. Microdust Yuanshu, the ultimate secret art of forming a pill. Are you ready to get started? When the system gave a cold text prompt, Luo Chen turned off the system with a smile. Of course, there is no need to get started. He knows the various tricks of his self-created method better than anyone else, and he has even laid a good foundation. There is no need to waste achievement points at all. Next, just sort it out and practice it step by step. And how long does this process take? Luo Chen thinks it won't be too long. 2 years later, Luo Chen left the practice room and went to the living room. He took out the resources needed for forming a pill one by one. 3 Mingying pills, Xinglong pills, Bingfang pills, Xianshan Huayang water, Guzhen talisman, Jixin incense, Kenghe pills, a lot of resources. Some were collected by Luo Chen himself. Some were bought by Sima Wei Niang, who ordered the monks of Luotian society to bid for him at auctions in Yuding domain over the years. To this end, countless manpower and material resources were spent. Looking at the fully prepared resources, Luo Chen's calm eyes were filled with excitement. Bathing, changing clothes, burning incense, and straightening the crown. After returning to the quiet room, sit upright, wait for the heart to be calm, wait for the intention to be sincere. For a full month, Luo Chen adjusted his own state to the peak. At this time, the qi was vigorous, the spiritual energy was harmonious, the mind was calm, and the sky was not shocked. 50 years ago, he first got the ghost god questioning mirror, and failed to simulate Dan. 50 years later, 3 consecutive simulations failed. But every failure is getting closer and closer to success. During this process, he gained several copies of the experience of previous generations in forming the elixir, and personally witnessed Chu Kui's elixir forming process. For this day, he had prepared too much, and waited too long. Everything I have done to the extreme. Success or failure depends on this one move. Luo Chen opened his lips slightly and took a deep breath. In the training room, the extremely rich spiritual energy turned into a white dragon of energy and poured into his body. As if sensing something, the sea of energy filled with countless pure spiritual liquids suddenly changed. 2 pills swallowed in advance suddenly tore open the spiritual power restriction, and 2 impressive medicinal powers immediately fell into the sea of energy. One was cold, and the other was hot. The 2 medicinal powers collided with each other, drawing out the water and fire power in the sea of energy. Suddenly, Kan and Li were reversed and rushed into each other. Under this extreme collision, the sea of energy suddenly boiled. Countless spiritual liquids gathered towards the center, and it seemed that a pill was formed faintly. Suddenly, the pill, which was in its infancy, suddenly shattered. At the moment of shattering, before it could condense again, it was controlled and turned into a tiny vortex. This spiritual energy vortex was very small at first. But as it continued to rotate clockwise, it became larger and larger. In the 9th layer of the qi sea, countless spiritual powers poured into the spiritual energy vortex, and were sifted through it again and again like a sieve. It was unknown how long this process lasted. It seemed like a moment, but it also seemed like tens of millions of years. When this step was completed, the vortex was originally rotating steadily, but after reaching a certain point, it strangely began to rotate counterclockwise. The changes brought about by this completely different rotation direction were earth-shattering. Before, it was just a slightly gentle sifting of spiritual power, filtering impurities, and removing the poison of the pill. But when it turned counterclockwise, a huge devouring force suddenly surged out. The entire qi sea was boiling in an instant. Countless spiritual fluids rushed towards the reverse spiritual vortex. This spiritual vortex became larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it was as if there was a tornado deep in the sea, stirring up the ocean. As if it wasn't lively enough, a pill suddenly dissolved. An extreme and terrifying medicinal power fell into the ocean. Bang! 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 At the moment when the medicinal power exploded, 9 consecutive terrifying thunders rumbled in Luo Chen's body. Every time the thunder roared, his body trembled. The ancient third-level physique was actually blown out of a few cracks in this kind of shock. It was as if 9 thunder dragons wanted to escape from his sea of qi and get out of this body. But Luo Chen didn't allow it. The body is like a cage, and the heart is like a prison. How can I see the great way if I haven't escaped? In this terrifying thunder, the terrifying medicinal power had no choice but to pour into the sea of qi. As soon as it entered, it was sucked into the Tongshan tornado that had expanded to its limit. With the addition of the power of the Zongmiao Pill, the balance of water and fire, and the floating and sinking of golden wood in Luo Chen's body were completely broken. The 9-layered sea of qi was instantly broken. Endless spiritual power rumbled down from the 9 heavens, causing the vast ocean to shake endlessly. If it continued, the sea of qi would be completely shaken before the golden elixir condensed. At this moment, stop. In the dark, a mighty divine voice fell into the sea of qi. Then, a spiritual bead as bright as a star broke free from the confinement of the acupoints and floated above the sea of qi. At this moment, the sea of qi was quiet. But the next moment, it began to shake again. Not enough. Come again. The voice of the soul was heard again, and another spiritual bead entered the sea of qi. If a powerful person could see through Luo Chen's body and see the scene of his sea of qi at this moment, he would see an unimaginable picture. In the vast ocean, water and fire collided, golden wood floated and sank, and the terrifying body turned into a thick wall of solid earth to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. A giant tornado rotated counterclockwise, madly devouring the spiritual energy in the boundless ocean. It also rolled the 9-layered sea of qi into pieces. In the acupoints outside the sky, there are spiritual beads, like stars, falling like rain, with great power, calming the turbulent waves raised by the boundless ocean. I don't know how long it has been. The sound of the huge soul burst out again. Melt. 365 stars floated above the empty sea of qi. Then they turned into meteors and rushed towards the sky, reaching tornado-like moths to flame. Can and Li are reversed, water and fire complement each other, golden wood float and sink, and the great way is expected. The sun and the moon in the furnace, the creation is self-evident, out of nothing, the dragon and the tiger gather. The essence of the sky and the earth, the soul of the yin and the yang, the stars of this Haoshan, all take in the universe. Luo Chen integrated the 3 methods of upper, middle and lower, and exhausted his foundation. The great way of the golden elixir is right in front of him. If I don't form the elixir now, when will I? With a low roar, the 365 spiritual beads that merged into the tornado began to merge continuously under the guidance of the main soul. Not only that, the sky-high tornado that has expanded to the extreme has generated tremendous pressure, urging it to merge from the outside. In the hazy and chaotic space, there is a faint glazed pill that emits colorful light and is generated in the chaos of lightning, thunder, wind and rain. Xianlin Immortal City. There are only 10 years left before the War of Opening Up. As one of the 3 immortal cities closest to Xiaoyu mountain range, the number of cultivators gathered in Xianlin Immortal City has already exceeded 1 million. There are countless qi refining inside, and the number of foundation building true cultivators is easily tens of thousands. Even the Golden Core Master is not seen occasionally like before. According to estimates by those who are interested, there are at least 2 hands of Golden Core cultivators in Xianlin now. This is just the daily settlement, not counting those who occasionally pass by. In such an environment, the lively atmosphere has long been agitated to the extreme. Everyone is waiting for the start of the War of Opening Up 10 years later. However, with so many high-level cultivators gathering, the demand for spiritual land caves has naturally reached the highest level. The number of caves on Xianlin Peak was not enough before, and now it is even more difficult to find one. Especially the Jinden cultivators. They have a more urgent need for the upper-grade caves. From time to time, someone would go to the rotating sect to ask when the A3 cave could be rented. But every time, they would get the answer that the cave had an owner. One day, a Jinden master from the foreign domain could not help it after all. In front of the Jinden cultivator of Lauren sect, he slammed the table and asked angrily, "How can a mere foundation building cultivator occupy the A3 cave for 20 years? The Lauren sect Jinden lowered his eyelids, because he paid enough spirit stones. The foreign cultivator shouted angrily, "But 20 years have passed, it's more than 3 years, should we rent it to him?" The Luo sect Jinden said lightly. His disciples have paid for him for 3 more years. I can't kick him out. The foreign cultivator was speechless for a moment. After a moment, he couldn't help but say, can't fellow Taoist Chu be flexible? I urgently need to cultivate a great skill to deal with the war of development, and the 3rd level spiritual land is indispensable. Giving it to a foundation building cultivator is really a waste of natural resources. How about this? How much spiritual stones he offers, I will also offer as much. How about it? Is this a matter of first force and then courtesy? The Jinden cultivator surnamed Chu from Luo sect curled his lips. In the immortal city, it is not about cultivation, but about spiritual stones. Under the same price, it is a matter of first come first served. What's more, your realm is higher than his, but that person's relationship with Luo sect is better than you, a foreigner. However, he will not explain too much. Just when he was thinking about how to get rid of this person, his face suddenly changed. Without waiting for nagging, he went straight out of the hall and looked towards the direction of Xianlin Peak. The foreign Jinden was angry at first, and then suddenly realized something. When he stepped out of the hall and looked towards Xianlin Peak, he couldn't help but glance at the cultivator named Chu who was staring at him. It is rumored that the cultivators of Luo sect are proficient in refining the spirit. The strength of their spiritual consciousness is far beyond that of their peers. The other party discovered the anomaly before him, which shows that the rumor is true. Was he a little too rude before? Just when he was nervous, he suddenly heard a light exclamation. Isn't it just a damn formation? What's so surprising? The foreign Jinden was puzzled. But when he paid close attention to the damn formation phenomenon at Xianlin Peak, he couldn't help but blurt it out. Immortal Venerable, which Jinden sect is this Daozi level figure who is forming a Dan here? The cultivator named Chu glanced at him and snorted coldly, I am ignorant. How can a Daozi of a sect have such a formation? The foreign Jinden was stunned, and then his face turned pale. Like them, there are many Jinden cultivators who have noticed the anomaly at Xianlin Peak. Later, even the people from the Jinden masters to the key refining masters in Xianlin Immortal City all noticed the dam-forming phenomenon. It was simply too terrifying. The wind howled, and the colorful clouds gathered. The roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. There was also a tornado that rolled back across the sky. The spiritual energy from all directions gathered towards the tornado. And this was just the beginning. About an incense stick later, the tornado did not shrink, but became larger and larger. The mighty momentum swept across the entire Xianlin Peak. Countless first and second level caves shook at the same time. The spiritual energy trapped in the caves could not help but rush towards the direction of the Jiazhen cave. Even the third level spiritual veins under this immortal city were affected. The face of the cultivator surnamed Chu changed from curiosity at the beginning to surprise later, and then to indecision in the end. Something is wrong. This boy's background is really terrifying. A mere man-made third-level spiritual vein is not enough to help him. If he is allowed to absorb it like this, I am afraid that most of the cave layout will be destroyed. After some hesitation, he finally made up his mind. Forget it. The real person said, do him a favor. I will lend him a helping hand. With a thought, the cultivator surnamed Chu gave up the foreign golden elixir and flew towards the central hall of Xianlin Immortal City. Not long after he left, the entire Xianlin Immortal City suddenly shook with a rumbling sound. The foreign golden elixir that was still in place showed an expression of disbelief. Is this opening the spiritual vein band of the Immortal City? When he was shocked, a large amount of spiritual energy suddenly gushed out of the entire Immortal City. Its richness directly raised the Immortal City, which was only at the first level, to the second level. And the entire Xianlin Peak, in an instant, directly turned into third-level spiritual land. The sky-high tornado, aided by this force, became even bigger. It devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with even greater joy. How to describe it? The only word is swallowing with a whale. In the process, a figure suddenly stepped out of the misty clouds. He was tall and straight, with a psychedelic face. Only his black hair fluttered behind him, reflecting his pair of black eyes that could see everything, like a god or a demon. Chapter 457 The path to immortality is long, I will walk with you. Dan. Someone has formed a den. Although this kind of thing is rare, the Jade Tripod domain has produced many new golden dans in recent years, so it is not a big deal. Even in Xianlin Fairy City, there were people who tried to form a dan 20 years ago, but unfortunately failed at the last minute. Under normal circumstances, a dam-forming phenomenon would not attract too many people's attention. But this time, the movement on Xianlin Peak was really big. Not to mention other things. On Xianlin Peak alone, many people who were practicing hard in the caves instantly noticed that something was wrong. At first, it was just the aura of their own caves that was restless, as if being pulled by someone, and couldn't wait to pour out. Later, the spiritual veins suddenly shook, and large amounts of spiritual energy gushed out from the earth veins. Instantly caused the first level to become the second level, and the second level to become the third level. Such a drastic change is naturally not suitable for the cultivators to continue their original practice. For a time, many cultivators flew out of the caves and looked at the source of the change in surprise and doubt. When they found the Taoists sitting cross-legged in the sky-high tornado formed by spiritual energy in the void, their faces changed. What kind of foundation can create such a huge momentum? The cultivators in Xianlin Peak were affected. What about the people in the Immortal City? From the moment the dam-forming phenomenon appeared, many people noticed it. As the Luo sect cultivators released the spiritual veins and the suppressed earth veins spiritual energy was completely released, even some customers who were still shopping in the shops couldn't help but come out to watch the excitement. Some well-informed people already knew that Luo Chen had rented the 3 caves of Xianlin Peak. Therefore, at the moment the dam-forming phenomenon appeared, even if they couldn't see Luo Chen's face clearly, they could quickly identify who the owner of the condensed golden elixir was. Dan Chenzi has finally taken this step. Is that man the Dan Chenzi praised by your Yuding domain cultivators as the #1 person in Yuding Foundation establishment? Exactly. We've seen what he can do today. Tisk tisk, such a big show of force shows how much foundation he has accumulated during the foundation establishment period. Fortunately, those foreign cultivators who tried to challenge him on the Dao discussion platform didn't run into him, otherwise they would have lost face. It's not shameful to lose to Senior Luo Chen. This person was able to reverse the golden elixir during the foundation establishment period. Now that he is about to succeed in forming the golden elixir, I wonder how much stronger he will become. Every time there is a prosperous era, there are countless geniuses. This whole Lingjin can be regarded as a hero who emerges in the world. Chu Kui failed to form the golden elixir before, and Luo Chen formed the golden elixir strongly afterwards. The Luotian society is destined to rise. Maybe, the Luotian society can use this opportunity to establish a sect. If they are lucky enough to seize a third-level spiritual vein in the war of development, they will definitely be a major golden elixir sect in the future. Brother, did you say that the Jinden sect was too easy? Easy? You should understand that Senior Luo Chen is a famous alchemy master. You don't think that there are no Jinden masters who want to make friends with him? Countless discussions were heard in every place in the Immortal City. Some talked about Luo Chen's deeds before his rise, some talked about Luo Chen's relationship with the major sects, and some talked about Luo Chen's future. Many low-level cultivators wanted to replace Luo Chen at this moment and imagine how glorious and happy the future would be. Among them, most of those who talked about Luo Xian who were local cultivators. And when Cao was mentioned, Cao would appear. From the moment the dam-forming phenomenon appeared on Xianlin Peak, Dangsha Hall, located on the central avenue, sent a voice transmission message to Dangsha Peak. Therefore, after a while, cultivators from Dangsha Peak came together. Lanky flying boat entered the Immortal City and wanted to fly close to the ground. But looking at the dense crowds on the street, the cultivators of Luo Xian who gave up this plan. One by one, they got off the flying boat, practiced a wind control technique, and quickly ran towards the central avenue closer to Xianlin Peak. Soon, the Luotian Society monks, led by Sima Wei Niang and Wang Yuan, saw Gu Kai and others who were eagerly waiting at the gate. What's going on? Sima Wei Niang asked impatiently before she could even catch her breath. Gu Kai said without turning her head, 2 incense sticks of time have passed, and the president hasn't finished yet. 2 incense sticks of time. Hearing this number, Wang Yuan's face changed slightly. When ordinary foundation building true cultivation forms the elixir, it only takes 1 incense stick to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How strong is Luo Chen's foundation? He couldn't help but look up at the sky. The spiritual energy that burst out from the earth veins is still tirelessly flying towards the top of Xianlin Peak. The figure in the middle, sitting cross-legged, with his beard and hair fluttering, madly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When he was shocked, The cultivators of Luo Chen who held their breaths one by one, not daring to breathe, as if they were forming the elixir themselves. Chu Lingjin and his wife, Duan Feng and his wife, Li Yingzhang, Su Huanzhen. Except for a few foundation-building cultivators who stayed in various places, almost all the high-level members of Luo Chen who had arrived at this moment. Everyone looked nervous, looking up at Luo Chen with great excitement and hope. Inside the spiritual energy tornado, Luo Chen closed his eyes and slightly opened his lips. In addition to the whistling sound of the wind and clouds outside, his body was still emitting a thunderous sound. This was the abnormal sound caused by the 5-color golden elixir in his body, which was frantically devouring the external spiritual energy after it was formed. This sound had already appeared in the cave before. It was at that time that Luo Chen suddenly realized that this third-level spiritual cave seemed to be unable to support him to take the last step. The external spiritual energy was not enough to stably support the solidification of the golden elixir. Therefore, he stopped suppressing himself and took the initiative to release the section force, thus forming a tornado that absorbed the spiritual energy of the world floating on Xianlan Peak. But even so, it was still not enough. Just when he was desperate to destroy the restrictions of the caves in Xianlan Peak and forcibly absorb the spiritual energy inside, suddenly, he felt more spiritual energy pouring out from under the veins of the fairy city. Someone is helping me. After realizing this, Luo Chen no longer hid anything. He directly left the Jiazhen cave and escaped into the sky. Used the elixir to absorb the spiritual energy and used the body to suppress the golden elixir. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks. Unknowingly, 5 incense sticks of time passed in a flash. Normally, these 5 incense sticks of time are nothing, but at this moment, for Luo Chen, it seems that every minute and every second is so slow. Until the golden elixir in the body is completely stable. Luo Chen opened his mouth and pretended to inhale. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the tornado formed by the spiritual energy was actually sucked into his body by him. At this moment, the sky was clear and cloudless. Only Luo Chen's long hair, which had completely recovered its vitality and turned dark and shiny, fluttered behind him. He opened his eyes. His clear and bright eyes overlooked the entire Xianlan. There were tall buildings and palaces, streets of all sizes, and faces with different expressions. He saw the eager expressions of the monks of the Luotian society, the fearful and uneasy expressions of some former allies, and the admiring eyes of the monks flying outside the Xianlan Peak. He also felt more than 10 powerful divine consciousnesses silently watching him. It seems that my damn formation this time has really caused a lot of noise. If it was just damn formation, it would not have attracted so much attention. I think it is related to someone's initiative to release the spiritual veins and the sharp increase in the concentration of spiritual energy in the fairy city. At this moment, Luo Chen felt somewhat contented, somewhat proud, and even more joyful. Facing countless gazes, Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and then spoke leisurely. The origin of the great Tao, the secret of the high truth, how can the wind and the wind know and hear? The innate key, the clear and the turbid are naturally separated. If you don't know the reversal of Kan and Li, who can tell the rise and fall of gold and wood? In the subtle places, something is created out of nothing, and the tiger and dragon roar by the stream. In the pot, there is true creation, the essence of heaven and earth, the soul of yin and yang. It moves water and fire around the sky, and regulates the cold and heat. It takes 100 years to reborn, and everything else is a side door. Do you know, I have traveled all over the world, and I have heard the sound of immortals. After reciting a poem, Luo Chen made a simple salute to the countless cultivators in Xianlan Immortal City, and his figure disappeared in a floating manner. And the sound of the light singing, under the blessing of spiritual power, still radiated to the entire Immortal City. All the cultivators heard this poem. Among the key refiners, some people who were curious shouted, "Senior, you have great literary talent." This was flattery and compliment to Luo Chen. And those who were really cultivating their foundations, from not caring at first, to changing their expressions slightly, to concentrating all their attention later, trying not to miss any word. Some of those who were in the late stage of foundation building were even more thoughtful and seemed to have realized something. After listening to this poem thoroughly, many people either went back to the cave to practice directly, or invited friends to discuss it eagerly. Only the dozen or so giant masters. From the beginning of this poem, their expressions all changed, and their minds were shaken. When Luo Chen disappeared and returned to the cave, These people still looked in that direction with complicated expressions. This Taoist Luo is really generous. What a spirit. As expected of Lord Holing, who is known as a gentleman, I have never seen such a style before. Such a magnanimous person, and he has formed a pill at such a young age, and he is also a master of alchemy. Tisk tisk, I must make friends with this Taoist. I wonder how many of the millions of cultivators in Xianlin Immortal City can get a glimpse of the true meaning after this incident, and embark on the path of golden elixir from now on. Taoist Luo, congratulations. Congratulations, Taoist, congratulations, Taoist. In front of the gate of the Jiazhen Cave Mansion, 2 golden elixir cultivators congratulated Luo Chen. They were Horanzi, the golden elixir cultivator enshrined in the Immortal City, and Chu Zibei, the golden elixir cultivator of the Luo sect who was currently on duty in the Immortal City. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and even though his long hair was scattered behind him, it could not hide his handsome and true Taoist style at this moment. It was a great luck that I succeeded in making the elixir this time. I would like to thank the 2 seniors for their support and care. Since you have already made the elixir, you are my peers. Why do you call me seniors? Horanzi said casually. Luo Chen smiled slightly, saluted with both hands, and immediately changed his words. Luo Chen greets the 2 Taoist friends. Horanzi stroked his beard and smiled, and also returned the Taoist salute that was only performed between peers. And after returning the salute, Chu Zibei couldn't help but praise, Dao Luo is really generous. He is willing to share the secret of elixir formation selflessly. He is worthy of the name of Lingjin. Yes. The poem that Luo Chen improvised after successfully forming the elixir just now was mostly inspired by his joy. But some of the things involved in it are indeed related to elixir formation. For example, the circulation of water and fire in the heavenly body and the regulation of cold and heat are the most common guidelines for the secret technique of elixir formation in the world of immortal cultivation. And the essence of heaven and earth, the soul of the yin and yang, correspond to the importance of the soul in the secret art of forming a pill of the Luo sect. Although Luo Chen did not give a specific method for these things, he did share the overall outline and direction of practice selflessly through a poem. Even if the later generations cannot find the corresponding secret art, they can strengthen their practice in one of the directions, and they can have a 1 or 2 more chance of success when forming a pill. If they get the corresponding secret art, they will be even more powerful. It is for this reason that Luo Chen's poem has such a great impact on the relatively high-level cultivators in the fairy city. Luo Chen chuckled, it's just a return of favor. Fellow Taoist Chu released the ban on the spirit veins of the fairy city and helped me. What's wrong with me sharing some of my experience in forming a pill and helping millions of fellow Taoists? Chu Zibei was startled and couldn't help but look at Luo Chen deeply, as if he wanted to remember him in his heart. But now, it is obviously not the best time to talk and exchange ideas. Luo Chen had only succeeded in forming a golden elixir, but his realm of the golden elixir stage was not yet stable. He might collapse at any time and his realm would fall. As the monks of the Luo Tian Society went up to Xianlin Peak in an endless stream, Horanzi and Chu Zibei took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. As soon as the 2 left, the monks of the Luo Tian Society, led by Sima Wei Niang, arrived at the gate of the cave. Looking at the man in black bamboo white clothes with a smile on his lips, everyone paused at first, and then spoke in unison. Congratulations to the president for his success in forming a golden elixir, and the prosperity of the immortal path. Luo Chen accepted the congratulations generously. Naturally, he also saw the various expressions of these old acquaintances and old friends. Sima Wei Niang's admiration, Gu Kai's affectionate eyes, Chu Lingjin's admiration, Wang Yuan's sincere admiration, Chu Kui's complicated envy, Duan Feng's rare excitement. Many expressions, gathered together, were all happy for him. With a smile on his lips, he said softly, for the past 20 years, I have not taken care of external affairs. Thank you for your hard work. As a representative, Sima Wei Niang bowed. You are not worthy of the word hard work, President. Now that the President has successfully formed the golden elixir, he is like the towering tree above our Luo Ocean Association, protecting us from wind and rain. President, you are the one who has worked hard. Is it hard? Of course it is hard. 20 years of hard training, not seeing outsiders, and not taking care of worldly affairs. In order to form the golden elixir, the mind is suffering, the muscles and bones are working hard, Not only do you have to endure the severe pain of the soul splitting every day, but you also have to study the secret technique of forming the golden elixir that suits you day and night. When you are ready for the final breakthrough, it is a long and painful experience. But all the hard work will be nothing when the 5-color golden elixir is formed. Now, he is a cultivator in the golden elixir stage, and he can be respected as Master Luo Chen outside. The small Luo Chen association is also glorious because of him, and it is no longer a dispensable second-rate force. Everything should change. Luo Chen put away his smile and ordered 3 things. There are still 10 years before the war begins. In these 10 years, Luo Chen should restrain the monks and the association except for normal accidents and try not to conflict with others. Don't get carried away and provoke powerful enemies just because I have achieved a golden color. This is what it should be. Luo Chen, who has always been pursuing the concept of being kind to others and trying not to cause trouble. Everyone is not surprised. I need to retreat to stabilize my realm, which will take about 10 years. After 10 years, I will hold the Jinden ceremony and invite all the fellows. Kie, you will do this for me. This is also reasonable. It's not easy to have a golden core monk, so it's worth celebrating. It's not only to show Luo Chen's existence, but also an opportunity for him to make friends in the golden core stage. Gu Kai knew the importance of this matter and agreed immediately. Finally, looking at the Luo Xianhu's senior leaders, Luo Chen's eyes gradually fell on Sima Weiyang. The other party seemed to realize something, and his body trembled unconsciously, with a bit of excitement. Now that I have achieved the golden elixir, I am no longer alone. Luo Xianhu should also go to the meeting to establish a sect, raise a banner in the world of immortal cultivation, and leave a legacy. From now on, I will be the supreme, and you will be the head. All matters related to the establishment of the sect will be in the charge of you, Sima Weiyang, the first-generation head. I hope that when I hold the Jinden ceremony, it will also be the day when my Luoyan sect will become famous in the Yuding region. After giving these 3 instructions, Luo Chen smiled at everyone. Gentlemen, the path to immortality is long, let us encourage each other. Everyone bowed and promised. I am willing to walk with you. Chapter 458 Luo Chen comes out of seclusion. In the quiet training room. After a simple cleaning, Luo Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes were like torches, and a jade slip floated in front of him and above his head. Words poured out one by one like a waterfall. Looking at those words that he was so familiar with that he could recite them by heart, Luo Chen finally made a decision after years of hesitation. The 5 colors of the elixir are the characteristics of the elixir formed by all 5 elements. Although the green color of the wood element is the main color, the auxiliary fire element's spiritual power also accounts for 20%. If we talk about longevity, breaking through the realm, and the difficulty of entry, I should follow the wood element as the main color and choose Huiking Yixin Guang. But longevity is not immortality. Before reaching the realm of living as long as the heaven and earth, if the strength is not enough, no matter how long the lifespan is, it is vain. It has to be said. After experiencing the withering and flourishing fire devouring the vitality, Luo Chen's upper limit of lifespan plummeted. His understanding of lifespan has become more sober and calm. Especially after the success of the elixir, the upper limit of lifespan of 200 years suddenly soared to 400. Full of vitality, thriving, even the previously gray hair has turned back to healthy black color. This allows Luo Chen to look at the so-called lifespan more soberly. No matter how high the upper limit is, without a powerful way to protect the way, it is difficult to live safely to that time in this cruel world of immortal cultivation. In comparison, within the relatively safe lifespan range, making oneself more powerful is undoubtedly a smarter and correct choice. Not only to live forever, but also to be immortal. I am now refining the withering and flourishing fire, and I have the original true fire in my body, but the utilization rate is quite low. I can only use the withering and flourishing fire when I practice alchemy. The developed means of burning living beings and plundering vitality are a pleasant surprise. But the potential of this fire must be more than this. If I want to use it to the extreme, I must switch to practicing fire-based exercises. But the original wood-based spiritual power cannot be given up so easily. So, the burning wood true art, it's you. The number of third-level exercises on Luo Chen's body has been increasing. He originally had 3 copies. After killing Helian Yun and the other 2 in the Great Snow Mountain, he spent some time unlocking the storage bags of Helian Yun and Xiao Sanrun in order to obtain the Mingyuan Dan from them. Madame Yaosha's legacy was not obtained. The other party exploded in the 10,000 Python cave, and the storage bag did not survive. It's a pity that the Mingyuan Dan inside. However, the legacy of Helian Yun and Xiao Sanren did give Luo Chen a big surprise. The overall value of Xiao Sanren's legacy is not high, adding up to only 100,000 spirit stones. He is a casual cultivator. That's right. Even if you see that his realm is very high, it is very likely that he has consumed all his life savings to reach the current realm. It is not easy to leave 100,000. The surprise he gave Luo Chen was a set of soul attack spells. Linjiang Fairy Song used the soul into the sound, and used the form of sound waves to perform soul attacks. This set of sound wave spells is best performed with a piano, followed by various musical instruments, and at worst, it can be integrated into daily shouting and screaming. When Luo Chen was forming the pill, he emitted several divine sounds from his body, which was a little bit of the effect of this sound wave spell. Helian Yun's legacy is worth talking about. As the leader of the Lianian Merchant Alliance, he has accumulated a lot of money over the years. Even though time was urgent and Luo Chen didn't have time to count them one by one, it was roughly estimated that the number of spirit stones was at least millions. Some of the precious materials will definitely be worth several times more when they are carefully evaluated later. After Luo Chen got the Mingyuan Pill, what he paid the most attention to was Helian Yun's collection of third-level exercises. He alone collected 2 complete third-level exercises. They are water and earth. I think this is also the preparation of this evergreen tree in Xianlin Immortal City for his own lifelong exercises after forming the pill. In this way, it is a bargain for Luo Xianhu. The reason why it is said to be a bargain for Luo Xianhu, not Luo Chen, is that these 2 complete exercises are not very useful to Luo Chen himself, and he can only give them to Luo Xianhu as a method of inheritance after rebuilding the sect. Therefore, Luo Chen had 5 third-level skills in his hand. But the 3 that he could really use for his own cultivation were the original 3. The Yan'ang True Scripture of the Yan League. The Huiking Yixin Guang given by Master Kanglong. And a copy of the incomplete third-level skill Ranmu Zhangguang collected by Luo Xianhu. In order to use the Withered Fire, the Huiking Yixin Guang, which was the easiest to practice, was naturally excluded. Among the remaining 2, Luo Chen chose the Ranmu Zhangguang of the Wood and Fire practitioners after many years of selection. Although this skill was incomplete, it only lacked the chapter of the late Jiandan period, as well as the matching spells and secrets. Luo Chen didn't care about the latter. If he had money, he could collect all kinds of powerful spells through formal channels. As for the former, perhaps other cultivators would avoid it like snakes and scorpions. But for Luo Chen, it was not a big problem. As long as I can improve my proficiency in this skill to the state of great perfection before the late stage of the golden elixir, the system will be able to make up for it more or less. And this skill comes from the 5 Elements Divine Sect. This sect likes to study all kinds of magical skills and will take out some of them to sell in Lingyuan's Hay from time to time. If I have a chance in the future, I can pay a price and buy the complete version of Burning Wood True Skill from them. From the present to the future. Luo Chen thought very comprehensively. In addition, he now has a large amount of impurities in his Sea of Qi, and he really needs a skill to refine it. The efficiency of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra in the Foundation Building chapter is too low. Only the 3rd level skills can quickly absorb and quickly transform into a higher level of mana than spiritual power. Therefore, after making a decision, Luo Chen immediately started to practice Burning Wood True Skill. It must be said that with Luo Chen's magic talent, he also had a miraculous effect when studying the skills. In addition, after years of research, he already knows this skill very well. It only took him 4 or 5 days to successfully enter the Ranmu Zhangguang. In this way, because of the huge spiritual energy swallowed into the Sea of Qi when forming the elixir, it also began to be continuously refined. In this process, Luo Chen's soul continued to merge into it, and every spiritual power was stained with the breath of the soul. 1 year later, in the cave, Luo Chen stopped practicing and showed a look of emotion on his face. No wonder there are so many people who practice key refining and foundation building in the world of immortal cultivation, but the number of golden elixir cultivators has never increased. It is one thing to break through the realm, and it is another thing to practice in the golden elixir stage. In the key refining stage, it is still mainly based on simply absorbing external spiritual energy. After the foundation building stage, Every stage must continuously purify and refine the spiritual power and liquefy it, so that the limited space of the Sea of Qi can accommodate enough spiritual power. As the cultivator breaks through the realm and reaches the golden elixir stage, the practice will become more complicated. For the external spiritual energy, there are 3 steps to absorb, refine, and melt. Absorbing external spiritual energy, refining and purifying, and finally wrapping one's own consciousness with spiritual power to make it simply integrated. In this way, the complete transition from spiritual energy to spiritual power, and then to mana can be completed. The complexity of the practice during this period, even with the help of the 3rd level exercises, is quite exhausting for the cultivator. In this way, it is understandable why giant and cultivators have such a high demand for 3rd level spiritual land. Just purifying and fusing is so laborious, how can too much energy be put on absorbing external spiritual energy? 3rd level spiritual land is a kind of resource that giant and cultivators must have for cultivation. After thinking this through, Luo Chen couldn't help but show helplessness on his face. At present, he can't occupy this giant cave mansion for a lifetime. Whether the other giant and cultivators in Xianlan Fairy City are willing or not is one thing. His financial resources can't continue to support it, which is another thing. He has exceeded the deadline before forming a pill. Gu Kai forcibly collected the payment from various branches, and Sima Hunyang dispatched the working capital of Luo Xianhu, so that the extra 3 million spirit stones for the 3 years were collected. Doing so has already hurt the bones and muscles. It is easy to cause a situation where turnover is not available. This is a self-destructive approach. But there is no way. No matter how big Luo Xianhu is, it is not bigger than Luo Chen's Dan. With Luo Chen's success in Dan, with his reputation as a golden elixir master, I think this situation can be slightly alleviated. But reputation or something, it may solve the problem temporarily, but it cannot be a long-term meal ticket. The last time they met briefly, Luo Chen handed over his remaining savings, 3 million spirit stones plus a batch of materials worth millions, to Sima Hunyang. With the income of Luo Xianhu, it will temporarily support the rent of the 3rd level cave for the next 10 years. But what about 10 years later? Luo Chen stroked an iron ring on his thumb. This thing is actually a storage magic weapon. Originated from Qin Terran of Yanmen. As the elder of law enforcement, he can be regarded as the true leader of the Yan League after the Yan League suffered a great disaster. I think there should be a lot of inheritance in his ring. Then what Luo Chen has to do in the next 9 years is very simple and clear. First, and most importantly, polish and stabilize the current realm. With the big commotion he made when he formed the elixir, as long as he completely refined the huge spiritual energy stored in his body, he could directly advance to the 1st level of the golden elixir. This is exactly the same as what Chu Kui said at the beginning. The practice of the secret art of forming the elixir is so difficult, so there will naturally be corresponding benefits. One is that it is relatively easy to form the elixir. The other is that in the early stage of the golden elixir, the practice is relatively fast. After all, before forming the elixir, it has already involved the practice of the golden elixir period, and the fusion of spiritual power and soul power has long been ahead of ordinary golden elixir early cultivators. The second thing is to grind off the spiritual mark left on Qin Terran's iron ring. Luo Chen is also familiar with this matter. It is not the first time he has done this along the way. Even now, he still has a batch of storage bags of foundation building cultivators that he has not opened. When the time comes, open these blind boxes together. It may alleviate Luo Chen's current financial difficulties. As for the third thing, it is related to the 2 exercises created by Luo Chen. The confluence of 10,000 daos and the art of microdust. The former is a 3rd level body refining exercise, following the body refining lineage of wild beasts and ancient beasts, with infinite potential. The latter is Luo Chen's own Dan forming secret art that combines the strengths and weaknesses and is rated as the ultimate law level by the system. However, during the Dan forming process, Luo Chen still noticed the various shortcomings. It happened that while the current Dan forming perception was still there, Luo Chen might be able to make up for it completely. Outside Yuding Domain. The war of opening up has started. The preparation period is set to be 50 years, but it is impossible to really hold this time point. With the confluence of the 27 large and small sects participating in this war, some things can be done in advance. Eliminate the monsters entrenched in the Yuding Domain. Completely open up several routes to Xiao Mountain Range. Establish a temporary base outside Zongmiao mountain range as a fortress for the subsequent war. Send smart people to enter Zongmiao mountain range in advance to investigate the terrain and the gathering of monster forces in various places. With the support of countless manpower and material resources, the coalition led by Luo Chen sect finally started slowly. It was at this time when the Far East Xiuxin world was boiling day by day. Luo Chen came out of retreat. Xianlin Peak Jiazhen Cave Mansion. The clouds covering the cave mansion had dissipated, and the cave mansion door was wide open. Luo Chen stood at the door, quietly waiting for something. After a while, a beam of light flew over from not far away. The monolight dissipated, and the appearance of the giant and cultivator of Luo Chen sect came into view. Luo Chen clasped his fists and saluted. "Fellow Taoist Chu, I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are well." Chu Zibei smiled slightly, and was about to say something. Looking at Luo Chen's eyes, a strange color flashed in his eyes. He was surprised and said, "Dao is indeed not an ordinary person. It has only been 10 years since you formed the elixir, but you have been able to achieve the state of restraining your magic power and making the 3 treasures one. I wonder what your current realm is." Luo Chen nodded. "The first level of the elixir." Chu Zibei was still shocked to get this expected answer. After ordinary cultivators advance to the elixir stage, they often need to spend several years to stabilize their realm. Yes, just to stabilize their realm. It will take at least 30 or 40 years to go from the initial stage of the elixir stage to the first level of the elixir. However, Luo Chen skipped this step and reached the first level of the elixir in just 10 years. This progress of cultivation. Chu Zibei shook his head. "Even if I use the magic secret technique to form the elixir, it is not as fast as you. It seems that your foundation is more powerful than I expected." Hearing this compliment, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. In this simplest and easiest first level of the elixir, he did progress very quickly. But he enjoyed the convenience of accumulating a lot of experience. After that, the practice gave him a headache. His foundation was ridiculously stronger than others, and after the Jinden stage, he chose the dual system practice method. The difficulty of practice was even greater. To be honest, after entering the first level of Jinden and finding that the practice speed was getting slower and slower, Luo Chen felt a little regretful. If he chose the single system Huiking Yixin Guang, would the practice speed be faster? However, this regret was only a little. Compared with the disadvantage of slightly slow practice speed, the other advantages that gradually emerged after practicing Ranmu Zhenguang were enough to cover the only disadvantage of slow practice speed. His mana was more powerful than before. He was more skilled in using the original true fire. Not only that, he had completed the refinement and repair of Wandao confluence. Next, he could use the withered and prosperous fire to practice normally. The two chatted briefly about their experience and practice, and then returned to business. Is it really impossible to continue renting this Jiazhen cave mansion? At least, I can't make the decision for the next 50 years. While Luo Chen was puzzled, Chu Zibei pointed to the far east. This point made Luo Chen suddenly realize. The war of opening up had already begun when he was in seclusion. As a giant and cultivator of Luo Chen sect, Chu Zibei had no reason to garrison in the Immortal City, especially since this was not the Kaina Immortal City built by his own family, but the Immortal City built by the 7 sects in the past. Regarding the matter of Xianlin Immortal City, our sect has already reached an agreement with Yuding Sword sect. They paid a huge price and completely took back the sovereignty of Xianlin. Don't talk about my Luo Chen sect, even the ice castle you rely on, as well as Kingdom Valley, Alao Mountain, and Behu Palace, can no longer touch this city after the next 10-year rotation. Hearing Chu Zibei's story, Luo Chen couldn't help but show a solemn expression. How much did Yuding Sword sect pay to take back the sovereignty of Xianlin? From now on, the income of Xianlin Fairy City will no longer be divided among the various sects, but will belong to the Sword sect alone. However, there are doubts here. As far as he knows, although it is said that 27 sects will jointly attack Zongmiao in this war, Kingdom Valley and Alao Mountain only contributed manpower. Even if Zongmiao Mountains are conquered in the future, they will not move their sects there. And after Master Kanglong failed to advance to the nascent soul stage, it is unlikely that Bingbao will move the sect headquarters to the Great Snow Mountain. In other words, these sects will still have to stay in Yuding domain in the future. Are they willing to buy out a long-term profit to Yuding Sword sect at a flat price? No one can give Luo Chen an answer to these doubts. Chu Zibei will not give it either. He came today, in addition to inspecting the cave, to say goodbye. My sect is about to attack Xiaoyu Mountains with all its strength. This place is not a place for me to stay for long. At most 3 months later, when the Sword Sect monks arrive, I will hand over the rest of my work and go to participate in the war. Luo Chen nodded and said words of blessing. Before Chu Zibei left, he gave a piece of advice. Spending a huge amount of spirit stones to rent a cave in the fairy city is not a long-term solution. It is better for you to choose a Yuanying upper sect to join and enjoy the third-level spirit vein created by nature. Or, participate in the war of development and use your sword to earn a third-level spirit vein. There are countless high-level spirit places in the vast millions of mountains. You can't just limit your vision to the tiny Yuanying domain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Let's Get Married. Luo Chen went home. Not to cave number 17, but to Luo Xianhu of Dangsha Peak. Calling it Luo Xianhu is not quite appropriate. It should be called Luo Xianzong. Over the years, under the guidance of Sima Wei Niang, the monks of Luo Xianhu have gradually become accustomed to calling themselves disciples of Luo Xianzong. The reason why they have not completely changed is that they lack a bigger occasion. If nothing unexpected happens, after Luo Chen's dam-forming ceremony, the name Luo Xianzong will be completely accepted. When he set foot on Dangsha Peak, Luo Chen did not hide his figure, but appeared in front of the monks of Luo Xianzong in his original appearance. When Luo Chen appeared, the low-level disciples were shocked at first, and then surprised and worshipped. The honorifics of President and Grand Elder came out of their mouths. Perhaps many years later, Luo Chen will also be called Ancestor. However, it has not been long since the sect was rebuilt, and the corresponding inheritance system has not been expanded, so the concept of the sect has not yet been deeply rooted in the hearts of every disciple. Along the way, Luo Chen looked calm. He took in all the changes in everyone's expressions and accepted everyone's respect calmly. This time, he was not as smiling and warm as usual. It was not that he had changed. It was that the gap in realm was too big. The so-called kindness and kindness would bring more pressure to the people below. Keeping aloof and keeping a sense of distance was more suitable for him to get along with the low-level cultivators of Luo Xianzong. The low-level cultivators did not need to think about pleasing him or how to talk to him. Respect and worship. That's enough. Walking in Dangsha Peak, Luo Chen's consciousness slowly spread out. After the cultivators build their foundation, they can release their souls, commonly known as spiritual consciousness. Generally, when the foundation building cultivators are promoted to the foundation building stage, their spiritual consciousness can only be released 1 or 2 miles, which is not as far as the eyes can see. The advantage is that the perception is more acute, and even those who hide can be easily seen. The limit of the spiritual consciousness of ordinary foundation building cultivators is only 20 miles for those who have completed the foundation building. Luo Chen is different. When he first entered the foundation building stage, his spiritual consciousness could be released 5 miles away. When he reached the great perfection of the foundation building, even after cutting and splitting a large number of souls, he could still sense the situation 50 miles away. It's just that he has a pair of alienated spiritual eyes that can see thousands of miles away in an unobstructed environment. Therefore, the use of spiritual consciousness is not so frequent. As the cultivator advances to the golden core stage, at this time, the soul is complete, and what is released is not just that little bit of spiritual consciousness. It is the divine consciousness. Under normal circumstances, the change between spiritual consciousness and divine consciousness is about 5 to 10 times. That is, the exploration distance of 20 miles becomes about 100 to 200 miles. This distance is also roughly the range of accurate killing that a golden core cultivator can cause when fighting. For example, in the battle between Pang Rengsheng and Lu Jieshi, they had blasted a huge hole with a radius of 100 miles on the Langkang River, which directly evaporated the rolling river water and even revealed a riverbed at the bottom of the river. The law of Luo Chen's spiritual consciousness change is also within this normal range. From 50 miles, it expanded to 500 miles. Take the maximum value. It sounds like that's it. But from Luo Chen's contact with Chu Zibei, Horanzi and others after he formed the elixir. The strength of the soul of a mid-stage giant and cultivator seems to be just like this. The reason for this judgment. The reason is that Chu Zibei is at the second level of Jinden, and his spiritual consciousness is projected 300 miles away. Horanzi is in the late Jinden stage, and his specific realm is unknown, and his spiritual consciousness is about 800 miles away. So, Luo Chen took an intermediate value. Of course, there may be errors. After all, Chu Zibei is a cultivator of Luo sect, and his soul is stronger than ordinary Jinden cultivators of the same level. But no matter what, Luo Chen is sure that his current soul strength is comparable to that of a mid-stage Jinden cultivator. The baptism of long years will naturally strengthen the soul. But the degree of strengthening and amplification of the transition to a great realm is even greater. The more solid the foundation, the greater the benefits after breaking through the great realm. Luo Chen enjoyed this benefit. At this moment, under the spread of his spiritual consciousness, the situation in Dangsha Peak gradually merged into his mind. When he walked to the White Jade Trail outside the Luo Chen main hall, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Sima Wei Niang and others have indeed run Luo Chen sect prosperously over the years. There are 2,000 monks stationed on Dangsha Peak alone. It seems that the number is not large, but don't forget that Luo Chen sect currently has more than just Dangsha Peak. The former Zheng family land is now the main activity place of the Spirit Beast Hall. A group of monks were also sent to the Qianli Bamboo Sea to take care of and plant various spiritual bamboos. There are also various Dangsha branch halls distributed outside the Luo Chen sect, each of which has at least 10 monks. The Luo Chen Caravan is also an important department, which is composed of the Daoxin Hall, the Jindian Hall, and the Outer Sect, with more than 100 people. 3 such caravans have been established within Luo Chen sect. They are responsible for the route to the Ice Castle, the route to Daohofang, and the caravan facing the entire Yuding domain. So, comprehensively speaking, the current number of cultivators in Luo Chen sect has long exceeded the previous 3,000, and there are probably about 5,000 people. Such a huge force organization, if it is still maintained by interests, will fall apart too easily. Go to the meeting to build a sect, with the cohesion of the sect, the inheritance of the master and the disciple, the inheritance of the bloodline, and the fundamental interest entanglement. This is the most appropriate business model. In the midst of light thoughts, Luo Chen withdrew his consciousness. Because at the end of the White Jade Trail, a group of foundation-building true cultivators lined up in 2 rows, waiting for him respectfully. The leader is Sima Wei Niang, the current Luo Chen sect master. There are many acquaintances among them. Luo Chen swept his consciousness and knew that their cultivation has also improved slightly over the years. At the end of the 2 rows, there were also many new faces. Seeing Luo Chen appear, these people, led by Sima Wei Niang, all spoke up. Welcome the Supreme Elder back to the mountain. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Don't stay here, go into the hall and sit down and chat. In front of the key refining cultivators, he maintained an indifferent and cold look, giving people a sense of distance. But in front of the core strength of the Luo Tian sect, he was as kind as usual. Perhaps this is different from the management philosophy of modern companies before the time travel. In those companies, the big bosses always smile at the bottom employees, but they are not polite to the core strength or senior management. But the world of immortal cultivation is completely different. This is a world where great power belongs to oneself. The cultivators of high realms naturally oppress the lower level cultivators, and there is no need to deliberately pretend to be polite. And these beings who are only 1 realm lower than Luo Chen, he still has to treat them well. Otherwise, he will not give them enough sense of belonging. At the very least, they would not work hard, and at the worst, they would defect. If they were vicious, they might even become traitors and secretly harm themselves. After reaching the Jinden stage, the cultivation resources for themselves would still depend on the efforts of these backbones. They could not be treated lightly. Seeing that Luo Chen was as kind as ever, even some old people who had a good relationship with him could not help but feel relieved. When Luo Chen walked to the front, everyone followed him and entered the Luo Chen main hall one after another. At the top of the hall, Luo Chen took a list and looked at it carefully. It recorded the number of foundation-building cultivators in Luo Chen sect today, as well as those who were specially marked as those who were expected to build foundations in the next 10 years. 25 foundation-building cultivators. This was the foundation of Luo Chen sect today. It was far beyond the second-rate forces, and could almost be compared with those first-rate forces that only had one giant and cultivator in charge and had been operating for many years. This number was something Luo Chen had not expected. After all, there were only 13 people in the hall at the moment. Moreover, Luo Xianzong had experienced many wars in the early years, and many foundation-building cultivators were also lost. For example, Su Xiaolin and Bianzhen died in battle. Medical Master Sun Sifan died of old age. Mur and King Lian went far away to Luan, etc. Unexpectedly, after many years of seclusion, the number of foundation-building cultivators in Luo Xianzong has increased. Moreover, there are many familiar names among them. Luo Chen looked at the list carefully, and the people below were waiting quietly. Suddenly, Qi Yi, where's your junior brother? The middle-aged man whose name was called stood up suddenly. Luo Chen waved his hand. Today is a casual chat. Relax a little, no need to be so formal. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly, but also sat back with a sense of relief. He said, my junior brother Suji died of old age 15 years ago, and his realm stopped at the 9th level of key refining, at the age of 108. Hearing this news, Luo Chen's face showed a look of regret. Qi and Suji were the two trophies that Wang Yuan brought back from Danilan sect. They were both first-level alchemists with some accomplishments. Luo Chen did not blame them at all, but arranged them well in the Dan Palace. Over the years, the two gradually integrated into Luo Chen sect and became well-known alchemists. Unexpectedly, Suji died. Seeing Luo Chen's regret, Qi hurriedly said, President, don't blame yourself. Although my junior brother unfortunately passed away, he lived a pretty good life before his death. Luo Chen was stunned. Sima Wei Niang next to him sent a message and explained Suji's situation briefly. After integrating into Luo Chen sect, Suji lived a good life with his alchemist skills and the generous treatment of Luo Chen sect. His realm climbed to the 9th level of key refining, and he was quite wealthy. Feeling that cultivation was difficult and his qualifications were poor, he lost the ambition to build a foundation. Relying on his rich family, he often lingered in Taotian scenery. Taotian scenery? Okay. Luo Chen shook his head. He was indeed living a good life. He heard that the other party had spent a lot of money to enjoy the charm of a female cultivator in Taotian. He had not reached the foundation building stage, but had reached the foundation building stage? 108 years old? Compared to the 120-year limit of a normal key refining cultivator, he was 10 years short. It was probably because of this. Luo Chen asked Qi about his needs after building his foundation and his needs in alchemy, and then encouraged him a few words. Then, he looked at a young man. Lu Ying, right. The young man stood up generously and was about to salute, but he remembered what Luo Chen said before that there was no need to be polite, and sat back awkwardly. It is an honor for Xiaolao that the president still remembers my name. Before the official announcement of Luo Xianhu's conversion to the sect, the internal cultivators still habitually called Luo Chen the president. Qi was like this, and so was Lu Ying. Luo Chen didn't care about these things. He smiled and asked the other party a few questions. Under your management, the outer sect has developed quite well over the years, providing many good talents for the inner sect. This is what Xiaolao should do. I remember you came from the battle hall, right? Yes, I was led by Elder Su Xiaolin before. Xiaolin, do you feel more comfortable in the outer sect or in the battle hall? Comfortable? It's hard to say. The outer sect has more affairs, but it's safer. The battle hall has fewer affairs, but it often participates in battles. If I really want to say, as long as I contribute to the sect, I don't care where I am. Luo Chen took a serious look at Lu Ying. The green boy in the past has gained more experience in the outer sect, and his speech skills are quite good. After praising him a few times, Luo Chen chatted with the others. The cold atmosphere that had not been seen for many years gradually became familiar. Finally, let's get back to the topic. The date of the Jinden ceremony has been set, 3 months later. By then, there should be quite a few guests. Everyone should be well prepared and make sure not to treat any of the distinguished guests with disrespect. At that time, it will also be the time for my Luo Chen sect to put up its signboard. If Luo Chen sect is still passed down after thousands of years, you will be the ancestors who founded the sect together with me. Therefore, at this ceremony, you must maintain the demeanor of the sect's foundation building and do not let down the sect's reputation. After Luo Chen finished speaking lightly, the hall was first quiet, And then everyone stood up solemnly. I obey the order of the Supreme. Everyone gradually left. Now that the outside world is in a turbulent time, the Luo Chen sect is also busy. Luo Chen naturally would not keep them for long. When everyone had almost left, Luo Chen walked to the door of the hall, and his distant gaze seemed to look at the busy and shadowy figures in the mountains. Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai stood behind him, with graceful figures and sleeves. Suddenly, a light sigh. After 80 years, from Daohofang to Xianlan Fairy City, there are countless difficulties and dangers, but finally there's this foundation. Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai looked at each other. Even though they usually don't get along well, they couldn't help but purse their lips at this moment, with a lot of emotion in their hearts. They are Luo Chen's closest bedmates. They are also the people who know most of Luo Chen's secrets. Along the way, there are not only Yun and Yu when Dan Chenzi was in his glory, but also Chen and Tu when Ho Lingjun fought in all directions. When he first left Daohofang, there were hundreds of people in the entire Luo Chen society, and only Luo Chen was a foundation-building cultivator. But now, there are as many as 25 people. Wang Yuan and Duan Feng of the older generation. Chu Kui, Su Huanzan, and Xing Zonghan who joined in the middle. Chu Lingjun, Zheng Yilin, Yuan Xianwei, Yao Mingao, Lu Ying, etc. of the new generation. These people either support each other with Luo Chen, or are promoted by him, and some are still thriving under his care. Being able to achieve what he has achieved with his own efforts, from scratch. In the entire Yuding domain, and even in the entire Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world, Luo Chen is also a living legend. Especially, he has successfully formed a pill. When countless emotions burst out, the two girls' eyes are more proud. Proud of Luo Chen. Proud of him. Because he is their man. Suddenly, Luo Chen turned around. He looked at the two girls with burning eyes. Let's become Taoist couples. The two girls were stunned and a little unprepared. Gu Kai blurted out subconsciously, okay. Sima Wei Niang also wanted to agree, but after a pause, she asked, aren't we already Taoist couples now? Luo Chen gently held her hand. That's just a fact, but I still lack a legitimate name for you. This was not a sudden idea of Luo Chen. It was something he had been thinking about all along. The two girls followed him, and although they were taken care of by him, they also paid a lot for Luo Chen. Whether it was Sima Wei Niang, as a woman, who supported Luo Xian who single-handedly despite the criticism of others, or Gu Kai, who worked hard to run the Dangshi Palace business and opened up many trade routes for Luo Xian who. Their intentions can be seen. Especially when he went far away from Kingdom Valley, disappeared from the battlefield of Jili Mountain, and practiced in seclusion for these years, they did not hesitate to drag down the progress of practice, and also made Luo Xian who prosperous. What else can a husband ask for with such a wife? Especially, they are two equally outstanding women. They are not simply dependent on men, but are also working hard to shine. The two women have made great contributions to his current situation. Luo Chen held Sima Wei Niang with one hand and Gu Kai with the other, looking at the rays of light beyond the green mountains. I've thought about it. At the Jinan ceremony, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the three of us will officially become Taoist couples. At that time, the Luo Chen society will also be naturally changed to the Luo Chen sect, which inherits the incense. Three happy things coming together, why not? Gu Kai's eyes lit up with surprise, as if she had already imagined that scene. Her hands tightly clasped Luo Chen's waist, as if that scene would be fleeting, just a mirage. Sima Hunyang opened her mouth, and finally sighed softly, leaning into Luo Chen's arms. This time, she no longer hesitated, nor did she refuse. She just said softly, I will obey you. Chapter 460, Grandmaster. After it was confirmed that they would become Taoist couples at the Danji ceremony, many preparations would be added. Although the two women might be busier, their mentality was surprisingly good. Over the years, there had been a lot of discussion about their relationship with Luo Chen within the Luo Tian society and around Tianlan Xi'an City. Especially the casual cultivators, they talked about it with great relish and brought it up from time to time as a topic of conversation. There were also gossipers who said that the reason why Murin Qinglian, the former head of the meritorious hall of the Luo Tian society, moved away immediately after her husband's death was also to avoid suspicion. No one would pay attention to these gossips. Luo Chen was so famous that he had one or two beauties to accompany him, which was just icing on the cake. What was there to be jealous of? It was just envy. Now the two women could be recognized in name, which was harmless to others, but for them, it was the top priority in their lives. Especially Sima Weiyang. In the early years, because of her close relationship with Luo Chen, when she was in charge of the Luo Tian society, she was privately questioned a lot. Although she was suppressed by her ability later. But it's not a big deal. Now Luo Chen is already identified Jinan master. If he recognizes Sima Weiyang's identity, others will not use nepotism to talk. They will only think that Luo Chen handed over the affairs of the sect to his Taoist partner who has outstanding abilities and a close relationship in order to practice. This is a very common thing in the world of immortal cultivation. The two women are busy, but they are actually busy to a limited extent. In recent years, Luo Chen has grown a lot, but there have also been many talents. Not to mention other people, the two women have their own confidants under their command. Sima Weiyang has accepted 3 disciples. The eldest disciple Yao Mingyu has successfully established her foundation and has been helping her deal with some management trivia. Gu Kai and Yuan Xiaoi are good friends. When she failed to establish her foundation, it was Yuan Xiaoi who took charge of the Golden Palace on her behalf with the body of the 9th level of key refining. Later, after Gu Kai successfully established her foundation, she spent a lot of resources and forcibly promoted Yuan Xiaoi to the foundation building stage. Yuan Xiaoi was naturally grateful. Over the years, Gu Kai has been going out less and less frequently. Most of the foreign business was done by Yuan Xiaoi under the protection of the caravan. With the help of others, the preparations for the Jinan ceremony were carried out in an orderly manner. The relevant invitations were sent 1 year ago. Luo Chen was not idle either. After leaving Luo Xian's Heng Hall, he did not leave Gangsha Peak. Instead, he turned around and went to the transmission hall. You are here. Yes. Congratulations on your success in Jinan. Haha, didn't Brother Wang congratulate you once before? Even though he didn't care much about these, Wang Yuan still felt warm in his heart when he heard Luo Chen still call him Brother Wang in private as usual. He shook his head gently. Saying it in public is still a little different from congratulating in private. Luo Chen smiled. Then, accompanied by Wang Yuan, he entered the library. He did not go directly to the high building. Luo Chen's footsteps started from the first floor and walked up slowly bit by bit. As he walked, he would take out books from the thunder ring from time to time. Some were secret records of cultivation techniques, some were stories of cultivating immortals, and some were related secret techniques. Most of them were paper books, with bamboo slips and jade slips being a minority, and some were recorded in animal skins and silk cloth. The first floor, Xiaoyao, Kaishan Poba E Palm, Xianyu Sanhua, Liangsha Yuding Centennial Stories, detailed explanation of the various forces in the 36 regions of the Eastern Wilderness. The second floor, Chong Chunguang, Li Ianju, Wu Tu Guang, Fihuo Liang, Tangle Technique, Hiayu's Henayan Guang. The third floor, Wood King Sutra, Sudam for the complete foundation building chapter of Yimu Yaowang Sutra, Dinghuo Yikifa, King Yangju, Jin Shu Laote, Lin Yangshu, Mountain Collapse, Flower Fairy. When Luo Chen reached the 4th floor, he looked at a few bookshelves. He sighed quietly. Wang Yuan understood what Luo Chen meant when he saw him taking out the true scriptures of cultivation techniques and secret records of magic techniques one after another. This is after he has achieved a successful realm. Some low-level skills he had accumulated before are no longer useful to him. Hiding them on his body is just a burden. It is better to contribute them all to enrich the library of Luo Chen sect. It will be not long before he goes to the association to establish the sect. Before that, it is also a big deal to determine the relevant inheritance of Luo Chen association. It can even be said that this matter is far above many other matters. The only book that Luo Chen took back was 6 Domains Customs Records, which he gave to the other party for free that year. It is not very useful, but it still has some commemorative significance. At this moment, hearing Luo Chen sigh, Wang Yuan also understood what he was thinking. Although you are very powerful and everyone has worked hard, but Luo Chen Association has been established for less than 100 years, it is normal that its foundation is shallow. You don't have to sigh for this. Luo Chen nodded, looking at the several incomplete third-level skills on it, and then his eyes paused. Facing Wang Yuan's curious eyes, he took out the skills from the stored ring again. From now on, Luo Chen will not lack any secret techniques of the third level skills. Hu Qing Yi Zhen Gong Yan Yang Zhen Jing. He did not take out the Ren Mu Zhen Gong that he mainly practiced. This method is still incomplete, and it has only reached the proficient level at present. Taking it out for others to practice will harm people. Moreover, he must prevent someone from finding his flaws in the skills and using them to target him. After taking out 2 complete third-level skills, Luo Chen did not stop. Instead, he gradually put the 2 complete third-level skills of the water system and the wood system in Helian Yun's legacy on the bookshelf. In this way, among the 5 elements, except for the gold system skills, Luo Xianzong already has corresponding complete third-level skills on the 4 systems of wood, water, fire and earth. In the future, whether it is the older generation of Du and Feng and others who have successfully established their foundation and practiced the third-level skills after the success of the Dan, or the younger generation of cultivators who have successfully established their foundation and choose their own life skills, they will have a legacy to rely on. Especially the younger generation of cultivators. They no longer had to waste time and energy to practice their life-defining skills at every stage like Luo Chen, Du Feng and others did. Instead, they could practice the key refining chapter and the foundation building chapter of the complete third-level skills at the time of foundation building or even key refining. Perhaps these skills were not profound and could not be compared with the inheritance of the Yuanying sect. But after all, they were inherited by the Jinden sect. The mystery was worth talking about. Seeing Luo Chen complete the third-level skills of the 4 series, Wang Yuan could not help but nod his approval. Luo Chen's realm has soared over the years, and he has surpassed him. Even his wealth and gains are far beyond his imagination. Seeing Luo Chen still reaching into the stored ring, Wang Yuan was a little surprised. Anything else? However, this time, Luo Chen did not put the things he took out on the bookshelf. I heard that Zheng Wen's son Zheng Yilan inherited your mantle, and like you before, he first built the foundation and then focused on cultivating the body. Wang Yuan nodded. This is a feasible way he thinks in the environment where the body cultivators are declining. What is your realm now, brother Wang? Wang Yuan did not hide it and said truthfully, I had already achieved great success in Huijin 30 years ago. After the battle with Yanmen, I understood some of the secrets of Danjin. After 30 years of research and practice, I have begun to try the method of holding Dan. The way of body refining seems to be to study the essence of the human body, simple and clear. In fact, it is broad and profound. People without talent will often be stuck in one realm. Even Wang Yuan, who has such outstanding talent, has created his own skills in each realm. But now his lifespan has long exceeded the 120-year limit of key refining. If he had not chosen to build a foundation first, he would have died now. As far as Luo Chen knows, the first few realms of the second realm of body refining are not bad. But the last 4 small realms, Ming and Ming Huiden, are more difficult than 1, and there are no rules to follow like Luo Chen's cultivation. Now Wang Yuan has relied on himself to reach the last step of Danjin Dachin, and is even seeking the method of holding Dan. It's really admirable. Luo Chen handed the engraved jade slip in his hand to Wang Yuan. This is the confluence of 10,000 daos? Didn't you give me a copy before? Wang Yuan was puzzled. Luo Chen smiled. This one is different. It is the confluence of 10,000 daos that I perfected during my retreat. Although the use of qi and blood is relatively superficial, it has a lot to say in the external physical training. Maybe it can give you some effective learning from others. Wang Yuan was shocked. The earlier the confluence of 10,000 daos was already very extraordinary, how could it be improved? Wang Yuan's spiritual consciousness probed into it, and he quickly browsed through it and found several major areas of improvement. They are the blood exchange chapter, bone forging chapter, and armor transformation chapter. In addition, in the chapters of opening meridians and opening the orifices, 1 or 2 more methods were added in addition to the set of methods he proposed before. While Wang Yuan was browsing, Luo Chen explained earnestly, my physique has reached the 3rd level of alternative body refining a long time ago, but I have not been able to continue to improve. You should know the reason. Now that I have perfected this method, I can do it with a law. As long as I have a great success in blood exchange, bone forging, and transforming my own scales, perhaps my body refining realm can be promoted to a level comparable to that of the 4th level ancient wild beasts. Wang Yuan listened to these words quietly. He did not express any objection, but compared it with the cultivation method recorded on the jade slip and nodded in approval. Indeed. If you have a great success in blood exchange 9 times and then temper the whole body bones, you can return to the original nature and embark on the cultivation system of ancient wild beasts. And transforming the own scales? This is a method that draws on the true feathers of the rock bird and the reverse scales of snakes, pythons and dragons. However, he shook his head. Perhaps I can learn a thing or two from it when I am tempering my body, but it is not very useful for me to hold the big pill and generate true gang. After understanding all the changes in ki and blood, the third realm of the body cultivator is to take the path of Genki. Once the Genki is achieved, the power is no less than the magic power of the Jinden cultivator. And this is why the body cultivator can increase his lifespan dramatically once he steps into the third realm. Wang Yuan thought that Luo Chen didn't understand the reason. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen had already prepared. This 10,000 Daos convergence is given to you for reference. The main purpose is to improve and delete it and teach Zhang Yiling well. Wang Yuan was stunned. Then, Luo Chen continued, and you want to hold the martial arts pill and derive Genki. In my opinion, it is similar to the monks forming the golden pill. The martial arts holding the pill emphasizes the fusion of the power of ki and blood and the will to give birth to the indestructible Genki. The immortal way of forming the pill is about the fusion of the power of spiritual energy and the soul to derive the infinite power of magic. The two are different in nature, but somewhat similar in form. So, another jade slip was stuffed into Wang Yuan's hand. What is this? My creation, the ultimate method of forming a pill microdust yuanshu. In an instant, Wang Yuan, who is always calm, opened his eyes wide. His round eyes stared at the jade slip in his hand. He swallowed his saliva, with an unbelievable look on his face. This, the secret method of forming a pill. You know, in the world of immortal cultivation, an ordinary lower-level secret method of forming a pill has to be auctioned at a high price. If it is a secret method of forming a pill, then casual cultivators have to fight for their lives. Now, Luo Chen actually created a secret method of forming a pill? If this gets out, won't the entire world of immortal cultivation set off an uproar? With my qualifications, ordinary dam-forming secrets cannot help me reach a higher realm. That's why I took the best of all schools and imitated the experience of the confluence of 10,000 Daos to create this ultimate secret technique. And I used it as the basis to successfully form a dan. The effect is beyond doubt. When he said this, Luo Chen exuded a strong sense of confidence. But from Wang Yuan's perspective, he felt that this confidence was very familiar. In the past and even now, he himself has a similar temperament. He held 2 jade slips in his hands, which were 2 secret techniques created by Luo Chen himself, plus the miscellaneous third-level techniques on the bookshelf. At this moment, Wang Yuan understood what kind of temperament it was. Grandmaster's temperament. Integrating all his knowledge, creating a method, and establishing a sect as a grandmaster. Unknowingly, the little casual cultivator who was still setting up a stall and selling aphrodisiacs has reached the level of a grandmaster, and even left his big brother behind. The world is unpredictable, and it really catches people off guard. Of course, Luo Chen had no intention of showing off in front of his friends. He quickly said, but this secret technique is mainly tailored for me. There are too many requirements and restrictions to practice this technique. Wang Yuan couldn't help but nodded. He just took a quick glance and found those terrifying training conditions. Those with the weak physiques cannot practice. Those with the weak souls cannot practice. Those without third-level grade elixirs cannot practice. Those with unstable foundations cannot practice. It's all over the place. It's simply not prepared for foundation-building cultivators. Apart from Jinden cultivators, how many people meet these complete conditions? And what's the use of this thing for Jinden cultivators who have already formed a dan? Therefore, although microdust yuanshu is a supreme method, it is extremely useless. Of course, he hasn't had time to check it carefully. Maybe there is knowledge in it that he can learn. In fact, Luo Chen also had this idea. Microdust yuanshu is a summary of the integration of 5 dan-forming secret techniques, among which escape from the cage, Hunun method and fixing fengbo all draw on the way of body refining. Especially fixing fengbo, it is also a secret technique for tempering will. If Wang Yuan can understand the essence of it, he will definitely gain a lot. After Luo Chen explained these principles to Wang Yuan also had more expectations for this secret technique. Of course, if Brother Wang has time, he can simplify this secret technique. Even if the grade is reduced to the level of the highest or middle law, it will be a happy thing for Luo Xianzong. Wang Yuan nodded. This supreme law is not something that ordinary people can use at all. But if it is simplified and optimized to the level of the highest or middle law, it can be popularized to the normal foundation building true cultivators of Luo Xianzong. In that case, Luo Xianzong can also have its own unique secret technique for forming a golden elixir. Maybe in 100 or 200 years, Luo Xianzong can also naturally give birth to golden elixir cultivator. Practice your own law and practice your own technique. This scene seemed to flow in the hearts of the two. Suddenly, Wang Yuan shook his head violently, as if he wanted to shake something out of his mind. In Luo Chen's puzzled eyes, he asked soberly, "Luo Chen, you seem to be trapped." Luo Chen was stunned. I don't know what he means. Trapped? However, when he followed Wang Yuan's burning eyes and looked at the scenery from the 4th floor to the 1st floor, he suddenly understood. Trapped in the desire for power? When he first left Daohofang, Wang Yuan had warned himself about this. It's okay to build a force, and it's also normal to collect cultivation resources, but you must not indulge in it. We cultivators of this generation pursue immortality. Apart from this, everything is false. However, this is a different time. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. It's not that I'm trapped, but people always change. These people have followed me all the way and fought hard, giving everything. Should I just ignore them? Wang Yuan could understand, but he didn't agree. Concerns, relatives and friends. I always have to do something and leave something within my ability. Wang Yuan frowned. This is what he disliked the most. It was because of the bond that Luo Chen had the intention of revenge and rushed into the Fengxiang Valley. Without these, even if the Yan League was powerful, he could have fled to a distant place and found a place to practice in seclusion. Hundreds of years later, when he had achieved a successful realm, it would not be too late to take revenge. In fact, it's not that I have changed, but that everyone will change. Suddenly, Luo Chen stared at Wang Yuan. If I am besieged by a powerful enemy and will die in front of you, what will you do? If your apprentice Zheng Yiling is imprisoned, will you ignore it? Wang Yuan was speechless. After a moment, he hesitated and said, I will do my best. Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand. You thought about it, hesitated, and hesitated. It can be seen that if this happens, you will follow your instinctive choice. Based on my understanding of you, your choice will help us. The man opposite was a little confused. Has he changed himself? Luo Chen's words continued. Perhaps it was because of many years of seclusion that the long-sealed chatterbox was opened at once. We are chasing immortality and hope to become immortals. What is immortality? It's just one person and one mountain. The high-ranking sects have sacred mountains and rivers to rely on, but what about us casual cultivators? In this cruel world of immortal cultivation, casual cultivators are just floating duckweed ants, drifting with the flow. Not to mention sacred mountains, it's hard to find a place to stand. It's the orthodox way to keep each other warm and be each other's teachers. Of course, this is just my one-sided view. After all, I have devoted a lot of effort to Luo Xianhu, which makes me give up easily, but now I can't do it. Wang Yuan hummed, and no longer forced to correct Luo Chen's thoughts. Everyone's pursuit is different. Even if they have the same pursuit, the way to pursue immortality will be very different. Hasn't he also enjoyed the convenience brought by Luo Xianhu over the years? Using the original concept, it is wrong to demand too much from Luo Chen. In my ears, I heard the voice of Luo Chen changing the subject. Although these two secret techniques are burned versions, they are also extremely important. I have placed corresponding spiritual restrictions. I will intercept your and Sima Huniang's spiritual consciousness later. From now on, only you, the master of the transmission hall, and she, the head of the Luotian society, can open them. If you meet a suitable disciple, if I am not here, it will be up to you to decide whether to let him practice these two techniques. If an external enemy robs them, destroy them. Wang Yuan hummed and took note of the matter. This is also his duty as the master of the transmission hall. After discussing these things, hurried footsteps were heard outside the hall. After a while, Min Longyu appeared in front of the two. Sorry, I'm a little late. It doesn't matter. Luo Chen smiled and patted his shoulder, knowing that he was very busy preparing for the Jinden ceremony in 3 months. He pointed to the bookshelves behind him. Next, I'll have to trouble you. Min Longyu's eyes lit up, and he said it was no trouble. As one of the most important places in the future of Luo Xianzong, The library naturally cannot be without any protection. At least every high-grade martial arts book must be equipped with corresponding formations and restrictions to prevent it from being stolen. Luo Chen took out a large number of books this time, and Min Longyu might be busy in the future. Leaving the two to discuss how to set up restrictions, Luo Chen turned and went downstairs. As he walked down the 4th floor, his steps became lighter and lighter. Those martial arts books were either memorized by him or practiced to perfection by him. Now they are put aside. It's not abandonment, but another inexplicable feeling. Having reached the top of the building, you can travel light and climb to the next peak. Chapter 461, Refining the Three Treasures. Juking arrives first. How can I climb the peak of Yuanying after I have achieved the golden core? It is just a matter of accumulating little by little to reach the realm of the true person. When it comes to cultivation, Luo Chen has to consider two issues at the moment. Spiritual land and elixir. The former is the most important, but it cannot be solved in a short time. The caves of Xianlin Peak are coveted by many people. Even if he is rich. Well, Luo Chen doesn't have many spiritual stones on him now. He rented the A3 cave for 30 years, and directly spent all the money of Luo Chen and Luo Xianhu. Except for 50 high-grade spiritual stones, plus 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones that Deng Shipik must keep, his pockets are cleaner than his face. Qin Terran's storage bag has not been opened yet. The storage bags of the other foundation building true cultivators have all been opened. But the resources inside, plus the resources accumulated by Luo Chen before, were all handed over to Xianlin Fairy City, barely making up for the spiritual stones he owed before. Now, his pockets are really cleaner than his face. 3rd level spiritual land? Don't think about it for now. Just like those giant and cultivators from the outside world, just make do with the 2nd level superior cave. Spiritual land is hard to find, so elixirs that can speed up the practice are a must. Over the years, Luo Chen has also collected a lot of 3rd level elixir recipes. But most of them are incomplete. When the Kingdom Dao seed was in dispute, he got several ancient elixir recipes from the Kingdom Valley Taitanelon. One of them is suitable for practice. But 2 of the main materials have become extinct, so it's hard for a good cook to cook without rice. And other elixir recipes? The 2nd level foundation building elixir, Emperor Liu Jiang, actually contains good spiritual energy. But the main materials involved are mainly various monsters. Although the Emperor Liu Jiang refined by each 2nd level monster has the effect of breaking through the realm, if it is used for long-term swallowing in practice, it is easy to make the bloodline become complicated. After some consideration, Luo Chen naturally did not take it. Finally, Luo Chen set his sights on the Zongmiao Pill. This is a 3rd level realm-breaking elixir, and its medicinal power is extremely overbearing. It is not suitable for cultivation. And the main material is hard to find. But Luo Chen had studied it in depth for 10 years before, and he got started through the system. If the main material can be replaced, the medicinal power of the refined Zongmiao Pill will be only 1/10, which is also an excellent cultivation elixir. However, it takes unimaginable effort to reversely simplify a 3rd level elixir formula that has been derived to the extreme of the great power of the spirit transformation. Luo Chen can only try it little by little. Maybe someone will ask, why not buy it? Yao Wang sect is in the elixir business. But the actual situation is far more complicated than this. The difficulty of refining 3rd level elixirs is far beyond the ability of ordinary alchemists. Yao Wang sect has a mature refining system, but at the same time, the sales channels have long been fixed. Basically, the 3rd level elixirs refined by Yao Wang sect are all supplied point to the giant and cultivators of major sects. It is extremely difficult for casual cultivators to reach a stable transaction. This is why Luo Chen insisted on meeting Jian Zong. Only after the establishment of Luo Chen sect, he had the confidence to go to Yao Wang sect to buy 3rd level cultivation elixirs steadily. Moreover, he had to consider one thing. His demand for elixirs far exceeded that of normal cultivators. Even if Yao Wang sect was willing to sell them to him, the quantity would never be too much. That was why Luo Chen wanted to refine elixirs for his own use. After experiencing the best dust-reducing pills and the best blood-enhancing pills, he felt more and more the benefits of refining elixirs for his own use. Since the formation of the elixir, Luo Chen acted calmly to the outside world. But only he knew that after the formation of the elixir, things were really numerous. Consider the spiritual land, consider the main elixir, and consider the life-defining skills. The confluence of 10,000 paths has been sorted out, and now body refining can also be included in daily practice. Is it over here? No. There are far more things than these. There is no sign of the life-defining magic weapon now. It is impossible that after the achievement of the golden elixir, there is not even a life-defining magic weapon. He didn't want to learn from those ordinary giant and cultivators. He was willing to make do with himself and buy a medium-grade magic weapon to start nurturing and refining. The existence of the life magic weapon, the dual cultivation of sex and life. It not only involves daily practice, but also involves the future cultivation after the nascent soul and the god. If one day, he is lucky enough to become an immortal, the life magic weapon will also transform into the legendary immortal weapon. Therefore, truly excellent life magic weapons can complement the cultivators. For example, the sword pill of the sword sect can not only advance, but also fight, and can also hone the sword intent of the sword sect cultivators. Before he, Luo Chen, formed the Dan, he could make the foundation solid. There is no reason to seek the quick method after forming the Dan. It is quite annoying under the thousands of threads. But Luo Chen slowly sorted it out. Nothing can be rushed. Whether the upper limit of lifespan can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage after the sudden increase to 400 years is another matter, but at least he is still very young now. Things can also be done one by one. In the cave, Luo Chen looked at the three magic weapons in front of him with clear eyes. Without a suitable third-level spiritual land and a suitable third-level elixir, the speed of cultivation cannot soar, and I have just achieved the first level of the Golden Core Realm, so there will not be much improvement in a short time. Although Wei Niang and others have collected a lot of drawings for me to cast my life magic weapon, I am not very satisfied with them. This matter cannot be rushed, and needs to be done slowly. The most urgent thing is to thoroughly master the combat methods of the Golden Core Realm. Immortality is not available for the time being. Immortality is a must. Only by mastering the combat methods belonging to the corresponding realm and having the power of self-preservation can we pursue immortality. For the practice of magic, you need a place, time, and proficiency. Then the magic weapon that can quickly increase my strength is the magic weapon. At this moment, the three magic weapons in front of Luo Chen were carefully selected by Luo Chen. They are the mysterious fire sword, the soul-breaking three nails, and the heavenly moon purple gold wheel. Due to insufficient spiritual power, key refining cultivators can often only master one or two magic weapons. After building the foundation, the spiritual power is good enough, and you can master multiple magic weapons. Unfortunately, the power of the magic weapon is not enough. In order to seek lethality, basically only one low-grade magic weapon is sacrificed. Why not sacrifice more? This is to talk about the limitation of spiritual consciousness. If the soul is not strong enough and the external spiritual consciousness is too weak, no matter how many magic weapons there are, they are useless. Even Luo Chen, when he was in the foundation building period, even if he could do three things at the same time, he often only used a black fire sword to fight the enemy. It is better to have quality than quantity. Of course, there will be people who covet more means and more trump cards. Like Helian Yun. Flying sword, gold brick, soul-breaking nail, Zeguogitu. One person alone controls 4 magic weapons. What are the consequences? It seems that Luo Chen was forced to reveal his true body of Xianpeng, and his body was covered in blood. In fact, the opponent did not kill Luo Chen even after making full preparations. He did not even injure him seriously. Luo Chen's injuries were caused by being chased by a bunch of third-level monsters. It can be seen that Helian Yun's mastery of the 4 magic weapons is not proficient at all. Attacking each other, it is impossible to connect the beginning and the end. When using gold bricks to press the top, if the flying sword and the soul-breaking nails were used together instead of one by one, how could Luo Chen have the opportunity to transform into Xianpeng's true body? Helian Yun is a negative example. After reaching the Jinden stage, the mana is powerful, and the spiritual consciousness is even stronger than the spiritual consciousness. It is reasonable that the cultivator can master multiple magic weapons. But at this time, Jinden cultivators will not be greedy. They often put their main energy on the cultivation and refining of their own magic weapons. Even if there are other magic weapons to be refined, the number will be controlled at around 1 or 2. For example, Qin Terran, in addition to his own magic weapon, Taiyang Furnace, also refined a flying sword. Luo Chen's next choice is contrary to the traditional Jinden cultivator. He plans to completely master 3 magic weapons. It's not that he is arrogant, but he has the confidence. It goes without saying that his mana is powerful and his spiritual consciousness is strong, and he also has the ability to do many things at the same time. Moreover, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the SYNOPSIS purple gold wheel. This is a magic weapon, but it is also a set of magic weapons. Once activated, it can activate 360 crescent flywheels in its prime. And the magic weapon set? When Luo Chen reached the great perfection of the traction technique in the key refining period, he found that he was more adept at using the magic weapon set. His favorite jade knife was a set of mother and child blades, with a total of 7. Later, when he used the King Shangjiao flag, he could also control 9 King Shangjiaolongs by himself. It can be said that the magic weapon that best suits Luo Chen is the magic weapon set. In the absence of his own magic weapon, this set of SYNOPSIS purple gold wheel has become Luo Chen's greatest reliance. He has already checked it. This treasure is quite good. Even if it is of the lower grade, its quality is far higher than that of the Zhuanghe sword. It can be seen that it is not a crude and inferior magic weapon released by Xianfan City, but a serious lower-grade magic weapon. It is qualified to be used as a high-quality product for the sacrifice of the life magic weapon. It is also worthy of the sky-high price of 80,000 spirit stones that it was auctioned at that time. If you can master this treasure, it will definitely greatly increase Luo Chen's combat power. In addition to the SYNOPSIS purple gold wheel, Luo Chen also placed high hopes on the soul-breaking 3 nails. Breaking armor, breaking key, and breaking soul. These 3 nails can easily injure the enemy by surprise. It is definitely the best choice for Yin Ren. As for the Zhuanghe sword, it was not chosen because of how powerful this treasure is. It is just a magic weapon with fire attributes. Moreover, Luo Chen has already sacrificed it for many years and has sacrificed it to about 80% of the control degree. Now that the elixir has formed, it does not take much time to complete the remaining 20% of the sacrifice. Moreover, this sword can cooperate with Luo Chen to perform the weapon control technique. It is still very good in normal battles. Looking at the 3 magic weapons, Luo Chen showed a faint smile on his face. Even if he does not have his own magic weapon, if he fully masters these 3 weapons, he will not be weaker than others in the battle of the early Jinden period. If combined with the magic and Xianpeng's true body, even under the attack of the 4th level Jinden cultivator, he should have some self-protection power. If the outside cultivators knew Luo Chen's thoughts, I am afraid they would be confused. When you were building your foundation, you killed 2 great Jinden monks, one of whom was at the 4th level of Jinden. Why are you so cowardly now? In fact, Luo Chen had no choice but to be cautious. He took shortcuts in those 2 battles. Especially when he killed Qin Taran, Fei Ming and Juking, 2 middle-stage Jinden monks, joined forces to surround and kill him. He also used a Thunder Immortal Pearl and even revealed his true body to barely kill him. Even so, he didn't achieve the destruction of his soul. Qin Taran's Jinden survived at that time. If he hadn't been caught up by other Jinden monks later, the other party might have been able to resurrect. Now no one is helping Luo Chen, and he has no Thunder Immortal Pearl. Naturally, he has to be more cautious. After determining what to do, Luo Chen did not hesitate and began to sacrifice on the spot. It was different from the cautious sacrifice when he was building his foundation. Now that he is in the Jinden stage, he directly uses his mana and attacks his consciousness. First, put on the SYNOPSIS purple gold wheel and the soul-breaking 3 nails to wash away the remaining marks of the former master. This step was completed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 magic weapons were no longer aura of others. Afterwards, he put away the 2 magic weapons and first sacrificed the Zhuanghe sword. You have to eat 1 bite at a time, and you have to sacrifice magic weapons one by one. Time flies. While Luo Chen was busy refining the magic weapons, 3 months passed in a flash. On the eve of the Danji ceremony, in the Yishiki cave mansion, a figure sat cross-legged. It seemed that he was motionless, but in fact, his mouth and nose were breathing in and out rhythmically. The muscles and bones all over his body were also trembling from time to time. If you get closer, you can even hear the sound of blood flowing in his body like a surging wave. This is the perfect way to practice 10,000 Daos convergence. If you look inside, you can even find wisps of green flames, burning Luo Chen's body. Luo Chen, who is practicing 10,000 Daos convergence, suddenly moved in his heart. He took out a shining sound transmission jade from the storage ring, and then a strange color flashed on his face. After a little cleaning, he left the cave and headed straight for Dangsha. After a while, Luo Chen's hearty laughter rang out in Luo Xianzheng Hall. Fairy Juking, long time no see. Hearing this voice, the beautiful figure turned around and looked at Luo Chen with a complicated expression. Luo Chen didn't care about her scrutiny, with his hands behind his back, and he was at ease. After a long time, Fairy Juking slowly said, Dan Chenzi, congratulations on your success in forming the elixir. Luo Chen didn't call her master as before. She didn't hold back her posture and call Luo Chen by his name, but changed to a relatively appropriate name. Dao name is itself a kind of honorific. At this moment, in this situation, both sides tacitly changed their way of getting along. But what surprised Luo Chen was that he had the experience of dealing with Chu Zibei and others before, so he could switch freely. This Fairy Juking has always been arrogant, and her attitude towards him was not very friendly in the past. How could she change so quickly? Suddenly, he thought of Fairy Qianglong. Although he wanted to ask about the recent situation, Luo Chen was still careful about his words. I am really honored that you came to congratulate me in advance. Fairy Juking twitched her lips, and although she squeezed out a little smile, it was quite forced. Luo Chen's thoughts turned, and he vaguely realized something. He thought about it, and still said, it's a pity for Tan Taiyu. When mentioning her beloved disciple, Fairy Juking sighed. I advised her, but she was still determined to enter the ice prison to close the door. If she could wait another 10 or 20 years, I think she would have a chance to be on par with us. You can't rush to form a pill. It's different from breaking through the foundation, which has a very high tolerance rate. Once the pill fails, the consequences are extremely serious. Even Luo Chen made full preparations before daring to take the risk. Tan Taiyu was indeed anxious. However, this is probably related to the current situation in the ice castle. Luo Chen and Fairy Juking had a rare exchange. The words were calm, there was no specific business, just a plain chat. Gradually, Luo Chen's words pointed to the core. Senior Sister Qianglong, how are you doing? Juking's eyes trembled, staring at Luo Chen. What do you know? Luo Chen shrugged, some things can't be hidden from others. The 4 great golden elixirs of the ice castle died strangely, and the younger disciples were in seclusion one after another. If it weren't for the Dinghaishanshun Grand Elder Qianglong, I think you wouldn't have lost your composure. Fairy Juking opened her mouth. After a long while, she said faintly, Senior Sister, she failed to form an infant. These 4 simple words contained countless information. Even Luo Chen, who had guessed it long ago, couldn't help but show surprise at this moment. But after being shocked, he soon tasted more information from these 4 words. Failed to form an infant, but didn't say life or death. I think she is still alive. But judging from the chaos in the ice castle, even if she is still alive, I'm afraid she can't handle the affairs of the ice castle. In silence, Luo Chen said softly, my condolences. The heartless fairy shook her head, looking at the high-spirited Luo Chen, she felt a little upset. The once high-ranking ice castle was declining. Luo Chen, who needed to rely on others, was in high spirits. Even though her heart was as cold as ice, she felt that things in the world were impermanent. She couldn't help but say, I heard that in recent years, many major sects have invited you to be a guest elder. This was a bit sarcastic. Yet, the soft hum made the woman feel even more upset. However, before she could say anything else, Luo Chen suddenly made it clear. My cooperation with Ice Castle will not change. You don't have to worry about that. I have also rejected invitations from other sects. Although I am not a true gentleman of the ancient times, I am not an ungrateful person. Even if the exchange of interests between Ice Castle and me is mainly based on interests, Senior Sister Qianglong and you have also protected me. I will remember this kindness in my heart. From now on, the business of Jade Du Pill will continue, and Luo Chen sect in Ice Castle will also be allies. Fellow Taoist Juking, are you at ease with this? The woman's body was shocked, and her eyes were fixed on Luo Chen. The other party looked at her openly and honestly. For a long time, Fairy Juking bowed, congratulations to fellow Taoist on your success in the immortal path, and shine on the East Wasteland. This time, the congratulations were sincere and no longer mixed with any emotions. Luo Chen smiled slightly and returned the bow. My Luo Chen sect has a shallow foundation. I'm afraid there will be many impoliteness in the procedures and rules of tomorrow's Danji ceremony. I am too busy to do anything, so please take care of my disciples tomorrow. Fairy Juking smiled naturally. You and I are allies. I dare not ask you for such a small matter. In this way, Luo Chen finally felt relieved. Looking at his ambitious and high-spirited appearance, Fairy Juking said with emotion, with your reputation, I think tomorrow will be very lively. Will it be lively? How many parties will accept the invitations sent out, and how many will refuse? In a sense, the scene of tomorrow also represents Luo Chen's position and situation in the Yuding domain in the future. This time, he is particularly looking forward to it. Chapter 462, Danjin Ceremony. Half a month ago. In the east of Yuding domain, in a stretch of mountains, a young man walked out of the magnificent and majestic cloud-black palace. As he walked out, a young girl hurried to meet him. Brother, how about it, am I right? This time, you can take me out to play. The young brother shook his head. This trip is not for fun, but for serious matters. I don't care, anyway, I can finally go out. I heard it's fun outside. The girl was acting coquettishly, and she didn't care about the escape lights coming in and out around her, and naturally took the man's arm. The young brother sighed and said, Don't worry, wait until I go to report to my mother before setting off. Yes, who in her listens to you? After a while, the young man drove the white cloud and landed on a small mountain not far from the main peak of the headmaster. After pushing away the clouds and mist, an elegant courtyard came into view. After stepping into the courtyard, there was a faint sandalwood scent, and there was also a slight wooden fish knocking sound. The man paused, and before he spoke, a gentle voice came. Is it Yuanjiang? Qin Yuanjiang responded and entered the courtyard. After a while, the familiar face of his mother Murin Qinglian, who was dressed in plain white clothes, holding Buddhist beads in one hand and knocking wooden fish in the other, broke into his eyes. My child has seen my mother. Seeing his mother like this, Qin Yuanjiang felt a little pain in his heart for some reason. I thought that if he took his mother back to Luoyan sect, he could honor her and let her live out her life. But some things cannot be simply summarized as family happiness. Although my mother was not strong and domineering throughout her life, she was independent and never depended on others. When she and my father were mixed in the group of casual cultivators, they supported each other and came all the way. In the Luo Chen society, he held great power, and thousands of cultivators were supervised and commanded by him. Suddenly leaving all kinds of chores behind, he came to Luoyan sect, but he couldn't adapt for several years. After all, he was an elder in name, but his mother was also a foundation-building cultivator, and she was only over 100 years old, in her prime years. He let her have some free time, but she couldn't stay idle. After he asked the elders of the sect to take over for his mother, the other party spent several years and still couldn't get used to the life in Luoyan sect. Finally, he suddenly figured it out and often accompanied the ancient Buddha with the green lamps, saying that he wanted to pray for his deceased father and his son. The contrast was so great that Qin Yuanjiang once doubted whether he had made a mistake in taking his mother away. The mother in his memory was weak but tough, gentle but with a power that made people rely on. In this small courtyard nunnery. Is there something wrong? When Qin Yuanjiang was in a trance, Murin Qinglian's gentle voice came. Qin Yuanjiang shook his head, stabilized his mind and said, Master ordered me to go out of the mountain to participate in the Danchen. Luo Shu, the supreme elder of Luo Chen sect, for the Danjin ceremony. The voice of the wooden fish suddenly stopped. I came here to ask my mother if she wants to go with me to meet old friends. After saying that, he fell silent. His master is the current head of Luoyan sect. His master basically gives orders for mundane affairs, and naturally, his master arranges the corresponding candidates and specifications for external congratulations. The leader of the congratulations for Luo Chen this time is Chu Zibei, the elder of the Jiandan period. The other party happens to be on duty in Xianlan Fairy City. However, the sect also needs to send someone to deliver the corresponding gifts. The head of Luoyan sect knows the relationship between Qin Yuanjiang and Luo Chen sect, and knows that he and Luo Chen have a deep connection. Therefore, the task of delivering gifts fell on his head. By the way, he also asked him to take his little daughter, who had just established her foundation, out for a stroll and travel. It can also be regarded as promoting the relationship between the two juniors. He gladly accepted this task, and also thought of letting his mother go out to relax. After all, she can't sit in this small courtyard temple for decades. He hoped so. It's a pity. Murin Kinglian pondered for a while, and said softly, "My heart has finally calmed down, I won't go." Qin Yuanjiang opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him, but he didn't know how to persuade him. He understood that his mother was afraid that she would miss her father when she went to Dangsha Peak. But although I won't go, your uncle Luo has finally succeeded in forming a pill after going through hardships, so congratulations must be sent. Murin Kinglian stood up from the futon. She had lost a lot of weight, walked to Qin Yuanjiang, and with a flick of her white wrist, a piece of black iron appeared in her hand. "Is this the third-level gold-based skills?" Qin Yuanjiang hesitated. Murin Kinglian nodded, stroking the iron piece with a faint smile on her face. "In the first few years after I came to Luo Chen sect, I was a little uncomfortable, and I wandered around the fairy city market. I don't know why, when I saw this third-level gold-based skills, I bought it for some reason." Was it for some reason? Qin Yuanjiang knew in his heart that his mother was still thinking about his father. Father Qin Liangchen's major was the gold system, but unfortunately he failed to build a foundation. Mother bought this method subconsciously because she missed her father, subconsciously imagined that her father was still alive, and subconsciously prepared the cultivation resources he might need. I know the situation of Luo Xianhu very well. There is no shortage of low-level exercises, but there are very few high-level exercises. Although the power of this set of Dazheng Jin Shigong is average, it is complete from the key refining stage to the golden core stage, without any omissions. Give it to Luo Chen on my behalf to enrich the Luo Dan, Luo Xianzong's collection of books for inheritance, and it can also be regarded as my Qin family's celebration of the establishment of Luo Xianzong. Qin Yuanjiang respectfully took the black iron sheet. He knew that his mother was still a little bit reluctant to let go of Luo Xianhu. It was a force that she personally recruited people and pulled up bit by bit since its establishment. The small force that used to be in the Daofang has now become a first-class force with a golden core master. His mother should be very pleased. Besides the gift, does mother have anything else she wants me to bring? Murin Kinglian thought about it, as if she had thought of some scene, and said with a smile in her eyes, "There is nothing much to say, just wish the respected Luo Tian Taishuang to continue to work hard, advance to the Yuanying realm in the future, and shock the East Wilderness." Qin Yuanjiang was stunned, a little puzzled. It is not easy for a cultivator to achieve the Jiandan realm. Even in his Luo Chen sect, there has only been one real person, the Supreme Elder Hanzan, in so many years. Not to mention Luo Chen, who was born as a casual cultivator. However, looking at his mother's smile, he still tried his best to remember the sentence. Mother must know Uncle Luo better than me. She knows that he has great ambitions and will not be satisfied with stopping at the Jiandan stage. From the few times I have met Uncle Luo, he is indeed a man of great talent and ambition. This congratulation is really appropriate, far more appropriate than those congratulations on the success of the Jiandan. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qin Yuanjiang bowed. I'll remember it. That day, Qin Yuanjiang left Luo Chen sect and went straight to Dangsha Peak with Ruan Huiner, the daughter of the sect leader, and his junior sister. Along the way, his junior sister Huiner wanted to stop and play many times, but he refused. Even if the other party was acting coquettishly, angry, and unreasonable, he didn't care and went straight to Dangsha Peak Luo Chen sect. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination amid the other party's complaints. However, after arriving, he stopped at the foot of Dangsha Peak and turned back to Xianlan Fairy City after a long time. "Brother, why don't you send the gift and congratulations together, and then have fun for a while?" Faced with Huiner's doubts, Qin Yuanjiang answered seriously, "It's not time yet. Wait until the Danji ceremony to congratulate, which can boost the momentum of Luo Chen sect." "Oh." The girl nodded, but still tilted her little head curiously. "Then why don't you go up and meet your uncle first? I heard that he is very famous. Even senior brother Hanzheng is not as famous as him." Qin Yuanjiang replied, "Uncle Luo has just come out of retreat and must be very busy. How can I delay his time? The most urgent thing is to hand over my sect's gift to Uncle Chu. Don't you want to see the customs of the world of immortal cultivation? After this is done, I will take you for a good walk." "Yes." Huiner listens to senior brother. Ruan Huiner did not question Qin Yuanjiang this time. She used to like the sturdy senior brother Qin, who could take her up the mountains and rivers and play everywhere during the key refining period. But although she is a little uncomfortable with senior brother Qin now, She also feels a little more secure. Since the Battle of Jili Mountain and the surprise attack on Yanmen, she found that senior brother Qin has become more stable and thoughtful. Such a senior brother may not be as interesting as before, but he is more trustworthy. In fact, my father didn't think much of my senior brother before, but it was only after this that he changed his mind and looked at him differently. Next, they went to Xianlan Fairy City first. Chu Zibei took time out of his busy schedule to meet the two of them, and then let them move freely. The only reminder was not to cause trouble. Now that the war of opening up has started, countless cultivators from foreign lands, many of them rush to the front line through Xianlan Fairy City. If you provoke some arrogant cultivator, the other party will not care what big sect is behind you. It is common to rob and kill and leave. Qin Yuanjiang naturally kept it in mind. Therefore, next time he took Ruan Huiner to play, it was mostly near Xianlan Fairy City. In this way, time passed quietly. The Dan-forming ceremony of Luo Chen sect also slowly opened the curtain under the expectations of many people. This day, the sun was shining and the weather was auspicious. Qin Yuanjiang was pulled by Ruan Huiner to the huge square that was temporarily opened under Dangshi Peak early in the morning. Qin Yuanjiang was somewhat helpless about this, as he could have acted with his uncle. But his sister was confident. What's the point of attending the celebration together? It's just those flying lights. It's better to arrive first and see the grand occasion from another angle. Indeed. That way of participating is really meaningless. Luoyan sect had also held a giant ceremony before, and there were many guests, but it was not surprising after seeing it several times from the perspective of the host. Qin Yuanjiang also wanted to see how it would be to watch the giant ceremony of Uncle Luo from beginning to end from another angle. The two of them came early. But someone came earlier than them. Near Xianlan Immortal City, many low-level casual cultivators ran down the mountain early in the morning to join in the fun. For these low-level casual cultivators, it may be difficult to see the giant ceremony of a giant cultivator once in their lifetime. If they can watch it in person, it can also be a lifelong topic of conversation. If they are lucky enough to be appreciated by a powerful person and get the opportunity, it would be a great blessing. The two of them mingled with the casual cultivators, waiting for the Luo Chen sect celebration to begin. As the sun gradually rose, there was no strange phenomenon on Dangshi Peak except that the clouds gradually dissipated. The lack of strange phenomena instead aroused discussion. Strange. I heard that when Luo Chen sect held a foundation building ceremony for the head of the sect, Sima Wei Niang, 70 years ago, it was quite grand, with cranes welcoming guests and divine rainbows building bridges. How come this time it is so ordinary? Yes, it doesn't make sense that it was so grand during the Luo Chen meeting. It's not reasonable to establish a sect, but it's still shabby. The discussion reached Qin Yuanjiang and the others. The younger sister also asked curiously, shouldn't we set up a big magic circle, golden lotus clouds, and colorful clouds to show the grandness of the celebration? Qin Yuanjiang was also a little puzzled. But after thinking about it carefully, he showed a thoughtful look. He slowly transmitted his voice, when we were weak, we should decorate our facade and increase our momentum. But now that we have become powerful, we don't need to show off our strength and bluff. Besides, the focus of today's celebration is on my uncle Luo Danshenzi. Whether the external things are shabby or grand is like a breeze and floating clouds to him. Finally, at this point, he pointed at the two of them. The guests attending the celebration today must include the likes of the Jinden sect and even my Luoyan sect. Under these behemoths, no one cares about the grandeur of the Luo Chen sect. After hearing this explanation, Ruan Huiner suddenly realized. She looked at the spiritual environment of Dangshi Peak, which was less than the second level, and said with a smile, that's right, although the scenery of this mountain is beautiful, the spiritual vein grade is too low, and it can't do anything fancy. If Luo Chen were here, he would definitely agree with the two people's statement. What Qin Yuanjiang said before was exactly in line with his thoughts. The latter sentence, as well as Ruan Huiner's words, were the advice of the Juking Fairy. What kind of grand ceremony can a mere first-level spiritual vein create? The illusory ceremony, in front of the distinguished guests who may come today, is just a shabby exterior and will only make people laugh. It is the right way to abandon the wasteful actions and decorate the interior. Amid the discussions of countless casual cultivators, a guest finally came. One after another, flying boats flew in from all directions. After docking in the square, Powerful foundation-building cultivators looked around and drove the escape light to Dangsha Peak. Soon after, the sound of singing in the mountain slowly spread out. The Kang family of Taishanfeng presents a piece of Nuanyang gemstone to congratulate Master Luo Chen. The Luo family of Luoshanfeng presents 3 pieces of Zuan Luo Jinjing to congratulate Master Luo Chen. The Chen family of Xian'ai presents a pair of 3rd-level demon silkworm eggs to congratulate Master Luo Chen. Xianlin Xianchang Foundation Building Casual Cultivator Guangzhou presents an 800-year-old spiritual medicine. Xianlin Xianchang Foundation Building Casual Cultivator Tan Yaosheng presents. Xianlin Xianchang Foundation Building Casual Cultivator. A huge chanting ceremony was heard, announcing the identities of the comers, the forces they belonged to, and the gifts they presented. Most of the immortal cultivation families were familiar to the low-level casual cultivators. They also knew that they had been loyal allies of Luo Xianhu for many years. It was natural for them to celebrate now. The gifts they sent were also very valuable. For example, the Zuan Luo Jinjing was a 3rd-level mineral material condensed from the essence of the Luo family's most famous 2nd-level mineral material Zuan Luo Jin. It was rumored that it was very suitable for casting life magic weapons. Normally, they are never sold outside, but only supplied to the Aleo mountain that takes care of them. Now, 3 pieces are sent at once, which shows the sincerity. Amidst the clamor, some people were curious. Why are there so many foundation-building casual cultivators coming to congratulate? Even some of them are from other regions, and they are all great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. This doubt was gradually answered. You don't know. When Senior Dan Chenzi succeeded in forming the elixir 10 years ago, he chanted a poem. It is said that the poem contains the secret of forming the elixir, and countless foundation-building cultivators have benefited a lot from it. From this aspect, Senior Dan Chenzi can be called the other party's mentor. These powerful foundation-building casual cultivators are now here to return the favor. Maybe, they want to take this opportunity to become disciples of the Luo Chen sect. As soon as these words came out, it instantly caused an uproar. A poem actually contains the secret of forming the elixir. Invisibly, Dan Chenzi became the poetic teacher of countless foundation-building true cultivators who were in the fairy city back then. At this moment, some people even recited the Jindan poem from memory. At the end, they were full of emotion. I only thought that Senior Dan Chenzi had good literary talent, but I didn't expect that there was such a mystery in it. I will pass this poem on to my descendants. Maybe hundreds of years later, my Li family will also have a Jindan cultivator. Haha. If that day really comes, you have to come to Dangsha Peak to kowtow to Senior Dan Chenzi. That's a must. I, Li Kaiang, am not an ungrateful person. Tisk, Senior Luo Chen is so generous to independent cultivators. If you join Luo Chen sect, won't he teach you everything he knows? Hey, this is really not. It's fake. Even if it's not like he taught everything he knew, everyone knows that Senior Luo has a broad mind and likes to support the younger generation. I can testify to this. Now, of the 25 foundation-building cultivators in Luo Xianzong, except for a few who joined from outside, most of them were promoted by themselves. Ordinary forces are not so generous and provide so many foundation-building resources. What a pity. If I had come to Xianlin Fairy City earlier and joined Luo Xianzong, maybe I would be the 26th foundation-building cultivator now. Amid the noisy discussions, Ru Anhuiner's little face was red as she pulled Qin Yuanjiang's sleeve. Your uncle is not only famous, but also has such a good reputation. Qin Yuanjiang was also a little excited. He thought of his mother, and even when he left, Luo Chen gave her a generous gift. He couldn't help but exclaimed, Uncle Luo is really generous. Ru Anhuiner listened to the praises around him and looked at the escape light that kept flying towards Dangsha Peak, and she couldn't wait. I want to see how handsome Uncle Luo is, who is praised so much. Qin Yuanjiang smiled and squeezed her hand. Don't worry, at the beginning, these are only guests in the foundation building stage. The next ones must be guests in the golden elixir stage. As our Loyan sect is the upper sect of the nascent soul, Uncle Chu should pay attention to the order of appearance. Ru Anhuiner hummed. Some rules, although not explicitly stated, are also unspoken rules. Relatively weak forces will generally appear first. Stronger ones will appear later. In this way, the weak will not be treated coldly, and the strong will not be overshadowed. Unless the relationship is close, they will appear in advance to calm the host. And then, the first sect to sing the ceremony is such an existence. Ice Castle Juking Fairy, give 2 bottles of Ice Soul Jade Marrow to congratulate Master Luo Chen. Ice Soul Jade Marrow, a 4th level material, can be used as medicine or as a means of attack. This time, 2 bottles were given. Ice Castle is worthy of being the former master of Luo Tian sect. It is really generous. After Ice Castle, Alao Mountain and Kingdom Valley also arrived one after another. Especially in Kingdom Valley, the person who came this time turned out to be the head of a sect, Master Tao Wan. It was amazing that he valued Luo Chen so much. However, when someone said that Luo Chen played a great role in Master Tao Wan's ability to suppress a group of fellow disciples and seize the position of Daozi 60 years ago, everything became logical. Outside Dangsha Peak, there was suddenly a strong escape light, one after another, flying into the mountain. The 5th key, the patriarch of the 5th family in Fenho Domain, presents a piece of meteorite iron to congratulate Master Luo Chen. As soon as this name came out, it immediately caused an uproar. The 5th key was a famous giant and cultivator in Fenho Domain. Previously, he and another giant and master occupied the Fengxiang Valley of Yanmen and established a force called Fengaiu Villa. In recent years, many strong men from Fengho Palace have settled in Fengaiu Villa, which shows that they have the Fengho Palace as a big backer. Unexpectedly, he also came. Senki Uzi from Shenfu Domain presents a 1,000-year-old elixir to congratulate Master Luo Chen. Another giant from another domain. No, it's far more than that. Next, several more giant from another domain appeared one after another. In the end, even the names of some giant masters were unknown to the low-level casual cultivators in Xianlan Fairy City. Just like the giant master named Fu Jiasheng, many people have never heard of this person. But the other party was very generous and directly sent a complete 3rd-level pill recipe, which directly caused an uproar. You know, pill recipes are strictly controlled in the Eastern Wilderness Zeuxin world, especially the secret techniques. This is still a 3rd-level pill recipe. Everyone knows that Luo Chen, the supreme of Luo Chen sect, has one of his 2 Taoist names, Dan Chenzi. Getting this pill recipe is like adding wings to a tiger. No one expected that today there would be so many foreign family golden elixirs and casual cultivators coming to congratulate Luo Chen on his pill formation. This is also the first time that people really realize how glorious it is for a master of alchemy who has achieved a certain realm in the Zeuxin world. He doesn't even need to take the initiative to go out and make connections. Naturally, someone will come to him and deliberately make friends with him. This is just the success of the pill formation. If Dan Chenzi is allowed to run it for a few hundred years, wouldn't there be disciples everywhere in the foundation building, countless golden elixir friends, and even the Yuanying Shangzhuang would take the initiative to invite him to be a VIP? Speaking of Yuanying Shangzhuang is here. In the crowd. Qin Yuanjiang and Ruan Huiner's heart moved, looked at each other, and jumped out of the crowd and flew into the sky. A powerful and majestic escape light came from Xianlan. With a flick, it rolled up the 2 and headed straight for Dangsha Peak. Soon. In Dangsha Peak, the passionate singing of the ceremony resounded through the clouds. Elder Chu of Luan sect, I present a 3rd-level puppet to congratulate Master Luo Chen. In an instant, there was silence outside Dangsha. Thanks to Fei Ming's pursuit of the 100-year-old Lei Ying in Luo Chen's hands, Dangsha Peak had been rebuilt. Therefore, today, facing the Stanji ceremony, the venue is still spacious enough. From the outside of the Luotian Hall, the ground is paved with white jade, the steps are paved with gold, and the dragons and phoenixes are carved and circling around the eaves. The clouds and mists rise, and the colorful clouds surround it, which is quite like the atmosphere of the immortals. One by one, the charming maids walked in between, offering fruits, tea and wine. All the foundation building true cultivators of Luo Chen Club returned to the mountain and warmly entertained the respected guests. Luo Chen was not reserved and showed up early. After all, although he was the protagonist today, the forces behind the guests were not easy to offend. He had a simple meeting with his former foundation building allies and accepted congratulations. He talked to the giant and masters who he once looked up to. If there were familiar people, he would say a few more words. During this process, Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai followed him all the time. In other words, someone had already discovered that his and the 2 girls' outfits today had already explained everything. The 2 girls wore phoenix crowns and bridal robes, tops and skirts, green clothes and red belts, and rings and pendants jingled. At first glance, they were dressed for marriage. Luo Chen wore a bright red shirt with golden dragon patterns engraved on it. He wore gold woven cloud shoes, a white jade ring belt on his waist, and a bright gold crown on his head. He and the two girls were auspicious and matched their outfits, complementing each other. When the elder Fei Ming of Aleo Mountain arrived, he shook his head and laughed when he saw the three people. Dan Chenzi, you are at a big loss. Luo Chen was puzzled. Where's the loss? Fei Ming pointed at the gift he had just given. I originally only celebrated your Danji celebration today, but I didn't expect you to hold the three major events of the sect building and the Taoist couple ceremony together. In this way, I should have given 3 generous gifts, but now I only gave 1. Do you think you are at a loss? If it was just me, it would be fine, but there are so many guests today, so you are at a big loss. Luo Chen was stunned, and then laughed. Fei Ming, an old man who always puts profit first, also laughed heartily. Afterwards, Luo Chen introduced the two girls to Fei Ming, and specifically mentioned Sima Wei Niang's identity as the head of Luo Xianzong and Gu Kai's identity as the master of the palace. I know this, or it can be said that everyone in the entire Yuding domain knows that you, Dan Chenzi, have 2 confidants. Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand. My 2 wives are a little weak in realm. When I travel in the world of immortal cultivation in the future, I will have to trouble you to take care of them. Sure. Fei Ming bowed and nodded slightly to the 2 women. Luo Chen was about to say something else when he suddenly saw another escape light coming from outside the mountain. Sorry, it seems the Taoist Tao has arrived. I have to leave for a while. No problem, you can do whatever you want today. I'm going to find Taoist Juking to exchange cultivation experience. After saying goodbye to Fei Ming, Luo Chen took his 2 wives and met the escape light from outside the mountain. The person in charge of leading them was his apprentice Chu Lingjun. Master, sect leader Tao has arrived. Well, you go. As soon as Chu Lingjun left, Luo Chen looked at Tao Wan, who was more graceful than before. Tao Wan looked at him, as if she ignored the 2 women beside him. Fellow Taoist Luo, congratulations. Fellow Taoist Tao, congratulations. Tao Wan pursed her lips. When I held the Jinden ceremony, I didn't see you come to congratulate in person. If I had gone there at that time, I would have to call you Senior Tao, wouldn't that be too distant? Luo Chen said with a smile. Tao Wan was stunned. Then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She shook her head and looked at the 2 women behind Luo Chen. Let's formally introduce them. Luo Chen pointed to the left, my wife Sima Wei Niang, the head of Luo Tian sect. Then he pointed to the right, my wife Gu Kai, the master of the Golden Hall of Luo Tian sect. The 2 women were not afraid of the stage, and saluted Tao Wan in a generous manner. Compared with the stingy Fei Ming, Tao Wan was much more generous. After giving the Jinden gift, he took out 2 more gifts from the storage bag and handed them to the 2 women in person. Congratulations, congratulations. I wish you a happy marriage and a long-lasting love. Fortunately, it was not a happy marriage, otherwise it would be a curse. After congratulating, Tao Wan put away her smile and looked at Luo Chen. I wonder if you are free recently. Is there anything? The Supreme Elder of my sect wants to see you. Let's meet in Kingdom Valley. Luo Chen's mind moved, and when he was about to ask, his eyes flashed. Sorry, another guest is coming. Wei Niang, please accompany fellow Taoist Tao. He winked, and Sima Wei Niang went up to greet him. Why did the Supreme Elder of Kingdom Valley ask to see him? In order to prevent unpleasantness, let Wei Niang, who is good at dancing, go up and find out the truth first. Tao Wan took a deep look at Luo Chen, and took a seat accompanied by Sima Wei Niang. As for Luo Chen, he was a little caught off guard. Because he did not invite the subsequent batch of Jinden cultivators in advance. This is considered as uninvited. However, although he was caught off guard, Luo Chen behaved calmly and chatted enthusiastically with the foreign Jinden cultivators such as Derwuki. Don't hit a smiling person. When the Battle of Fengxiang Valley took place, Derwuki and others helped. Moreover, Luo Chen actually had some confidence in this matter. Alchemists, especially famous alchemy masters, often have a wide range of friends and excellent network resources. When he was in the foundation building stage, he could make ice forts on the left and kingdom on the right, and he was favored by the Luan sect. Now that he is in the Jinden stage, he is naturally favored by high-level cultivators. In the past, Those people only sent invitations, but now they came directly in person, which is not a big surprise. The only thing that surprised Luo Chen was Fu Jiasheng. Fu Jiasheng, with a red face, looked at him with a complicated expression. Dao, congratulations. Luo Chen forced a smile. Congratulations, congratulations. It was indeed congratulations. There were 5 people in the Great Snow Mountain that day, and only the 2 of them survived. Now it seems that there is indeed a reason to survive. Like him, Fu Jiasheng also succeeded in forming a pill. However, the other party came to congratulate him today, which was really beyond Luo Chen's expectation. Moreover, the other party even presented a valuable gift, a 3rd-level pill formula. This 3rd-level pill formula is called the Star Pill. Although it is complicated to refine, expensive, and weak in medicinal power, it is indeed an orthodox 3rd-level pill formula for cultivation. I hope you don't despise it. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. How could I despise it? You sent me such a gift, I can't thank you enough. He was indeed grateful. Because after forming a pill, he was troubled by the cultivation pills, and even had the idea of simplifying the Mingyan pill. But that was a pill formula that was derived to the extreme by the great power of the god of transformation. It was not easy to simplify it. Now that Fu Jiasheng suddenly presented a 3rd-level pill formula, it was like a sleepy man meeting a pillow. If it weren't for the grand ceremony, Luo Chen would have wanted to see it. Fellow Taoist Fu has successfully formed a pill, and I haven't even sent him a gift yet. That's not necessary. Fu Jiasheng waved his hand. Luo Chen frowned slightly. So, do you have something to ask for? No, I have no desires or requests. Fu Jiasheng paused and said seriously. Luo Chen was even more confused. However, when the voice of Luo's sect coming to congratulate him came, and Fu Jiasheng's face showed a more solemn look, he realized something. He smiled. I understand your intentions, and there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future, but now, I have to excuse myself. Sorry. Well, don't worry about me. It just so happens that I haven't exchanged my cultivation experience with others after forming a pill. There are so many fellow practitioners here, and Fu is just in time. Fu Jiasheng was very generous. When Luo Chen left and greeted the people from Luo's sect, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Looking at Luo Chen's back, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. It is said that Luo Chen has a gentlemanly style. But he is definitely not a pedantic gentleman who can be deceived. The other party is gentle and kind at home, but he is quite cruel to the outside world, and he is known for his revenge. In the Great Snow Mountain, he once tried to set up a large formation and ambush the other party. Although he wanted to resolve the hatred with a map at that time. But after the formation of the pill, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was inappropriate. He once wanted to kill the other party. Such a life and death hatred cannot be resolved by a mere map. What if the other party is narrow-minded? Luo Chen already has the title of the first person to build the foundation of the Jade Tripod, and his combat power is incomparable. But he is not alone. The title of the Master of Alchemy means that after he forms the pill, he must have a wide network of contacts. If he is determined to deal with him, then he, Fu Jiasheng, will definitely die. At least he can't stay in the East Wilderness. After thinking about it, Fu Jiasheng still chose a time and place where the other party would never turn against him, and then gave him an absolute gift, so that there is a chance to eliminate the hatred. At present, Luo Chen must have revealed the matter and even mentioned cooperation on his own initiative. Alchemists and herbalists should be natural partners. Now it seems that my choice is extremely correct. Fu Jiasheng looked around, and even though each of the powerful giant and cultivators had restrained their spiritual pressure, they still felt depressed when they joined together. Moreover, even the Yuanying upper sect sent people to congratulate him in person. If he couldn't resolve the hatred, he would really be courting death. Tisk, they are still the same Yuanying upper sect. Fu Jiasheng sighed, looking far away outside Dangsha. A sword light turned into a rainbow. The speed of the escape was so fast that everyone looked sideways. The rainbow light passed the gift-receiving area in front and landed directly in front of Luo Chen Square. A crisp and delicate shout resounded within 100 miles. Yuding Hongling, I came to congratulate Taoist Luo Chen. The visitor was not friendly. Luo Chen, who was talking with Chu Zibei and Qin Yuanjiang, frowned and looked at the visitor. Dressed in red, with a fierce look on her face. It doesn't look like a gift, but more like revenge. This woman. Suddenly, Luo Chen's heart moved. Hongling? Isn't this the disciple of Pan Rengshan? Just when he was about to speak, Chu Zibei winked at him. Luo Chen understood that the other party was trying to ease the atmosphere for him. However, before Chu Zibei could speak, outside Dangsha, another distinguished guest arrived. The heroic voice rolled in, like thunder and tide, shocking people's souls. The 5 Elements Divine Sect has no shortage of gold, and I will give you a 5 Elements Divine Pill to celebrate for Taoist fellow Luo Chen. Chapter 463. Once the golden elixir is known to the world, it will turn into a dragon when it encounters wind and cloud. The 5 Elements Divine Sect has no shortage of gold, so we'll give you a 5 Elements Divine Pill to celebrate for fellow Taoist Luo Chen. The excited voice spread out like a wave. Under this voice, everyone inside and outside the Luo Chen sect was silent. Then there was a huge uproar. The 5 Elements Divine Sect. The overlord of the 5 Elements domain. Although it is not like the Medicine King sect and Chyanfan City, which dominate a domain and have only one sect in the entire domain, in the 5 Elements domain, almost all the sects under its control, big and small, are related to the 5 Elements Divine Sect. Either they are absolute vassals and completely obey its orders, or they are the founders of the sects, all of which are from the 5 Elements Divine Sect. This is related to the special internal environment of the 5 Elements Divine Sect. Inside the 5 Elements Divine Sect, the disciples from top to bottom like to delve into various magical skills and secrets, and new skills appear all year round. Or those with different ideas, or those who are about to die, will choose to leave the sect and establish a family or a small sect outside. Back and forth. Although the 5 Elements Divine Sect did not dominate a region, its control over the territory and the degree of development were still higher than those of Chyanfan City and Yaowang Sect. In the early days of the Far East 6 regions, if Yaowang Sect was the richest and Yuding Sword Sect was the strongest, then the 5 Elements Divine Sect had the deepest foundation. Such a behemoth would actually send a giant and stage elder to congratulate Luo Chen Sect? This was beyond everyone's expectations. Not to mention the uproar outside the mountain. At the ceremony alone, the visiting guests all stood up and talked about it. For example, the Juking fairy who was talking to Fei Ming almost immediately turned her head to look at the old man Jin Bigu, who went straight into Dangsha. She looked doubtful and her thoughts were fluctuating. Fei Ming sighed quietly. In the past, Luo Chen's reputation was limited to the Yuding domain. Now that he has formed an elixir, he has directly fallen into the eyes of the upper sect outside the domain. This is exactly in line with the saying, a golden scale is not something that can be kept in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. Hearing this, Fairy Juking's heart skipped a beat. She said in a bitter voice, it was the opening war that accelerated his fame. Indeed. If it weren't for the opening war, which brought together several domain sects in this small domain, Luo Chen would not have risen so quickly even if he was powerful and famous. Fei Ming shook his head. Even if there was no opening war, if he was given 100 or 200 years, he would still become a well-known existence in the East Wilderness. Fairy Juking had no way to refute this. He was able to achieve the first person in Yuding Foundation building combat power and the first person in the young generation of alchemy as a casual cultivator. Such talent, character and perseverance are destined to make him dazzling beyond compare. What's more, he is still so young. Especially since he has no master's inheritance and his past record is relatively clean. Such a person would be tried hard to win over by any Yuanying sect. Today, others just happen to come to celebrate. Maybe in the future, they will come to win over Luo Chen with more favorable conditions. But in this way, how much of the relationship that Bing Bao has finally established with him can be preserved? I just hope that what he said to me will not change. Fairy Juking murmured in her heart, and she had already lowered her expectations invisibly. Maybe even if Luo Chen broke his promise, she would not, and dared not, resent too much? On the other side, Tao Wan, who was surrounded by a group of giant and cultivators and was treated like a star, changed her face at almost the same time. The visit of Luo's sect was justified. Long before, there was a rumor from Luo's sect. It was said that the real person Han Zhan was quite optimistic about Luo Chen and favored him. In addition, Luo Chen's sect had a child of a high-ranking official who was also a true disciple of Luo's sect. The two families have a long history. Therefore, it was not surprising that Chu Zibei sent a gift. What was a little strange was that Yuding Sword Sect would actually send someone, even though they were a little aggressive. However, this was unexpected and reasonable. Sword Sect had just taken over Xianlan Fairy City. As the closest giant in force, they would definitely send someone to say hello. Regardless of whether to win over or not, a simple recognition of the sect was still necessary. But it was really surprising that such a huge organization as the Five Elements Divine Sect came uninvited. Thinking of the instructions of Queen Danzi, the sect's supreme elder before departure, Tao Wan couldn't help feeling a little heavy in his heart at this moment. I just hope that the Five Elements Divine Sect will just celebrate and not do other things to recruit us. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my Kingdom Valley will be in great trouble. There were countless people with different thoughts on the scene. The foundation-building forces that had previously been friendly with Luo Xianzong had already been dazzled by the arrival of the powerful Jinden Masters. When Luoyangzong and Yuding Jianzong arrived, they were even more shocked. Now, the Five Elements Divine Sect has come. They are completely numb. Only Fu Jiaxing, after being shocked, looked a little more natural. This is the appeal that a well-known alchemy master should have. If it is a foundation-building alchemy master, it is just potential. Limited by the realm, it is impossible to refine high-level elixirs. Limited by the lifespan, 100 or 200 years is of little use to the top sects, so naturally they will not spend a lot of effort to recruit them. But the alchemy master of the Jinden period is different. With a lifespan of 400 or 500 years, it is completely possible to steadily refine third-level elixirs, which is enough to benefit the Yuanying upper sect. If it is an outstanding alchemy talent, it may be possible to refine fourth-level elixirs across levels. That is a good thing that Yuanying cultivators covet. Who would ignore such a person? It can be said that as long as Luo Chen does not commit suicide on his own initiative, his future is completely foreseeable. He is popular with everyone and has a wide network of contacts. Low-level cultivators flatter him, Jinden of large sects run for him, and Yuanying upper sects treat him with courtesy. In the entire Eastern Wilderness cultivation world, Luo Chen can almost walk sideways. Fortunately, when no one was paying attention, Fu Jiaxing wiped his cold sweat. Fortunately, before this, he had made many efforts to restore his relationship with Luo Chen. Otherwise, if the other party showed a little dislike for him, there would be people who deliberately troubled him in the future to make friends with Luo Chen. When he thought of that scene, he couldn't help but shudder. Under the attention of countless people, Luo Chen straightened his clothes and stepped forward. Fellow Taoist Hongling, Luo is here to greet you. Fellow Taoist Jin, I am really honored to come all the way to congratulate me. Two greetings, one in front and one behind. The first person to greet was the Master Hongling who had been aggressive and unfriendly before. This scene was shocking. Even the female cultivator Hongling was a little surprised. She frowned. Even if she had resentment in her heart, it was not easy to get angry at this moment. Don't hit a smiling person, especially today is Luo Chen's home court. She had to hum. Seeing that she had stopped and suppressed the hidden anger, Chu Zibei next to her couldn't help but look up to Luo Chen again. Good boy. With high alchemy skills and strong fighting ability, he was just a person who devoted himself to hard training. But I didn't expect that his social skills were so outstanding. He didn't deliberately ignore Hongling's attitude, but gave her enough face. And his attitude, after careful consideration, was the most correct. Because Hongling represents the Yuding Sword Sect and is the master of the Yuding domain. If Luo Chen and the Luo Chen sect he founded still want to continue to stay in Yuding domain, they must not offend Yuding Sword Sect. Jin Buk was stunned at first, but after noticing the change in Hongling's expression, he understood in an instant. He looked at Luo Chen with appreciation, and then took out the gift directly. Following Luo Chen's words, he continued with a smile, it's not a long way to go. Besides, Dao Yao is such a proud person who has achieved Dan formation, and his future is limitless. How can I not come here specially to make friends with him? This made Luo Chen feel awkward. Once you have reached the Jinden level, even if you are optimistic about me, you don't have to be so humble. What about the natural arrogance of the sect cultivators? He forced a smile and took the gift. 5 Elements Divine Pill. Yes. Although this pill is of the 3rd level, its medicinal power is no less than that of the 4th level pill. In particular, it is not limited to the spiritual root constitution of the cultivator, and can perfectly match those who have any of the 5 elements. I heard that fellow Taoist has the qualifications of 5 spiritual roots, and this pill is tailor-made for you. Luo Chen was stunned by these words. Especially the content described in the other party's words, which made him subconsciously tighten the brocade box in his hand. Unlimited pills are extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Like the various pills he had refined before, they basically have restrictions. The Jade pill is limited to female cultivators, the dust-falling pill is limited to those with strong blood and ki, and the third-level Nether Yuan pill requires strong spiritual power and can only be used when breaking through the realm. If this 5 elements divine pill is really as described by Jin Bigu, it can really be crowned with the word divine pill. At least, among the third-level pills, it is an absolute god-level pill. Seeing Luo Chen attach so much importance to it, Jin Bigu also smiled. Luo Chen put away his emotions and asked everyone to take their seats. He himself ascended to the upper seat. Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai sat obediently on both sides behind him. One was dignified and graceful, and the other was beautiful and charming, but they did not steal his limelight, but became an excellent embellishment. As he sat down, it also meant that today's ceremony officially began. The cultivators who were scattered everywhere and communicating with others before also took their seats one by one under the leadership of the foundation-building cultivators of Luo Chen sect. Luo Chen looked down at the white jade square. The people who came to celebrate, even if they had their own thoughts and purposes, Luo Chen was only proud in his heart at this moment. After years of hard practice, he finally made it. The 3 Yuanying upper sects, the 3 giant and major sects, and the ancestors of first-class forces or large immortal cultivation families all came to congratulate him. This is not a guest invited by those higher-ranking sects who rely on the influence of the sect. All these were achieved by him relying on himself. There are probably not many people like me in this world. Just as he was sighing in his heart and preparing for the next opening words, outside the mountain, 2 more magnificent escape lights broke through the sky. Huh? Is that old Yi? Some knowledgeable people instantly recognized the owner of one of the escape lights. For a moment, everyone looked at Luo Chen curiously. Luo Chen was also a little stunned. Why is there a guest? The next moment, Elder Yi Xiang of the Divine Talisman sect passed by your precious land and came here to ask for a glass of water and wine. Dao I won't mind, right? Luo Chen immediately stood up and suppressed his doubts. Why would I mind? I'm so happy. Come on, arrange a seat for Dao Iao. The escape light converged. An old man, with 3 foundation-building true cultivators, 1 man and 2 women, instantly came into view. However, the first thing that attracted Luo Chen's attention was not the old man. It was the 2 women. Beside him, Gu Kai called out softly. It's Sister Xiu. Luo Chen naturally recognized the quiet female cultivator at the first time. It was Fu Xiu, his neighbor in the Daohofang courtyard. Not only that, another pretty woman next to her was winking at Luo Chen. Her quirky look gave Luo Chen a very familiar feeling. The other party's behavior clearly showed that she knew Luo Chen. But for a moment, Luo Chen couldn't remember the other party's identity. Could it be Xiao Shui? Suddenly, Luo Chen remembered Taoist Chen. The other party had a granddaughter, Chen Shui, who also returned to the Shenfu domain with the Shenfu Pavilion's caravan. Calculating the time, if the foundation was successfully established, the appearance would have changed to this outline. But now is not the occasion to reminisce about the past. He looked at the owner of another escape light. Fellow Taoist Fengaiyu, long time no see. The visitor was the Fairy Fengaiyu, the master of the Danding Court of Fenghu Palace. Fairy Fengaiyu nodded to Luo Chen. I'm sorry to bother you today. I've prepared a small gift to congratulate you on your success in forming a pill. After giving the gift, she was seated at the top seat arranged by the Luo Chen sect cultivators. During this process, the nearby cultivators were basically in a state of silence. No one expected that after the 3 Yuanying upper sects, there would be 2 more upper sect VIPs. This kind of celebration scale has almost exceeded the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Even Tawan, the head of her large sect, was worried. When she held the Jinden ceremony, only 3 Yuanying upper sects came to celebrate for her. Only those upper sects, Daozi who formed a pill like Luo Chen, could have such a grand occasion. No. It is even difficult for the upper sect Daozi to achieve this step. They rely on the prestige of the sect. Luo Chen relied on himself to attract so many powerful beings. If the news of today's celebration spreads, how dazzling Luo Chen's reputation and status in the surrounding areas will be, it is simply unimaginable. Luo Chen was naturally aware of the strange atmosphere in the venue. He himself did not expect that there would be 3 more guests from the 5 Elements Divine Sect, the Divine Talisman Sect, and the Fenghu Palace. This really caught him off guard. However, he was used to seeing life and death scenes, and today was his big day, so how could he show his fear? After years of practicing Ming Shen Po Sha and Ing Feng Bo, his ability to adjust his mentality has reached an extremely strong level. But in a flash, he showed a bright smile. Today, all the distinguished guests came to Dangsha, which really made my humble home glorious. I will use this glass of water and wine to express my feelings. As he raised his glass, the guests below all raised their glasses. Then, they drank it all. Chapter 464, Discussing Dao Hongling, Sky High Price, Wedding Night, Elixir as Betrothal Gift. The ceremony officially began. Although the highlight of the ceremony was never in the ceremony, but before the ceremony. But the corresponding procedures still had to be followed. Light singing and dancing, the sound of immortals. Drinking and exchanging experiences. In this way, time passed. From beginning to end, Luo Chen behaved steadily and properly, not at all like a casual cultivator. Among them, Sima Wei Niang and others naturally contributed. Having participated in other people's dam-forming ceremonies many times, he was already familiar with such rules and etiquette. With the guidance of the Juking Fairy, Luo Chen was able to avoid being rude. However, he was neither hurried nor slow, sitting firmly on Mount Tai. But someone couldn't help it in the end. I have heard for a long time that Taoist Luo Chen was known as unparalleled in combat power when he was building his foundation, and he was the first person in my Yuding foundation. I wonder if your fighting skills have improved after you have formed your Dan. As soon as these words came out, the lively atmosphere in the field suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were cast on the woman in redwood. Jade Ding Golden Pill Sword Cultivator, Hongling. Luo Chen knew this would happen. After the realm breakthrough ceremony, there would always be someone to weigh the opponent's strength. This is also a way to confirm whether the opponent has the strength and become a friend of the same path. This kind of discussion method does not really care about winning or losing. After all, it is normal to not be proficient in the methods of the new realm after the breakthrough. However, if the performance is too bad, it will still be 3 points lower in the eyes of others. Obviously, Hongling was the first to make a move today. Fellow Taoist Hongling, today is the day of fellow Taoist Luo's big wedding. How can you use swords and weapons? Moreover, fellow Taoist Luo is a distinguished alchemist. Fighting and killing is really a spoiler. Why don't you discuss the way of alchemy with him and have a good chat? Maybe it will be a good thing if it spreads out in the future. The one who spoke to mediate was Chu Zibei. After he spoke like this, he attracted a lot of echoes. Even among them, there were several giant masters who were eager to try, and they asked for a fight. I will exchange some ideas with you on behalf of Brother Luo. Only the elders of the Shenfu sect, Yi Xiang, Feng Gai of Fenghu Palace, and Jin Buke of the Wuxing Shen sect remained silent, watching this scene with interest. Facing the gazes of the Taoists, they asked for a fight. Hongling's face was cold, and she still stared at Luo Chen. Lord Holing, you are the master today. If you don't want to make a move, I won't force you. Luo Chen smiled. Not forcing? If it weren't for the representatives of the 4 major sects here, I'm afraid the first thing you would do when you go up the mountain is to discuss the Dao with me. It's hard for you to be able to endure until now. Moreover, even his Taoist name of Lord Holing was called out. Who doesn't understand this kind of provocation? Well, let's go through the process. This woman only has the intention to fight, but she doesn't have any hostility. I think the other party seems to be unkind, but in fact she just wants to ask for an explanation. Pang Rengshan fell in Daohofang, and he came from Daohofang. These things cannot be hidden from those who are interested. Even if it has nothing to do with him, as Pang Rengshan's direct disciple, the other party must have a thorn in his heart. Now that we are discussing the Dao, it would be best if I can remove that thorn for him. He smiled happily and spread out his palm. If you have a wish, I dare not refuse. Hongling's eyes lit up, and she jumped out immediately, flying in the air. In order to avoid ruining your ceremony, why not go to heaven and fight? Luo Chen shook his head, as fellow Taoists said, fighting and killing is really a bummer. What's more, today's ceremony also contains the meaning of my and my 2 wives becoming partners. Therefore, I don't agree to a full-scale battle. Hongling frowned. When she was unhappy, Luo Chen raised a finger. One move. You and I will use the same move, regardless of the winner. We will stop fighting and make peace. It was not a discussion, but a decision. Thinking that today was the other party's home court, Hongling couldn't force it. She took a deep breath. Okay, then I'll do as you say. I also want to see what you can do to take away the honor of my senior brother Lin Qingxun as the first person to build the foundation. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems that there is such a thought in this. He knew that Lin Qingxun. Many years ago, he was ranked first among the top 10 immortal cities on the Xianjiao list of the discussion platform. It can be said that he is already the first person to build the foundation in the Yuding domain. However, when the two upper sects were fighting, the other party began to retreat to the Jinden stage. It was also during this process that she used actual combat to snatch the title of the first person to build the foundation in Yuding. This woman. Luo Chen smiled casually, and his outstretched right hand suddenly raised. Pay attention. With a light shout, the 5 fingers of his right hand kept pinching the seal. The magic power flowed and lingered on his fingertips. His movements were not fast, but his posture was simple and majestic. Sitting upright on the top, motionless like a mountain, his red clothes moved without wind, and rustled. Magic. As he raised his energy and made a hand gesture, everyone realized what Luo Chen's method was. It was not a magic weapon, but the magic that made the other party famous. Was it a fire method? The next moment, Luo Chen's palm suddenly paused and pressed down in the air. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out. In the sky, a huge green handprint suddenly appeared. It was illusory at first, but in a flash, it became extremely solid under the replenishment of magic power. Even the fingerprints and joints between the palms were lifelike. The green spiritual energy was surging, but it did not roll up the wind and clouds. It was obvious that the power was condensed to the extreme. It was not a fire method. It was a wood method. 5 elements divine sect Jin Buke size condensed and blurted out. The innate one key handprint. At this moment, the handprint was pushed out with a bang. Wherever it passed, the void rumbled. In the air, Hongling had already turned the sword into a sword, and the whole person was floating in the air, and the extremely sharp sword energy poured out from her body. The sword moves were swung freely, and the postures were graceful. It was really as graceful as a swimming dragon and as graceful as a startled wild goose. Seeing the green handprint pressing down, she shouted delicately. Break! A sword light, with an unstoppable momentum, pierced the sky. The two collided in an instant. Swish! The big handprint suddenly broke a black spot. The sword energy was weakened by several points, but it still flew towards Luo Chen. Brother Chen, be careful. Husband. 2 worried voices sounded in his ears. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and his right hand, which had not been retracted, was immediately covered with a blue and bright light. He squeezed it lightly. The sword energy was crushed in his palm. Jin Buke stood up suddenly and said in shock, Lapis Lazuli Sky Curtain. The most complicated and complex defensive water method among the second-level spells, you have actually cultivated it to the realm of instantaneous release. Luo Chen nodded to him, and then looked at Hongling. As expected of a Jading sword cultivator who is known as the strongest in combat power, this sword that can break all laws actually made me use 2 moves. I lost. In mid-air, Hongling's clothes were messy, as if she was blown by a strong wind. She stroked her hair, her face was blue and red. After a while, she shook her head violently. No, I lost. Although I broke your palm with a point-breaking method, the residual power is still there, and it has a great binding force. I can't avoid it. But you can withdraw your magic power in an instant and didn't hurt me at all. If it were a real battle, my broken sword would not hurt you at all, but you restricted my body shape, and the subsequent attacks would definitely cause me serious injuries. So my momentum was taken away, and the initiative was taken. For a sword cultivator, I have already lost. The sword cultivator talks about the momentum of breaking all laws with a sword, and the sword is launched from the heart, anticipating the enemy's initiative. From this aspect, she did lose. And she had formed the elixir before Luo Chen. This time, the rounds were very short and the time was very fast. The foundation building cultivators could not see clearly. But the group of Jinden cultivators did know who won and who lost. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I won the first move, and you won the second move I was forced to use, so we all won. This battle is a draw. Hongling looked at him in surprise and wanted to admit defeat. But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she did not continue to argue. Today, she represented the Yuding Sword sect. Others did not care about winning or losing, but the Sword sect must care. Since Luo Chen gave her a step, she could just take it. Therefore, after clasping her fists and bowing, she took her seat again. After she took her seat, the atmosphere in the field became heated again. Although Jin Byuk also sat back, he looked at Luo Chen and continued to praise him. Before coming here, I heard that fellow Taoist was superb in fire magic. Now it seems that the rumor is greatly wrong. Everyone was stunned. But his next sentence solved everyone's doubts. Not only fire magic, but also water magic. And this innate key handprint is a magic with all 5 elements. Dao Yao uses wood attribute spiritual power to release and follow the way of binding. I think with Dao Yao's ability, you should have mastered the suppression of earth, the dominance of fire, the sharpness of gold, and the slowness of water. Tisk tisk, this kind of magic attainment is first class even in my divine sect. Laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. Jin Byuk's words are undoubtedly the best explanation, explaining the mystery hidden in the short confrontation just now. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Dao Yao, you are too kind. It's not too kind. This time, it was the 5th wonder who spoke. Dao Yao is really amazing. When he was building his foundation, he dared to fight against giant cultivators. Now that he has reached the giant stage, his strength is even greater than before. It's a waste for him to be ranked above Dangsha with such ability. The other savored his words and realized his unfinished meaning. Regardless of other people's thoughts, De Wuqi said directly, Dao Yao Jiangyu and I have formed an alliance to establish Fengaiyu Mountain Villa, and we are determined to make a big splash in the upcoming war of development. Dao Yao Luo, I wonder if you are interested in joining us and earning a 3rd-level spiritual land in the Xiaoyu Mountains. This naked invitation instantly made everyone agitated. If the 3 giant cultivators formed an alliance, wouldn't their strength be comparable to that of an ordinary giant sect? However, before Luo Chen could respond, Fairy Fengaiyu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Dao Yao Luo Chen, my Fenghe Palace Standing Academy is still short of a vice president. If you join my Fenghe Palace, you will not lack spiritual veins and elixirs. As soon as she spoke, De Wuqi shut up instantly. The backer behind Fengai Villa is Fenghe Palace. How dare he compete with Fenghe Palace for people? To be honest, he never thought Fengai would come today, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a joke. Haha. Jin Byuk laughed and looked at everyone and said, you guys, I'm afraid you have forgotten the Luo Chen sect founded by Taoist Luo Chen. From what I know about Taoist, he is not the kind of ungrateful person who abandons the sect for his own future. So, your invitation is still lacking some consideration. Fengai was stunned. De Wuqi also frowned. It would be fine if Luo Chen joined Fengai Villa alone. But if Luo Chen sect also joined, it would directly suppress his and Jiang Yu's forces. In this case, should the combined forces of the 3 be called Fengai Villa or Luo Chen sect? Regardless of the 2 people's ugly faces, Jin Byuk laughed heartily and said, Dao Yao Luo Chen, why don't you join my divine sect? When the time comes, there will be no need to start a war and risk your life. I will send people directly to help you relocate the entire Luo Chen sect. In such a large 5 elements domain, it is always possible to free up a 3rd-level spiritual vein for you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. What kind of heaven-defying conditions are these? The 5 elements divine sect is so arrogant that it can even offer such incredible conditions. Suddenly, someone thought of what Jin Byuk said after he arrived today. He thought of Luo Chen's qualifications that the other party specifically mentioned. All 5 elements of spiritual roots. In the general perception of the immortal cultivation world, this is a waste of qualifications. But in the 5 elements divine sect, there are rumors that it is a talent that is no less than the heavenly spiritual roots. Could it be that the other party saw this point and offered Luo Chen such extremely generous conditions? In fact, as the party involved, Luo Chen was also greatly shocked after hearing this condition. Joining the 5 elements divine sect, he would definitely not be short of elixirs like the 5 elements divine pill. The other party even helped him to consider everything, and was willing to vacate a piece of the 3rd-level spiritual vein for the Luo Tian sect. Such a huge temptation was placed in front of him, so Luo Chen's mouth became dry. Jin Byuk looked at this scene with satisfaction. He was very sure. In the face of such a huge temptation, no one would refuse. especially Luo Chen, who was born as a casual cultivator. However, the result was beyond his expectations. Today's ceremony, regardless of other things, everyone continued to drink. Luo Chen raised his glass again with a calm face. Diwuki breathed a sigh of relief. Taowan's face gradually relaxed. Juking Fairy looked at Luo Chen in surprise, not expecting him to refuse. Fengaiyu Fairy's beautiful eyes kept flowing on Luo Chen and Jin Buke, as if she thought of something. Only Jin Buke frowned and looked at Luo Chen in confusion. After staring for a while, he took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Unexpectedly, there are people who can hold their true heart under such temptation. However, Luo Chen only said that it was not about today, but he did not say that there would be no discussion later. He believed that Luo Chen would never be able to refuse the conditions he offered. A grand ceremony, and all the guests were happy. The 5 major sects congratulated Dan Chenzi together, and the news spread quickly. From now on, Luo Chen also has a place among the high-level cultivators in the Yudingxiuxin world. During the celebration, many parties were recruited, especially the 5 Elements Divine sect offered a sky-high price to invite Luo Chen to join, which caused a lot of discussion. However, Luo Chen had no time to pay attention to these things, because he was in the bridal chamber. After a storm. On the bed, Luo Chen, who rarely enjoyed the blessing of having a wife, frowned deeply. Gu Kai lay on his chest and drew circles with her fingers. Sima Wei Niang sat on the chair in the room and combed her hair. She looked at Luo Chen's frowning profile. Is it appropriate to leave those people alone? No, but it is even more inappropriate to rush to contact them. Luo Chen replied. Sima Wei Niang couldn't help asking, what do you think of the conditions offered by Jin Buke? I can't see through it, but I don't think it's a good thing. Luo Chen sat up while speaking. Gu Kai murmured and put on his coat obediently. A colorful pill fell into Luo Chen's hand. It was the 5 Elements Divine Pill. Looking at this pill, Luo Chen actually felt that his hand was heavy. The other party offered huge profits one after another, which was completely beyond the scope of normal recruitment. It was like a pie in the sky falling on his head. If it were a normal person, he would have been knocked unconscious long ago. Even Luo Chen found it a little unbelievable. But now he calmed down and thought more and more that something was wrong. After a while, he said faintly, it's better to refuse. Will it anger the 5 Elements Divine sect? Gu Kai asked casually. In this regard, Luo Chen shook his head and said, don't worry about that. I am now famous and the other party will not do anything to me. Moreover, the 5 Elements Divine sect is far away from the Yuding domain and cannot be reached. The most important thing is. Sima Wei Niang smiled slightly. During the War of Opening Up, the human race must not kill each other. Well, that's right. With the order of the Holy Land Mingyan sect, the 5 Elements Divine sect dare not risk the world's disapproval to deal with me. Gu Kai muttered, that's true. In this world, if you kill someone if you refuse to recruit, then the sect's reputation will be gone. The higher the realm and the higher the status, the more rules and restrictions there are. Otherwise, this world of cultivating immortals will be completely messed up. The Holy Land of Transformation wants an orderly world of cultivating immortals, not a chaotic world of riots and disorder. If that's the case, what is the world of cultivating immortals? It's better to call it the world of cultivating demons. What about other forces? Sima Wei Niang asked again. Luo Chen thought for a while, those who really want to cooperate with me will wait for me. Those who want to make friends are not in a hurry for a moment. The 2 women understood. They had seen the daytime scene. Naturally, they knew what position their men were in now. They were in the limelight and had no shortage of friends. It was good to let them air out for a while, so that they could filter out those who were not sincere. Let's not talk about this. Luo Chen turned his wrist, and 2 jade boxes fell into his hands. This is the betrothal gift from your husband. The 2 women took it and subconsciously opened it, and a round pill lay inside. What is this? I can feel the terrifying medicinal power contained in it. Facing the curious eyes of the 2, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Nether Yuan Pill, a 3rd-level realm-breaking pill. Since you are following me, I will naturally not let you down. It just so happens that Yao Mingao and Yuan Xiaoyu have also established their foundations, so they can share your burden and leave more time for cultivation. One day, I also hope to see you form a golden pill and hold a grand ceremony. He said it lightly. But the two women are not people who don't know the value of the pill. If this kind of pill is spread out, I am afraid that countless foundation-building true cultivators will fight for it, setting off a bloody storm. But Luo Chen gave it to them so easily. For a moment, the two girls were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, waving to Sima Wei and Yang. Come up. It's still early, let's have some fun today. After more than 30 years of closed-door training, it was really hard. It was time to indulge. Sima Wei Yang rolled her eyes at him, moved lightly with lotus steps, and got on the soft couch. Before that, a low moaning sound had already been heard. Chapter 465 Luo Chen Alliance, Refining Infant Pill. Just as Luo Chen said, those who sincerely wanted to make friends with him would not care about his being idle for a day or two. After all, everyone knew that he had just come out of retreat after forming a pill, and there were many things to do. And those who were not eager to make friends, but just wanted to make friends, left Xianlan Fairy City directly that day. It would be better to rush to the front line instead of delaying in Xianlan Fairy City. Now, the war of development has been completely launched and is in full swing. And between these two, there is another group of people with complicated thoughts. For example, Jin Buke, who offered a sky-high reward at the Jinden ceremony. How has Luo Chen been doing recently? Report to the elder. According to our people's inquiries, he is mostly on Dangsha Peak, receiving guests. We have also investigated the composition of the guests. Most of them are some casual cultivators who want to take advantage of the situation to join Luo Chen sect. There are also a few Jinden cultivators who deliberately make friends with him. For example, the fifth wonder, he went in and out of Dangsha Peak 3 times in a row, and left with a smile on the last time. I think they had a good chat. In an inn in Xianlan Fairy City, Jin Bu quietly listened to the situation report of his disciples. Later, his brows were deeply furrowed. Luo Chen did this, clearly taking advantage of the momentum of Jinden to strengthen Luo Chen sect. Those who want to join Luo Chen sect, needless to say, must be mostly in the late stage of foundation building, rushing to Jinden. With such a group of foundation building masters joining, it is undoubtedly possible to quickly consolidate the backbone of Luo Chen sect. Even the future will be greatly guaranteed. Although no one has made specific statistics, the breakthrough of cultivators is often 1 in 100. Among 100 key refining cultivators, one will become a true foundation building cultivator. Among 100 foundation building cultivators, one will become a golden elixir master. This data is not very accurate, but there is indeed some pattern in it. For example, the Kingdom Valley has tens of thousands of disciples, thousands of foundation building cultivators, and it is also a major alchemy sect, so it has produced 15 golden elixir cultivators. The same is true for the Luo Chen sect. There are more than 5,000 disciples and 25 true foundation building cultivators. Without counting Luo Chen, who is an outlier, if the foundation is consolidated and there are dozens of foundation building cultivators, it is guaranteed that a second golden elixir cultivator will be produced in 100 years. It seems that Luo Chen has no intention of being inferior to others, but has the ambition to be independent and strong. The disciple next to him heard the murmur and added carefully, "It should be so." Fengaiyu Fairy of Fenhu Palace went to Dangsha Peak once and left with a calm face. I think Luo Chen also refused the invitation to join Fenhu Palace and become the vice president of Danding Academy. After adding, he asked with some doubts, but the mountain gate of Luo Chen sect does not have a third-level spiritual vein, not even a second-level spiritual vein. How can he expand the sect? Jin Bu glanced at him with the eyes of a fool. The disciple was stunned, and then it was like a revelation, blurting out, "Start a war. It seems that you are not so stupid that you are hopeless." Jin Bu sneered. From the previous intelligence, he analyzed a lot of things. Although Luo Chen refused the invitation from the upper sect, he was making friends with individual Jinden cultivators. Like the fifth wonder, he should have reached an intention to form an alliance with the other party, otherwise the other party would not leave Dangsha Peak so happily. At the same time, during this process, Luo Chen also maintained friendly relations with a local Jinden sect. In this way, the Luo Chen sect has become a big trend. As long as they can seize a third-level spiritual vein in the next war of development, the Luo Chen sect will have a chance to rise completely. Hundreds of years later, in the eastern wilderness Zeuxin world, a new Jinden sect will definitely appear. The reason why it is inevitable rather than possible is that Luo Chen himself is an extremely excellent alchemy master. It is not difficult to use resources to cultivate 2 or 3 Jinden masters. It is said that he started to cultivate alchemists a long time ago. This is really the use of resources to the extreme, and the vision is long-term. However, in this way, the conditions I offer seem too abrupt, and not good enough. Jin Bu regretted it a little. He thought that people like Luo Chen, who came from a group of casual cultivators, were short-sighted and would be tempted by the pie in the sky. Now it seems that the other party has the ability to make pie himself. The third-level spiritual vein can be taken by the other party with a sword in his hand. When practicing alchemy, there will naturally be a lot of people who will give Luo Chen the third-level elixir recipe. As for personal connections, compared to the unfamiliar 5 elements divine sect, any knowledgeable person would rather trust the personal connections he has built. I neglected it. No wonder Luo Chen didn't take any action. He knew I was waiting for him in Xianlan Fairy City, but he didn't take the initiative to visit me. Gradually, Jin Bu had figured out the key points. The disciple next to him couldn't help asking, "Elder, Luo Chen is just a golden elixir cultivator. He is called an alchemy master, but it is still unknown whether he can refine the third-level elixir. Is it necessary to pay so much attention to him?" Jin Bu waved his hand. "You don't understand, go down." Holding a lot of doubts, the disciple left the room. Jin Bu walked to the window and looked in the direction of Dangsha Peak, with hesitation on his face. After a long while, he shook his head. "Anyway, I have shown my friendly attitude, and it will be easier to contact him in the future. And this guy has gone astray. Although he has the qualifications of 5 spiritual roots, it is unknown whether he meets the requirements. Let's just make a move and wait for the ancestor to wake up, he will finish it." In Dangsha Peak. In Luo Xianzheng Hall, Luo Chen was talking happily with Fu Jiashen. "I have already reached an agreement with Dao Iao Dawuki and Dao Iao Sen. If you join us, our alliance will have 5 Jinden cultivators. The strength is not inferior to that of ordinary Jinden sects, and we will surely gain a lot in the war of opening up." Looking at the hesitant Fu Jiashen, Luo Chen patiently persuaded him and outlined the big pie of the future. The 5 Jinden he mentioned was not an exaggeration. On the side of Dawuki, there was another Jinden cultivator Zhangyu. That Sen Qiasheng was the ancestor of the Sen family in the Divine Talisman domain. If he and Fu Jiasheng were added, it would be an alliance of the 5 great Jinden. This force, no matter where it is placed, is not weak. Fu Jiasheng hesitated. Now that Fengai Villa has occupied the old side of Fengxiang Valley of Yanmen, will they go to fight for another third-level spiritual land? Luo Chen already knew the inside story. He smiled and explained, "The old side of Fengxiang Valley is actually the temporary station vacated by Yuding Sword Sect for Fenghu Palace. Fengai Villa is just a step ahead to occupy the position. Now the army has set out and rushed to Xiaoi Mountain Range. Yuding Sword Sect will naturally take back Fengxiang Valley, and Fengai Villa will have to choose another spiritual land. So that's it." Fu Jiasheng suddenly realized. He calculated the strength of this alliance, which is centered on Luo Chen and Luotian sect, and gathered Fengai Villa and Shenfu Sen family. In this way, a total of 3 major Jinden forces are united. If he adds himself to it, relying on his familiarity with the wild mountains, he can have a certain advantage in the war of opening up. After some thinking, he finally made a decision. "I am willing to join the Luotian alliance. Now that the elixir has formed, the need for spiritual land has reached an indispensable point. It is a good opportunity, so I should go all out." Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. In a short period of time, he relied on his noble status as an alchemist to gather a strong force. In addition, with the support of Ice Castle and Kingdom Valley, he is very confident that he can win a third-level spiritual vein in Xiaoi Mountain Range. Moreover, the main force of this war is Luoyan sect. With his relationship with Luoyan sect, even if there is a conflict with other forces at that time, it is thought that the other party will most likely remain neutral, even if they are not biased. In this way, there will be no worries. The conditions offered by the 5 elements divine sect are indeed very good. But after thinking about it, he dared not accept it at all. If you want to take it, you must first give it. If he wants to take the third-level spiritual vein given by the 5 elements divine sect, he must pay a corresponding price. At the least, he will refine elixirs for the divine sect and be a tool man. At the worst, he doesn't know what he will have to pay. Over the years, he has had enough of being inferior to others. If he really moved to the 5 elements divine sect, Under the control of the other party, he and Luo Xianzong would really be at the mercy of others. Now, what I want, I can get it with this sword in my hand. There is no need to compromise. Luo Chen's sword is complete. Whether it is realm strength, reputation, or outstanding alchemy. These are all his sword edges. If possible, he will not ask for help, but wait for others to ask him. After agreeing on the time for the alliance with Fu Jiaxing, Luo Chen personally sent him out of Dangsha Peak. The reason why the alliance was not established immediately. The reason lies with Sen Qiushen. The Sen family wants to move the whole clan, which is not a small project. Sen Qiushen took the lead to find out the specific situation. Now that the intention of the alliance has been reached, he can't wait to go back and bring his clansmen over. At that time, as long as the alliance is successful, the 3 monks of the Sen family, Fengai Villa, and Luo Xianzong will gather together to participate in the War of Opening Up. Although Fu Jiaxing left. But there were still people waiting for him in Dangsha Peak. Luo Chen walked towards the top of Dangsha Peak step by step. In the sea of clouds, a slender and graceful figure was standing in the wind, looking at the vast sea of clouds. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. It's okay. You and I are different. After I formed the elixir, the elders of the sect helped me manage it, but you have to deal with the relationship with those giant monks yourself. Tao Wan turned around and looked at the triumphant Luo Chen with a little admiration in her eyes. To be honest, I didn't expect you to reject Fenghe Palace and Wuxing Divine Sect. Luo Chen smiled and didn't explain anything. Tao Wan didn't ask about the details, but asked, have you thought about that matter? When it came to business, Luo Chen's face became serious. Although I have achieved the golden core stage, the elixir I am good at now is only the 2nd level. It is quite difficult to master the 3rd level elixir, let alone the 4th level elixir. Moreover, it is the most difficult 4th level elixir, the infant forming pill. Your sect's grandmaster, do you think too highly of me? If there were any outside giant and cultivators here, they would be extremely shocked by what the two talked about. Infant forming pill. As we all know, the refining of the infant forming pill is only in the hands of the Mingyan sect, the sacred land of the god of transformation. It is simply wishful thinking for Kingdom Valley to want to refine the infant forming pill. However, the other party is really planning this. This also made Luo Chen more certain that the Jading Sword Sect's sword slang of Yuanhe Mountain was not without a reason. Kingdom Valley did have the elixir formula related to the infant forming pill. Now, Kingdom Valley actually asked Luo Chen for help. This also explains why other sects sent elders to congratulate Luo Chen on his elixir formation, but only Kingdom Valley sent Tao Wan, the new leader. This matter is really too serious to be entrusted to others. Tao Wan did not seem surprised by Luo Chen's excuse. As for the specific situation, I am not a 3rd level alchemist, so I don't know the mystery. But since the Grand Elder thinks you can do it, there must be a reason. I heard that it should be related to the original true fire you master. Original true fire. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Tao Wan nodded. This time, our sect has been preparing for the refining of the infant pill for many years. There are already 5 3rd level alchemists. And these 5 have mastered an original true fire. Luo Chen's heart moved, and he asked, is Dan Yangzi among them? Yes. After getting a positive answer, Luo Chen could feel the determination of the Grand Elder of Kingdom Valley to succeed. It is well known that there are many strange fires in Yuding Domain. Especially Kingdom Valley and Yanmen, which are famous for refining alchemy and casting, have several sourceless fires. Luo Chen's withering fire comes from Yanmen. Although he refined this fire secretly, it could not be concealed under the observation of those who were interested. Especially when Dan Yangzi led people to participate in the battle to destroy the Yan League, he must know some clues. Now that Kingdom Valley came to the door, it was not so much because they were attracted by Luo Chen's identity as an alchemist, but because they were attracted by him as an alchemist with the original true fire. However, if I want to participate in this kind of thing, will it cause any big trouble in the future? Seeing Luo Chen hesitate, Tao Wan persuaded him in a low voice. I know what you are worried about, but there is no need to worry. Now everyone's attention is on opening up the war, and no one will pay attention to our Kingdom Valley. Besides, you are still a worshipper of my Tao family, so it is natural for you to go to Kingdom Valley. On the surface, we will use the name of discussing alchemy to announce to the outside world that we are inviting you to exchange alchemy in a friendly manner. Logically speaking, with the words coming to this point, Luo Chen should have agreed based on the relationship between the two families. But Luo Chen still did not give an answer. Tao Wan could vaguely sense the other party's thoughts. She had to take the initiative to bring it up. The previous agreement to stop supplying you with a second-grade high-quality Shenglong pill after you have formed the pill can be cancelled. In the future, my Kingdom Valley will regularly supply you with a batch of high-quality Shenglong pills. If this deal is really reached, the cultivation resources for the foundation building cultivation of the Luo Chen sect will be really guaranteed. However, on the surface, Luo Chen still said with reserve, in fact, my Luo Chen sect also has 1 or 2 alchemists, so we are not so short of second-grade pills. This is not a joke. Over the years, Luo Chen has really deduced a second-grade cultivation pill recipe through some incomplete pill recipes. The effect is stronger than the Keiju pill, but weaker than the Shenglong pill. As long as it is refined, it is hard to say whether it can be sold externally, but internal supply is not a big problem. At present, Luo Chen has given this pill recipe to Qiyi for refining. As for Chu Lingjun, Luo Chen gave him the method of refining the second-grade Zongmiao Pill and the second-grade Yulu Pill. In the years when Luo Chen was in seclusion, Chu Lingjun, who had a solid alchemy skill, had gradually started to learn Yulu Pill. Although the grade is only low grade, it is still acceptable to the Ice Castle. With the help of Luo Chen occasionally refining a batch of high-grade Jade pills, the relationship between Luo Xianzong and Ice Castle can be maintained. When Chu Lingjun's alchemy skills improve and he can steadily refine medium-grade Jade pills, he can completely ignore these trivial matters. Of course, that's what he said, but if there is a stable supply of high-grade Shenglong pills, Luo Chen will definitely not refuse. Tao Wan rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart. But she also knew that it would be impossible to impress Luo Chen with just these conditions. After all, it involves the infant-forming pill. From my observation, Luo Chen, you don't have your own life magic weapon yet. Swish. Luo Chen's eyes were fixed on Tao Wan's curvy body. In the other party's hand, an iron book made of iron sheets had appeared at some point. From what I know about you, you need the best elixirs, the best secret techniques for forming elixirs, and the preparation for war is also for a better third-level spiritual land. It doesn't make sense that you would learn the golden elixirs of those casual cultivators, or the golden elixirs of the family, and use a mere mid-grade magic weapon as your life magic weapon. I guess you have been thinking about what kind of magic weapon to use as a dual cultivation of sex in life. Tao Wan slowly raised the iron tablet. For you alchemists, what other treasures can be more suitable than the alchemy furnace as a life magic weapon? This is common sense. Life magic weapon, a dual cultivation of sex in life. In addition to daily alchemy fire sacrifices and mana nourishment, if it can be used frequently, it will naturally help it to upgrade faster. But if the life magic weapon is used frequently, it must be considered that it will be damaged in battle, destroyed the connection with the mind, etc. If it is accidentally destroyed, it will affect the practice. In this way, it is contradictory and embarrassing. For alchemists, alchemy tools as life objects can completely solve this embarrassing situation. When refining pills on a daily basis, you can use your natal magic weapon whenever you have time. It can not only deepen the connection, but also help it upgrade, and you don't have to worry about loss or anything. Therefore, most powerful alchemists will try their best to find alchemy furnaces and alchemy cauldrons as their natal magic weapons. Like Shang Hu, his natal magic weapon is Shang Shufu, a large cauldron that can be used for alchemy. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. What is this? My Kingdom Valley has the casting method of the 3 major alchemy furnaces, and this is one of them. If you agree to help, this drawing will be yours. Tao Wan said slowly, and the crisp words, like the sound of temptation, made Luo Chen eager to move. Seeing that Luo Chen's eyes were still clear, Tao Wan patiently coaxed him. Do you know that the Qingshan glazed cauldron, the treasure of our Kingdom Valley, was cast in this way? Now it is a top-grade magic weapon. It is difficult to upgrade ordinary magic weapons to the top-grade level. Although the blueprint I gave you is not the Qingshan glazed cauldron, it also has other advantages. Luo Chen knew the advantages of the Qingshan glazed cauldron. In addition to the mother cauldron, the treasure cauldron is divided into 36, with 36 sub-cauldrons. Not only can it process a large number of medicinal materials at the same time, but it also has the miraculous effect of improving the quality of the elixir. It is rumored that the sage of Kingdom Valley used this cauldron to refine a 4th-grade elixir. Thinking of this, Luo Chen suddenly understood why King Danzi was only a third-grade alchemist, but he had the confidence to refine the infant-forming elixir. He was afraid that he had completely sacrificed the treasure of the ancestor. Luo Chen suppressed his greed and asked, "If that's the case, why don't you just give me the refined cauldron? What's the point of giving me this blueprint?" He didn't want to play the trick of teaching people how to fish. Naturally, the sooner he gets his natal magic weapon, the better. Otherwise, after getting the blueprint, he still has to find an excellent third-level casting master. Tao Wan was a little surprised by this. "Don't you know that it is best to cast your own natal magic weapon?" Luo Chen was stunned, and subconsciously asked back, "Not everyone can cast, so how can you cast it yourself?" Tao Wan shook his head and smiled. "Of course it won't work for ordinary giant and cultivators, but you are an alchemist who has mastered the original true fire. With the original true fire that can be sent and received as you wish, you only need to follow the blueprint and refine the corresponding magic weapon embryo. When the time comes, find a formation master, engrave the formation, and your natal magic weapon will be done." Luo Chen was stunned again. It seems, is it really that simple? He had explored too little about the withered and flourishing fire. After so many years, he only found a function that can plunder the vitality of monsters. But he forgot that this thing was originally a sharp weapon for casting by the Yanmen. Casting is its function. In fact, if you want to be simple, just find an ordinary magic weapon at random. Use the original true fire to burn and refine it. Over time, you can also get a good life magic weapon. But with your temper, I think you will not compromise, so I gave you this blueprint. In this case, are you willing to help?" Tao Wan looked at Luo Chen confidently. She believed that under these conditions, Luo Chen should agree. "However, I want the top-grade Zongmiao Pill, I want the Danding blueprint, and the Jiang Pill." In an instant, the woman's soft eyebrows and eyes were as sharp as a knife. "The pill formula. I want it too." Tao Wan heard the words and put away the anger. But even so, she still shook her head. "You are a little greedy, don't you know?" Luo Chen said solemnly, "I know I am a little too much. But for a giant of my generation, who doesn't want to have the 3 flowers gather at the top of the head and the 5 key return to the origin? Don't you want it? Yes, you have the sect to rely on, so you don't have to search for it yourself. But I am different. If possible, I would like to borrow the infant pill recipe once." What is the difference between borrowing once and asking for it directly? After building the foundation, the cultivator's comprehension and memory will be improved. After forming the pill, with the help of the spiritual consciousness, it is even more photographic. Borrowing once, just remember everything. Tao Wan can understand Luo Chen's situation, but from the perspective of the sect. After some consideration, she finally gave an answer. "I can't make the decision on this matter. After all, even I haven't seen the so-called formula for the infant forming pill. If you want it, go and talk to my sect's great master in person. Of course, I will convey your intention for you. For the sake of our relationship, I will also try my best to say a few good words for you." Luo Chen clasped his fists and bowed. "In that case, thank you very much." Tao Wan sighed. This was not the first time she had dealt with Luo Chen. The other party's bargaining power had unconsciously increased again. Fortunately, except for the condition of the pill formula, everything else was still within the bottom line given by the Great Elder. "When will we leave?" "Wait another half a month. I want to form an alliance with Fengaiyu Mountain Villa and the Sen family, and prepare to make a big move in the War of Opening Up." "Half a month?" Tao Wan muttered. "It's still worth waiting." Suddenly, a chuckle came from her ear. "I heard that Kingdom Valley will also participate in the War of Opening Up. If my Luotian alliance is in trouble, I hope Kingdom Valley will help me." The woman's face froze. She admitted that she still underestimated Luo Chen's face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Hunan Treasure Cauldron, Danxia Alliance. Tao Wan left. As the head of a sect, she actually had a lot of things to do. The sect provided her with a spiritual land, helped her to form an elixir, and even prepared her life-saving magic weapon in advance. All these were not free. Dealing with various trivial matters for Kingdom Valley was the price she had to pay. In this way, it would naturally take up a lot of her cultivation time. However, every sip and every bite would naturally have to be paid for. She envied her senior brother Dan Yangzi, who could now concentrate on cultivation and study the way of elixir. She also felt sympathy for Luo Chen, who was so stingy and ran around to form alliances. Without power and influence, and without the support of elders. Some people are born to be busy and toilsome. In comparison, her life was actually much more comfortable than Luo Chen's. Therefore, she occasionally showed an expression of admiration for the other party. Even under the protection of the sect, she found it troublesome to do things. It was not easy for the other party, a casual cultivator, to reach where he was now. Luo Chen himself is not so self-pitying. He is now in a state of high spirits and full of ambition. Although he has to personally meet with giant and cultivators one by one recently, and he has to carefully consider his words and conversations, he has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. The realm of giant period really gives him a lot of confidence. At least, he no longer needs to salute every giant and cultivator and call him master when talking to him. Just after sending Tawan away, he fell into a state of praise again. Brother Luo, you really became a giant and cultivator. If my grandfather knew about this, I guess his eyes would fall out of his head in surprise. In the small courtyard in the mountains, Chen Shuai looked at Luo Chen with admiration. The grandfather she was talking about was naturally the old Taoist Chen who set up a stall with Luo Chen back then. The other party had already died 50 years ago. In the end, he lived to be 90 years old. At this age, it is considered short-lived among key refining cultivators. However, it was also expected. In his early years, the other party made a living by making talismans. In order to earn more spiritual stones to support his granddaughter's practice, he also practiced the skill of making talisman skin. That talisman skin is not paper or tree bark, but animal skin. How can one not live a short life if he lives in that environment all year round? In the Daofang market, he was only in his 60s, but he was already old and frail. Later, after a lot of trouble, he traveled thousands of miles to the divine talisman domain. When he got there, he set up a stall and resumed his old business. In the end, he unfortunately died of old age. Perhaps, for him, the only comfort is that he saw his granddaughter successfully build a foundation before his life ended. Thinking of his old friend, Luo Chen was quite melancholy. In a trance, it seemed that the scene of setting up a stall together and making a lot of noise was still in front of him. He shook his head and handed over a jade bottle. What is this? Chen Shuai took the jade bottle curiously. Luo Chen smiled and said, a bottle of jade pill may help you break through the third level of foundation building and enter the middle stage of foundation building. Chen Shuai's eyes lit up, and she immediately hugged the jade bottle tightly. Seeing her like this, Luo Chen was puzzled. The Divine Talisman sect is a Yuanying upper sect after all. Is the supply of elixirs very short? Fu Ziuxiu beside him sighed. It is precisely because it is a Yuanying upper sect that there are many disciples. The competition in the sect is very fierce, and it is even more difficult to stand out. Xiao Shuai is in her 40s and has established her foundation. For a casual cultivator, she is very good, but in the sect, she is just so-so and does not get any preferential treatment. Did she also inherit the talisman-making technique of Chen Laodao? She can always. Before he finished speaking, Luo Chen took the initiative to stop talking. Talisman-making technique? The Divine Talisman sect is not short of talisman-making technique. It can even be said that within the Divine Talisman domain, it is estimated that the business related to talismans is basically monopolized by the Divine Talisman sect and the large and small families in the sect. It is not Chen Shuai's turn at all. If we deduct the time that the other party has to take turns to take care of local business and the sect's industry after building the foundation, etc., Chen Shuai has worked very hard to cultivate to the peak of the third level of foundation building. This is how it is to cultivate in a top sect. Resources are limited, opportunities are limited, but competition is unlimited. Luo Chen looked at his old friend with pity, and then looked at Fu Ziuxiu. Sister Ziuxiu, you are not bad. You are now a great cultivator of the 7th level of foundation building. The other party left Daofeng for more than 80 years. Now she is only more than 100 years old. To be able to reach this realm, there is hope for the golden elixir. Fu Ziuxiu shook her head. It's just that I took advantage of my physique. In addition, I successfully built my foundation in the 2nd year after I joined the sect. Therefore, I was valued by Yi Lao and accepted me as a disciple, so I have this realm. Compared with you, it is nothing at all. She said it lightly, but the hard work was probably not easy. With Luo Chen's knowledge, he naturally understood Fu Ziuxiu's physique a long time ago. It was a rare body of Jiang's. Although it was not as good as Li Yingxiang's 9 bends and circles, during his daily practice, his spiritual power was as pure as the water of Jiangdi Lake beside the Great Lake. Therefore, the other party dared to force the foundation building without the foundation building pill. Even if he failed, he could save his life. Luo Chen also took out a bottle of high-grade Jade pill and gave it to the other party as before. Fu Ziuxi was embarrassed to accept it. We didn't send you any gifts when you formed the elixir, so how can we accept your gift? It's not a gift, but a token of my appreciation. And you brought that fellow Taoist Yixiang to congratulate me, which is a great gift to strengthen the reputation of my Luo Chen sect. Master was just passing by Xianlin on the way, and heard me mention you, so he came to visit out of curiosity. Seeing Fu Ziuxiu's refusal, Luo Chen's face straightened. When you gave me the moonlight grass, I accepted it without hesitation. Now it's just a bottle of elixir, which is nothing to me, a master of elixir in the world of immortal cultivation. Sister Ziuxiu, are you still going to refuse? Fu Ziuxiu opened her mouth and had to accept it. Looking at the other party stroking the jade bottle, Luo Chen sighed in his heart. The temperaments of the two women are different from those of the past. It seems that they are walking on thin ice and have a hard time in the Shenfu sect. Especially in the following conversation, after he knew the purpose of the other party's visit, he further verified this idea. Opening up a war is a risk, but also an opportunity. Those who have a rich family background will naturally not take this risk. Only Fu Ziuxiu, Chen Shuai and others who have no background volunteered to go to the front line to earn cultivation resources. Especially Chen Shuai, it was because of Fu Ziuxiu that she got this quota. Yes, you also need a quota to go to the battlefield. From this, we can also see how fierce the competition among the sects is. It seems that we are in the same boat. Luo Chen said with a smile. Fu Ziuxi was curious, are you going to participate in the opening up war too? Luo Chen nodded. Chen Shuai on the side was puzzled. Brother Luo, you are now a famous alchemist, and there are many people who flatter you. Why take risks again? Luo Chen sighed, but did not explain too much. Fu Ziuxiu squeezed Chen Shuai's hand to stop her from asking more questions. She knew that there are unknown troubles under any glory. Apart from other things, the Dangshi Peak under his feet, a mere first-class spiritual land, is not worthy of Luo Chen's realm at all. The other party's request is very great, and the scenery in front of others is not as real as the improvement of cultivation. After a long talk, Luo Chen said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he pulled Gu Kai, who was reminiscing about the past, and whispered to her. Select 2 high-quality low-grade magic weapons from the warehouse and send them before they leave tomorrow. Gu Kai was puzzled, will they lack magic weapons? Yes. With Luo Chen's keen sense, he could naturally judge whether Chen Shuai had the aura of magic weapons. Moreover, he knew very well that the Yuding domain was completely different from the Shenfu domain. In other words, it was different from other cultivation domains. Because of the behind-the-scenes manipulation of Xianfen City, the Yuding domain was flooded with inferior magic weapons. Other cultivation domains have their own overlords to suppress them, and they cannot allow Xianfen City to mess around like that. Even if it is a low-quality magic weapon, its lethality far exceeds that of the best magic weapon. For a true foundation cultivator, it is a real killer. It can even be said that this war of opening up that affected the 27 sects was very likely to be fueled by Xianfen City. After all, with the quality of magic weapons, they can be used for 100 years, passed on for 100 years, and patched up for another 100 years. How can they be consumed without experiencing war? How can they be updated? Without damage and destruction, how can a supercasting sect like Xianfen City profit from it? As his realm rises, Luo Chen's horizons are becoming more and more broadened. Some of the so-called speculations in the past are now certain. In his opinion, when the Luo sect was about to die down in the war, it was very likely that it was instructed by Xianfen City. The other party was well informed and knew that the appearance of the ruins of the transformation of the gods would inevitably attract the monks of the Mingyan sect of the Holy Land. As long as the strong men of the Holy Land come, the civil war in Yuding will naturally not continue. Then, Under the mediation of the Holy Land, the contradictions of the human race will be transferred to the outside world, and the war of opening up will inevitably be carried out. In this way, eliminating the Yanmen, which is also a weapon-casting sect, in advance can create a better environment for Xianfen City's subsequent profits. This guess is true in Luo Chen's opinion. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the Yuding Sword sect did not rescue the Yanmen, but turned to attack Kingdom Valley. The two sides are obviously engaged in a tacit war. Each party eliminates the party that threatens itself. The tacit understanding here is not only the tacit understanding between the Luo sect and the Sword sect, but also the tacit understanding between the Sword sect and Xianfen City. At this point in time, Luo Chen can already see the situation of the major and upper sects. The only thing that he still can't figure out is probably the scale of this opening war. Although the Xiaoyi Mountains are large, far exceeding the Yuding domain. But it is not necessary to use the power of the 27 sects. He previously thought that Master Kanglong had some intentions on the side of the Ice Castle. But Master Kanglong failed to form an infant, so it is naturally impossible to set up another banner and hold the opening war at the same time. It was this doubt that made Luo Chen decide to form an alliance among the three families. There are too many monks and too little porridge. If you want to get a share, you must have a certain strength. He even felt that the strength of the Luotian alliance was a little weak, so Luo Chen continued to maintain friendly relations with the major giant sects such as Bingbao and Kingdom Valley, just in case. While waiting for the three-party alliance in half a month, Luo Chen was not idle. He was studying the iron tablet that Tao Wan gave him. Perhaps it was because Luo Chen was trustworthy and kept his promises, or perhaps it was because he had a deep connection with Kingdom Valley. Kingdom Valley was very generous in this cooperation. Before Luo Chen really helped to refine the infant-forming pill, Tao Wan handed the iron tablet that recorded his life magic weapon to Luo Chen in advance. When it comes to the life magic weapon, Luo Chen naturally cares about it. In the cave, Luo Chen looked at and touched an empty iron tablet, and his consciousness emerged and covered it. Immediately, one by one, ancient fronts emerged. Huninding. According to Tao Wan, Kingdom Valley has three methods of casting alchemy cauldron-type life magic weapons. They are Huninding, Liangaiding, and Liuliding. The Kingshan Liuliding, which is now famous in Kingdom Valley, uses the method of Liuliding casting. It was cast by the founder of the sect, and it was cultivated to the level of a top-grade magic weapon before the other party passed away. Over the years, under the continuous sacrifice and refinement of generations of disciples in Kingdom Valley, the grade has not been lost, and the power is even more outstanding. These three alchemy cauldrons have their own magical uses. For example, once the Liuliding is cast, it will enhance the grade of the elixir. It can often play an incredible effect in the hands of the owner of the magic weapon, and can often refine higher grade elixirs. For alchemists, it is definitely a one-in-a-million choice. Kingdom Valley naturally cannot be willing to give Luo Chen the casting method of such a treasure. However, Huninding is also quite extraordinary. Hunin, chaos is one, the beginning of vitality. All-inclusive, all-inclusive. The concept is very grand. Of course, it is impossible in reality. Even the Yuanying Zhenren and Huishan Almighty cannot say such a big word. But in practice, it is still quite pertinent. The advantage of Huninding is that if the alchemist uses it as his life magic weapon, then this thing can be used to refine almost any kind of elixir. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are countless elixirs, and naturally countless methods of refining. And the refining of many elixirs has completely different requirements for alchemy utensils. Most mainstream elixirs are based on ordinary alchemy utensils. But some powerful elixirs have very high requirements for alchemy utensils. Or they must be pure utensils of a certain attribute, such as a furnace made of gold materials without other attributes. Or they cannot use utensils containing metal substances, but must use innate things and companion things to wrap and refine. There is even the so-called method of refining elixirs with living beings, using living beings as containers to refine elixirs. Such is all kinds of extremely strict. Luo Chen had not encountered such a thing before because his realm was not high enough and he did not have many kinds of elixirs to refine. But as his realm rises, he will most likely encounter such a situation if he continues to walk on the path of elixir. And Huninding can solve this problem. As long as the requirements are not extremely abnormal, Huninding can basically meet them. In other words, if Luo Chen really casts Huninding, He will not need to bring other alchemy tools when refining elixirs in the future. In addition, Hununding has some additional effects, such as the ability to suppress, the ability to defend, etc. These are all incidental. Finally, that is a common advantage of the three kingdomdings, which can be upgraded with the help of Denki. When cultivators refine elixirs all year round, they will be contaminated with a little Denki. In fact, there is more Denki left on the alchemy tools. For this kind of Denki, alchemists often remove it, otherwise the accumulation of mixed Denki will affect the refining of new elixirs. This is why Luo Chen used to ask the people below to help him clean the elixir furnace every time he finished refining the elixir. Denki is harmful. But the three kingdom tripods did the opposite, absorbing all kinds of residual Denki to promote the upgrade of the magic weapon. It sounds incredible, but Kingdom Valley did it. The reason why their sect's magic weapon, the Qingshan Liuliding, has been passed down for many years and can still maintain its grade is that it is often taken out and let the alchemists of Kingdom Valley refine pills. Then use the remaining Denki to nourish the treasure tripod. If I use the Hununding as my life magic weapon, in addition to the daily Dampfire sacrifice, combined with my frequent alchemy times, I will definitely be able to quickly upgrade the magic weapon's grade. Such advantages are indeed far greater than other magic weapons. No wonder it is said that the alchemist's life magic weapon is best to use alchemy utensils. Not to mention the offensive and defensive capabilities, the advantages of fast sacrifice and rapid upgrade are enough to cover other shortcomings. After just a few rough readings of the iron slips, Luo Chen has decided to use this treasure as his life magic weapon. The description above is really tempting. However, to forge this thing, too many materials are needed. Luo Chen murmured. The reason why the Hununding can meet the needs of most elixir refining, and even has the effects of suppression and defense, is naturally not something that can be achieved by ordinary materials. Luo Chen glanced at the names of the precious materials, and his eyelids jumped wildly. Zhengjin, black sunken wood, cold marrow, fire spirit diamond, and mud. The 5 main materials are all at least third-level materials. Moreover, from the properties of the main materials, it can also be seen why this magic weapon is called Hununding. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are all complete, isn't it Hunun Ruai? In addition, the list of auxiliary materials is also amazing. Black iron, ink lead, quicksand refined gold, soft thunder sand, Zuanluo gold, copper essence. Finally, the iron slip also recorded that it would be best if it could add natural treasures, as well as mineral materials with various properties such as wind, thunder, ice, and darkness. After reading it, Luo Chen roughly understood why it is said that the more precious mineral materials added, the better. It is to achieve the so-called Hunun. If it were an ordinary giant and cultivator, he would probably not be able to collect all of them in his lifetime. With such material requirements, only a wealthy person can do it. It is worthy of being a lifelong magic weapon tailored for alchemists. Alchemists are rich. Luo Chen is a famous alchemist, and he is naturally quite wealthy after many battles. Even though he doesn't have many spirit stones on hand now. But when building the foundation, considering the refining of the lifelong magic weapon after the den, the resources related to the mineral materials were not taken out by Luo Xianhu for processing. At this moment, he checked the list of materials for the Hununding one by one. 5 main materials. Zhengjin, he has 1 piece. Black sunken wood, missing. Cold marrow, he has 2 bottles of ice soul cold marrow, which were given to him by the ruthless fairy on behalf of the ice castle during the Dan formation ceremony. Not only can it meet the demand for water-attributed mineral materials, but it also contains ice attributes. Fire spirit diamond, missing. He actually had 3 pounds of mud on him, which he traded from Fei Ming to heal Murin Kinglian's broken hand. However, only 2 tails of mud were needed to heal Murin Kinglian, so after giving him 4 tails, he still had a lot left, enough to meet the needs of the Hununding. So, in terms of main materials, I only lack black wood and fire spirit diamond. In addition, the amount of Zhengjin is a little less, and I have to find a way to get more. As for auxiliary materials, although there are many types, I don't lack much after years of accumulation. The missing part can also be collected by the monks of Luo Chen's sect for me. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, wind, thunder, ice, and darkness. I think it is to meet the lack of other attributes besides the 5 elements. I have accumulated a large amount of Twangsun Shinjing on my body. This is a 4th level mineral material, which is extremely suitable for refining magic weapons and can be regarded as heavenly materials. Earthly treasures. Where can I find earthly treasures? The heavenly materials and earthly treasures recorded on the iron slip are naturally not treasure resources in common sense. It literally represents natural materials and earthly treasures. Tongsun Shinjing is a well-known natural material in the world of immortal cultivation. It can integrate various materials with different properties and make them interoperable. Not only that, Tongsun Shinjing even has a little growth potential. If it is used as the main material to cast the life magic weapon, it can increase the upper limit of the magic weapon. In addition, as a 4th level mineral material, Tongsun Shinjing has many wonderful uses. Ventilation, melting, spiritual absorption, pollution removal, etc. It is precisely because of this that there is the term Shinjing. In the past, Fei Chengqiu of Shengguangmen used a piece of Tongsun Shinjing as a price to persuade Zuo Song of Tijiantang to help him. In the end, the Tongsun Shinjing fell into Luo Chen's hands. Over the years, Luo Chen has seized many spoils and collected a lot of them one after another. Let's do it a little bit at first. At least in terms of thunder mineral materials, I have 18,000-year-old thunder heroes. In this regard, I can surpass 99% of giant cultivators. The blueprint of the natal magic weapon is available. Most of the auxiliary materials can also be collected. As long as the 5 main materials are collected, they can be refined. The other rare materials are just icing on the cake to increase the upper limit. Moreover, in order to cast the Hununding, in addition to the materials, you must also master several formations. Otherwise, even if the materials are melted together, it is just a magic weapon embryo. As for the formation, Luo Chen planned to engrave it and give it to Min Longyu for research. He would also study it himself. Not only that, he also planned to learn the art of casting from Duanfeng. Even if it was just a rough introduction. Otherwise, when the embryo of the magic weapon was refined with a withered fire, there would be a big problem. After some calculations, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. There are so many things to do. Although this pioneering war is an opportunity for me, it also wastes a lot of time. I just hope it will end as soon as possible. As for the pioneering war, Luo Chen did not ask for any chance of nascent soul. He only asked for a large 3rd-level spiritual vein. It can be used as a place for cultivation and a place for Luo Xianzong to live. Luo Chen engraved several formations needed for casting the Hununding and gave them to Min Longyu for research. He also went to Duanfeng and learned the art of casting. With his current realm, it is actually very simple to get started with a skill. In other words, for most high-level cultivators, it is not difficult to learn a certain popular cultivation skill from scratch. The difficulty is that it is limited by talent, and one cannot go further and study more deeply than those who have talent. In addition, with the pressure of lifespan, high-level cultivators often only practice 1 or 2 immortal cultivation skills. Luo Chen did not expect to have any great achievements in casting. But the simplest processing of mineral materials and the fusion characteristics still need to be understood. Duanfeng would naturally not refuse his needs. Not only did he teach him everything he knew, but he even copied a copy of the various casting books he had collected over the years and gave it to Luo Chen. In addition, Luo Chen also gave Sima Wei Niang a list of various mineral materials he needed, asking her to order the Luotian sect cultivators to collect as many as possible for him. Even if they cannot be bought, they should try to pay attention. In this way, half a month passed in a flash. On this day, the 5 golden elixirs gathered on Dangsha Peak. Diwuqi and Zheng Yu, who came together, and Sen Chu Sheng, who led the Sen family cultivators, immediately focused their attention on the middle-aged man with a red face. Fu Jiasheng, a rare individual cultivator who has made a golden elixir in the world of immortal cultivation. He comes from the Medicine King domain. He used to be a famous herbalist. Diwuqi and Sen Qiasheng had seen him at Luo Chen's Danji ceremony before, and they also told each other about their backgrounds. What does it mean that he appeared at the meeting? Does Fu Daoyao want to join the Luotian alliance? Diwuqi couldn't help asking. Fu Jiasheng looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen took the lead and smiled casually. Fu Daoyao is now a guest of my Luotian sect, so of course he has a place in this alliance. After this, Diwuqi, Zheng Yu, and Sen Qiasheng looked at each other. Although this alliance is led by Luo Chen, even the name of the alliance is named Luotian. But they want to use the name of Luo Chen, the master of alchemy, to act. After all, The world of immortal cultivation still respects the master of alchemy. When it comes to fighting, they often give way to each other. Borrowing a name is one thing, but in terms of the dominant position, Dawuki and his friends still want to take control. But now, Luo Xianzong has Fujiasheng, a giant and guest official, which makes them equal to Fengaiyu Mountain Villa. As for this dominant position, while they were hesitating, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Why don't you three welcome Fu Daoyao to join? Thanks to the 100,000 starting coins reward from the 6 brothers, I became the 4th leader of this book. Chapter 467, Zuanhuang Heaven and Earth Contract, Return to Kingdom Valley. Why don't you three welcome fellow Taoist Fu to join us? A deep voice came from the man's mouth, and his narrowed eyes exuded a dangerous aura. Sen Qiasheng's eyelids jumped. Of course not. One more fellow Taoist means more strength, and I naturally welcome it. Luo Chen nodded slightly, then looked at Dawuki and Zhang Yu. Dawuki smiled awkwardly. I've heard before that fellow Taoist Fu is an experienced herb collector. With his joining, our alliance will be even more powerful. I can't wait to welcome him, so how can I refuse him? Zhang Yu nodded, agreeing with Dawuki's statement. Haha. Luo Chen smiled heartily, as if the previous expression was not what he showed. In this case, let's draw up an agreement and make an alliance. As he spoke, he turned his wrist, and a golden scroll appeared in his hand. He pulled with both hands, and the inside of the scroll was pitch black, as if it was waiting for someone to write. The talisman produced by the Divine Talisman sect. Dawuki blurted out. A talisman drawn in the form of a scroll? The others also looked over curiously. 5th Taoist fellow is quite knowledgeable. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the 4th level talisman Zuanhuang Xiandi Key of the Divine Talisman sect. Zuanhuang Xiandi Key. When the name came out, the 4 people were shocked. Although the contract signed by this talisman is not as good as the Oath of the Great Dao, it also has another mystery. Its binding force comes from the cultivator himself. The more people who sign the contract, the stronger the strength, the stronger the binding force. Once someone does not comply with the content of the contract, this talisman will be sensed by the divine consciousness, automatically activated, and backfire on the person who violated the contract. Unless someone who participated in the contract breaks through the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, the backlash will definitely not be able to withstand ordinary Jinden. It can be said that this is the most favorite contract among Jinden cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness cultivation world. It will not affect the cultivation because of the Oath of the Great Dao, and the binding force is far stronger than ordinary promises. Of course, the price of this kind of talisman has always been high. This one was purchased by Luo Chen from Yixiang, the Jinden elder of the Divine Talisman sect through Fu Xiu. Sen Qiasheng couldn't help but say, this is really a waste of money for you, fellow Taoist. Luo Chen waved his hand. It's just a few spiritual stones, which is nothing compared to what the alliance is after. Once the Luotian alliance is established, what they want to pursue is the 3rd level spiritual vein. And it is not an ordinary man-made 3rd level spiritual vein, but a large 3rd level spiritual vein that naturally derives and converges in the wild mountains. Its value is so great that it cannot be compared with a talisman. From this, it can be seen that Luo Chen is determined to take the next action. Then, let's make a contract. Come on. No longer hesitating, the 5 Jinden cultivators immediately began to negotiate the content of the contract. In fact, it is not too complicated. This kind of talisman is limited to the use of Jinden cultivators, so it will naturally only be limited to the 5 of them. Therefore, the content of the contract is also closely related to the 5 people. Considering that the last Liangsha opening war only lasted 100 years, and this time there are more participating sects and stronger strength, it is conceivable that the wartime will be greatly shortened. Therefore, the time limit of this contract is also stuck within 100 years. Within 100 years, the 5 great golden elixirs headed by Luo Chen must not attack each other or collude with outsiders to attack themselves. They must advance and retreat together, and must help each other in dangerous situations that do not exceed their own strength limits. Finally, some constraints related to the forces under the 3 parties were added. Luo Xianzong, Fengai Villa, and Sen family, the 3 major forces share Wheel and Wo and become allies. After some discussion, the contract was drafted. Then, Luo Chen, the initiator, engraved the corresponding documents on the black scroll with pure magic power as the person who signed the contract. If you violate this contract, the rest will be killed together. Luo Chen shouted, and pressed his cut thumb on the last page. In an instant, blood, magic power, and spiritual consciousness merged into one, leaving a clear fingerprint. He exhaled and looked at the other four. Everyone, please. Fu Jiasheng took the lead and was the first to make a move and press the blood fingerprint. Then Sen Qiasheng, Dawuki, and Zhang Yu also left their marks one after another. When everything was done, Luo Chen wiped his hand, and the words engraved on the talisman glowed with golden light. The light was bright and then dimmed, and finally disappeared into the black scroll. He closed the scroll, and the golden silk cloth shone brightly. In this way, the Zhuanhong heaven and earth contract was completed. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. The conflicting psychology of desire and fear for opening up war in their hearts was also relieved a lot. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Everyone, let's go to my Luo Xian's hang hall together. It's your wish, I dare not invite you. Then sit down. It's just right, I just formed a pill, and I have some confusion and cultivation that I want to ask a few Taoist brothers. Haha, now that we are allies, it's just right to exchange in-depth cultivation experiences, but Brother Luo will spend money again. No problem, there are enough fruits, snacks, spiritual tea and wine. It was agreed that the three families would form an alliance, and the 4 golden elixirs, but in the end there was one more person. Fifth brother, why didn't you put forward more conditions at that time? The flying boat flew slowly in the sky. Zhang Yu looked at Dawuki opposite him and asked unhappily. Why? Dawuki asked back. Seeing Zhang Yu's expression stagnate, he shook his head. Since we want to borrow Dan Chenzi's name, we must be prepared to be dominated by the other party. If Fu Jiasheng is not there, there will be others. After all, he is an alchemist, and there are fellow Taoists of the same level who take the initiative to make friends. Zhang Yu opened his mouth, and finally could only comfort himself. Fortunately, you and I are at a higher level. We will not be too passive when we act together in the future. Dawuki also had a completely different view on this. Don't underestimate Luo Chen. Although his level is low, his strength is not weak. Zhang Yu frowned. Why do you think so highly of him? Dawuki snorted coldly. Although he has only been in the dam formation for 10 years, his magic power is perfect and there is almost no sense of deficiency. Even Hongling of the Sword Sect was slightly inferior to him in a brief fight. How can I not think highly of him? Zhang Yu hesitated. Recalling the scene of the alliance and drafting the contract, the fluctuations when Luo Chen activated his magic power were indeed the real first level of the golden collar. Such strength is indeed not something that ordinary people can have. Thinking of the physical training level that the other party had shown in the foundation building period, the combination of the two makes it absolutely not a weak opponent in the early stage of the golden collar. With such calculations, it is no wonder that the other party dares to seize the dominant position of the alliance. He is full of confidence. Don't think too much. The main purpose of our participation in this war is to seize a third-level spiritual vein as a blessed place for cultivation. At your age, as long as you take root in the new domain, you may be able to learn from Master Yun and achieve the nascent soul stage with the help of the war. The Fifth Wonder's eyes are full of hope. They were trapped in Fenhu domain before, and any opportunities they had were screened from Fenhu Palace. If they don't leave Fenhu domain, it will be difficult to make further progress in this life. For this goal, it is inevitable to give up some things. Zhang Yu nodded in approval. But why did Luo Chen let Fu Jiasheng take the Luotian sect masters and us to the Xiaoi mountains first, but he himself refused to go? I wonder what he was up to. Dawuki thought for a moment and guessed. I guess he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and forge his own magic weapon. It's possible. Zhang Yu thought so too. When they were exchanging their cultivation experiences, Luo Chen took the opportunity to ask them for several rare minerals. However, except for Sen Qiasheng who took out a piece of Zhengjin, they didn't have any of the other minerals Luo Chen needed. There were a lot of twinkles and Shinjing, but seeing that Luo Chen didn't look surprised when he took them, I think he collected a lot of them himself. He couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that when he occupied Fengxiang Valley, he didn't leave any of the resources in the treasure house. I don't know who got them. Why think so much? Luo Chen will come in a while. The most urgent thing is to go to Xiaoi Mountains to gain a foothold first. Dawuki said lightly. He walked out of the room and came to the deck of the flying boat. As far as the eye can see, on the left and right are the thousands of cultivators of the Sen family led by Sen Qiasheng, and the 500 elites of the Luo Chen sect led by Fu Jiashen. If you add the more than 1,000 people from Fengai Villa, the three parties together are already a very strong force. In the war of opening up, they should be able to occupy a place. I hope everything goes well. Unlike what De Wuqi and the others thought, Luo Chen did not retreat to forge his life magic weapon, but left Dangsha Peak and flew in the opposite direction towards Kingdom Valley. On the flying boat, Luo Chen stroked the iron ring, his eyes flashing. According to De Wuqi and the others, almost no resources were left in the Yan League's treasury. That is to say, it is very likely divided into several parts, held by the three giant and cultivators of the Yan League and the leader Xiaolian. Qin Terran was the highest level in the Yan League at that time. His storage ring may hold the Yan League's greatest legacy. If I unlock it, I may be able to complete the main materials needed to cast the Hununding. In addition, Xiaolian was killed by Dan Yangzi himself. This time when I go to Kingdom Valley, I can try to trade with him. Soon. Luo Chen's spiritual sense is strong, not weaker than that of a giant and mid-stage cultivator. In addition, he has studied restrictions and formations for many years. He feels that it will not take long to unlock Qin Terran's spiritual mark. It may take a few months at the shortest, or 2 or 3 years at the longest. By then, he can get a glimpse of the Yan League's legacy. It shouldn't disappoint me. In Luo Chen's speculation, the speed of the flying boat under him was extremely fast. There was no need for spirit stones to drive it. He only needed to inject a stream of mana, and this top-grade flying boat could soar to its maximum speed. Kingdom Valley is very close to Xianlan Fairy City. It didn't take long for Luo Chen to reach the outside of Kingdom Valley. The flying boat stopped in the clouds, and Luo Chen looked at the tall mountain. I haven't seen it for many years, and it has been repaired. I wonder if the layout of the 5 peaks covering the valley can still be used. He murmured, but his eyes swept around. It didn't surprise him that his arrival had already been discovered by the monks of Kingdom Valley. A beam of light flew out from Yuanho Mountain. The next moment, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Luo Chen clasped his fists and saluted, "Elder Longquan, long time no see." The visitor was Longquan, the Golden Pill Master of Kingdom Valley who had protected Taowan. Longquan looked at Luo Chen in amazement. After a look, he couldn't help but sighed, "Dan Chenzi, you are indeed you. You have actually achieved the Golden Core stage. Congratulations." Luo Chen smiled, "I haven't seen you for decades. Your cultivation has improved a lot." Longquan shook his head. After achieving the Golden Core stage, his cultivation speed slowed down, so how could he improve? However, since the other party was polite, he would not argue. He laughed and led Luo Chen to fly towards Danayang Peak. Danayang Peak is the first of the 5 peaks in Kingdom Valley. It has a Taitan courtyard and countless alchemists. There is also the Supreme Elder King Danzi in the late Golden Core stage, who lives in seclusion here. The two of them attracted a lot of attention along the way. Elder Longquan was naturally not eye-catching. It was Luo Chen who attracted their attention. When they found out that it was Luo Chen, there were many exclamations from below. The Dan Chenzi who once made a name for himself in Kingdom Valley is back again. And this time, he is no longer a so-called junior, but a Golden Core master with profound cultivation. After a while, Elder Longquan stopped outside a hall. "Dao, go in. The Grand Elders have been waiting for you." Luo Chen's eyes fell on the majestic hall and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your help." After a polite remark, he walked away. The majestic hall also opened its doors with a rumbling sound, as if actively welcoming him. Elder Longquan watched this scene quietly, and he didn't know when many people had gathered around him. Sect leader Taowan, Longxiao Peak's chief monk He, Luojia Mountain's Bei Su. Can Dan Chenzi do it? I think he can. Since Loi and Sect's Mu Yunyan cannot be invited, we can only place our hopes on Dan Chenzi. He should meet the requirements. Whether he can refine the infant formation pill depends mainly on the Supreme Elder. Whether our sect can break through the shackles and rise up by taking advantage of the war depends on this time. The mountain protection formation can be activated. This time, the alchemy is of great importance and must not be disturbed. One after another, the divine consciousness transmission echoed among the giant and cultivators in Kingdom Valley. Everyone's eyes were filled with great hope. And in that hall, 5 eyes fell on Luo Chen at once. Horizontal ellipsis. Danayang Peak's new chief monk Danayangzi. The 2 great elders of the Taitan Academy, Master Chiding and Master Zingyan. the former sect leader King Gayanzi. And Luo Chen's eyes fell on the young man with red lips and white teeth who was sitting at the top. He clasped his fists and bowed. Junior Luo Chen, meet Senior King Danzi. The young man looked at him with burning eyes. Since you have formed the elixir, we are of the same generation. You and I can call each other fellow Taoists. After the polite words, he couldn't wait to say, I wonder to what extent you have refined the withered and flourishing fire. Tisk. A wisp of green flame slowly rose from Luo Chen's palm. He did not introduce it, but took the initiative to reveal the origin of the true fire. The other party still observed carefully. At the same time, he also wanted to take the opportunity to see what insights the Kingdom Valley monks who knew more about the strange fire could have. The flame rose, sometimes weak, sometimes hot, and swaying. No matter who came to see it, it was not good. The other four looked at the green flame and frowned involuntarily. Only King Danzi's eyes flashed. The true meaning of withering and flourishing is complete, and there is no trace of dryness. Haha, your original true fire has indeed been refined to the state of great perfection. After these words came out, the other four people all suddenly realized, especially Dan Yangzi, compared with the purple extreme sky fire that he had cultivated for many years, it seemed to be similar. At the beginning, the Supreme Elder also used great perfection to evaluate him. But they didn't know that Luo Chen had received help from Master King Long of the Ice Castle to refine this withering and flourishing fire. In that ice prison, he struggled for several years before finally refining it. Moreover, Luo Chen later used it to plunder the vitality of many monsters. Although he himself got a lot of profits, most of it was swallowed by the withering and flourishing fire. Only in this way can it be cultivated to this level. Master Chiding had a sharp eye and also found some clues. No, your withering and flourishing fire doesn't seem to be at the third level. When these words came out, there was a burst of surprise. King Danzi observed carefully and nodded slightly. It seems that the rumors are true. The Yan League constructed the terrain of the Fengxiang Valley and set up the Ghost Valley soul-seizing array, intending to cultivate the withered and prosperous fire to upgrade. Unexpectedly, after finally achieving the fourth level strange fire, it was a bargain for you. Of course, it is also a bargain for my Kingdom Valley. After Luo Chen waited for them to confirm their capital, he clenched his palms, and the original true fire was retracted into his body. He looked at King Danzi. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you in refining the infant forming pill. It's the last day of the month, please vote for me. Chapter 468, Inventory of Golden Elixir Attributes, Secret Techniques of Refining Magical Treasures. As the leading Jinden sect in the Yuding domain, Kingdom Valley naturally has a high-grade third-level spiritual vein. Overall, it is a large third-level upper-grade spiritual vein. It is mainly composed of 5 peaks, covering the inner Dam Valley, and then gradually spreading to dozens of large and small peaks outside the valley. Such geographical conditions are really envied by many small sects. But Kingdom Valley is also suffering. There are too many cultivators. Even if there are casualties from time to time among the foundation-building cultivators, the number has always remained at around 1,000. If it were just that, it would be fine. But there are also many Jinden masters in Kingdom Valley. In the past, only 5 third-level upper-grade caves and 10 third-level lower-grade caves could be divided out. As Dan Yangzi and Taowan successively formed Dan, the number of caves became less and less. Usually, several Jinden cultivators were sent to practice in the artificial third-level caves in those large immortal cities. This is also the reason why Kingdom Valley had to participate in the War of Development. They also wanted to seize a third-level spiritual vein in the new domain. Regardless of the size, it could at least be used as a branch of the sect. But even in this case, Kingdom Valley arranged a complete third-level lower-grade cave for Luo Chen's arrival. Even a few bottles of third-level elixirs were provided to ensure his practice before refining the infant-forming pill. It can be seen that King Danzi was determined to refine the infant-forming pill. In the clean and brand-new third-level cave, Luo Chen sat cross-legged and pinched a strange spell with both hands. The gestures on both sides were completely different. As he practiced, the spiritual energy in the cave surged, and it was vaguely dominated by green and fiery red spiritual energy. Burning wood true skill, a third-level skill for practicing wood and fire at the same time. At this moment, under Luo Chen's operation, he unscrupulously devoured the external spiritual energy. Not only that, the divine consciousness, which is one level higher than the spiritual consciousness, is also stirring the surroundings from time to time, swallowing the wood and fire dual attribute spiritual energy that is more suitable for him from the chaotic and mixed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This time of practice, a full hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Luo Chen opened his eyes, opened his mouth and exhaled a wisp of green smoke. After forming the elixir, practice is indeed more complicated. Not only do I have to capture the free spiritual energy from the outside world, but I also have to purify it while letting the soul be contaminated with spiritual energy to form mana. But there are also benefits, that is, the efficiency of the spiritual consciousness in transporting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased by nearly 10 times. Although he said so, there was no happy expression on Luo Chen's face. With a thought, a transparent light curtain that only he could see slowly fell like a waterfall and unfolded in front of him. Lifespan 110/400, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, golden core level 1, 2/100, ancient level 3/20th, 100, kung fu, mastered the burning wood true art 201/300, perfected the confluence of 10,000 deos 428/500, scripture of 10,000 beasts 15/100, spells, level 3, perfected the locking bead curtain, perfected the calming wind wave, perfected the innate one key great seal 357/500, mastered the mirror flower and water moon 291/300, proficient in the microdust element art 179/200, entry level finger of cutting life 15 out of 100 level 2, perfect flower fairy 413/500, grandmaster of the bewitching god art 627/1000, perfect Kusanagi Jengjin sword art 360/500, perfected the 5 elements returning to the internal organs art. Level 1, perfected the god shocking art, perfected the bone restoration art, entry level im extension art 15 out of 100 great perfection spell, click to check details, alchemy, scale transfer perfect 400/500. Great perfection alchemy, click to check details, martial arts, grandmaster of exploring cloud god claw 590. 1000, Grandmaster of Fiery Miasma 521/1000, Profession, 3rd level Alchemist, 2nd level Physician, 1st level Formation Master 3rd level Pill, entry level of Nether Yuan Pill 6 out of 100 2nd level Pill, entry level of Emperor Liu Jiang 12 out of 100 Great Perfection Pill, click to check details, achievement points. 66, this is the first time that he has fully expanded the attribute panel after forming the pill. Therefore, he looked at it very carefully. The first is the lifespan. After 100 years of forming the pill, and 10 years of seclusion to stabilize the realm, he is now just 110 years old. The achievements made at this age are also outstanding in the entire cultivation world. Perhaps only those so-called heavenly spiritual root cultivators who have 10 years of foundation building, 100 years of forming the pill, and 200 years of unioning can compare with 1 or 2. The upper limit of lifespan has reached 400 years. It is 100 years less than that of ordinary giant cultivators. However, Luo Chen is not panicking. Since he experienced the changes in lifespan during the foundation building period, he knows his situation. The upper limit of lifespan should also increase with a subsequent small realm upgrade. I just don't know if the increase is the same as that during the foundation building period. If it is the same, when the giant period is completed, it will be about 500 years old, just like a normal giant cultivator. If it is more, that would be a pleasant surprise. Compared with lifespan, Luo Chen is more concerned about the realm and the practice. Thanks to the previous perfection of the Yimu Medicine King Sutra, it also helped when he switched to the burning wood true art of wood and fire. Therefore, when he switched to practice, he had an extra 50 proficiency. After 10 years of seclusion and continuous operation, the burning wood true art has reached the proficiency of the mastery level. This is a good thing. The only drawback is the practice speed brought by the set of exercises. 3 months have passed since he entered the first level of Jinden. After 3 full months, with the help of the 3rd level spiritual land and a small amount of 3rd level cultivation elixirs, he barely made 1 progress. 2/100 of the 1st level of Jinden, dual system cultivation, incomplete cultivation methods, and 5 spiritual roots have a great impact on my cultivation speed. If I want to cultivate to the 2nd level of Jinden, it will take about 30 years. Although I don't know how much the spiritual power gap is corresponding to each level of the Jinden period, based on my past experience and the communication with Chu Zibei and Awuki, if I want to cultivate to the perfection of the Jinden period, under the current conditions, it will take about 2,000 years. 30 years for a small realm, and 2,000 years for 9 major realms. It seems outrageous. But cultivation is like this: the later it is, the harder it is, especially when breaking through the major realms. Luo Chen's family knows their own business. When he was in the foundation building period, he was able to cultivate so fast because he improved his resources and environment again and again. Even so, in the end, he was lucky enough to step into the Jinden period with full preparation. In comparison, Luo Chen cares more about the familiar number of 2,000 years. When he first entered the foundation building period, he judged the time required for dam formation in this way. This time, it was almost the same. The amount was also huge. But Luo Chen was no longer as confused and hesitant as he was back then. He knew that there were many ways to improve his cultivation speed. As long as there was a direction and enough motivation, nothing was difficult in the world. In fact, Luo Chen was quite happy. Because compared with the cultivation speed of the cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, his 5 spiritual roots were 20 times different. Then the time required for forming a fetus would be at least 4,000 years, but this time he shortened it by half out of thin air. The reason? I think it has something to do with the solid foundation I laid during the foundation building period. The 3rd level physique, all the meridians are connected, the Zhaoshan acupoints are opened, and the ultimate method of forming a pill. All these things have shortened the fundamental gap between me and the darling of heaven and earth. If I had continued to consolidate my foundation during the Jinden period, maybe in the future after I achieve the Yuanying period, I would be as fast as the heavenly spiritual root. Haha, I was wrong. Luo Chen suddenly thought of a rumor in the cultivation world. The spiritual root cultivators of that day, after reaching the nascent soul stage, no longer have any advantages. The time required to achieve the transformation of the spirit is actually not much different from that of cultivators with other qualifications. In other words, if he relies on the 5 spiritual roots to form a spirit, there will be no difference in qualifications after reaching the nascent soul stage. Judging from this speculation, perhaps the real starting point of the 5 spiritual roots is the nascent soul stage? The sudden speculation interrupted Luo Chen's thoughts. After a long while, he shook his head. You think too far. Don't talk about the nascent soul stage. My so-called current conditions are not met yet. The conditions for forming a spirit in 2,000 years are to have a piece of at least a 3rd level lower grade spiritual land and a stable supply of 3rd level lower grade elixirs. This is the most basic condition. But Luo Chen has not yet achieved these 2 points. The 3rd level cave under his buttocks was temporarily provided to him by Kingdom Valley. For the 3rd level elixirs, he is now using the gifts given by the guests during the dam formation ceremony, as well as the dragon transformation pills provided by Kingdom Valley recently. So, there is a long way to go. Sighing, Luo Chen continued to browse the attribute panel. Thanks to the revision of the confluence of 10,000 paths, he could use the withering and flourishing fire to refine his body. His ancient 3rd level physique, which had been shackled for many years, finally began to slowly improve. At present, he has reached ancient 3rd level 20 out of 100, and has only improved by 5 progress points. The speed is very slow, but it can only be done this way for now. It is really painful to use the withering and flourishing fire to refine the body. The whole body is being burned by the 4th level strange fire all the time. That kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can bear. If Luo Chen's willpower had not become extremely strong after being tempered again and again, he himself would not be able to bear that kind of pain. Even so, he made many mistakes because he was not very skilled, causing his body to be injured frequently. If he had not practiced many medical skills, I am afraid that his current body would have been scarred and shaky. Thanks to the continuous use of medical skills to treat himself, in the past 10 years, he has gradually practiced a 5 elements return to the internal organs technique and the bone restoration technique to perfection. This can be considered as finding joy in adversity. According to the realm of the ancient body refining method I set myself, as long as I complete 9 blood transfusions and reshape my muscles and bones, I can step into the 4th stage. It's almost time for the 2nd blood transfusion. Luo Chen could feel how powerful the blood in his body contained, like mercury slurry, rushing like a river. This is just the realm of blood transfusion. After browsing the realm of skills, Luo Chen also had an accurate concept of his current situation. As for the subsequent spells, it was not very good. During the decades of seclusion, he mostly practiced and created his own skills, and did not practice spells much. He only dabbled in the practice of the innate one-key big handprint from time to time. Therefore, he brushed his proficiency to the perfect level. Relying on this attainment, he easily defeated Hongling at the Danji ceremony, which attracted the admiration of Jin Buk of the Five Elements Divine Sect. In addition, thanks to a successful Danji, he upgraded locking Pearl Curtain and fixing Fenbo to the level of great perfection. As for his self-created microdust Juanshu, after successfully forming the pill, his proficiency was directly entered. In the subsequent 10 years of seclusion, when he was practicing his lifelong skills, this secret art of forming the pill was also running at the same time, so his proficiency was passively improved. Maybe when he reaches the great perfection in the future, Luo Chen will have a new understanding of this self-created secret art of forming the pill. Luo Chen imagined it for a while, chuckled, and his eyes slid down. Finally, in the profession column, he paused slightly. In addition to the third-level alchemist and the second-level physician, there is a new profession array master. Although it is the first level, it means that he has truly entered the array. This should be related to my intensive study of prohibitions and the extremely solid foundation of the array. With my current foundation in the array, as long as I am given the corresponding low-level array and materials, I can set it up. What I lack may be proficiency and some details in controlling the operation of the array. Luo Chen has no plan to improve these shortcomings for the time being. First of all, I don't have the time, and secondly, I may not have the talent. Finally, the current formation only helps him in refining his own magic weapon. The demand for this aspect is really not great. 66 achievement points, a new high. Luo Chen muttered, and put away the attribute panel. This time, the attribute panel was generally mixed. There were gains, but there were obviously more shortcomings exposed. He had a deeper understanding of the current situation, and at the same time, he had a clear understanding of what he would do in the future. The third-level spiritual vein, the third-level cultivation elixir, and the life magic weapon. Just these three things. Nothing else. However, that is also what he will do in the future. For now, he still has to fulfill his promise to refine the infant forming pill for Kingdom Valley. Just yesterday, he had talked with King Danzi. The other party was willing to give him the formula for the infant forming pill, but not now. King Danzi would give him a copy of the rubbing version after he reached the late stage of the golden elixir. In the words of King Danzi, a man is innocent but guilty of holding a treasure. Giving it to you now is a disaster rather than a blessing. Luo Chen could not refute this. After all, the previous experience of Kingdom Valley was right beside him. The Jade Tripod Sword Sect came to attack based on nothing more than a rumor. If the Sword Sect's goal was not to destroy the Five Peaks Valley, the battle would have been like the Flame Alliance, with blood flowing like a river. The Kingdom Valley almost lost the recipe, and Luo Chen was only in the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. If the news leaked out, he would be killed. Therefore, Luo Chen also agreed to this condition. However, I can't get the recipe for the infant formation pill, but I can accomplish another thing on this trip. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he had a plan in his mind. After dawn, Luo Chen, who had completed the practice of Ranmu Zhengong and Wandao Convergence respectively, left the cave. He drove the escape light and came to the Taitan courtyard of Danayang Peak. As soon as he landed, an alchemist in the Foundation establishment stage came to greet him. "Senior Dan Chenzi, please come this way." "Well, you lead the way." Luo Chen nodded, knowing that his arrival could not be hidden from the local owner. As he walked forward, Luo Chen's eyes would occasionally cast on the busy cultivators in the Taitan Academy. Almost all those who could enter the Taitan Academy were alchemists who had successfully established their foundations. And most of them were older. For the profession of alchemists, being old was not a disadvantage, but an advantage, which meant that they had already achieved a very high level of attainment in the study of alchemy. According to his observation, there were at least 50 people in the Taitan Academy. This meant that Kingdom Valley had at least 50 experienced second-level alchemists. This did not include the ordinary alchemists scattered inside and outside the sect. There are so many alchemists in Kingdom Valley alone. I wonder what kind of rich talent base the Yaowang sect, which dominates the entire region, would have. In comparison, my Luo Chen sect, plus me, only has 3 second-level alchemists. Such a gap cannot be made up by resources. It will take at least 1,000 years of inheritance to make up for it. Luo Chen sighed secretly in his heart. The more second-level alchemists there are, the more pills they produce, and the more spirit stones they earn. Kingdom Valley also relies on this resource to cultivate nearly 1,000 foundation-building true cultivators. If it is put in the present, this group of experienced second-level alchemists can assist King Danzi and the other 6 to deal with a large number of low-level materials needed for the infant-forming pill. They have been planning for a long time, and now I am here. I guess it will be not long before the infant-forming pill is refined. Luo Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart and noticed a gaze on him. When his eyes turned over, he saw a pair of eyes with complicated meanings. The man noticed Luo Chen's attention and immediately lowered his head. Is it him? Luo Chen frowned. The one who secretly looked at him just now was Zhuan Yunzi Hiyun, who had some intersections. When he was in the foundation building stage, Luo Chen noticed that Zhuan Yunzi was not right. The other party's soul and aura were unstable, and there was a faint flow of life and death. Now in the golden elixir stage, Luo Chen's consciousness swept and confirmed his guess back then. Zhuan Yunzi is a person who can take over someone else's body. And it is very likely that he is the old monk from the outer sect of Yao Wang's sect who died in Yuan's Hao kingdom that year, and the opportunity for Luo Chen's predecessor to embark on the path of immortality. With my knowledge, I can detect it. There is no reason why so many giant monks in Kingdom Valley can't see it. But they don't care and recruit him into Taden Court. Why is that? Doubts arise spontaneously. Luo Chen took a deep look at Zhuan Yunzi, who was busy with his head down, and didn't pursue it too much. People under the eaves have nothing to do with him. Soon, Luo Chen entered the depths of Taden Court. In the hall, as far as the eye can see, there are 5 light blue-colored glass tripods placed in it. 4 of them already have owners. The extra one is prepared for Luo Chen. Dao Yao is here. King Danzi walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. He is obviously a teenager, but he has an old and frail temperament. Combined with the other party's 500 years of practice, it is natural for him to have such temperament. Luo Chen nodded, his eyes fell on the glass tripod. Let's start now. King Danzi hummed, and said with a little expectation, the Kingshan glass tripod, 1.36. When the time comes to refine the infant formation pill, I will be in charge of the main tripod, and you will control the 5 sub-tripods. There are also 30 second-level alchemists who are proficient in alchemy, each controlling a small tripod. In this way, a 4th-level kingdom formation can be constructed, and a 4th-level infant formation pill can be refined across levels. This is King Danzi's plan. It is not a fantasy. In the history of Kingdom Valley, there have indeed been such successful experiences of refining 4th-level pills. There are many details involved, and it is definitely not something that can be accomplished by one person. And in the control of the main tripod and the 5 sub-tripods, the requirements are extremely high. It must be a 3rd-level alchemist, and it is also necessary to master a kind of original true fire. Luo Chen just meets this condition. I have released the restrictions on the sub-cauldron. Dan Chenzi, you can refine the sub-cauldron first and establish a connection with it. After that, I will give you the medicinal materials that you will be responsible for at that time. You should practice handling them a few times first, just in case. Luo Chen hummed. He immediately sat down in front of the sub-cauldron that belonged to him. His spiritual consciousness spread and continued to infect along the formation on it. The magic power surged, completely enveloping this sub-cauldron that reached the level of a low-grade magic weapon. This is the conventional method of refining magic weapons. However, because the main cauldron is with King Danzi, it cannot be taken into the sea of Qi for refining, and can only be refined slowly outside. King Danzi was watching from the side, his brows gradually frowned. Suddenly, he interrupted Luo Chen's refining. What's wrong? Luo Chen stopped and looked at him in confusion. King Danzi shook his head. Too slow, you are refining it too slowly. Luo Chen was stunned. Isn't this how to refine magic weapons? King Danzi smacked his lips, and his lips moved, and a series of good words came into Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. There is such a secret technique? What King Danzi just passed on to him was a secret technique that uses the original true fire to speed up the refining of magic weapons. With the help of this technique, The speed of a cultivator refining magic weapons can be doubled. Try it. Qing Danzi said. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and a vigorous green flame came out of his mouth, slowly wrapping the sub-cauldron. Gradually, this sub-cauldron established a faint connection with him, and it became deeper and deeper. Qing Danzi is not lying to me, it really is twice the result with half the effort. If I have a life magic weapon in the future, can I also rely on this technique to use the life fire to nourish the life magic weapon? If it is really feasible, I don't know how much time I can save for cultivation. Seeing Luo Chen's thoughtful look, Qing Danzi shook his head and said nothing. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. The deadline is approaching, and he can't wait any longer. While the war is going on, everyone's attention is not on Kingdom Valley, so he will refine the infant pill. At that time, he will hold the infant pill and find a 4th level spiritual land to form an infant. As long as he achieves the nascent soul, his current lifespan problem and the dilemma of Kingdom Valley can be solved. He can even expand the war of opening up and take advantage of the situation to conquer another area for Kingdom Valley. The success or failure depends on this one move. It's just a magic weapon sacrifice technique, so it doesn't matter if Luo Chen gets it for free. After several days of sacrifice, Luo Chen stopped his actions with a tired look. He has already reached a level of 100 or 200ths of the level of sacrifice and refining. Another 10 or so times will be enough. Another person who made the same move was Qing Yanzi, who was at the 3rd level of the golden collar. The two looked at each other, and Qing Yanzi's face was clearly surprised. Although he was only at the 3rd level of the golden collar, he had cultivated a rudimentary soul technique, and now his soul foundation was at least at the middle stage of the golden collar. Luo Chen actually persisted for the same amount of time as him. Doesn't this mean that Luo Chen's soul foundation is not weaker than his? You know, Luo Chen himself is only at the 1st level of the golden collar. He was surprised, but he didn't know that Dan Yangzi, who had already finished his work, was even more shocked. In fact, Dan Yangzi had formed a pill decades earlier than Luo Chen, but he didn't persist as long as Luo Chen. This means that no matter whether it is the soul foundation or the strength of mana, he is not as good as this peer. The Supreme Elder Qing Danzi, who had been paying attention to the situation in the hall, didn't care much about this matter. The stronger Luo Chen is, the more help he will have in refining the infant pill. Go back and rest for a few days. We'll continue later. Luo Chen nodded and stood up, but he didn't leave directly. Instead, he called Dan Yangzi. Dao, can we chat? It's the beginning of the month, please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket for November, thank you everyone. Chapter 469 6 Wonderful Fires, Sky Sale arrives. The Legacy of the Yan League. Yes, I haven't found my life magic weapon yet, and I still lack a large number of main materials. When the leader of the Yan League, Xiao Lian, was killed by you, I think his storage bag also fell into your hands. I wonder. You want to refine the Hunilding, right? In the side hall, 2 young men sat side by side, drinking tea and chatting. Facing Dan Yangzi's burning eyes, Luo Chen nodded frankly. The drawings for refining his life magic weapon were all given by Kingdom Valley. It was normal for the other party to know what life magic weapon he wanted to refine. Dan Yangzi also knew what main materials were needed to cast the Hunilding. Seeing Luo Chen admit it, he hesitated for a moment. Then he said bluntly, yes, Xiao Lian's legacy is in my hands, and the elders have unlocked the restrictions for me a long time ago. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he waited quietly for the next words. As a major weapon casting company, although Xiao Lian's legacy is only a small part of the Yanmeng's treasury, the mineral materials are quite rich. You want to cast the Hunilding. Not to mention other low-level materials. As for the 5 main materials, I have a considerable number of Zhengjin, 10 complete black wood, and several kilograms of mud. But there is no cold marrow or fire spirit diamond. Dan Yangzi said slowly. The more Luo Chen listened, the more excited he became. He had a small amount of Zhengjin in his hands. The amount he accumulated and the one he traded from the 5th wonder only added up to 2 pieces. If he got Dan Yangzi's supplement, he would not have to worry about it. 10 black woods are more than enough. Mud, that's even more. Adding this thing has the so-called memory function. Even if the life magic weapon is damaged in battle, it can slowly and automatically repair itself. Cold marrow is fine. He has 2 bottles of ice soul cold marrow, and he has a good relationship with the ice castle. At most, He can trade more in the future. Looking at Luo Chen's eager eyes, Dan Yangzi was a little hesitant about whether to trade. But a divine consciousness came and helped him make a decision. Trade with him. It was the Supreme Elder Qing Danzi. Dan Yangzi had no objection, so he said, if you want it, just buy it at the market price. However, I don't want low-grade spiritual stones, at least medium-grade spiritual stones, and high-grade ones are best. I know that. Luo Chen nodded quickly. After a cultivator reaches the Jinden stage, whether it is for cultivation or battle, the spiritual energy in the low-grade spiritual stones is not enough. At least it must be a medium-grade spiritual stone to be of some use. Since Luo Chen's cultivation, his spiritual power has always been very strong, and he rarely draws spiritual energy from spiritual stones during battle. But other people are different. During battles, you can often see the scene of controlling magic tools with one hand and drawing spiritual energy from spiritual stones with the other hand. Dan Yangzi was very strong during the foundation building stage, but after he formed the elixir, his magic power may not be that strong. Just right. Luo Chen is very poor now, and the low-grade spiritual stones are almost nothing, leaving only a batch of medium-grade and high-grade spiritual stones. How about this? I want 3 pieces of Zhengjin from you. 5 pieces of black sunken wood, and 3 pounds of mud. Dan Yangzi raised his eyebrows. So much? Luo Chen grinned. As for the Hununding, you know, the more types of materials the better, and the more weight the better, right? Well, according to his understanding, it was true. Dan Yangzi immediately took out the materials Luo Chen needed from the storage bag, and then handed over the money and the goods. During the transaction, his eyes paused for a moment on the ring on Luo Chen's finger. Storage ring. Luo Chen's wealth is much richer than he thought, and he even has a storage ring. He, the new head of Danayang Peak, doesn't even have a storage ring. Luo Chen doesn't care about these. As he stepped into the Jinden stage, it's harmless to show off his wealth. On the contrary, it can also show his strength and gain respect from others. What makes him happy now is that he has collected 4 of the 5 main materials needed to cast the Hununding. The only thing missing is the Fire Spirit Diamond. That was a rare fire-attributed mineral material among the 3rd-level materials. As long as he gathered the Fire Spirit Diamonds and Luo Xianzong helped him collect all the auxiliary materials, he could consider refining his own magic weapon. All 5 elements are complete, and the primordial essence is the same. This time, it's really worth the trip. 3 months later. In the 3rd-level cave, Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was full of energy and magic power. As he stood up, his whole body made a thunderous sound of muscles and bones. When he stepped out of the cave gate, several divine consciousnesses projected. Dao, are you ready? You are in excellent condition, and it is time to show your skills. That's very good, very good. Qing Danzi laughed loudly, and then a divine consciousness sent a voice transmission. After he sent a voice transmission, a bell suddenly rang in Kingdom Valley, 9 times in a row. This is the bell that will ring when it involves the life and death of the sect. Then, a series of escape lights were emitted in the valley. Clear the field. All the disciples who were cultivating in the inner Alchemy Valley left the inner Alchemy Valley and gathered towards the 5 peaks. But Luo Chen went upstream and set foot in the inner Alchemy Valley. When he arrived, as far as he could see, 30 foundation building true cultivators stood on the ground. Each of them was over 200 years old. Each of them was an extremely experienced 2nd-level alchemist. Some of them were so accomplished in alchemy that even Luo Chen had to respect them. These were the foundation of the Kingdom Valley. In front of each of them, there was a small Kingdom Liu leading. Under the feet of each person, there was an earth-fire exit pulled by the formation. For today, I don't know how long Kingdom Valley has been planning, and how much manpower and material resources have been spent. Luo Chen sighed, looking at the King Danzi in the air. The young man nodded slightly and shouted softly. Return to your position. With an order, Luo Chen stepped to the side of the center. Boom! A large tripod landed steadily in front of him. Just like him, Dan Yangzi, Master Chiding, Master Xingyan, and King Gaiyunzi also took out the azure glazed cauldron. And above, a large cauldron was already in place. That was the mother cauldron of the azure glazed cauldron. It was controlled by the Grand Elder King Danzi. The young man took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Let's get started." With a command, everyone started to move. The first to move were not King Danzi, nor the 32nd level alchemists, but the 5 of Luo Chen. Swish, 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 swish. 5 flames of different colors spit out from their mouths. Then, supported by mana, they began to slowly burn the azure-glazed cauldron. This was the first step. Warming the cauldron. This step was the simplest, so Luo Chen had enough time to observe the others. Dan Yangzi's original true fire was the purple extreme heavenly fire, which he had seen before. Master Chiding's was the red cauldron fire, and his own Taoist name was also derived from this. That strange fire was produced from the belly of a mountain in the shape of a large cauldron in the Liangshan Mountains. It was born with 3 levels. Its power is not even inferior to the withered and flourishing fire that Yanmeng first obtained. The original true fire of Master Zongmiao is somewhat unique. When it is released, it does not look like flames, but like clouds. The other party introduced it before. It is a strange fire called Burning Heaven Fire. After she achieved the Golden Core stage, she obtained it from a burning cloud in the J-tripod domain. It is the essence of clouds and the wonder of fire. Its nature is ethereal and traceless, but after being stimulated, it can be overbearing and continuous for thousands of miles. It really deserves the name of Burning Heaven. It has always been rumored that Yuding Domain is a land of fire, with countless underground fires and many strange fires. Now it seems that it is true. Not counting King Danzi and King Gaunzi, the 4 of us have 4 kinds of strange fires. I heard that Jianzong, Luoyunzong, and Alio Mountain all have strange fires. Even Bingbao, I heard from Master Kanglong that they have mastered a kind of ice flame. Tisk, the area is not very large and the resources are very poor, but the fire resources are so abundant. I wonder what is so special about other large domains. When Luo Chen was feeling emotional, King Gaunzi also released his original true fire. Blue, slightly black. Luo Chen frowned and vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. That color, that sinister nature. Is it the Qinggang Devil Fire? No doubt about it, this is the Qinggang Devil Fire recorded in the Qinggang Ju that I got before. It is not naturally generated, but a man-made magic fire. According to the Qinggang Ju, in order to create this kind of magic fire, you need to add 3 kinds of fire essences, plus the demon pills of 13 low-level fire monsters, so that you can get such a fire seed. The cultivators refine it and integrate it with spiritual energy to get the Qinggang Devil Fire. It has good power and works very well for alchemists. But there are also disadvantages. This fire is not like the natural sourceless fire of Luo Chen and others. Once refined, it will become a fire seed, and the mana will not be extinguished. The fire of the Qinggang Devil Fire is consumable. It is necessary to add demon pills of the same origin from time to time, otherwise the fire will go out sooner or later, and it is very likely to backfire on the cultivators. Looking at the smell of fireworks, it seems that the fire was born less than 50 years ago. Calculate the time. Could it be that Qing Yunzi deliberately created this magic fire after obtaining the infant formation pill? That must be the case. In order to refine the infant formation pill, Kingdom Valley has made many plans, and will not neglect the original true fire. This can also explain why I didn't show the withering and flourishing fire much, but Kingdom Valley knew that I had refined it. They must have conducted a detailed investigation on the withering and flourishing fire later. Luo Chen's mind was flowing, thinking about these things. The actions of others had already begun. 30 senior second-level alchemists took action together. In groups of 6, each refined a different pile of medicinal materials. Various first-level and second-level medicinal materials were taken out from their storage bags. These had been processed in advance. At this moment, they were put into the sub-cauldron for refining and fusion. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Luo Chen raised his eyelids, stretched out his hand, and a liquid medicine flew towards him. The liquid medicine was put into the alchemy cauldron. The true fire burned it quickly. Not only that, Luo Chen also took out 3 third-level medicinal materials from the storage ring, processed them separately with various alchemy techniques, and then merged them into the liquid medicine. Susan hand, Huaiyan hand, Huangxi hand, Zhaixing hand. There were 4 other people who moved at the same time as him. 30 people, 6 people in a group, just divided into 5 groups. Each group corresponds to a third-level alchemist. Each person processed different medicinal liquids. 30 to auxiliary materials, 19 third-level medicinal materials. After processing, they will be handed over to Qingdanzi for refining. It is estimated that several main materials will be added. With so many types of materials required, it seems that the recipe of this infant-forming pill is not an ancient thing, but a new recipe deduced in modern times. Luo Chen's alchemy technique is extremely exquisite. In the case of not involving the pill, just processing the medicinal materials, he can completely distract himself. At this moment, after paying attention again and again, he has memorized the various medicinal materials needed to refine the infant-forming pill. He is even trying to infer the style of the recipe. The ancient recipes for elixirs often pursue simplicity and naturalness. The main and auxiliary materials required are not many in number. Although such recipes have many defects after being refined, they are simple, and the medicinal power is affected by the main materials. The better the main materials, the stronger the medicinal power. After the ancient times, the recipes for elixirs appeared in modern times. Because the good medicinal materials of the previous years are getting fewer and fewer, the auxiliary materials will be more and more. The matching of the main materials also pays more attention to the principle of life and death. In this way, relatively low-level and weakened medicinal materials can be used to match the effect that is not inferior to the ancient medicine. Simply put, it is the wisdom of later generations, using the weak to strengthen, and finally reaching the same goal. Here comes the medicine. A light shout came from his ear, and Luo Chen looked up suddenly. The liquid medicine in his cauldron has been refined to the point of being almost transparent. At this moment, Luo Chen released the control. An extremely strong and pure mana came out from the glass cauldron, but it was not his, but belonged to Qing Danzi. The real owner of the Qingshan glass cauldron is Qing Danzi. At this moment, under his control, this ball of medicinal liquid flew towards the sky. At some point, Qing Danzi had already released his own original true fire. The color was colorful, like a rainbow. There was a faint fragrance in the steaming flames. When he smelled the fragrance, Luo Chen's face changed slightly. Is this Dan fire? It was not the golden elixir true fire, but the real Dan fire. There is a rumor among alchemists. If there is a powerful alchemist, he can cultivate Dan fire with the help of the secret method of Dan Dao. After years of alchemy, use Dan as a fire seed, refine it with magic power, and then stimulate burning. This kind of true fire is not a natural sourceless fire, but its potential and power are no less than that of sourceless fire, and it is even more suitable for alchemists. According to rumors, the Dan saint who came from Mingyan school and achieved enlightenment in Zongmiao had his own Dan fire. Luo Chen never thought that there would be a Dan fire in the Kingdom Valley. Although, it only looks like the third level. In order to refine the infant-bound pill, Qing Danzi really used all his trump cards. Shocked, Luo Chen quickly shifted his attention away from the pill fire. He was the first to refine the original liquid of the medicinal materials. But the others were not slow either, and they processed their own original liquids one after another. Then, under Qing Danzi's control, they all entered the mother cauldron and were burned by the pill fire. In the void, Qing Danzi tapped his 10 fingers and kept pinching his fingers. The powerful magic power surged out, but after entering the mother cauldron, it became extremely gentle. Not only that, 3 medicinal materials flew out of his body and fell into the mother cauldron. Luo Chen's black eyes, shining with spiritual light, stared at this scene intently. Divine Iris. Well, he only knew the 4th level medicinal material of Divine Iris. But he also memorized the appearance of the other 2 as much as possible. One was like a monkey brain, and the other was like a lotus platform. If he had the chance later, he would definitely look up the detailed information of these 2 4th level medicinal materials. As long as he has accurate information about the medicinal materials, he can figure out the corresponding proportions and the years of medicinal strength by himself. Then he can ask the system to help him identify the formula. In other words, even if Qing Danzi breaks his promise and does not give him the formula for the infant pill, he can deduce the complete formula by himself. Everyone, give me a hand. Qing Danzi growled. The 5 people below immediately responded. Yes. Come on. Look at my tricks. The 5 people responded, and 5 flames of different colors shot up into the sky and fell under the mother cauldron. With help, Qing Danzi became more and more calm in refining the elixir. The medicinal liquid in the mother cauldron continued to melt and merge, and gradually took the form of ointment. Time was also passing. The sun rose and the moon set. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Suddenly, a foul smell spread over several miles. Qing Danzi was suspended in the air, his face ugly. Luo Chen looked at this scene and took back the original true fire. Failed. In the Nidan Valley, all the cultivators were silent, not daring to breathe. King Danzi took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. Let's do it again. Since ancient times, alchemy has rarely been accomplished overnight. Even the most talented people often have to experience many failures before they can achieve a little. Even this Hongxiao Dan Sheng, who is famous in the mountains and seas, has come step by step through failure. Such failures are normal. In order to refine the infant-forming pill, King Danzi has made sufficient preparations. At least 20 portions of raw materials have been prepared. The 5 third-level alchemists are all giant and cultivators, enough to support the continuous alchemy work for several months. The only thing to consider is the 32nd-level alchemists who cooperate. However, Kingdom Valley has also made preparations for this. When they stop refining the pill, they will immediately sit cross-legged and meditate, swallow the pill to recover. If someone can't hold on, there will be a senior alchemist from the Titan Academy to replace him. In this way, the cycle repeats over and over again. As long as there are raw materials, King Danzi will not stop. Next, just like the previous actions, they continued. After one failure after another, King Danzi was also using his deep attainments in alchemy to find the cause of the failure. Group A, pay attention to the share of crane feather grass, the medicinal power is 2 floating. Dan Chenzi, pay attention to controlling the fire, your original true fire grade is too high, reduce the mana output. Dan Yang, what are you doing, don't be distracted. Qing Yanzi, remember to replenish the fire toad demon pill, your fire is unstable. Take the Xianshan cold jade, and cool the Kingshan Liu's eating. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the stars flow. Before I knew it, a month had passed. The inner Dam Valley, which used to have a strong fragrance, is now full of stench, which makes people want to vomit. This situation is naturally caused by the repeated failures of the infant pill. The stench of the pill produced after the failure of the 4th-level spiritual pill refining cannot be dissipated in a short time. No one cares about this. Everyone is busy preparing for the next refining. Luo Chen took the time to recover his mana. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that the spiritual land grade of the inner Elixir Valley had actually been promoted to the 3rd level. Is it because the 5 peaks and valleys are broken, and Kingdom Valley no longer intends to slowly nurture, but directly releases all the accumulation over the years, that it has achieved such a result of spiritual land upgrading? Luo Chen could feel that he could absorb the rich spiritual energy far beyond the 2nd-level upper-grade spiritual land by simply running his lifelong skills. As his eyes moved, Dan Yangzi on the opposite side turned pale. His condition was not very good. Yes, there were 6 great giant and cultivators in the field. King Danzi, needless to say, was at the 9th level of the giant in realm, just one step away from the great perfection. Master Chiding and Master Xingyan were both great cultivators at the 7th level of the giant in realm. Even the former head, King Gaunzi, had the cultivation of the 3rd level of the giant in realm. He and Dan Yangzi were the lowest in the field, but they had only formed the elixir not long ago. In comparison, the opponent's powerful magic power was far inferior to Luo Chen. Although alchemy does not consume much energy, constantly activating the true fire of origin consumes a lot of energy. If Dan Yangzi continues to consume energy like this, he may not even be able to maintain the 1st level of the Golden Core realm. It is the easiest for cultivators who have just formed a Golden Core to fall in realm. Especially activating the true fire of origin consumes a lot of mana. It is precisely because of this that Kingdom Valley is willing to take full responsibility for Luo Chen's cultivation resources for the past few months. Otherwise, Luo Chen would not risk falling in realm to help. But it should be soon. Luo Chen could feel that King Danzi had found a pattern in his failures. As the chief alchemist of Kingdom Valley, he inherited the name of the founder of the sect. King Danzi's talent and alchemy skills were undoubtedly the strongest. 12 failures had accumulated enough luck. Success, perhaps the next time? When Luo Chen thought about it, he suddenly had an idea and turned his head subconsciously. There were many people who did the same thing as him. All because of the 5 giant masters headed by Tao Wan, who flew into the sky together. Not only that, the 5 main peaks were shining brightly. There was a powerful cultivator, at least in the middle stage of Jiangdan, sitting on each main peak. The Kingdom Valley Mountain Protection Array was activated. This means that a strong enemy has arrived. In the breeze and white clouds, a 9-story palace, which cleared the clouds and mist, slowly stopped outside Juanho Mountain. The palace was extremely majestic, with Yunyan golden locks connected horizontally and horizontal boards stepping on land. It is engraved with real dragons and phoenixes, depicting ancient auspicious beasts such as Pixiu and Kilin. Each floor has high eaves, all golden, with long sails hanging high. Long sails. When seeing the long sail logo, countless people blurted out, "Xianfen City." On the 9th floor, a playful voice came out. "I just want to see what is unique about the alchemy of Kingdom Valley." You continue. Chapter 470, the three Yuanyings arrive at Kingdom Valley. You continue. The joking voice was like the collision of metal and iron, and it kept echoing in the inner valley of the 5 peaks. The Kingdom Valley cultivators, led by Tawan, were all as if they were facing a great enemy. The mountain protection formation had been activated to the extreme. But the owner of the 9-story palace didn't care at all. Outside the palace, a line of figures stood, all dressed in gorgeous clothes and with extraordinary temperament. These were all disciples of Xianfen City, mainly in the key refining stage, and there were also many foundation building cultivators. In the distance, 3 giant cultivators spread their spiritual senses and were alert to the surroundings. Elder Luoquan, who had been wandering outside for many years, had extraordinary knowledge. In just a moment, he recognized the oldest of the 3. "Master, it's Master Huyan's Hero." Tawan's face was gloomy. She naturally knew the master of casting. Huyan's Hero. A cultivator in the middle stage of the Jinden stage. He was famous in several regions for his love of studying and casting new magic tools and magic treasures. There are countless strange instruments, top-grade instruments, and inferior instruments that flowed out of his hands. Even later, many black markets and underground auctions like to borrow his name to raise the prices of instruments and magic treasures. As long as the instruments have no exact origin, they are all named from the hands of Master Huyanzhuo of Xianfen City. It can be said that in this generation of Xianfen City, Huyanzhuo may not be the one with the highest realm and the strongest combat power, but he is definitely the most famous. And such a person naturally has a master. Thinking of the playful voice just now, a guess that made Tawan a little frightened emerged in her mind. The one coming won't be Master Huyanzhuo, Tian Yizi. When the feather arrow is shot out, it will hit the target every time. Like her, the giant cultivator of Kingdom Valley who has a guess, now looks at the 9-story palace and the procession. It really fits the style of Tian Yizi, one of the 3 Yuanyings Henrin of Xianfen City in the rumor. Extravagant and gorgeous style, pursuing grand show. Let alone other things, the 9-story palace under his seat alone is the famous Fanglui Temple. The power of winds and thunder is contained in it. Once it is stimulated to the extreme, the speed of escape is beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Its grade is also extremely extraordinary, enough to be at the level of a top-grade magic weapon. A top-grade magic weapon. In any large sect, it is a proper sect-guarding magic weapon. But Tian Yizi only uses it as a means of transportation to enter and exit the palace. Such a grand display is rare in the 6 regions of the Far East. My Kingdom Valley Mountain Protection Formation may be able to withstand the attacks of a Yuanying true person, but if the opponent exerts all his strength, I'm afraid it won't last a breath. Someone beside him wailed. This made Tawan's heart sink. Kingdom Valley is not a large sect famous for its formations, and the quality of the Mountain Protection Formation is also relatively ordinary. Especially in the past few hundred years, in order to prevent the 5 Peaks Valley from being destroyed, basically no well-known formation masters from the outside world were invited to reinforce the formation. The last time the Jade Tripod Sword sect attacked, the late giant and Master Yao Guang only borrowed a sword of the Jade Tripod Master from a distance to cut off the gate of the Kingdom Valley, Yuanhu Mountain. If Tian Yizi made a move, in her fear, just when she was about to grit her teeth and come forward to negotiate, a crane cry suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Huh? A light exclamation came from Fanglui Temple. Then Tian Yizi's playful voice came again. Master Tao, you have another distinguished guest in Kingdom Valley. Tisk, it's not just one. Tawan's face changed drastically. She looked up and saw white feathers flying in the sky. 4 white cranes with long necks and elegant bodies pulled a huge cloud chariot from the east. With this iconic way of travel, almost everyone realized who the visitor was. When the cloud chariot stopped outside Kingdom Valley, the curtain opened and a young man stepped out. The visitor looked very young, about 27 or 28 years old. Sword-like eyebrows flew into the temples, a head of black hair was tied up high in a black jade crown, and the outline of the handsome and deep face was so perfect that there seemed to be no flaws. Especially the eyes, with light eyeliner, the eyes were shining like peach blossoms, and the corners of the mouth were raised, as if the flowers were blooming in spring and summer, which made people feel excited. Handsome and extraordinary, unrestrained and uninhibited. Under the dignified appearance, there was an inexplicable evil spirit. It's him, the Haoan sect Yun's Henren. Taowan's body trembled slightly, her heart was still falling into the bottomless abyss, and despair was all over her body. Especially, if she was not mistaken, when the curtain was opened just now, there was a female cultivator leaning against the soft couch in the cloud chariot. Could it be that Yun's Henren's Taoist partner, the legendary demon crane emperor, was here too? Yun's Henren stood on the cloud chariot, first glanced at Taowan who was trembling, and then looked at the 9-story wind and thunder temple on the side. Brother Xianai, why do you stop here? Xianai chuckled, of course the host doesn't welcome bad guests like us. Yun's Henren looked calm, how can we be bad guests? We are just people who come to watch the ceremony. Sect leader Tao, what do you think? Taowan opened her mouth to speak, but under the invisible huge pressure, she didn't know what to say. Not only her. Even the entire mountain protection formation covering Kingdom Valley was trembling slightly, rippling layers of waves. At this time, King Danzi's mature voice came slowly. Please invite the 3 seniors into the valley. Hearing this, Taowan felt relieved. He immediately ordered people to withdraw the mountain protection formation and welcome the 2 parties in. As Xianai and Yun's Henren entered the Needham Valley, Taowan was completely relieved. Just one Yuanying's Henren made Kingdom Valley breathless. The arrival of the 3 Yuanying's Henren, there was no resistance at all. But after watching the 9-layer wind and thunder temple and the white crane cloud chariot stop at Yuanho Mountain and Longshao Peak respectively without restraint, she suddenly felt ashamed and angry. What did I do just now? As the head of a sect, even if there is a difference in realm, you shouldn't be so confused. With this performance today, no matter whether the sect can survive this disaster, how will others see me? She was thinking too much. Under the pressure of the 3 real people, tens of thousands of disciples in the entire Kingdom Valley were all silent, and no one performed well. Who would pay attention to Taowan who was facing the pressure of the 3 people? But someone did notice it. That was Luo Chen, the only outsider in Kingdom Valley before. He shook his head secretly in his heart. The Taowan he had seen in the past was always arrogant and noble. Although he didn't say he was bossy, he at least knew how to advance and retreat. But today's performance, compared to others, she is not as good as my Wei Nyuang. Maybe this is the disadvantage of disciples of the sect. They are honored by the sect and humiliated by the sect. When they encounter an enemy that even the entire sect cannot resist, all their dignity disappears in an instant. During the Dangsha defense battle, facing enemies that were several times larger than Luo Xianhu, and with the support of Qin Terran, a mid-stage giant and strong man, Wei Nyang never retreated a single step and still calmly dispatched her subordinates to fight. In this comparison, the gap between the two is extremely obvious. Of course, Luo Chen did not look down on Taowan. After all, he had never faced Yuanying's Henren directly, and he was not sure what kind of pressure he was under the watchful eyes of Yun's Henren and Bianyuzi. But judging from the attitude of those 2 people, although they are using their power to suppress others, they should not use force. What they want. Luo Chen's eyes slowly raised. Qin Danzi's young body, whether because of the failure of refining pills for many days, or because of the end of his life, or because of the entry of the 3 Yuanying's Henren into the valley, looked older. The real pressure is actually on him, the Grand Elder of Kingdom Valley. Go on. This time, refine all 7 pills at the same time. As soon as these words came out, all the alchemists were in an uproar. Refining all 7 pills at the same time means that all the remaining raw materials must be refined, and then refined together to form the infant-forming pill. Wouldn't it be easier to fail if this is done? But under King Danzi's cold gaze, those who were in an uproar gradually gathered their minds and concentrated on doing their part. Luo Chen thought to himself, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. King Danzi is planning to take a risk. Or, through the previous failure, he has already been sure of success. In Kingdom Valley, the atmosphere was extremely depressing, like condensed water. Only the alchemy area in the inner Alchemy Valley that attracted 30 earth fires was even more heated than before. 2 powerful divine consciousnesses kept intersecting in the air. It was Xianai and Yun's Henren, 2 Yuanying period cultivators, Communicating. It is indeed the place where the phoenix falls in the legend. There are 4 of the rare sourceless fires in this small sect. Brother Cheyenne is interested in it. Haha, my Cheyenne city is not short of these low-level sourceless fires. That's what Yun thought wrong. Yes, your sect's Bailu true flame is as high as the 5th level. How can it be interested in these low-level? Hey, that junior. Master Yun paused and fell on the back of the man in a black bamboo white shirt. If he was not wrong, the origin of the true fire mastered by the junior has already reached the 4th level. Moreover, this boy does not seem to be a cultivator from Kingdom Valley. That is the withered and prosperous fire, the 4th level sourceless fire that Yan Meng cultivated for 300 years with his soul-stealing method of Gishan Valley. Is Brother Yun tempted? Cheyenne Easy chuckled. Master Yun's eyes flashed, and he was not surprised that Cheyenne Easy was so keen to tell the origin of the flame. As bystanders, they saw clearly that Cheyenne City was secretly targeting Yan Meng. They also knew Cheyenne City's intentions. Although the 6 regions of the Far East were not of the same blood, they also had a tacit understanding. Each family had its main business and would not encroach too much on the business of other sects. Yao Wang's sect was good at refining pills, so the medicine business in the 6 regions was dominated by Yao Wang's sect. Shenfu sect was good at making talismans, so the talisman business in the 6 regions was basically controlled by Shenfu sect. Of course, Cheyenne City, which was best at casting instruments, should have dominated the 6 regions in the magic instrument business. But it happened to meet the anomaly of Yuding region. Yuding sword sect, the master of Yuding region, was good at fighting, but not good at business development. It was a new region that had only been conquered for a few hundred years, so Yuding sword sect's control over the internal Jinden sect was not very effective. Sword sect also had some small thoughts. Deliberately indulged the internal Yanmen, Kingdom Valley and other sects to grow. Especially the Yan League, which secretly hid more than a dozen Jinden monks and painstakingly cultivated the 4th order sourceless fire, becoming more and more powerful in the art of casting. Before its demise, it had almost begun to suppress Cheyenne City's magic weapon business. For this reason, although Cheyenne City did not resort to force, it took frequent actions. Mobilizing the resources of the sects, dumping a large number of inferior magic weapons to the Yuding domain, suppressing the Yan League's business in high-end magic weapons. Just think about it, how could the low-grade magic weapons that are of great help to Jinden monks only sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones? In other large domains, low-grade magic weapons often start at 100,000 spirit stones. The price of Yuding domain is so cheap, that Cheyenne City took it down by force. Not only that, Cheyenne City also instigated Luo sect to provoke a civil war, and then fished in troubled waters during the civil war and directly destroyed Yan League. However, Luo sect obviously had its own calculations in it. At that time, things were not done to the extreme, leaving a way for Yan League to survive. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen did not give Yan Meng a chance to live, and Yuding sword sect completely stood aside and watched. Until now. The opening war has already begun, and the magic tools and magic treasures that Cheyenne City has prepared for many years have come in handy. This time, regardless of the victory or defeat of the opening war, at least Cheyenne City will make a lot of money in it. Thoughts drifted away. Master Yun looked at Luo Chen's back and subconsciously rubbed his chin. The woman next to him suddenly spoke. Aren't you going to open a mountain and establish a sect, and set up a new school? This young man is said to be the famous Dan Chenzi in Yuding domain. His biggest reliance is the Jinden sect. If you accept him into your school, wouldn't you have an extra capable assistant? At least you won't lack low-level elixirs in the future. Master Yun nodded slightly. The one who knows me is my wife. He meant this. However, this thought made him inexplicably uneasy and beyond Yizi's playful chuckle. He asked tentatively, this boy seems to be extraordinary. Your sect has 3 Yuanyings Henren and dominates the region. It should be able to accommodate this boy. Brother Dao, don't you feel tempted? Faced with his temptation, Tian Yizi in the 9-story Wind and Thunder Temple pondered for a moment. Then he said directly, I advise you not to go after him. Well, if you don't believe it, you can try it. I'm afraid that when the time comes, your newly established sect will be embarrassed as soon as it opens the mountain gate. Faced with these words, Master Yun showed a look of doubt. Does this Dan Chenzi have some big backers that he doesn't know about? Maybe he should investigate this boy's background. Don't think too much, just pay attention to Qing Danzi. If he really refines the Zongmiao Pill, then you and I will share a few pills and help the disciples to form a baby. This is the right way. Hearing this, Master Yun couldn't help but agree. The purpose of his coming to Kingdom Valley was for the Zongmiao Pill. This time, with the help of the momentum of Luo Chen sect, he could just break away from Luo Chen sect and choose another domain to establish a sect. This was the intention of the sect's supreme elder, and also the idea of him and his wife. If he could use the nascent soul pill to cultivate a nascent soul cultivator, then the pressure he would face in the new domain in the future would be much less. But can King Danzi succeed? He looked over with a dim gaze. Compared with Shiny Easy, although they were of the same path, he would reach the nascent soul stage later. To be honest, King Danzi was his peer. He knew this person's ability to refine pills very well. Very strong. But to refine a 4th level pill, which was the most difficult among all the pills, was beyond his ability. Now that the foundation of Kingdom Valley was used, how much more chances of winning could be increased? Under the expectant gaze of Yun, Shiny Easy and other cultivators, the alchemy work in the inner Alchemy Valley was constantly advancing. Time passed slowly. This time, it seemed particularly long. In a trance, 10 days passed in a flash. On that day, the wind was blowing, the clouds were rushing, the thunder was roaring, and the heavy rain was pouring down in the depressing atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a low and muffled shout, like thunder. If it doesn't work now, when will it work? King Danzi flicked his sleeves, and the fire of the elixir was blazing. The mother cauldron in front of him began to spin, and in the void, it made a vibrating hum. Below him, Luo Chen and the other 5 people withdrew the original true fire, and sat cross-legged on the ground with a decadent breath. It was the critical moment of the elixir again. Will it work this time? Luo Chen looked up eagerly, letting the raindrops wet his cheeks. Suddenly, he was alarmed, and a familiar sense of danger arose. No. This is a sign of a furnace explosion. His face changed slightly, and layers of blue light curtains suddenly bloomed on his body, and there were white gas armors hidden on his body surface. Almost at the same time as he did these actions, a miserable laugh came from the sky. Ha! Before the miserable laugh lasted for a moment, a terrifying spiritual energy suddenly exploded. Under such a terrifying power, King Danzi retreated like a madman, with one hand on the mother tripod. As he moved, the exploding aura continued to flow down along the connected kingdom formation. Master Chiding, Master Zongmiao, Danzi, King Danzi and Luo Chen were the first to bear the brunt. The 4 of them didn't even think about it and protected the sub-trip. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and continued to cast defensive spells. Bang! 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 Dot! A series of muffled sounds exploded, forming a sad song in the inner Elixir Valley. At some point, the muffled sounds stopped. King Danzi, who no longer looked like a young man and had white hair, looked down at the scene in the inner Elixir Valley. Master Chiding had blood on his mouth, and Master Zongmiao was pale. King Yunzi was surrounded by blue-black flames, which showed no signs of extinguishing in the heavy rain. This was the external manifestation of the original true fire being out of control. Danzi was unconscious. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, his black bamboo white shirt was shattered, only pieces of white gas armor stood upside down. In addition, 32nd level alchemists were implicated, 21 died on the spot, and only 9 survived. Not only that, one sub-cauldron after another exploded, and even one of the 5 lower-grade magic weapons was broken. He opened his mouth, and liquid slid down his face, not knowing whether it was rain or tears. At least a mother cauldron was saved. As he murmured, the 9-layer wind and thunder temple slowly flew away from Kingdom Valley. The white crane cloud chariot also turned around and no longer lingered in Kingdom Valley. King Danzi looked at this scene and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. I also saved the sect. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 471, Failure? Breakthrough. Wolf King, build a city. I'm sorry, I didn't protect the magic weapon sub-cauldron. You don't have to blame yourself. In that situation, you are not a member of my kingdom sect, so it is only human nature to protect yourself. Besides, with a mother cauldron, it is only a matter of time to cultivate a new sub-cauldron. The mother cauldron. I wonder how your sect's grandmaster is doing. Refining a 4th level elixir across levels, or the most powerful realm-breaking elixir of the same level, and even refining 7 elixirs at the same time, The explosion of the furnace under such circumstances is far beyond the ability of ordinary giant and cultivators to contend with. Even if there was a kingdom formation at that time, with 36 people and 36 cauldrons as a channel to disperse the power of the explosion. But the injuries suffered by King Danzi, who forcibly protected the mother cauldron, were absolutely unimaginable. Especially since he himself is very old and has long passed the limit of his lifespan, he has survived to this day relying on longevity elixirs. After this incident, I am afraid that King Danzi will not live long. So Luo Chen asked this question. Tao Wan, who was walking side by side with him, smoothed the hair that fell to her cheeks, with a sad look on her face, and shook her head but said nothing. Seeing this, Luo Chen did not want to continue asking. Looking at the scenery behind him, he was already far away from Kingdom Valley. He clasped his fists and saluted. Let's stop here. Tao Wan nodded softly. After sending you thousands of miles away, we must say goodbye. At present, there are many things in Kingdom Valley, and she can't send Luo Chen back to Xianlan Fairy City in person. Looking at Luo Chen's free and easy face, she thought for a while and said, I heard that you are going to participate in the development war. Yes, I have sent people to the front line. My Kingdom Valley has suffered this disaster and its strength has been greatly damaged. I am afraid that we can't do anything in this development war. You, be careful. Luo Chen waved his hand and a flying boat appeared under his feet. After stepping on it, he looked back and nodded softly. Take care. Tao Wan forced a smile. Take care. The magic power surged, and the flying boat slowly floated up. After circling in the sky, it flew quickly towards Xianlan, and soon disappeared until only a black dot remained. Looking at the black dot, Tao Wan sighed in vain. She walked towards Kingdom Valley dejectedly. Before entering the valley, she heard bursts of sad and mournful sobbing. Grand Elder, you lost the bet this time. On the flying boat, Luo Chen, who changed into a red cloud and gold-edged robe, looked thoughtful. He was reviewing. Not reviewing himself, but reviewing King Danzi's failure this time. The other party gambled on the luck of Kingdom Valley and tried to forcibly refine the infant-forming pill with the foundation of a sect. But he failed. The reason is actually very simple. The alchemy technique is still a little bit lacking after all. There are full 20 ingredients, but not even a semi-finished product has been refined. If I come, will it be better? Luo Chen has a system. As long as he can get the entry-level pill formula, he has a guaranteed success rate of 1 in 10. He imagined that if he came to refine the infant-forming pill himself, could he succeed on the basis of 20 ingredients? After some thought, he came up with the answer. No. There are too many things to consider when refining 4th-level elixirs. It's not just one's own alchemy skills, but also the requirements for mana, consciousness, and even alchemy tools. King Danzi's personal ability is beyond doubt. Inheriting the Taoist name of the founder of Kingdom Valley, he can easily make most 3rd-level elixirs. It can even be said that with his alchemy skills, he is enough to refine some relatively simple 4th-level elixirs. And the state of nearly perfect golden elixir makes his mana and consciousness impeccable. In addition, he has the top-grade magic weapon King Shenliu leading, assisted by 5 3rd-level alchemists, 30 experienced 2nd-level alchemists, and even a large alchemy formation. Under such circumstances, he failed. It can be seen how difficult it is to refine the infant-forming pill. With Luo Chen's current alchemy skills, he can't compare with it at all. Even if there is a system entry, what does it matter? With his limited foundation, if he wants to get started with the infant-forming pill formula, the achievement points consumed will be a huge number. The 66 achievement points he had managed to save up with great difficulty were probably not enough. Another reason for King Danzi's failure was that he didn't have enough time. It took too long. So long that the outside world had already reacted, and even 3 Yuaning's Henren descended. The reason why King Danzi failed at that time was that he was under great pressure and his mentality was unbalanced. Besides, even if he refined the infant pill, what would happen? Can he still keep it in front of Yan Yizi and Yun's Henren? Luo Chen laughed, not knowing whether he was laughing at King Danzi or at himself. In that case, it was just a matter of being a fish on the chopping board. Let alone King Danzi, if it were me, I would probably not be able to do better. After this disaster, Kingdom Valley's strength has been greatly damaged, almost equivalent to withdrawing from the war of opening up. No. Think carefully, maybe this is a good thing for Kingdom Valley. Luo Chen's mind turned. If it is not targeting Qingdanzi personally, but only considering the perspective of Qingdan Valley as a sect. Now, this great alchemy sect seems to have suffered a great loss of strength, but in fact, it has only suffered a heavy blow in the alchemy department. The fighting power of the sect itself has not decreased much, and the one who was most hostile to Qingdanzi before was the Yaowang sect, which was also famous for alchemy. Now that the alchemists in Qingdan Valley are unprecedentedly weak, the medicine business will naturally weaken. On the contrary, the Yaowang sect will not be so hostile to them, and will not go to the trouble of targeting them. The main energy of the Yaowang sect will definitely be focused on opening up the war. So, comprehensively speaking, Qingdan Valley now has no 5 peaks covering the valley, and the Supreme Elder Qingdanzi has no chance to advance to the nascent soul stage, so there is no threat to the Yuding Sword sect in this domain. The Taitan Academy has lost more than half of its alchemists, the medicine business is weak, and there is no threat to the Yaowang sect in the outer domain. And their own strength can still deter the villains. In this way, isn't it equivalent to escaping from the whirlpool of the wind? Hiss. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't know if this situation was deliberately caused by Qingdanzi. But undoubtedly, this was the best result when the sect reached its peak but could not go any further. In comparison, the Yan League, which was once as powerful as Qingdan Valley, had a much more miserable end. The sect was destroyed, the people died, and the inheritance was cut off. If we follow this direction, the main purpose of Qingdanzi's promotion of the refining of the infant-forming pill this time is to break the situation. If he succeeds, he will sprint to the Yuanying stage and use his personal strength to break the situation of the end of life and the crisis of the sect. If he fails, he can also break the dilemma of the evil tiger inside the Qingdan Valley and the fierce wolf outside. It's really a good plan. Luo Chen pursed his dry lips and put away his smile. He was in the situation, and he had thought too narrowly before. He was not worthy of laughing at the old man who looked like a teenager. The other party thought and saw further, and maybe he also learned from the previous experience of the Yan League and made a decision. This decision was far more comprehensive than the strategy Luo Chen had proposed to Qingdan Valley when he was about to attack the Yan League. If the situation was reversed. Haha, my Luo Chen sect is far from being as good as Qingdan Valley, why should I consider so much? Luo Chen curled his lips and urged the flying boat under his feet, with a stronger desire to return. He was free and easy when he left, and he was full of confidence when he returned. Although he did not refine the infant-forming pill at the end during this trip to Qingdan Valley, it was a win-win for him and Qingdan Valley. Qingdan Valley broke out of the storm in internal and external troubles. And he personally also gained many benefits. The stable supply of the second-level high-quality Zongmiao Pill can help Luo Chen sect cultivate more powerful foundation-building masters. The blueprint for refining the natal magic weapon, Zhengjin, black sunken wood, and mud. In addition, he also got a small trick to accelerate the sacrifice of the magic weapon with a natal true fire. Finally, Luo Chen wrote down all the medicinal materials needed for the infant-forming pill through observation. In time, when he reaches the realm of Qingdanzi, he may be able to try to refine the infant-forming pill by himself. It can be said that this is a fruitful trip. After returning to Luo Xianzong, Sima Wei Niang brought Gu Kai and Xing Zonghan to see him immediately. Inside the main hall, Luo Chen asked leisurely, "How is the war on the front line?" "Not very good, just a small fight," Sima Wei Niang replied. Luo Chen was stunned. This answer was beyond his expectation. It has been more than half a year since the opening of Xiaoi mountain range. How can it still be just a small fight? You know, for this battle, not to mention other forces, Luo Xianzong, a small sect, has already sent a large number of people. Led by guest Fu Jiashen. Assisted by Wang Yuan, the master of the transmission hall, and Shu Kui, the master of the fighting hall. In addition, Sima Wenji of the meritorious hall and Wei Min Laoang led a group of low-level cultivators for logistics. The number of foundation-building cultivators involved was as high as 10, and there were more than 500 key refining cultivators, all of whom were in the late stage of key refining. Sending so many people there was already a serious blow to Luo Xianzong. Now you tell me, a small fight? Did I miss any information during the months I was in Qingdan Valley? Seeing his confusion, Sima Wei Niang waved her hand. Xing Zonghan immediately said, "According to the information obtained by Luoang, the current situation on the battlefield is like this." Then, From his mouth, Luo Chen finally knew why the war of opening up, which had been prepared for 50 years, was progressing so slowly. Immortal City. It's that simple. As the leading sect to launch the war, Luo sect proposed a strategy of first gaining a firm foothold and then advancing step by step. The first step he took was to build an immortal city on a third-level spiritual land captured from the periphery. With the immortal city as the base camp of the human race, it radiates in all directions and finally swallows up the Zongmiao Mountains. Nowadays, on the front line, the theme is not to expand territory, kill monsters and seize land. It's infrastructure. Under the leadership of Luo sect, countless cultivators are vigorously building a super fairy city that is far larger than all the fairy cities in Yuding domain. In fact, when this situation occurred, some people opposed it at the beginning. At that time, a Yuanying sect from the foreign domain proposed to take advantage of the large number of people and sweep across the Zongmiao Mountains with the momentum of thunder. Luo Chen nodded. This is the direction of the war he had expected before. 50 years of planning and preparation, 27 sects participated, and hundreds of thousands of ambitious and powerful cultivators. Such a force is enough to sweep across the Zongmiao Mountains. Zongmiao continued, but something was wrong at the beginning of the war. We found that the Zongmiao Mountains were not a mess, and the demon forces in it were integrated and unified by someone. Oh. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, a little unbelievable. It's the wolf tribe. Zongmiao said in disbelief. No one expected that a demon wolf king would appear in the Howling Moon Mountains. Not only did he transform successfully, but he also unified the 17 demon wolf tribes. Under the leadership of the Wolf King, the wolf tribe in the Howling Moon Mountains burst out with unimaginable strength. At the beginning of the war, the coalition forces only advanced 8,000 miles before they were forced to stop. Luo Chen's eyes flashed. The Wolf King? Unified all the wolf tribes in the Howling Moon Mountains? Inexplicably, he remembered what he saw and heard in Chang'an Mountain when he was young. That was about 80 years ago. At that time, the Greyleaf Wolf tribe and the Frost Wolf tribe that occupied Chang'an Mountain disappeared strangely for a period of time. Could it be related to this incident? If so, doesn't it mean that the Wolf King had already started planning this matter a long time ago? Zongmiao continued to report relevant intelligence. The coalition's momentum has been blocked. Although it can continue to advance, casualties have begun to appear. Therefore, Han Zan, the real person of Luo sect, proposed a plan to gain a foothold in a corner and then plan the overall situation. At that time, he was the only real person of Yuanying in the coalition, and he was also the leader. He had a legitimate reason, so naturally no one disobeyed. Therefore, this is the current large-scale construction of the Super Fairy City. Luo Chen suddenly realized that this was the development process. It is normal that others dare not disobey. Generally, the initiator is the leader of the war. The other upper sects may help, but they will only send a small number of Jinden and foundation building cultivators. The real person of Yuanying will basically not show up to help. This is also a way to confirm the authority of the new sect in the new domain. As far as he knows, among the 8 upper sects that helped this time, the Shenfu sect only sent a Jinden elder named Yi Xiong and dozens of foundation-building cultivators. Xianfan City and Yaowang sect sent the most people. The 9-story Fenglai temple seen in Kingdom Valley before had 3 Jinden masters and the famous Huyan's hero in it. Most of the cultivators sent by the Yuanying sects, such as Fenghu Palace and Motion Cliff, which are far away, are mainly for training. They try to reproduce the example of Yun's Henrin of Hehuan sect, and use the experience of war to advance to a higher realm. The main force of the development is actually the Jinden sect. Either they can't survive in their original territory, or their own strength has reached a bottleneck and they need a better spiritual vein, or they are forced to leave their homes by the sects in their own domain. These Jinden sects will definitely make great efforts for a new place to survive. The Luo Chen alliance headed by Luo Chen will also be a part of it. It just so happens that Kingdom Valley has no intention of starting a war, and the Luo Chen alliance just happened to fill the 27th quota. How is the construction progress of the Immortal City now? Luo Chen asked with concern. Zongmiao said without hesitation, the progress is more than halfway. The next most important thing is to track the energy of the earth veins and gather the spiritual veins. Luo Chen was puzzled. Isn't it said that it is a natural third-level spiritual land? Why do we need to gather spiritual veins? I heard that the Luo sect's real person considered that there were too many giant and cultivators participating and there was a lack of third-level spiritual land during normal rest, so he wanted to slightly improve the spiritual land of the base camp. For this purpose, he even invited Senior Tianyizi, one of the 3 great real people in Xianfan City. Luo Chen said. In this way, it was normal for him to see the real person's grand trip in Kingdom Valley. After all, under normal circumstances, the upper sect that helped would not send out Yuanying real people. But how to explain the appearance of Yundeolu? Without an explanation, Luo Chen was too lazy to investigate further. Since the progress of opening up the Xiaoyi Mountains was blocked, he didn't have to rush to the front line. Without fighting, there would naturally be fewer casualties. The Luo Chen alliance would not suffer too much loss for the time being. In this way, he could use the time waiting for the construction of the fairy city to complete the current means. With a new magic weapon refining method, he can thoroughly refine the Xianyu purple gold wheel. By the way, he can also refine some spells to perfection. Now that he is in the Jinden stage, his magic power is strong, his consciousness is more acute, and he can cast low-level spells without any problems. Next, Luo Chen talked to Gu Kai about Luo Xianzong's business on the front line, and then announced that he would go into seclusion. It's a small retreat, and you can go to him at any time if you have any urgent matters. If the fairy city is built, you must notify him immediately. Everyone is fine, but you need to sharpen your knife before you can chop wood. The more prepared Luo Chen is, the safer he will be when he goes to the battlefield. Chapter 472, all the skills are complete, the legacy of the Yan League, a lot of games, and another killer move. Immortal cultivators seek the path to longevity and cultivate the realm of immortals. Therefore, after each breakthrough in a major realm, there will be a qualitative transformation. Key refining leads to foundation building, Damshan turns into the sea, Yijing washes the marrow, and builds the supreme foundation to carry the weight of the great Dao, so there's the release of spiritual consciousness and the transformation of spiritual power. Foundation building leads to golden elixir, and the bright moon rises in the sea, accommodating the gains of a lifetime to form a golden elixir. After that, the cultivation has a backbone, and the primary task is to polish the golden elixir. At this time, the golden elixir has begun to be contaminated with the power of the soul, and the energy inside it is no longer controlled only by the secrets of magic, but can be controlled by the soul, so the consciousness is manifested, reflecting the heaven and earth. The spiritual power derives the law, and the magic power is achieved, with infinite power. Such a transformation naturally brings a variety of extraordinary benefits. The ability to master more powerful magic weapons is one. For Luo Chen, being able to practice magic with his hands and feet is the second. In the past, his realm was low, his spirit was weak, and his spiritual power was not much, so when practicing magic, he had to control the corresponding degree. But now, not to mention the high-level spells, he can practice those low-level spells without restraint. Through Gu Kai, a large number of fresh low-level monsters will be sent to his cave every month. Although the war of opening up is still in its initial stage, the hunting of monsters has long been done by cultivators. Compared with the past, Gu Kai can buy more living monsters for him. After these monsters were sent over, Luo Chen used them to the extreme. The magic of confusing the mind, confusing its already limited mind. The Q-Sanergy Jingjin sword technique, cutting its limbs. Then use the limb repairing technique to continue repairing it. After doing this once, the monster is unaware and feels almost no pain. After all, it has been confused. Finally, Luo Chen activated the original true fire, letting it burn to ashes in a state of ignorance, plundering the few remaining vitality. There has never been a moment when Luo Chen can practice magic so recklessly. He doesn't need to worry about the fatigue of his soul and the consumption of spiritual power. A mere first and second level spell can be easily cast with just a little bit of mana, and it costs him almost nothing. Of course, Luo Chen has his reasons for making the best use of everything. After all, a complete monster, even if it is only first level, will cost hundreds of low-grade spiritual stones. In other words, behind Luo Chen's efficient practice of magic, he is also consuming the wealth earned for him by Luo Xianzong. In addition to the above spells, Luo Chen also bought a large number of spiritual plant seeds from the Immortal City. Mainly flower seeds. The purpose is naturally to practice the second-level wood-based spell Flower Fairy that has been stuck for many years. These low-level spells have little effect on Luo Chen's current strength, which is almost equivalent to nothing. But the combination of flower fairy, water mirror technique, and confused god technique can release the third level illusion mirror flower water moon. Luo Chen had long had the idea of completing the 3 techniques and then speeding up the practice of this illusion. Fusion spells are often powerful. When he was in the foundation building stage, he relied on the move of landslide to dominate the same level. The Battle of Qinhu River, the Battle of Jili Mountain, the Battle of Fengxiang Valley, and the trip to Daxa Mountain, this technique played an extremely important role. It is for this reason that Luo Chen is very optimistic about the fusion illusion of mirror flower and water moon. If he can master it early, Luo Chen will have an extra trump card in the Jinden stage. After all, this is a rare soul attack spell. When Luo Chen was practicing, he once thought about whether to integrate the sound wave skill of Linjiang fairy song obtained from Xiao Sanren. However, he was not good at music and it was difficult to get started. In addition, mirror flower and water moon was not very successful, so this plan was temporarily shelved. During this retreat, Luo Chen's daily life was not only to practice spells, but also to use the original true fire to sacrifice the Xianyu purple gold wheel every day. With the secret technique of true fire sacrifice, his sacrifice speed is getting faster and faster, and he can already use it easily. Finally, that is to unlock Qinteran's stored ring. In order to break through the Jinden stage, Luo Chen had very few spiritual stones left after consuming various resources and renting a cave. As a result, Luo Xianzong was also unable to make ends meet. Otherwise, why would the monks of Luo Xianzong also actively participate in this war? It was all because of him, the Supreme Elder. Although he had a good harvest after going to Kingdom Valley, the price was that his savings were once again at the bottom. There were only 50 high-grade spiritual stones left. High-grade spiritual stones are extremely important strategic resources and are also very useful for Jinden monks. He cannot squander them easily. Even if they are vacant, he must reserve more. In this way, Luo Chen fell into the most embarrassing situation. Therefore, only by unlocking Qinteran's stored ring can he reverse his current predicament. Time passed slowly in Luo Chen's orderly retreat. The outside world was turbulent, and from time to time, the corresponding information from the front line would be transmitted to Luo Chen. But he had made up his mind that he would not go to the front line until the fairy city in Xianyu mountain range was built, so as not to waste time waiting there. 1 month later, the proficiency of the first-level medical skill of limb regeneration was first brushed to the great perfection. He mourned for the monsters whose hands and feet were cut off and reattached repeatedly. Then, immediately afterwards, the Kusanagi Jingjin swordsmanship was also perfected. It has been so many years. It was a spiritual plant technique that Yuan Dongsheng taught him casually when he was cultivating spiritual fields for him at the doorstep of his house. I didn't expect it to take so long to practice to the great perfection. Many of those spells with higher grades than it have already been perfected. 2 months later, good news came one after another. The spell of bewitching the gods was perfected, and the spell of flower fairy was perfected. This was within Luo Chen's expectations. He had a strong soul and had learned the first-level spell of Wa. The advanced spell of bewitching the gods was just a piece of cake. When the flower fairy also reached the great perfection, Luo Chen found that the mirror flower and water moon, which he had not practiced much, jumped directly from the mastery level to perfection. And it was infinitely close to the grandmaster level. This is the advantage of the fusion spell. Although the practice is cumbersome, the difficulty of the spell itself is actually from easy to difficult, and it is slowly advancing. With a good foundation, the progress will be fast. The only limit of this kind of spell is the upper limit. But he has the proficiency panel, the upper limit is not a problem at all, and he can reach the pinnacle sooner or later. To this step, the low-level spells on Luo Chen's panel are basically perfect, leaving only the innate one-key great handprint, mirror flower and water moon, life-cutting finger and dust elemental art in the third-level column. Time was suddenly abundant. Luo Chen ordered people to stop sending him low-level monsters. 7 or 8 per month. Luo Xianzong can't bear this kind of waste of money. It's not that Luo Xianzong can't make so much money, but Luo Xianzong now has many disciples, and its own salary consumption is also a huge number. Luo Chen spent the extra time on the cultivation of the Xianshan Yiki Great Handprint and on breaking the spiritual restriction of Qinteran's stored ring. The former is as high as the third level and has infinite uses. It looks like one key, but in fact it is a spell that can be activated by the 5 elements of magic. Jin Bu pointed it out at the beginning, and each of them has its own advantages when activated by the 5 elements of magic. Therefore, the cultivation is very slow. As for the latter, I don't believe it. I have been grinding for so long, and I still can't unlock you. The 5th month finally arrived. Luo Chen looked at the black ring on his hand that was shining with red light, and exhaled a long breath. You are worthy of being the giant and elder of the Yanmen. Even if you don't specialize in formations, you are proficient in basic restrictions. Since I formed the elixir, I have used the spiritual foundation of the middle stage of the giant for nearly 11 years to barely unlock it. Dead money is not so easy to get. After a sigh, Luo Chen did not hesitate to probe his spiritual consciousness into it. Everything in sight. The first glance dazzled Luo Chen's eyes. Spiritual stones. Densely packed, piled up like mountains, countless spiritual stones. I've made a fortune. Luo Chen muttered to himself. You're here. Come in. Sima Wei Niang, Gu Kai, Duan Feng, Min Longgao, the 4 of them walked into the cave in confusion. They didn't know why Luo Chen called all 4 of them in one breath today. This was rare before. If there was something important, the other party would often only call 1 or 2 people over. However, when they stepped into the narrow cave for the first time, they were shocked. The resources piled up like mountains, colorful, dazzling, and fascinating. The spiritual energy was messy but full, and the smells were various, either fragrant or smelly. Big boxes were piled up in the corners. Gu Kai blurted out, "Husband, did you rob the treasure house of a sect?" "Yes." With so many resources, the originally spacious cave was packed to the brim, and it was almost impossible to walk. Even Bai Miling could only float in the air, with nowhere to land. Duan Feng was sharp-eyed and saw the logos on the boxes. From the Yan League. Luo Chen nodded slightly. Yes, these are all Qin Terran's legacy. Everyone looked at each other. When the Yan League suffered a great disaster, only 3 giant and cultivators were left. Among them, Qin Terran had the highest realm and the highest status. So many people thought that the Yan League's hundreds of years of savings might be with him. When he left behind his giant and fled, many people chased him. After a fight, even his giant was blown up. Unexpectedly, his relics fell into Luo Chen's hands. I can't count them all by myself. It takes too much time. That's why I called all of you here. Come on. Count them one by one, record them, and enrich Luo Xianzong's treasury. Remind me if they are useful to me. Pick out the things you don't recognize separately, so that the pearls will not be covered in dust. Luo Chen looked at the densely packed materials, waved his hand, and issued an order. The 4 swallowed their saliva and immediately began to count. A box of 3rd-level mineral soft thunder sand, weighing about 3,000 kilograms. 3 pieces of Wu Earth Elite, all of which are treasures. If they are integrated into Earth-attributed magic weapons, they can increase their firmness. 5 boxes of ginkgo beads, between the 2nd and 3rd levels, can be used as medicine or for refining. A stack of fiery sun talismans, 3 divine fire talismans. Hey, is there any giant and master in this Yan League who has also practiced the art of making talismans? 100 bottles of foundation building pills, 1 bottle per pill, all of which are of low quality. They are of different ages and are produced from the Medicine King sect. They should be collected separately. With his support, my Luo Chen sect will not lack foundation building pills in a short time. An unknown medicinal material, dry it and store it. Brother Chen, take a look. Sima Wei Niang's spiritual power carried a medicinal material to Luo Chen. Although they have already formed a Taoist couple, she likes to call Luo Chen Brother Chen, but Gu Kai likes to call him husband. As for the other people in Luo Chen sect, they have basically changed their words to respectfully address him as Taishang. Luo Chen took the dried herbs and got the answer after a brief inspection. It was a 4th-level fire-attributed herb, which had been stripped of moisture. According to rumors, it was the only main material used to refine a 3rd-level fire-type elixir. Luo Chen took it in and continued to watch them count the materials. Before they came, Luo Chen had already roughly counted them once. He took all the spirit stones into his pocket. A total of 8 million spirit stones. It didn't look like much, but they were all of medium and high quality. It instantly solved his financial difficulties. All of a sudden, Luo Chen became a rich man again. However, there were not many low-quality spirit stones. It was estimated that they were distributed to other people before the Yan League was broken. The spirit stones were secondary. The most valuable of this batch of inheritance was still these various resources. Among them, mineral materials were the main ones, supplemented by a large number of elixirs. Luo Chen also needed hundreds of bottles of third-level cultivation elixirs, which were Sinidan produced by Yao Wang sect. This solved Luo Chen's urgent need for cultivation. After all, the support of the third-level dragon pill from Kingdom Valley had been cut off after he left. In the past 6 months, Luo Chen's progress in cultivation was almost zero. At this moment, watching them counting, Luo Chen was also calculating how to use these resources. First, he had to meet his own needs. Secondly, he would consider the foundation of Luo Xianzong. Finally, the extra things would be used as the foundation of the sect, so that Luo Xianzong could develop in a healthy way in the future. It must be said that the help of a force to cultivators is reflected in many aspects. Whether it is collecting resources and earning spirit stones, or gathering intelligence, so that the retreat cultivators can grasp the general trend of the cultivation world when they come out of retreat. Finally, there are a large number of manpower and material resources that can be driven at will. Luo Chen has enjoyed so many conveniences over the years, so after the Jinden stage, he had the idea of going to the meeting to build a sect and let Luo Xianzong stand up completely. When he was secretly planning in his heart. In the cave, exclamations continued to sound. My god, there are 7 magic weapon embryos, and they are not the inferior ones. At first glance, they are carefully cast and can be good embryos for the natal magic weapon. Luo Chen looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Duanfeng taking out a bunch of things from several furnaces. He couldn't help asking, what are these magic weapon embryos? Duanfeng's casting skills have become more and more sophisticated over the years. He also obtained a lot of casting books collected by the Yan League, and his knowledge has become more and more extensive. He identified them one by one and soon told Luo Chen the answer. 3 flying swords with different attributes, another tower embryo, a tripod magic weapon, and a long halberd and a whisk. These embryos are far better than the 2 magic weapon embryos that the Duan family painstakingly cast. They are genuine and good things that can be used as the natal magic weapon of the Jinden cultivator. After listening to Duanfeng's introduction, Luo Chen looked regretful. Although the embryos are good, they are not suitable for him. Compared with the Hununding, they are much worse. But even so, ordinary Jinden cultivators would be ecstatic if they got it. Luo Chen sighed and told Duanfeng to put it away. When the time comes, give it to Sima Wenji of the Meritorious Hall, and he will keep it. If someone in Luo Xianzong is promoted to the Jinden stage in the future, there will be no need to worry about the life treasure. Duanfeng found something good here, and there were also many great discoveries in other places. Min Longyao held a bamboo scroll in his right hand and a feng shui compass in his left hand, his face ecstatic. Burning incense to seize the soul array. A variation of the Xiangong soul seizing array. If I understand it and set it up under Dangsha Peak, maybe I can raise the spiritual land grade of our Luo Xianzong to the 2nd level. The strongest array in Gishan Valley is the Xiangong soul seizing array. It is the top and strongest array among the 3rd-level arrays. There are thousands of changes and different evolutions. Wang Yuan got it and improved it into the Blood Evil Soul Seizing Array. Kingdom Valley got it and referred to this array to create a feng shui pattern of the 5 peaks covering the valley. The Yan League also divided up the Ghost Valley heritage, so they developed the incense-burning soul-stealing formation, and even raised the withered and flourishing fire to the 4th level. When Min Longyao was surprised, Gu Kai beside him laughed. She was in charge of counting the martial arts books. At this moment, she was holding a thick book in her hand, as if it was made of gold and iron. When she turned the pages, there was a heavy sound of gold and iron colliding. Elder Min, you are so excited that I dare not give you this book. Min Longyao was stunned, not understanding what he meant. I'm afraid you will faint from excitement after seeing this technique. While speaking, Gu Kai turned aside with the title of the book to Min Longyao. The complete formation, the 4 words ordinary, but as a collection of the Yan League, it is definitely not ordinary. Min Longyao suppressed his excitement and took it carefully. After just flipping through it for a moment, he couldn't help showing excitement again on his face. He even called out Duanfeng. Xiao Duan, come and take a look. It also talks about how to perfectly engrave the formation onto the magic weapon. Duanfeng's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously went over. Ahem. With a light cough, Luo Chen said helplessly, "Don't do it, finish the inventory first and then talk about other things." Min Longyu and Duan Feng looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Sima Wei Niang shook her head and smiled. Just as she was about to open a gourd, she felt a breeze blowing on her face. She took it and flew back 3 steps. Then a watery blue light curtain covered it. "Be careful." "What is this?" Sima Wei Niang looked at the gourd in doubt. Luo Chen took it carefully and covered the mouth of the gourd with his magic power. After a little hesitation, he came to a conclusion. "It's the Kurong Zhensha." Sima Wei Niang was stunned, and then her face changed slightly. Could it be the thing that Zheng Xian and others used to break my Dangsha mountain protection formation? Luo Chen nodded heavily. Indeed, this evil spirit comes from the place where the withered and flourishing fire has lived for a long time. It is extremely sinister and vicious. The corrosive and aggressive power is far greater than that of ordinary earth fire evil spirits. Among the third-level evil spirits, it is as famous as the flaming sun true evil spirit. Luo Chen said very solemnly, and in fact it was true. As long as ordinary magic weapons are contaminated by the withered and flourishing true evil spirit, their spirituality will be greatly damaged. If they are contaminated too much, they can even corrode the connection between the magic weapon and the cultivator's mind. It is extremely vicious. Sima Wei Niang looked at the gourd with lingering fear. If Luo Chen had not protected it just now, she would have been injured by it. But looking at the way Luo Chen cherished it, she realized something in an instant. This is the fire evil spirit. "Brother Chen, can you?" Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded to her gently. Ordinary people cannot directly use this withered and flourishing true evil spirit. But he is different. With the original true fire refined by the withered and flourishing fire, he can use this evil spirit without injury. Just this gourd, if it is refined into the destroyed fiery miasma, he can instantly have another trump card. This method is a surefire killer even in a battle at the Jinden level. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Congratulations, husband. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. You guys continue, I want to see what kind of treasure Qin Terran has left for us. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473. When the time comes, heaven and earth will join forces. In the cave, huge boxes were neatly arranged. They were classified and labeled. The largest number was the mineral materials used for casting, as well as low-level magic tools and magic treasures, which accounted for more than 80%. The second largest number was common resources such as elixirs and talismans. As for other herbs, exercises, etc., there were very few. This is in line with people's stereotype of Yanmeng, a major casting company. Of course, in fact, Yanmeng's treasury is not limited to this. As far as Luo Chen knew from his conversation with Dan Yangzi, De Wuqi and others, Yanmeng's treasury was divided into 4 parts, which were carried by 3 Jinden masters and the head of the foundation building Great Perfection Xiaolian. The one Luo Chen got was the most valuable. Just a preliminary estimate, the value was at least more than 50 million spirit stones. It has to be said that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without windfall. Just by unlocking Qin Terran's storage ring, Luo Chen instantly jumped from a poor family to a multimillionaire. Of course, most of the resources were not suitable for processing and selling. Luo Xianzong is now a proper sect. Although it has inherited the skills, it still lacks too many other supporting resources. With this batch of resources, Sima Wei Niang can enrich the framework that Luo Xianzong had built before. Apart from other things, the casting of instruments alone can be instantly upgraded from a shortcoming to a strength. Even if it cannot reach the height of the Yan League, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future in terms of refining key and building foundations. This can be seen from Duan Feng's beaming face. He usually doesn't lose control of his emotions like this. This kind of emotion usually comes out when he encounters his favorite thing and is excited. Min Longai was the same. The book Compendium of Arrays can allow him, who already has an outstanding talent in arrays, to reach new heights. As for Luo Chen, he naturally gained a lot. Not to mention the 8 million cash. He directly gathered all the materials for refining his lifelong magic weapon, the Hununding, from the many mineral materials he counted. He got more than a dozen pieces of Genjin and several more pieces of black sunken wood. There are also 4 bottles of cold marrow. Although it is not the 4th level Ice Soul cold marrow, it is also the 3rd level Vortex Yin marrow that is well known in the world of immortal cultivation. A few drops of it can increase the power of the magic weapon out of thin air. After years of consumption and several replenishments, the Yan League only has 4 bottles left. As for the fire spirit diamond that was lacking before, the Yan League actually collected one of this strange material. This material is produced in the land of fire veins and is derived from absorbing countless fire spirit energy. Under normal circumstances, this kind of ore should be derived from the top-grade spirit stone, or even the best spirit stone. But because of the impurities inside when it was first born, it can only settle for the second best and achieve the fire spirit diamond. However, it is precisely because of this. The fire spirit diamond can continuously purify the internal spirit energy in the long-term process of eliminating impurities, and its value will far exceed the so-called spirit stone in the end. 1. It is just enough to refine the life magic weapon. What a pity, it would be better if there were a few more. Although the more materials added to the Hunilding, the better, there is also a corresponding proportion distribution, otherwise it is easy to lose balance during the embryo refining process. I have prepared at least 10 copies of other materials, and the number of fire spirit diamonds is the least. Perhaps, I should wait a little longer to see if I can buy fire spirit diamonds from other cultivators of the same level during the opening war. Luo Chen suppressed his excitement. His gains did not stop there. That gourd of withered and flourishing is really a big gain. In addition, he also got a 3rd level pill recipe. With the wealth of the Yan League and the reputation of a large and orthodox sect, how could they not collect pill recipes? After all, they are also experts in playing with fire. Refining tools is refining. Isn't refining pills also refining? It's just that the alchemists with a little talent in the Yuding domain have all been won over by the Kingdom Valley, which makes it seem that their Yan League alchemists are not that powerful. When Gu Kai counted, a total of 5 complete pill recipes were counted. From the 1st level to the 3rd level, everything is available. What Luo Chen valued most was the 3rd level pill called the True Flame Pill. According to the description above, this pill can greatly enhance the fire attribute aura of the cultivator. It is very beneficial for cultivators who mainly practice fire-related techniques. As for other pill recipes, he did not take them, but gave them to Wei Niang, preparing to let her take them back to Chu Lingjun, Qiyu and others. Alright. Luo Chen clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. The things have been counted almost, and I have taken what I want. See if you have anything you want, and pick one too. The 4 people's eyes lit up when they heard this. Duanfeng wanted to refuse, but he saw that Gu Kai had already gone to pick things. Seeing this, he stopped being shy and came over. Luo Chen watched them pick things and paused when Sima Wei Niang took a top-grade flying boat. Why don't you pick the lower-grade magic weapon level red flame dragon boat? Sima Wei Niang smiled slightly. I don't go out often, so the top-grade flying boat is enough. Besides, don't you still need a magic weapon for transportation? Luo Chen was stunned. Only then did he realize why they all tacitly bypassed the extremely exquisite magic weapon level dragon boat. It turned out that it was reserved for him. Gu Kai smiled and said, "Husband, you are now a dignified Jinan master. You have to dress up when you go out. This red dragon boat is just right for your status." Okay. Luo Chen smiled dumbly. He used to dislike this magic weapon level flying boat because it consumed a lot of spirit stones, so he planned to leave it to Luo Xianzong. He didn't expect that they all kept it for him. That's right, you are too ostentatious with this kind of treasure. I will accept it with pleasure. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and put the dragon boat, which was 3 meters long even if it was shrunk 100 times by the Ruai formation, into the storage treasure ring. After everyone had happily chosen their things, he waved his sleeves, and all the boxes in the field were put back into the black iron ring. Wei Niang, as the head of Luo Tian sect, this thing is handed over to you. Sima Wei Niang hesitated and said, shouldn't this storage magic weapon with a super large space be given to Ku to do business? Luo Chen smiled and said, you can use it in critical moments, but don't use it at ordinary times, otherwise the people below will have nothing to do. Okay. That being said, there is no problem. Sima Wei Niang put the black iron ring on her hand and rubbed it carefully. This thing may be used as one of the tokens of inheritance by the head of Luo Tian sect? After distributing the stolen money, the hall of the cave became spacious again. It was rare for Luo Chen to be idle, so he didn't let them leave, and simply checked the practice of the four people. Bai Miling brought tea and lay on the side, supporting her chin with both hands and watching this scene. Among the four people, the one with the fastest progress in practice is undoubtedly Sima Weiyuan. In the past, her cultivation progress was slow, but after experiencing the Dangsha defense battle, she felt that her own strength was insufficient. So she has been working hard to cultivate. With a top-grade Jade pill provided by Luo Chen and a second-level top-grade cave, her cultivation speed has not fallen behind at all. Not only that, precious resources such as Lingai and Zongmiao Pill are also fully utilized. After training her eldest disciple Yao Mingyu to the foundation building stage, she has more time to cultivate. Now she is 130 years old and has entered the late stage of foundation building, reaching the 7th level. This cultivation speed may not be as good as the direct lineage of the Yuanying upper sect, but it is enough to rival the true teachings of the great sect. It really fulfilled her main life skill near the water tower. The sooner she gets close to Luo Chen, the faster she cultivates. With your cultivation speed, if the resources can keep up, you can at least sprint to the golden core stage once before the deadline. Luo Chen came to this conclusion after a check. Sima Weiyuan smiled. I still rely on the light of my husband. Luo Chen smiled and checked the cultivation of the other three people. Min Longyu's realm is relatively the highest, the 6th level of foundation building. Then came Gu Kai, who has also reached the peak of the 5th level of foundation building and is about to cross the 6th level of foundation building. Considering that she was the latest in the group to build the foundation, this speed is already very fast. Duanfeng, on the contrary, has the lowest realm, and has only just entered the 5th level of foundation building. This is somewhat different from the name of genius he has always been called. The reason is naturally the difference in resources. The two women have Luo Chen's full cultivation. Min Longyu is proficient in formations. In addition to conventional resources, she can also use formations to accelerate her cultivation. Duanfeng, on the other hand, has few resources to show except for his qualifications. Now he has only rented a second-level medium-quality cave. The longer he practices, the more Luo Chen finds that although qualifications are extremely important for cultivators, they are actually far less important than resources at a low level. Unless you are a cultivator with a natural spiritual root. Otherwise, most of the time, cultivators are far from the point where they need to compete in qualifications. And when they reach the realm above the golden core, qualifications become more and more important, because at this time the gap between each realm is very large. Any flaws in qualifications will be infinitely magnified. Simply put, qualifications are a threshold. If everyone crosses the threshold, resources will be relied on in the short term, and qualifications will determine the upper limit in the long term. From this, the three elements of immortal cultivation are derived: opportunity, qualifications, and character. I'm getting off topic. After a check, Luo Chen nodded. Although the progress is different, your foundation is still very solid, without too many omissions. Luo Xianzong has Wang Yuan, the body refining master, and Luo Chen, the alchemy master who can refine Zongmiao Dan. Those who are at the top of the sect will naturally not fall too far in terms of foundation. Even if there is a mistake in cultivation, the medical masters of Sun Sifen's lineage can quickly treat it. In this way, the four people have a solid foundation. Yi. Have the top-grade Shenglong pills that Kingdom Valley promised to deliver arrived? It stopped for a long time after you formed the pill, but since you came back this time, they have started to deliver again, and I have also delivered the corresponding spirit stones to them. From that batch of top-grade pills, give an extra portion to Duanfeng. Okay. With a simple conversation, the ownership of that batch of top-grade Shenglong pills was divided. In the past, the main suppliers were the masters of each hall, and then the elders, among whom Luo Chen's disciple Chu Lingjin accounted for the majority. After all, Chu Lingjin took over the task of refining Yulu pills for Luo Chen, and he should be compensated accordingly in terms of resources. This time, an extra portion will be allocated to Duanfeng. Duanfeng watched from the side, his lips moving, but he didn't say anything. At the foundation building stage, the effect of pills in assisting cultivation is still very obvious. He couldn't refuse against his will. Luo Chen asked again, this time asking Sima Weiyuan. Has Wang Yuan finished simplifying the microdust Yuan Shu? Sima Wei Niang shook her head. Not yet. According to him, the things involved are too complicated. With his ability, it may take at least several decades to simplify it. Is that so? Luo Chen frowned. In a few decades, he estimated that he would be able to come up with a simplified version through daily practice. The others did not know what the microdust Yuan Shu was. They did not understand how complicated it was that made the knowledgeable Wang Yuan so difficult to deal with. Only Luo Chen, the person involved, knew how difficult it was to practice the dam-forming secret art without simplifying it. It included several dam-forming secret arts, as well as the profound secret arts such as the Kingaden Mayan method and the locking pearl curtain. If they practiced one by one, it would be impossible to complete it before the end of the life of a foundation-building cultivator. That's why he wanted to come up with a simplified version. Even if the grade was not the highest, as long as there was an upper or middle level, it was far better than the ordinary dam-forming secret arts circulating on the market. After thinking for a while, Luo Chen said, "If he does it, you can give it to someone in the sect who has reached the 9th level of foundation building to practice. Well, everyone here can get it first, and study it before passing it on." "Okay, I'll remember it." Sima Wei Niang nodded in agreement. Although the others didn't know what the technique was, seeing Luo Chen was so serious, they knew it was a good thing. For a while, the motivation for practice became more sufficient. "Oh, right." Sima Wei Niang seemed to remember something. "I almost forgot something important." Luo Chen looked at her in confusion. Sima Wei Niang said slowly, "The super fairy city of Lauren sect is about to be built." 1 month later. Above Dangsha Peak. A giant flying boat that was 300 feet long stretched across the sky like a giant dragon. Luo Chen stood on the top deck of the flying boat building, overlooking the scenery below. During the embellishment of pavilions and towers, cultivators' escape lights came in and out, and there was a breeze in front of the white clouds above. In his ears, there were also the lively shouts of those cultivators. "This is the foundation I laid." Unfortunately, even if Min Longayu has found a way to upgrade the grade of his spiritual land to the 2nd grade, it is not a place to stay for long. Luo Chen said it was a pity, but there was not much nostalgia on his face. Once he had a 3rd grade spiritual vein to settle down, he would abandon this old place without hesitation. At most, he would send some disciples to stay here as a branch. With his eyes wandering, Luo Chen turned around and looked into the misty distance. He was quite proud. Now that his realm has been achieved, his sect has been established, there are alliances outside, and sages inside. His pockets are full, his life magic weapon is just around the corner, and all kinds of means have been fully practiced. There is also a magic weapon level flying boat for transportation. It is really the time when the world and the world are united. In this way, he can show his skills. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 escape lights fell in front of him. "Grand Elder, everyone has boarded the red flame dragon boat." Su Huanshen bowed and said with respect. "Grand Elder, the relevant elixirs and materials have also been brought up, and we can set off at any time." Yuan Xiaoyu also bowed, and the increasingly beautiful woman spoke with hope. Luo Chen hummed. Looking past the 2 of them, he seemed to see 2 women of different styles outside the Luo Chen hall, watching him go together. "In this case, let's set off." Luo Chen waved his sleeves, and his deep voice spread throughout the dragon boat. One after another, echoing voices continued to come from the bottom of the dragon boat. "Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!" Leaving Dangsha, returning to the old place, the goal is Xiaoyu. It is not only a return home in glory, but also a run towards a greater future. 10,000 subscriptions ahead, and the explosion is coming. There is only 1 yuan left for the Alliance Leader reward from the 6th brother, and 2 chapters of extra chapters are completed. When the time comes, heaven and earth will join forces. I hope my brothers will vote for me more. Monthly votes or recommended votes are fine. Good wind will help me reach the sky. Chapter 474 Meeting Senior Dan Chenzi. Back then, Luo Chen, the Nangong family, and the Li family took more than a month to rush from Taishanfang to Xianlan Fairy City. This time, he set out from Dangsha Peak and returned to his hometown in just 1 day. On this day, above the busy Liu Guangfang, a huge object suddenly appeared, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Many cultivators looked up and couldn't help but show horror on their faces. A flying boat of the magic weapon level. In the world of immortal cultivation, apart from the Taoist disciples of the upper sect, Only the giant masters can use this kind of vehicle unscrupulously. Which master is that? Is it passing by? I don't think so, it seems to be stopping. Strange, how can a small Liu Guangfeng attract the attention of two giant masters? Wait a minute. This dragon boat seems to have stopped above Yubei Mountain. Could it be that the one from Luo Chen sect has come? Under the gaze of countless people, the huge flying boat that looked like a flaming dragon stopped roaring, and clouds and mists appeared all over its body, floating it above the lush green mountain. Not only that. Inside it, rays of light appeared, and cultivators drove flying instruments in and out of Yubei Mountain. This scene was enough to show that the visitors were friends, not enemies. Some curious people flew high in the sky and saw the big flag on the red flaming dragon boat. On the big flag, there was a complex symbol of the rosy clouds shining on the cauldron and the rising Danyang. And the symbol was the Luo Chen sect emblem. After receiving this news, the cultivators and Liu Guangfeng talked about it for a while. Liu Guangfeng is one of the markets on the way to the three immortal cities of Xianlin, Kainai and Daguang in the rear second-line area. Countless people have long been eyeing this fertile land. No one expected that a small Luo Chen society would get there first. Yes, especially the Yubei Mountain, which has been fed back by the third-level Yubei tree and has the grade of a second-level spiritual land, which is even better. Recently, many people have set their sights on this piece of land. Now that the real owner has come, I wonder how they will deal with it. I guess Luo Chen sect will give up this piece of land. Why do you think so? Yes, as far as I know, the Luo Chen sect's Grand Elder has joined forces with several masters to form an alliance. Their power is not small, so there is no reason for them to give in. Haha, you don't know that Xiandao sect has set its sights on Yubei Mountain. Xiandao sect. As soon as this name came out, it immediately caused countless exclamations. The foreign cultivators didn't understand why, but just wondered why a small and unknown sect would cause such a reaction. Afterwards, a local cultivator they knew introduced the origin of Xiandao sect to them one by one. Xiandao sect, originally named Xiandao Wu. It is a long-established first-class force in Yuding Domain. Since the beginning of Yuding Domain, there has been a giant and ancestor sitting in charge. This force has always been attached to Yuding Sword sect. 100 years ago, it once declined to the extreme and was coveted by Han Yatan, which was also a vassal of Yuding Sword sect. But no one expected that the ancestor of Xiandao Wu pretended to be dead on the grounds that the deadline had come, lured the newly promoted giant of Han Yatan to come to the door, and finally brazenly hugged the newly promoted giant of Han Yatan and died together. After that, a younger disciple of Xiandao Wu succeeded in forming a pill by chance and took charge of Xiandao Wu. Not only that, he also took advantage of the situation to annex most of the forces in Han Yatan. In this way, Xiandao Wu's power has grown unprecedentedly, and the new giant and master has established a sect, Xiandao sect with family inheritance as the core. Moreover, he made great contributions to the sword sect during the civil war in Yuding, and was appreciated by the sword sect. Although the disciples suffered heavy losses in the civil war, the leader of the heavenly sword sect also gained something from the remains of the god transformation in Jili Mountain. With this in and out, although the sect was weakened, his personal strength became much stronger. At the Dan-forming ceremony of the genius of the sword sect, Lin Qingxun, a giant and strong man from the foreign domain, provoked Lin Qingxun in the name of discussing the Dao. The leader of the heavenly sword sect personally went to the battle in the name of a vassal, and fought with a strong man from the foreign domain for hundreds of rounds, without losing the slightest advantage. Not only did he preserve the prestige of the sword sect, but he also made his own reputation. It can be said that if Luo Chen had not come out of nowhere and founded the Luo Chen sect, then the most popular first-class force in the Yuding domain in the past 50 years would have been the Heavenly Sword sect. Now that the Heavenly Sword sect has set its sights on Yubei Mountain, where the Luo Chen sect is a branch, this is going to be a lot of fun. For a while, many cultivators gathered in the Liguang market, waiting for the next excitement. On the red flame dragon boat, Luo Chen held the copy of Yanmeng Refining Essentials in one hand and studied it, while listening to Feng Xia's report on the situation of the Luo Chen sect branch. As our sect's base, Yubei Mountain is currently mainly engaged in the purchase of medicinal materials. Although the opening up war is progressing slowly, there are already many brave cultivators who have entered the depths of Xiaoi Mountains to pick rare medicinal materials. Our geographical location is relatively backward, and we don't compete with the Yuanying upper sect for the first-hand source of goods. Hearing this, Luo Chen nodded slightly. This is the right strategy. Others upper sects are well known and have established credibility. If the casual cultivators who dislike trouble pick rare medicinal materials, the first thing they consider is definitely those upper sects. The Ocean sect will definitely not be able to compete with them head-on for the medicinal materials business. However, according to the strategy of Hall Master Gu Kai, we do the medicinal materials business at high prices and by means of guaranteeing the identity of the seller, and we have gradually established a number of stable supply channels. Feng Xia said slowly. She had taken over the position of the Hall Master of the Spiritual Medicine Hall, left by Bianzhen many years ago. After Duanfeng led his men to conquer Yubei Mountain, she settled here and started a business of purchasing medicinal materials from the wild mountains. Of course, purchasing medicinal materials is the main business, and there is also a business of recycling some other resources. As long as they buy them at a low price, and then sell them to other large sects at a high price through Luo Chen sect, they can make a lot of profit. By now, Feng Xia is already familiar with this place and knows it like the back of her hand. The only thing they didn't expect was that Luo sect would actually slow down the pace of the war and stop to build a fairy city. This also made Liu Guangfang, which should have been a first-tier place, become a second-tier place. But even so, such second-tier areas are also profitable. Therefore, it has attracted the covetousness of many relatively weaker forces. Those foundation-building forces were either beaten back by us or scared away by the reputation of the Luotian alliance. There was no trouble. But recently, the Xiandao sect has taken a fancy to the Yubei Mountain and has come to negotiate with us several times, wanting to cooperate with us. Luo Chen frowned and put down the essence of Yanmeng refining equipment. Cooperation? They already have a partner in Yubei Mountain. It's their old friend King family. The Xiandao sect also wants to get a piece of the pie? He can't accept this. Luo Chen calmed down. Tell me about the specific situation of the Xiandao sect. Feng Xia nodded and immediately told him all the information about the Xiandao sect. The leader of the Xiandao sect is very powerful. Although he is only at the second level of the Jiandan realm, he can fight against the strong men at the third level of the Jiandan realm without losing the slightest bit. However, the Xiandao sect itself is relatively weak. During the Yuding Civil War, they contributed too much, resulting in heavy losses to the middle and lower level cultivators. Decades have passed and they have not yet recovered. Therefore, they want to get involved in the business of Yubei Mountain and restore their vitality. And they seem to know very well that our Luotian alliance only has in-depth cooperation on the third-level spiritual veins, but will not take care of each other's business too much. In addition, they are backed by the Yuding Sword sect. Luo Chen listened quietly, his eyes slowly narrowed. It only took 1 day for the Red Flame Dragon boat to get from Xianlin to Liu Guangfang. But after arriving at Liu Guangfang, it stayed for 3 days. It even gave people the illusion that it would continue to stay. Until a sharp momentum rushed back from the front line across thousands of mountains and rivers. After pausing for a moment at Liu Guangfang, he boarded the huge dragon boat without hesitation. Inside Liu Guangfang, countless cultivators looked up at the dragon boat, their eyes full of excitement. The leader of the Heavenly Blade sect is back. The purpose is naturally for the spiritual place of Yubei Mountain. He is now on Dan Chenzi's vehicle, and maybe they will fight if they disagree. They are sure to see this excitement. However, unexpectedly, there was no sign of a big war on the dragon boat. Not only that, after half a day, 2 figures walked out of the dragon boat. There was no sign of a war, but they were talking and laughing, like a reunion of close friends. Under the curious eyes of the crowd, the leader of the Heavenly Blade sect, Zongmiao, bowed to the young man in red robe. Dan Chenzi, I'll wait for you at Taishan Square. The young man also returned the greeting and laughed loudly. Friend Song, please go ahead, I will be there tomorrow. After speaking, Zongmiao did not stay any longer and left directly. Luo Chen smiled and watched him leave. This man. Once you have achieved something, you will suddenly find that there are more good people in this world. Before the Dan formation, he was cautious all day long, walking on thin ice, but he still didn't know if he could reach the other side. After the Dan formation, everything he did was unimpeded. Everyone he met would greet him with a smile. This was the case at the Dan formation ceremony, and it was the case with the Kingdom Valley group. Now, When he met a strange giant and cultivator who had never crossed paths, it was the same. The so-called conflict of interest does not need to be fought. Just sit down and have a good chat for a few words, and the conflict will be resolved. This was unimaginable before refining key and building foundation. At that time, it was easy to destroy the family and fight, and once again, you had to be humble and depend on others for everything. After a sigh, Luo Chen returned to the dragon boat. A young woman was waiting for him quietly. When she saw him come in, she bowed a little awkwardly. "Senior Luo." Luo Chen smiled and said casually, "It's good that your grandfather has figured it out. The Chichen Mountain is polluted by the poison of the swallowing river toad monster. It is not a good place. Why bother to stay there?" Kang Xiangqiang asked nervously, "If our Kang family moves here, will it affect the cultivation of your sect's cultivators?" This woman is Kang Xiangqiang, the current head of the Taishanfang Kang family, and also the granddaughter of Kang Donggao. I haven't seen her for many years. Her cultivation has not improved much. She is only at the 3rd level of foundation building. However, she has become more decent in her dealings with people. Luo Chen waved his hand. "It's okay. After all, this spiritual land is just the return of the 3rd level Yubei, which is suitable for 3 or 5 foundation building cultivation. My Luo Chen sect is here, and usually arranges 3 foundation building people to stay here. If your Kang family moves here, you can help us a little." Yubei Mountain was originally the clan land of the Liu Guangfanbai family. The infrastructure on it is still very complete. The Kang family had been eyeing this piece of land for a long time. When Luo Xianzong launched the attack and conquered this territory, the Kang family also contributed. Now that the Kang family moved here, they could not only supplement the Luo Xianzong's manpower, but also build a relationship with the Yuding Sword sect. The reason why Xiandaoman Zongmi did not take action earlier was not only because of Luo Chen's reputation in Luo Xianzong, but also because he was concerned about the Kang family's connections in the Yuding Sword sect. He knew that among the younger generation of the Kang family, there was a genius with dual spiritual roots who had already become a disciple of the Sword sect. Kang Xiangqiang's face relaxed after receiving Luo Chen's promise. This peer was ahead of her when she was in the key refining stage. Later, after she finally established her foundation, the other party went further and further away, and now he has become an unattainable giant master. That's why she spoke so carefully at this moment. "However, I have to trouble your grandfather to take action tomorrow," Luo Chen suddenly said. Kang Xiangqiang hesitated and said, "For Yahoo Mountain." Luo Chen nodded gently, confirming her guess. Zongmi from the Heavenly Blade sect is not so easy to deal with. Even if he doesn't make things difficult for Luo Xianzong for the sake of Dan Chenzi, the other party does have interests to pursue. If Luo Xianzong doesn't give up Yubei Mountain, there will be a fundamental contradiction. For this reason, Luo Chen chose to divert the trouble. "I can't give you Yubei Mountain, but I can find another 2nd-level spiritual land for you." As far as he knows, in addition to Chichen Mountain, where the Kang family and the Ho family once lived together, Yahoo Mountain is also a small 2nd-level spiritual vein in Taishanfang. Taishanfang. In Yahoo Mountain. In the hall of the Yu family, even in the middle of the night, the lights are still on. Yuro, a young woman in palace dress, paced in the hall with an anxious look. From time to time, she released her spiritual consciousness to explore the outside of the hall. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on her face. "Two Taoist friends, you are finally here." When she spoke, 2 figures came together in the night. The powerful cultivation of each of them in the late stage of foundation building was undoubtedly revealed. Under the momentum of the 2, Yuro, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, looked a little weak, but she was the landlord, so she was naturally confident. "It's so late, I wonder why fellow Taoist Yu summoned us here. Could it be that fellow Taoist Yu wants to change his mind about the cooperation we have discussed?" Facing the aggressive eyes of the 2, Yuro's face changed slightly. But then, she shook her head and said, "I will only be happy about the cooperation between the 3 of us and the business of opening up the war. How can I change my mind?" When she said this, the 2 great monks from different forces couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Now the frontline business is occupied by those Yuanying upper sects and even Jinden sects. They finally chose Taishanfang, which is close to them. If there is a mistake, it will not be good. Under their relaxed smiles, Yuro said solemnly, "I called you here this time for another thing." A giant and master came to Taishanfang. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the two people changed instantly. Passing by. Who is it? Yuro did not answer these questions. She just said worriedly, generally, giant and masters go straight to Poi Immortal City, so why would they deliberately stay in Taishan Square? The other party stopped now. I am afraid they have other intentions. What are they after? The sacred land of Yihu Mountain? One of the great cultivators hesitated and said, with a ban of the Holy Land, giant and master should not dare to attack us blatantly. Yuro sighed, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. Now the war of opening up has been launched, and the ban is only effective during the 50-year preparation period. If the other party is not on the list of the 27 sects, and if they don't care about their face and bully the weak, I am afraid that Yihu Mountain will. These words were very heavy. The two great cultivators were silent. They were just from two immortal cultivation families, and they wanted to take advantage of the war of opening up to do some business. Who would be willing to fight against giant and master? The remaining person said in a deep voice, let's take it one step at a time, maybe the other party doesn't mean that. We can only hope so. Yuro sighed. However, things did not go as planned. On the second day, someone attacked Yihu Mountain. But it was not the giant and master, but the old neighbor Kang family. In the morning, Yuro stepped on the green feathered white eagle, looking at the old figure outside the mountain in doubt, and shouted, Friend Kang, you led people to surround my Yihu Mountain, what do you want to do? Kang Dongyu said lightly, give up Yihu Mountain. This place, my Kang family wants it. Yuro laughed in anger, Yuchichen Mountain is destroyed, and you are planning to attack my Yihu Mountain. This is too shameless. Kang Dongyu said nothing. Yuro calmed down and said seriously, Yihu Mountain is not owned by me alone. In addition to the Yu family, there are two other families in the late stage of foundation building. Kang Dongyu, you have to think twice before you act. While she was talking, two figures emerged from the mountain, came to Yuro, and walked side by side with her. They were her two business partners. Two great cultivators. Kang Dongyu's eyelids jumped, but his expression was still neither humble nor arrogant. He waved his hand. At some point, among the hundreds of Kang family cultivators, a strong momentum rose. At first glance, there were as many as 10. Even among them, there were two momentums comparable to the late stage of foundation building. Such a scene made Yuro's eyelids jump wildly. Where did the Kang family get so many foundation building true cultivators? There are even those comparable to the late stage of foundation building? Inexplicably, she remembered the giant and master who came to Taishan Square yesterday. Yes. It must be the reinforcements given by the other party. The other party didn't want to be accused of bullying the weak, so he asked someone else to do it, and let Kang Dongyu, a local, be the first to come forward. She pursed her lips, and for a moment she felt like she was sitting on wax. The two great monks next to her were calmer, and they whispered in secret, since that master didn't show up in person, he must have some concerns. There are 8 foundation building true cultivators in the 3 of us, and your green feathered white eagle is no less powerful than the great monks. Finally, there is the Yihu Mountain Protection Formation. Even if a conflict breaks out, I still have the advantage. This is unwilling to give up Yihu Mountain. Yuro was a little dry in the mouth. Do we really have to fight? Just as she was hesitant, there was a cry of surprise. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. In the sky, a huge flying boat was seen, flying slowly like a fire dragon. It seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. It was still thousands of miles away at first, and soon it was suspended above Taishan Square. Under the huge shadow, everyone was so frightened that they dared not breathe. Because everyone knows that a flying boat of this specification is at least of the lower grade magic weapon level. This also means that there must be a giant and master on it. Everyone looked up and saw monks standing on the flying boat with flags hanging high. A warm voice came faintly. Dao Yurao, how are you? The voice was unfamiliar, but inexplicably familiar. Amid the curious eyes, Yurao frantically searched for the familiar feeling in her memory. Until she saw a pair of faint eyes on the flying boat, she looked at the tall figure and blurted out, Luo Chen. Countless people in Taishan Square were in an uproar. Even though they were in a remote place, they had heard the name of the most famous person in the Yuding domain in the past 100 years. The person who came was Luo Chen, who was known for his unparalleled combat power, the first combat power when he was building his foundation, and the 5 major sects congratulated him after he formed his elixir. What did this person want to do when he suddenly came to Taishan Square? His familiar tone, could it be that he is a friend of Yurao, the head of the Yu family, who came to help? Everyone heard it. The two had a good relationship, and Yurao even dared to call him by his name. But all kinds of speculations disappeared in Yurao's changing expression and finally in the bitter voice. Yurao, meet Senior Dan Chenzi. Chapter 475, Senior Luo, a broad-minded man, destroys Moon Fairy City. Yurao, meet Senior Dan Chenzi. A simple greeting, but full of endless bitterness. Luo Chen looked at the beautiful young woman with a desperate face, and sighed in his heart. Back then, a group of cultivators from Daohofan came to Taishanfang like fleeing, and they were quite servile in front of the 3 major local forces. If it was just that, it would be fine. After all, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. But when Luo Chen took his people to leave Taishanfang and find another way out, the whole family was still relentless. Young Master Ho, who contacted Wang Heichao, the casual cultivator Tushan, the Bai family of Liu Guangfang, and Yu Rou, a true foundation cultivator, to chase and kill them. That battle was extremely dangerous. The Nanguang family was beaten to the point of almost withering, and the Luotian society also suffered heavy losses. Many people Luo Chen knew died in that battle. Among those enemies, Wang Heichao and Tushan died on the spot. The whole family, young and old, were later slaughtered by Luo Chen and Wang Yuan. The Bai family of Liu Guangfang also became a thing of the past. Now, only the head of the Yu family is left. When Luo Chen was thinking about how to deal with this female cultivator, the people of the Yu family were also in a state of anxiety. They could feel Luo Chen's unrestrained spiritual pressure. Even if it was just a faint wisp, it almost made people breathless. She looked around at the faces that were looking at her, and finally gritted her teeth and said, Senior Dan Chenzi, are you interested in my Yeho mountain? If so, I am willing to give it up. Luo Chen smiled. This was to provoke him with words, to give him a reason to be accused of bullying the weak. In this case, are you really willing to give it up? He asked with a chuckle. Yu Rou's expression froze. This is different from what she thought. Isn't it said that Luo Chen also has the Taoist name of Lord of Fire Spirit? Should he repay grievances with virtue, lift up the past hatred, and let it go gently? Just when she was caught off guard, Luo Chen suddenly curled his lips. Forget it. It's just a small second-level spiritual vein. I don't think much of it. Today I just came to see my old friend have fun. You guys continue. When he said this, Yu Rou instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some twists and turns, it was still within her expectations. In this way, the only enemy they had to face was Kang Donggayu's people. With their strength, they could really fight. However, when Yu Rou was looking for allies with joy, she suddenly discovered the 2 great monk allies who had stood side by side with her before had quietly retreated a few steps without her noticing. Yu Rou woke up from her shock and noticed this scene. Her face was filled with shock and anger, and she almost wanted to yell. You. The 2 great monks shook their heads at her and whispered, Don't be fooled by Dan Chenzi. Can't you hear him calling Kang Donggayu an old friend? If it really comes to a life and death struggle, you don't think he will sit back and do nothing, do you? Another person also worriedly said, The extra foundation building cultivators from the Kang family are clearly the people of another Jinden master. This battle is not that simple. It is obvious that the 2 Jinden masters are using the Kang family to deal with us. The 2 looked at each other and said to Yu Rou tacitly, It's just a spiritual place. Business can be done anywhere. There is no need to risk your life here. After speaking, the 2 did not stop, retreated back to the crowd, and called on their children to evacuate Yehu Mountain. Yu Rou looked at this scene in a daze. I wanted to fight to the death, but why did you surrender? In this way, there are only 2 foundation-building cultivators from her Yu family, plus 2 second-level monsters. How can such a lineup compete with Kang Donggayu? The voice transmission between the 3 people seemed to be secret, but it was almost loud in Luo Chen's ears. He looked at this scene with a smile on his face. How similar is this scene to the Dangsha defense battle back then? Perhaps the only 2 differences are that Luo Chen had external aid at the time, and Luo Tian would fight to the death. Without this determination to fight to the death, want to keep the family residence? What a joke. Yu Rou naturally found that she had become a joke in everyone's eyes. At this moment, Her face turned pale and her body trembled a little. In the eyes of others, people couldn't help but feel pity for her. Kang Donggai was not moved at all. He took a step forward, and the spiritual power fluctuations of the 5th level of foundation building were all stirred up. You wrote Aoao, this Yeho Mountain, do you give it up? Or not? Under the shouting, Yuro's mind was shaken, and she couldn't help but take 3 steps back. She looked at her family members in hesitation. There was no fighting spirit in everyone's eyes. At this moment, she could only smile bitterly. In that case, I'll give it to you. Kang Donggai nodded. Okay, I'll give you 3 days to evacuate Yeho Mountain to preserve the friendship between our 2 families for 200 years. Yuro smiled bitterly, shook her head and was about to go back to the mountain. Seeing that there was no fight, the crowd of onlookers also planned to disperse. However, at the moment when the fight was about to end, the gentle voice from before suddenly sounded again. I can't watch this excitement, but Yuro, I'm afraid you and Luomu still have to talk about it. Yuro's expression changed drastically, and she turned around suddenly. Senior Dan Chenzi, what do you want? The smile on Luo Chen's face gradually faded. I still remember the battle in Gaolingin that year, you won't forget it. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards the void and grabbed it. A huge palm print appeared out of thin air and suddenly grabbed Yuro. Boom. Wherever the palm print passed, there was a huge momentum, almost like suppressing the world. However, its speed was not fast. Yuro was terrified and quickly pulled away. But when she dodged, the spirit beast under her feet let out a mournful cry and trembled as the palm print closed. Li. Yuro's face was full of fear. At that moment, she felt the terror of life and death. Senior, I ask myself if I didn't attack you personally back then. Now that you treat me like this, isn't it too much of a loss to your prestige as a Jinden master? Luo Chen sneered. You should be thankful that you didn't attack me back then, otherwise you would have died from this palm just now. This emerald feathered white eagle, let it be your apology. Yuro opened her mouth, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. The other party really didn't mean to kill her. But the small punishment and the big warning were clearly demonstrated. The atmosphere in the world of immortal cultivation is the same. Even if the high-level cultivators don't bully the weak, it's not your turn to be lawless and humiliate the seniors. It's just that emerald feathered white eagle is the spirit beast that she has been with since she was a child. Over the years, even though her cultivation progress was slow, she had been cultivating this spirit beast, and it had already been raised to the late 2nd stage, comparable to the level of a late foundation building great cultivator. The lifespan of a demon beast is long, and this kind of combat power is enough to be passed down as a guardian spirit beast. Giving it away like this. In the end, the woman could only bow with a bitter mouth. Yuro, thank you for not killing me. After saying that, the woman returned to Yeho Mountain in a daze. In Taishan Square, many cultivators looked at this scene, stunned. They didn't expect that the head of the Yu family and the famous Dan Chenzi had grievances and hatreds unknown to the world. Now it seems that it was the senior Dan Chenzi who didn't remember the villain's mistakes and let Yuro go. For a while, the onlookers were full of gossip. They wanted to dig out all the inside stories of the year and taste them carefully and cleanly. On the red flame dragon boat, a young and a middle-aged figure were high up. The white-haired Kang Donggai, on the other hand, was in a lower position, with a respectful look. After 3 days, when your Kang family takes over Yeho Mountain, you can hand it over to the disciples of fellow Taoist Song. Luo Chen said casually. Song Mi next to him smiled and said, of course, I have also seen that your Kang family has contributed to this matter. In the future, your Kang family can also participate in this business. Kang Donggai was very happy after getting the promise. He doesn't have much time left now. Before he passed away, he sent a Xianke disciple to the Yuding Sword sect and found Yabe Mountain as the clan land for the Kang family. Now, there is another business from the Xiandao sect. He felt that he had done everything that the leader of the family could do, and he had no regrets in his death. Donggayu thanks the 2 seniors. Luo Chen shook his head. This politeness was a bit strange. But the change in realm will subconsciously create a thick barrier for people. He waved his hand, and Kang Donggayu, the old friend, left the hall knowingly. After the people left, the next words were more private. Song Mi talked freely. With this well-located 2nd-level spiritual land, He could arrange for the disciples of Shyandao sect to stay here for a long time and do some business related to opening up wars. He wanted to give a share of the profits to Luo Chen sect. However, Luo Chen refused. My Luo Chen sect is now weak and powerful. It is already stretched to the limit to divide the troops into several places. Let's not get involved in this business. Zongmiao was a little surprised. The other party didn't want such a free gift of spiritual stones? Luo Chen's next sentence explained his doubts. I want to get a third-level spiritual vein as a place for the sect to live. If it goes well, it's fine. If it doesn't go well, I hope you can help me once. Zongmiao suddenly realized. Compared with a third-level spiritual vein, a few spiritual stones are indeed a small profit. He thought about it and said seriously, Song will definitely help within the scope of my ability. Luo Chen stared at him for a moment, then nodded slightly. In that case, I thank you in advance. Next, Zongmiao talked about the things in Zongmiao mountain range and said goodbye. After he left, Luo Chen curled his lips. These giant people were like human shrewd people. He wanted to use this favor to make the other party do a great job in the future. Unexpectedly, the other party still left room in his words. Within the scope of one's ability? Luo Chen shook his head and sent a telepathic sound. After a while, Su Huanshan stepped into the hall. Luo Chen waved his hand, and the emerald white eagle that he had suppressed before appeared in front of Su Huanshan trembling. Grand Elder, this is. Give it to you. Luo Chen smiled slightly. In the Battle of Jili Mountain, your late second stage white crane was gone. At that time, I said that I would find another one for you if there was a chance. Now, take a look at this emerald white eagle, how about it? Su Huanshan was stunned. He didn't expect that Luo Chen actually remembered this little thing. But it was a small matter for the other party, but it was a big deal for him. Most of his skills were above beast control. The white crane that he cultivated with great effort died in the battlefield of Jili Mountain. Later, he finally raised a second-level eagle, but it was beaten to death in the Dangsha defense battle. As a result, although he was at the 8th level of foundation building, his combat power was 3 points inferior to that of the same level. Now he has this green-feathered white eagle. Late second stage, full of spirituality. Tisk, this white eagle has never been enslaved, it has great potential. Luo Chen smiled and said, this spirit beast has grown up with Uro since childhood, and has eaten countless natural treasures. It is hard to say whether it is strong in fighting, but its speed of escape is also outstanding in the foundation building period. You got this eagle. If you want to leave, ordinary foundation building masters will not be able to stop you. Su Huanshan nodded repeatedly. I thank the Supreme Elder. No problem. Luo Chen waved his hand and said leisurely, your next task is different from Yuan Xiaoyu and the others. You need to personally take charge of the branch of my Luo Chen sect in Xiaoyu mountain range and do the monster business. This beast is given to you to make the best use of it. I will do my best to strengthen the prestige of my sect. Su Huanshan responded generously. Luo Chen did not stay in Taishan Square for too long. After all, this matter is the business of Shyandao sect. He was just in the middle, and took the opportunity to settle the cause and effect between him and Uro. The way he settled it was also done very well. If it gets out, not only will he not be accused of bullying the strong, but he will be praised for his broad mind. In the past, those who offended him were only punished lightly and warned severely, and the past was forgiven. He really has the mind of a superior. Especially in connection with his experience of destroying mountains and exterminating families and taking revenge at any time during the foundation building period, others will not think that he is too weak. It is really difficult for ordinary people to judge the scale. Luo Chen also chose to take his spirit beast without hurting his life after some calculations. On the flying boat, Luo Chen looked at Su Huanshan in the sky, who had just enslaved the green-feathered white eagle and was getting familiar with this monster beast, and felt quite emotional. He was about to arrive at the fairy city of Luo sect. It was related to the future plan of Luo Chen sect, and his every move would fall into the eyes of those who were interested. Reputation is a very sharp weapon. Others may not care at critical moments, but it is still beneficial to use it at ordinary times. Luo Chen has enjoyed many benefits brought by fame over the years. Therefore, sometimes, even if it is artificial, you have to pretend. The red flame dragon boat moved forward. After passing Taishan Fang, it passed Jili Mountain. There used to be a group of demon deer entrenched here, and the 9 camphor deer, the leader, was a third-level beast king. Even if there was a river-swallowing toad blocking the way, Luo Chen and Wang Heichao did not dare to take a detour because of the 9 camphor deer. But now, it has disappeared. In its place, there is a newly built large market. It can even be said that it is not only Jyoti Mountain. Wherever the dragon boat passes, some mountains and rivers that Luo Chen is familiar with, as long as the spiritual land has a little bit of grade, some forces have established a market. Even in Nanhua Snow Mountain, an old acquaintance, the Ice Castle monk, has hastily built a market there to facilitate the gathering of people and do war business. Perhaps some people will wonder, where can there be so much business to do? Where do so many benefits come from? The answer is simple. Where there are people, there are benefits. Now that the war has begun, 27 large sects have gathered inside and outside, and small forces are constantly coming. As for the independent cultivators who are trying to make a name for themselves, there are countless of them. With such a huge flow of people, any business can make a lot of money. The front line is controlled by Luo sect and the 8 Yuanying upper sects. The slightly inferior forces will naturally settle for the second best and eat the leftovers. Is this the Po Immortal City? On the red flame dragon boat, Luo Chen overlooked the city that was like a giant. Solid stone barriers and logs stood tall. 3 isolated peaks rose from the ground in the city, which were moved here by Yuanying Zhenren with great means. Not only that, the Lankang River, which originated from the Great Snow Mountain, turned into 2 rivers, rushing around the 2 sides of the Immortal City to serve as a moat to protect the city. Puppets of different shapes were scattered all over the city. Perhaps because it was built in a hurry, this fairy city is not very exquisite, but it has a sense of ruggedness. If Xianlan Fairy City is an ancient beast that is sleeping, then this Poi Fairy City is a war beast that is about to choose someone to devour. Ferocious and domineering. In Luo Chen's sight, there are many monks with different clothes in different realms running busy on the tall city walls, as if engraving the patterns of the formation. In the fairy city, the escape light rises and falls. It seems that Luo sect has not had time to set up a forbidden air formation. When he saw this fairy city called Poyu, Luo Chen suddenly realized something. Perhaps this is not a fairy city built under the coercion of the Howling Moon Wolf clan. This is clearly a super fairy city created by the Luo sect, deliberately delaying its development and relying on the huge manpower and material resources of the 27 sects. With this fairy city, the Luo region will surely make a fortune in the future. Some unwarranted ambition suddenly emerged in Luo Chen's mind. If he occupied this city, he might be able to support a Yuanying Zhenren. Shaking his head fiercely, Luo Chen waved his hand. Stop the boat. Enter the city. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.